The ordinary teenager Linze never imagined that crossing into a jungle world would grant him an extraordinary steer summoning talent. Simply by surviving each day, he could gain an additional battle pet, and even the most basic pet's attributes could increase by 200 times. This newfound ability gave the bewildered novice a glimmer of hope for survival. Silhouettes descended en masse from the skies, scattering across the mysterious jungle. These were ordinary people aged between 15 and 45, about to face an unpredictable survival game. Welcome, players, to the jungle survival game. A commanding voice resonated in everyone's mind. Each player will receive a straw hut, basic survival supplies, and a random talent. Talents are categorized as either combat or life skills. Further survival details must be discovered on your own. In this monster-infested, disaster-stricken jungle world, your sole mission is to stay alive. Crossing over, jungle survival. Linze pinched himself hard, and the sharp pain confirmed this was no dream. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he carefully surveyed his surroundings. Towering trees formed an encircling canopy. Dense vegetation covered the area, while only the clearing of a few dozen meters around him appeared unusually barren. Behind him stood a fragile straw hut, barely held together by a few precarious bamboo poles, with gaps on all sides. A layer of dried grass served as bedding on the ground. Nearby, an unlocked wooden crate caught Linze's attention. He quickly opened it, and a virtual panel appeared before him, with golden text gleaming. Congratulations, player. You have opened a beginner's treasure chest. You have obtained 1 crude stone axe, 1 bottle of mineral water, and 2 pieces of bread. These supplies were barely enough to stave off hunger for a day. The moment he picked up the stone axe, its attributes appeared. Attack power, 3, woodcutting efficiency, 10. This ordinary tool, incapable of fending off even the weakest wild monsters, seemed fit only for chopping wood. On the back of Linze's right hand, a small black rune the size of a fingernail emerged. A light touch revealed a menu with options such as region, nation, exchange, leaderboard, personal info, and backpack. His personal stats showed attack, 5, defense, 5, speed, 5, health, 50, mana, 50, and experience, 0100 standard beginner stats. When his talent activated, a dazzling golden light burst forth to reveal his steer talent. The ability to transform animals into pets, gaining 1 new pet for each day survived, starting with 1. All pets' attributes were enhanced by 200 times, and they had a higher chance of evolving during battles. This also unlocked the pet summoner profession, granting him 2 basic skills, pet summoning and pet space. The regional chat channel was buzzing with activity as 100,000 players shared their thoughts. Survival? I'm a rich second-gen heir. I was reeling in a 98-pound fish when I got teleported here. I'm from Mars, call me ET. Many were discussing talent levels. Some boasted about their attire warrior talent, which boosted attack speed by 80, while others lamented their steer lumberjack talent, which only increased wood yield. Meanwhile, some grumbled about their tire mage talent, which provided just a 30 attribute boost. After storing the mineral water and stackable bread in his 30-slot backpack, Linze examined the straw hut's details. This lowest tier shelter required 20 units of dried grass, 10 bamboo poles, and 5 tree vines to upgrade. For now, it offered no real protection. The most pressing task now was to gather materials to upgrade the straw hut. Linze scanned his surroundings, realizing that the bottled water and bread provided by the game would only last for a day. He needed to quickly find more food and water to prepare for the future. But above all, he had to make fire flames not only increase the chances of survival, but also dispelled the fears of the night. Taking a deep breath, Linze gripped his stone axe tightly and cautiously ventured into the dense forest. He deliberately avoided the tall grass, wary of being bitten by venomous snakes. As he moved forward, he couldn't help but think how great it would be to have a pet companion. The forest was eerily silent. Not even the sound of birds could be heard, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. Linze scanned his surroundings warily, advancing with caution. After walking about 100 meters, he found a neatly bundled pile of dried grass under a large tree. While the scene seemed unusual, a notification popped up before him. You have discovered a pile of dried grass. Collectible. Linze didn't act recklessly. First, he used his stone axe to cut off a tree branch and carefully prodded the dried grass to ensure there were no dangerous insects or other hazards. Only then did he store the grass in his inventory. The system notified him that he had obtained 5 units of dried grass. Over the next half hour, Linze continued to search for resources in the nearby forest. His efforts paid off. He collected 20 units of dried grass and 5 tree vines. It seemed that gathering low-level resources wasn't too difficult. Now, he just needed to find 10 bamboo stalks to upgrade the straw hut. With a stone axe in one hand and a wooden stick in the other, Linze tapped the surrounding grass as he walked to guard against unexpected dangers. Along the way, he gathered another dozen units of dried grass and 2 tree vines. Finally, a lush bamboo grove came into view, and the system notified him. You have discovered a bamboo grove. Collectible. Linze examined the bamboo grove carefully. After ensuring it was safe, he approached the outermost bamboo stalks and swung his stone axe. Despite the bonus effects of the tool, the axe wasn't sharp enough, and it took him dozens of strikes to finally cut down a bamboo stalk as thick as his arm. The system immediately notified him that he had obtained one bamboo stalk. Before long, Linze had chopped down 10 bamboo stalks, meeting the requirements to upgrade the straw hut. However, with time still on his side, he decided to cut down more. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he took a sip from the bottled water in his inventory and continued working. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. Linze had already cut down over 30 bamboo stalks, leaving his arms sore and fatigued. The sweltering heat of the forest, combined with the dwindling half-bottle of water he had left, filled him with growing concern. He sat down to rest, eating a piece of bread that quickly alleviated his hunger. Just as Linze was about to get up and leave to search for more food and water, a faint glow of blue light caught his attention. Focusing his gaze, he noticed a treasure chest partially concealed by bamboo leaves deep within the grove, its presence barely discernible. A wild treasure chest. Linze's heart leapt with excitement as he made his way toward it. However, just as he got within 10 meters of the chest, he caught a glimpse of something unusual out of the corner of his eye. Linze lifted his gaze, and his pupils abruptly contracted. Perched on a bamboo stalk several meters tall was a massive snake, its entire body a striking green adorned with crimson patterns. The creature measured at least 2 meters in length, as thick as an arm, with a pair of round, glimmering eyes radiating a dangerous chill. Its forked tongue flicked in and out incessantly. A system notification promptly appeared before Linze's eyes. Monster, Bamboo Viper. Level, Bronze Tier 1. Attributes, Attack, 10 Defense 5 Speed 15 Health, 300. Special ability, Attacks, Inflict Poison, dealing 3 damage per second for 30 seconds. Growth potential, 1 star. A chill ran down Linze's spine. This bamboo viper was not only massive but also perfectly camouflaged with its surroundings, blending seamlessly with the green stalks of bamboo. It was no wonder he hadn't noticed it earlier. If not for the corner of his eye catching an anomaly in time, he might have been ambushed while trying to retrieve the treasure chest, with dire consequences. At that moment, the giant snake raised its triangular head, emitting a sinister hissing sound. Seeing this, Linze's heart tightened. Given the snake's stats, far superior to his own, a direct confrontation would be unwise. Without hesitation, he began retreating, but the viper lunged at him without delay. In the nick of time, Linze unleashed his pet summoning skill. 10 points of mana were consumed instantly, and chains materialized out of thin air, coiling tightly around the diving snake. Simultaneously, an intricate magic circle appeared beneath it. However, the viper thrashed violently for just a few seconds before breaking free from the chains, shattering the magic circle in the process. Summoning failed. As Linze quickly retreated further, the bamboo viper leaped down from its perch, aiming directly for his vital points. In desperation, he activated the pet summoning skill again. Although the first attempt had failed, it had bought him precious seconds, enough time to formulate a plan. Chains and the magic circle reappeared, successfully restraining the snake once more. Linze knew that with the viper's speed of 15, escape was impossible. His only option was to fight with everything he had. Without hesitation, he swung his axe with all his might, aiming for the snake's head. Clang! Sparks flew as the axe struck. A stunned icon appeared above the viper's head, and its entire body collapsed limply within the magic circle. Seizing this rare opportunity, the chains and the magic circle merged into the snake's body. Summoning successful. You have obtained a pet bamboo viper. Linze breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the game mechanics. As he had suspected, the weaker the target's will, the higher the summoning success rate. While the axe strike hadn't dealt significant damage, the critical stun effect had provided the perfect opening for summoning. A series of system notifications followed in quick succession. Congratulations! You are the first player to contract a bronze tier pet. Achievement points 10. Reward, 1 bronze chest. Experience points 30. Current experience, 30100. Linze held his breath, his gaze fixed on the massive green snake before him. This enormous creature was not only deadly in its attacks, but also carried a lethal venom. Linze knew all too well that with his mere 50 health points, a single bite would seal his fate. Even if he managed to escape, survival would be impossible. Yet, it seemed fortune was on his side. Linze's strategy had worked, and the giant snake now lay coiled submissively at his feet. As the system notification popped up, a smile of delight spread across his face. He had become the first player to successfully contract a pet, earning himself an unexpected bonus. The game mentioned a bronze pet, and Linze quickly realized that there must be corresponding rewards for other tiers of pet contracts as well. This discovery sparked a flurry of ideas and plans in his mind. He swiftly opened his inventory, and sure enough, there was a bronze treasure chest resting silently inside, a clear reward from the game. Compared to the wooden chests given to beginners, This bronze chest was undoubtedly more valuable. Turning toward a nearby bamboo grove, Linze pushed aside the dense layers of bamboo leaves, revealing yet another bronze treasure chest, the one guarded by the giant snake. Carefully, he placed the two chests side by side on the ground and opened them one by one. The system message appeared instantly. Congratulations, player. You have opened two bronze treasure chests. Items obtained. Bottled water X10. Bread X5. Instant noodles X2. Skill blueprint X1. Iron sword X1 inch. Linze marveled at the generous rewards. The bronze chests contained not only an ample supply of food and water, but also a rare skill blueprint and a piece of equipment. Excitedly, he retrieved the skill blueprint and examined its details. Skill blueprint, explosive fireball. Class, mage. Effect, launches a fireball that explodes upon hitting an enemy, dealing higher damage. Although the skill wasn't useful to him at the moment, Linze quickly came up with another plan. He could trade the blueprint in the marketplace for a skill more suited to his needs. After storing all the items in his inventory, Linze didn't discard the empty chests. Instead, he kept them, thinking they might come in handy later. Grasping the newly acquired iron sword, he inspected its attributes. While it lacked any special effects, its 10-point attack boost was 3 times that of a stone axe, making it a top-tier weapon at this stage of the game. Considering his own attack stat was a mere 5 points, this weapon was a significant upgrade. Next, Linze turned his attention back to the obedient giant snake waiting by his side. He opened the pet attribute panel to take a closer look. Pet, unnamed. Species, snake. Level, bronze level 1. Attack, 30-10-20. Defense, 15-510. Speed, 45-15-30. Health, 900, 300-600. Special ability, attacks inflict venom, dealing 5 damage per second for 1 minute. Experience, 0-200. Growth potential, 1 star. Linze was astonished by the significant boost in the snake's attributes. He realized that the numbers in parentheses reflected the enhancements from his ultra-grade talent, which provided a staggering 200 increase in all stats. Additionally, the snake's special ability had been upgraded. The venom's duration had doubled from 30 seconds to 1 minute, and its damage per second had risen from 3 to 5 points, totaling up to 300 damage. This was enough to kill Linze 6 times over. Taking a deep breath, Linze decided it was time to name his new companion. Looking at the giant snake, he softly said, "From now on, your name will be Xiaoqing." To his surprise, the snake nodded as if it understood. What shocked Linze even more was the voice that suddenly echoed in his mind. "Thank you, master." In that moment, Linze realized this was the legendary spiritual connection between a summoner and their pet. His journey of adventure had only just begun. Linze's heart surged with joy. He could finally communicate with this extraordinary snake. As he pondered his next move, Xiaoqing gracefully slithered over, her emerald green body undulating like a ribbon. In no time, her thick, lithe form coiled around his legs and swiftly climbed onto his shoulder, affectionately flicking her slender tongue. The sudden intimacy sent a shiver down Linze's spine, and goosebumps prickled his skin. Instinctively, he grabbed Xiaoqing at her vital spot and flung her to the ground. "Master." Xiaoqing lifted her head, her eyes filled with a sense of grievance. "Just don't climb on me for now. Let me get used to it," Linze quickly explained. Obediently, Xiaoqing nodded and coiled herself around his feet. Once Linze had calmed down, he led Xiaoqing out of the bamboo grove. On the way, Linze opened the exchange channel and listed the blueprint for the exploding fireball skill, specifying that only the blueprint was up for trade. The channel already featured a few items, mostly basic materials like wood, bamboo, and dry grass. However, essential survival resources like food and water were conspicuously scarce. He then switched to the regional chat channel, where the messages were chilling. "Another person has died. Over 1,000 people dead just this morning. This game is too dangerous. If it's like this during the beginner protection phase, once the natural disasters hit, more than half of the 100,000 people in our zone will probably die." Beginner protection phase? The game never mentioned that. You have to figure it out yourself. If you stray 400,500 meters from the thatched hut, you'll get a notification. That area is the safe zone. Outside it, monsters will attack you on sight. The safe zone lasts only 3 days, then the disasters begin. The chat was interspersed with desperate pleas and trade offers. "Someone take me back to Earth. They'll pay $1 billion. Need water so thirsty. Girl here, asking for water. Add me as a friend for a video call. Add it. Let me check the goods first." Linze glanced at the number in the top right corner of the chat panel. The initial 100,000 had dropped to just over 98,000, a grim confirmation that over 1,000 people had already perished. A chill ran through him. One careless mistake, and he could easily become one of them. At that moment, he noticed the flashing envelope icon at the bottom of the chat panel, showing 99 friend requests. Opening it, he found most were blank or simply said, "Big shot, please carry me." A few asked about the blueprint's source, but he ignored them all and rejected every request. After closing the chat channel, Linze continued forward with Xiaoqing. They hadn't gone far when a system notification popped up. Important notice: the player is about to leave the safe zone. Proceeding further may expose you to monster attacks and other unforeseen risks. Remaining safe zone duration: 2 days, 20 hours, and 5 minutes. Linze paused to observe the scene beyond the safe zone. The jungle ahead was lush and teeming with life. Birds chirped incessantly, and in the distance, a plump gray-black rabbit leisurely nibbled on the grass. The area was undoubtedly more dangerous, but it also promised richer resources. Xiaoqing, go catch that rabbit. Linze instructed the large green snake by his side. Yes, master. Xiaoqing eagerly accepted the command, her agile body vanishing into the undergrowth in an instant. As Xiaoqing approached, the rabbit's ears twitched, sensing danger. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, it bolted. But Xiaoqing was faster. Her tumtor-long body streaked through the grass like a green lightning bolt, parting the foliage as she pursued. Within moments, a sharp, anguished cry pierced the air. A system notification appeared. Your pet Xiaoqing has killed a rabbit. You gain 2 experience. Pets killing enemies also grant me experience points. This discovery made Linze's eyes light up with the advantage of utilizing pets strategically. Leveling up was just a matter of time. He eagerly opened his personal information panel to check. Current experience points, 32. Only 68 points short of the next level. At that moment, Xiaoqing slithered over gracefully, dragging a freshly caught wild rabbit to his feet. It raised its triangular head, its eyes gleaming with a sense of accomplishment. Linze reached out to stroke its head, which was cool and smooth to the touch, like fine jade. He stored the rabbit in his backpack, planning to use the dry velvet grass he had found earlier to try starting a fire by friction later. Scout the surrounding area, Linze instructed. Look for water sources and monsters, but don't venture too far. Got it, master. Xiaoqing replied, disappearing into the dense underbrush. Linze selected a towering tree over 10 meters tall and began chopping at it with his stone axe. After nearly half an hour of hard work, the tree came crashing down, instantly transforming into 6 neatly stacked units of wood, as if straight out of a video game. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he took a sip of bottled water and resumed his logging efforts. By the time afternoon rolled around, Linze had felled 7 trees, collecting a total of 45 units of wood. During this time, Xiaoqing made several trips, bringing back 3 wild rabbits and a bamboo rat. With the addition of bottled water, bread, and instant noodles from treasure chests, his immediate food and water needs were now resolved. As he was about to start on the 8th tree, Xiaoqing returned, dragging a corn snake over a meter long, its body a striking orange-yellow color. Linze routinely stored the prey in his backpack. Master, Xiaoqing reported, raising its head. I found a fruit tree about 500 meters from here. There's also a nearby pond with a lot of animals gathered around it. Any monsters spotted? Linze asked. So far, Xiaoqing had only caught ordinary animals. Only creatures at the bronze level or higher qualified as monsters like Xiaoqing itself. I saw 3 crocodiles guarding the pond, Xiaoqing nodded. 2 are bronze level 2, and 1 is bronze level 3. Linze pondered silently. 3 bronze level monsters were indeed a challenge, but if water sources were consistently guarded by monsters, their value would skyrocket. Lead the way, he decided. Navigating several hundred meters of dense forest was no easy task. Thick undergrowth and scattered thorns greatly impeded their progress. Fortunately, they encountered no monsters along the way and eventually reached their destination. Through gaps in the trees, Linze could clearly see a pond about several dozen meters wide. 3 menacing crocodiles were in plain sight, 2 partially submerged with only their heads visible, while the third lazed on the shore, basking in the afternoon sun. Linze stared at the data of the Tier 3 bronze Clearwater crocodile in front of him. Attack 50, Defense 40, Speed 30, Health 1000, with special abilities of Tear and Bleed, and a growth potential of 1 star. The stats made him suck in a cold breath given his current health of only 50 points. A single bite from this creature would mean instant death, even without waiting for the bleed effect to kick in. He glanced at the attributes of the other 2 Tier 2 crocodiles nearby. Attack 40, Defense 25, Speed 20, Health 700. While their attack and defense were slightly higher than his pet Xiaoqing's, their speed and health were somewhat inferior. Linze calculated in his mind. Once Xiaoqing leveled up from Tier 1 bronze to Tier 2, combined with the boost from his innate talent, they might stand a chance against these 3 crocodiles. But for now, taking on all 3 at once was a death wish. Let's head to the fruit tree for now. We'll deal with these crocodiles later, Linze said to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing nodded in agreement and led him to a fruit tree 100 meters away. A sparse patch of forest separated the tree from the pond, and as long as they moved quietly, they wouldn't alert the crocodiles. Though the fruit tree wasn't tall, its branches were lush and heavy with bright red fruits, some of which drooped under the weight. Linze easily picked one, and the system immediately prompted, acquired normal apple 1. Taking a bite, he found it sweet and tangy, with juice bursting in his mouth. lighting up his eyes with delight. While enjoying the apple, he hastened to pick more, climbing the tree when necessary to reach the higher branches. Half an hour later, he had stripped the tree bare, collecting a total of 132 apples neatly stacked in a single slot in his inventory. Just as he began to wonder if the backpack could infinitely stack identical items, a buzzing sound reached his ears. Looking up, he saw a massive swarm of bees heading his way, numbering at least 1,000. Xiaoqing, retreat. Without hesitation, Linze turned and bolted, with Xiaoqing close on his heels. After running over 300 meters, the buzzing gradually faded. Before he could catch his breath, a wolf's howl suddenly echoed from deep within the forest, followed by a chorus of howls growing closer and closer, accompanied by the sound of snapping branches. Realizing the danger, Linze sprinted toward the safety zone with all his might. At his current strength, being surrounded by a wolf pack spelled certain death. Thankfully, the safety zone was nearby. He dashed into the protected area just before the wolves could encircle him. Turning back, he saw 4 gray wolves, each over a meter tall, scattered just outside the safety zone, baring their fangs and glaring at him with glowing green eyes that pierced through the shadows. The system displayed the stats of these jungle gray wolves: Tier 1 Bronze, Attack 20, Defense 15, Speed 20, Health 500, no special abilities, and a growth potential of 1 star. Linze glanced at Xiaoqing standing proudly beside him, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Looks like we might be able to pull this off. Facing opponents of the same bronze level 1 rank, Xiaoqing's strength was clearly superior. Apart from its defense, which matched that of the jungle gray wolves, it had overwhelming advantages in attack, speed, and health. Most importantly, Xiaoqing possessed a lethal venomous attack capable of inflicting 300 damage per minute. Just 1 bite was enough to leave these wolves severely weakened. After weighing his options, Linze turned to the large green snake by his side and gave an order. These wolves are yours to handle. Retreat immediately if the situation turns unfavorable. They can't enter the safe zone, which works to our advantage. Following the command, Xiaoqing sprang into action but avoided a direct confrontation. It slithered nimbly into the dense grass, circling around to the flank of the wolf pack. As the 4 wolves focused their attention on Linze, Xiaoqing suddenly launched itself from the grass, targeting the nearest wolf. The wolf, though quick to react, couldn't match Xiaoqing's speed of 45 compared to its own 20. Unable to evade the ambush, its abdomen was bitten in an instant. A 15 damage number appeared above the wolf's head, along with its health bar and a poison status indicating a loss of 5 health points per second. After landing the attack, Xiaoqing didn't linger. Seeing the remaining 3 wolves rushing to assist their companion, it swiftly retreated into the grass. The injured wolf let out an enraged howl and gave chase, but Xiaoqing easily outran it. A minute later, Xiaoqing re-emerged and landed another bite on the already poisoned wolf. With its original 500 health points reduced by the initial damage and venom, the wolf's health had dropped to 185. The new wave of venom quickly took its toll, and the wolf collapsed. Instead of retreating, the remaining 3 wolves became enraged by their companion's death and surrounded Xiaoqing. This time, Xiaoqing chose to face them head-on. Using its remarkable speed advantage, it skillfully evaded attacks while countering with venomous bites. Though it lost nearly 200 health points in the process, it managed to poison all 3 wolves before retreating once more. After waiting another minute, Xiaoqing launched another stealth attack, taking advantage of the venom's persistent damage to finish off the remaining 3 wolves one by one. Meanwhile, Linze received a series of system notifications. Your pet Xiaoqing has killed a jungle gray wolf. You gained 10 experience. The 4 consecutive kills granted him a total of 40 experience points. Checking his personal stats, Linze noted that his experience had reached 83 points, just 17 short of leveling up. Xiaoqing returned to his side, its emerald green body covered in blood and having lost nearly 400 health points. However, given its total health of 900, the damage wasn't severe. It's a good thing I have my talent bonus, which significantly boosts Xiaoqing's stats. Otherwise, it wouldn't stand a chance against these 4 wolves, Linze thought to himself. It's a pity the venom doesn't stack. Otherwise, the fight could have ended even faster. Looking at Xiaoqing's stats, he noticed its experience had surpassed 100 points, and it was on the verge of advancing to bronze level 2. Linze felt a sense of satisfaction. Pets earning double the experience from kills is a huge advantage for quickly building strength. As for me, they'll just summon more pets to make up for it. Linze gently stroked Xiaoqing's head, speaking in a calm and soothing tone. Well done. I'll heal your injuries once we get back. Xiaoqing obediently nodded, affectionately rubbing its head against Linze's palm, showing its deep attachment to its master. As the sky grew darker, Linze decided to wrap up the day's resource gathering. He packed the corpses of the 4 gray wolves into his backpack and headed back to the shelter with Xiaoqing. To help Xiaoqing recover its health and injuries, Linze immediately activated the pet space skill. A faint, shimmering light enveloped Xiaoqing, and in the blink of an eye, the loyal companion disappeared into the glow. As a fundamental skill for a pet summoner, Pet Space not only heals injuries but also restores a pet's stamina, making it an indispensable ability. Back at the shelter, Linze set about upgrading the grass hut. He retrieved a large amount of dried grass, vines, and bamboo from his backpack and followed the game instructions to begin the upgrade. Within seconds, the grass hut was successfully upgraded to an intermediate level. The once crude shelter, open to the elements, was now sturdier, with walls woven from dried grass on all sides, a grass door, and an expanded interior space of over 10 square meters. Checking his inventory, Linze calculated the materials needed for the next upgrade to an advanced grass hut: 50 units of dried grass, 20 vines, and 30 bamboo. However, he only had 15 units of dried grass, 2 vines, and 24 bamboo left, falling far short of the requirements. As night deepened, Linze turned his attention to starting a fire. Inside the hut, he gathered dry fluff grass and deadwood, using his iron sword to split the wood. He then found a wooden stick and some small wood shavings, preparing to create fire through friction. Fixing the deadwood with his foot, he gripped the stick tightly and began spinning it rapidly. 10 minutes passed, and the friction between the stick and the wood produced faint gray smoke, with the wood shavings darkening gradually. After half an hour of effort, Linze collapsed onto the ground in frustration, tossing the stick aside. Damn it, this is ridiculous. It won't even catch fire. He took a swig from a bottle of mineral water in his backpack, realizing that starting a fire through friction was far harder than he'd imagined. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he opened the trading channel to see if anyone was selling tools like lighters. By now, after a full day of activity, the channel offered a wider variety of items, including fruits, drinking water, and even some rare meats. Sure enough, he found a lighter, but when he saw the trading terms, he rolled his eyes. It required a blueprint in exchange. Greedy swindlers, he muttered under his breath, resigning himself to continuing his struggle with the wooden stick. Driven by the thought of instant noodles and roasted meat, Linze persevered for an entire hour. At last, he managed to ignite a fire. Staring at the roaring flames, he was almost moved to tears. Quickly, he added more dry wood to maintain the fire. The flickering light illuminated the dim hut as Linze set up a simple rack over the fire. Just as he was about to take out the animal carcasses from his backpack for processing, a system notification popped up. You can choose to roughly disassemble the carcasses to obtain meat, but this will forfeit materials like fur, claws, and teeth. For precise disassembly, you'll need to build a slaughter workshop. Alternatively, you may dissect the carcasses manually. Linze barely hesitated before decisively choosing the quick disassemble option. His gaze swept over the scattered corpses on the ground as he calculated in his mind. Although the game's disassemble function would result in some material loss, it saved a significant amount of time and effort. After all, the materials from these corpses, including the few bronze-level jungle gray wolves, weren't particularly valuable. I'll need to find an opportunity to build a slaughter workshop in the future, he noted to himself. Otherwise, I'll have to handle high-level corpses manually. With a flash of golden light, the animal corpses on the ground vanished, replaced by neatly categorized piles of meat. A system notification popped up. Congratulations, you have obtained wild rabbit meat, 23 units. Bamboo rat meat, 5 units. Snake meat, 3 units. Gray wolf meat, 176 units. Linze picked up a piece of wild rabbit meat and weighed it in his hand. Each unit was roughly half a pound. A quick estimate told him that this batch of meat totaled nearly 100 pounds. While it was more than enough to last him a long time, he had other plans, trading this meat for materials to upgrade his grass hut, which would save him the effort of gathering basic resources. He quickly set to work, reserving a small portion of each type of meat and listing the rest on the trading channel. His prices were low: 3 pieces of bamboo for 1 unit of meat, with options to trade for tree vines or dried grass as well. At this stage, meat was scarce on the trading channel, making his offer very tempting. Sure enough, the notification sounds began chiming continuously as one transaction after another was completed, and various materials were automatically added to his inventory. At this rate, I can upgrade the grass hut to advanced level by tonight, Linze thought. He then remembered the over 100 apples in his inventory and casually listed some of them for trade as well. After arranging the trades, he began preparing dinner. He took out a piece of rabbit meat and a piece of wolf meat, setting them on a simple rack to roast. With a bamboo stick and a pack of instant noodles, he skillfully cut a section of the bamboo, split it in half, and fashioned 2 makeshift containers. He poured bottled water into one of the bamboo tubes, placing it over the fire to heat. Once the water boiled, he added the instant noodles and half of the seasoning packet, sprinkling the other half over the roasting meat. Before long, the aroma filled the air. A meal of bamboo tube instant noodles, 2 pieces of roasted meat, and an apple might not have been extravagant, but it was a vast improvement over dry bread. As he enjoyed his dinner, Linze casually opened the regional chat channel. In this world without phones or computers, browsing the chat channel had become the only way to pass the time. Suddenly, one message caught his attention. Damn, someone's selling gray wolf meat. Those are pack monsters. Most combat players at this stage are just leveling up by hunting small animals. If someone can take down monsters, let alone pack monsters, they must be a pro. My cousin's name is Linze. Linze cousin. It's me, Xian, your little cousin. I miss you so much. Seeing the last message, Linze couldn't help but chuckle. Someone was actually trying to reconnect with family in a place like this. Linze's products caused quite a stir in the game. The magical skill blueprints he listed during the day had already drawn significant attention, and now, with the addition of a large quantity of beast meat and apples to the market, players were buzzing with excitement. This Linze guy must be a pro. A player munching on dry bread exclaimed in the chat channel. Hey, how do you guys start a fire? I've been trying the whole wood drilling thing for 3 hours and couldn't even get a spark. It's simple, just drill the wood, then start the fire. Thanks for nothing, Captain Obvious. The discussion soon shifted to the topic of leveling up. I heard someone's already reached bronze level 1. It's true, and it's not just one person. Most of them are life skill players, like lumberjacks. They gain experience just by chopping trees. That's incredible. For the first time, I'm actually jealous of life skill players. Linze glanced at these conversations, but didn't feel envious. Though he was still at the beginner level, he knew that leveling up wouldn't be an issue as long as he continued expanding his collection of pets. While browsing the chat channel, he noticed a newly added camera button below the input bar. Curious, he clicked on it and discovered the game now allowed both photo taking and video recording. This game is pretty up to date. Linze chuckled and casually snapped a picture of his dinner setup to share. The photo showcased a campfire surrounded by grilled meat, instant noodles, and fruit. While this meal was nothing special on Earth, in the game's current world, it was a feast of luxury. As soon as the picture was posted, it triggered a wave of complaints from other players. Dear God, my mouth is watering. This is way too extravagant. Linze didn't bother checking the comments further. Having shown off sufficiently, he leisurely began enjoying his meal. As he ate, he silently critiqued, the rabbit meat is decent, but this wolf meat is way too tough. Even with seasoning, it's barely edible. Half an hour later, the materials he had traded for were finally enough to upgrade his grass hut. Without hesitation, Linze initiated the upgrade. The hut visibly became larger, the grass bedding on the floor turned thicker and softer, and it even retained some warmth. The system displayed the following information. Grass hut level, advanced. Upgrade requirements. 100 units of dry grass, 50 bamboo sticks, 30 tree vines. Description, a basic shelter. Even the weakest monsters can easily tear through its defenses. Lying on the upgraded bedding, Linze began planning his next steps. I need to stockpile more meat for trading and try to secure that nearby pond. Water is far more valuable than food. He understood that while the current beginner protection period offered some safety, once it ended, monsters in the wild could attack at any moment. As night fell, Linze walked to the window and carefully pushed it open a crack. The outside world was pitch black and eerily silent, the kind of stillness that sent chills down his spine. Quickly shutting the window, he added a few thick logs to the fire before returning to his bed. Before sleeping, he checked on his pet space. Seeing that Xiaoqing's injuries were fully healed and its health bar replenished, he released it, feeding it some beast meat and fresh water. Half asleep, Linze felt a cold, slithery body snuggle into his arms. Knowing it was Xiaoqing, he initially wanted to push it away but soon gave in to the pull of sleep and let it be. When he opened his eyes again, daylight was streaming through the window. The first thing Linze did upon waking up was open his personal information panel. He carefully scanned through the attributes and discovered that, apart from the number of pets he could own increasing from 1 to 2, everything else remained unchanged. This discovery filled him with joy, and he sprang up from the grass bed in excitement. Gently moving the small green snake coiled around his stomach, he quickly walked to the fire pit. The wood he had added last night had burned out, leaving only a faint ember flickering stubbornly at the center. Skillfully, Linze added a handful of dry grass, and once the flames reignited, he placed a few dry sticks on top, thinking to himself that he couldn't endure the ordeal of starting a fire from scratch again. Next, he dipped his fingertip in some plant ash and carefully cleaned his teeth. After this simple hygiene routine, he took out a piece of bread and an apple, relishing this humble but precious breakfast. As he chewed, he opened the trading channel to check on his listings. To his delight, the meat, beasts, and apples he had put up for sale last night had sold out. His backpack now overflowed with supplies. Over 260 units of dry grass, 84 bamboo stalks, and 50 vines. Linze couldn't help but marvel at the purchasing power of the players, especially the life-focused ones who had no choice but to trade their gathered materials for food. Finally, I've gathered all the materials to upgrade the top-tier grass hut. Linze thought excitedly. He quickly finished his breakfast and followed the game's prompts to begin the upgrade. Before long, the grass hut underwent a complete transformation. The area expanded to nearly 30 square meters, and the grass bed now featured an additional cooling mat and a bamboo pillow. Looking around, Linze thought to himself that he needed to get some furniture. Otherwise, the room was so empty that even a mouse might leave in tears. He then checked the upgrade details. Grass hut level, top tier. Next upgrade, wooden cabin. Upgrade requirements, 500 units of wood, 300 iron nails. Description, a shelter with extremely low safety, incapable of withstanding monster attacks. Linze frowned in thought. Wood is easy to gather, I can trade food for it. But where am I supposed to get iron nails? He searched the trading channel and, as expected, found no one selling iron nails. There were only a few listings for iron ore, priced outrageously high. This game has one major flaw: no clear guidance. You have to figure everything out on your own, Linze muttered with a sigh, then opened the regional chat channel. The number in the top right corner made his heart tighten. 97 for 35. In just one day, over 2,000 players had perished. While the percentage seemed small, considering that it was still the beginner protection period, the number was already alarming. Linze realized that once the protection period ended, with no more safe zones, both monsters and potential natural disasters would cause catastrophic losses for players. This isn't real survival yet. True survival will be far more brutal, Linze thought grimly. Ignoring the casual chatter among players, he clicked on the flashing envelope icon at the bottom of the panel. After rejecting all friend requests yesterday, he now had over 99 new ones waiting. Carefully filtering through them, he eventually accepted one from someone named Sun Yunpeng, who had mentioned trading blueprints. Linze immediately sent a message. Hey, buddy, what kind of blueprint do you have? Send it over for a look. He waited eagerly for a reply, hoping this might be the key to breaking through his current predicament. The response came almost instantly, clearly showing that the person on the other end had been watching the channel closely. Damn, bro, you finally replied. I've been waiting since last night, Sun Yunpeng messaged excitedly. He immediately followed up with an image in the chat panel. Dude, this is definitely a treasure. If you trade your magic skill blueprint for it, you're going to make a killing. Linze ignored his friend's self-promotion and directly inspected the blueprint information. Furniture blueprint, water purifier. Using this blueprint grants a portable small water purifier that can purify 10 liters of water daily. Thinking about the water hole guarded by those 3 clearwater crocodiles, Linze realized the water purifier would be incredibly useful. Without hesitation, he removed his skill blueprint from the trading channel and sent it to Sun Yunpeng through the friend trading function. Sun Yunpeng, equally decisive, promptly completed the exchange for the water purifier blueprint. Thanks a ton, bro. Sun Yunpeng messaged again, brimming with excitement. My initial mage skill is Earth Sync, which is mainly for trapping enemies. It deals ridiculously low damage. But now, with explosive fireball, I can go on a rampage. Linze understood his eagerness. Combining Earth Sync with explosive fireball could indeed allow him to take down higher-level monsters. After a few casual replies, Linze closed the chat panel and set off with Xiaoqing toward the waterhole he had discovered the previous day, planning to deal with the 3 crocodiles once Xiaoqing leveled up. Before long, the duo reached the edge of the safe zone. In the distance, 2 plump wild rabbits were leisurely nibbling on grass, while a large sika deer and 2 smaller ones roamed nearby. Today's resources seemed even more abundant than yesterday's. Linze crouched quietly in the thick grass, gently patting Xiaoqing's head. He whispered, "Take down the big sika deer first." "Got it, master," Xiaoqing responded, transforming into a green blur that vanished silently into the undergrowth. In Linze's field of vision, the information for the adult sika deer appeared. Sika deer, ordinary animal. Level, none. Attack, 2. Defense, 3. Speed, 7. HP, 200. Growth potential, none. A few minutes later, a green streak shot out from the grass, latching onto the adult sika deer's neck with precision. Without missing a beat, the green blur darted toward the 2 smaller deer. Although the fawns instinctively tried to flee, they were quickly caught and bitten. Above each deer's head, a 5 per second damage indicator appeared, their vitality rapidly draining. They didn't make it far before collapsing one after another. The commotion startled the wild rabbits, which, sensing danger, bolted away in an instant. Linze didn't mind 3 sika deer would provide more than enough meat. Just as he was about to collect the prey, a series of howls suddenly echoed through the air. Moments later, a dozen gray figures emerged from nowhere, rapidly closing in on the deer carcasses. Linze squinted to get a better look, and to his surprise, the uninvited guests were a pack of bronze level 1 hyenas. Rather than feeling alarmed, Linze's spirits lifted. His experience points had already reached 90. If Xiaoqing could take down even 1 hyena, he would successfully level up. Compared to the jungle gray wolves encountered yesterday, these hyenas were inferior in every aspect, with their health points being only 300. Xiaoqing needed just 1 venomous bite to be lethal. On the battlefield, a dozen hyenas split into 2 groups. One charged at Xiaoqing, while the other quickly approached the 3 fresh sika deer carcasses, attempting to drag the prey away. Facing the oncoming hyenas, Xiaoqing showed no fear. Its slender, serpentine body moved swiftly across the grass, like a streak of emerald lightning. With an impressive speed of 45 points, it maneuvered effortlessly through the battlefield, striking with precision on each attack. Every hyena bitten let out a pitiful wail as the venom took effect, their health points visibly plummeting. Within just 2 minutes, 3 hyenas had already staggered and collapsed. Sensing danger, the hyenas that had been trying to seize the deer carcasses abandoned their prize and joined the assault. However, Xiaoqing's movements were even more agile, weaving through the encirclement with ease. Each time the hyenas thought they had cornered it, that green flash would slip away to another direction, leaving behind another poison predator. One by one, the hyenas fell, their lifeless bodies piling up as the venom claimed them. The moment Xiaoqing took down the first hyena, Linze felt a warm sensation surge from his abdomen, quickly spreading throughout his body. After a few seconds of tingling, he immediately opened his personal information panel. Player, Linze. Level, bronze-I. Class, Pet Summoner. Maximum pets, 2. Skills, Pet Summon, Pet Space. Attack, 25. Defense, 15. Speed, 15. Health, 150. Mana, 150. Experience, 0-200. Attribute points, 10. Talent, Super S rank. Finally, he was no longer a weakling. After careful consideration, Linze allocated the 10 attribute points to speed and health. Speed increased to 20 points, and health rose to 200 points. As a pet summoner, he didn't need to engage in combat directly, so enhancing these 2 attributes would help him escape danger more easily. As for mana, the current 150 points were more than sufficient for his skill usage. The battle concluded quickly. Apart from 4 hyenas that managed to escape, the battlefield was littered with the bodies of 11 hyenas. This victory earned Linze 110 experience points, leaving him just 100 points away from leveling up. Xiaoqing, meanwhile, gained over 200 experience points, advancing to Bronze 2 and making significant progress toward Bronze 3. Linze stepped onto the battlefield. After dismantling the 3 sika deer and the hyena corpses, Linze gained a substantial harvest, 96 units of venison and 350 units of hyena meat. He kept some venison for himself and put the rest, along with the hyena meat, up on the trading channel to exchange for the 500 units of wood needed to upgrade his cabin. Reflecting on the grueling effort of chopping wood the previous afternoon, managing only about 40 units after half a day's work trading food for wood seemed like a much smarter choice. Based on the current trading rates, 1 unit of venison could be exchanged for 3 units of wood, and 1 unit of hyena meat for 2 units of wood. This fair exchange rate was likely to attract buyers quickly. After handling the trade arrangements, Linze turned his attention to Xiaoqing. Despite just going through a fierce battle, Xiaoqing was completely unscathed, with its health almost fully intact. This was thanks to the comprehensive enhancements from advancing to Bronze Level 2. Its size had grown from just over 2 meters to nearly 3 meters, and its attributes had significantly improved. Attack increased from 20 to 60, with an additional 40 points. Defense increased from 15 to 45, with an additional 30 points. Speed increased from 25 to 75, with an additional 50 points. Health increased from 500 to 1500, with an additional 1000 points. Although as a green bamboo viper, Xiaoqing's base stats were inferior to those of a same-level Clearwater crocodile. Linze's talent boost allowed Xiaoqing at level 2 to surpass the strength of a level 3 Clearwater crocodile. Its speed attribute, in particular, had reached an astonishing 75 points, more than double the 30 points of a level 3 Clearwater crocodile. Moreover, Xiaoqing's venomous attacks, while maintaining the same 1-minute duration, saw an increase in damage per second by 2 points, resulting in a total of 420 points of cumulative damage. With such impressive attributes, Linze felt fully confident. He brought Xiaoqing to the edge of a pond, where 3 Clearwater crocodiles were basking leisurely on the shore. Climbing up a tall tree, Linze perched on a branch to survey the battlefield and issued instructions to Xiaoqing. Take out the 2 bronze level 2 ones first. Leave the level 3 one, just weaken it for me to handle. He planned to tame the level 3 Clearwater crocodile as his second pet. With his talent boosts, its combat power would surpass Xiaoqing's and help guard the pond. Xiaoqing nodded in acknowledgement and swam toward the 3 Clearwater crocodiles. They let out threatening growls, warning the intruder. But Xiaoqing was unfazed, darting forward like a green blur and sinking its fangs into the back of the level 3 Clearwater crocodile. In this game world, Xiaoqing's 60 attack points easily broke through the crocodile's 40 defense points, dealing 20 direct damage and applying a venom effect that would last for 1 minute. Enraged, the level 3 crocodile retaliated, but Xiaoqing effortlessly evaded with its exceptional speed and turned its focus to the other 2 level 2 crocodiles. Soon, all 3 Clearwater crocodiles had poison damage numbers floating above their heads. The battle between the Clearwater crocodiles and Xiaoqing was primitive and brutal. Since neither side had awakened any magical abilities due to their lower levels, the fight relied solely on basic biting and tearing. Xiaoqing launched deadly attacks using its venom, while the crocodiles attempted to inflict bleeding injuries through their bites. On the battlefield, the attacks of the two level 2 Clearwater crocodiles proved futile, as their bites were unable to penetrate Xiaoqing's tough scales. Only the level 3 Clearwater crocodile's bites could deal substantial damage to Xiaoqing. Whenever the level 3 crocodile managed to bite and fling Xiaoqing away, damage indicators like 6, 4, and 5 would appear above its head. However, the bleeding effects were short-lived, fading within 30 seconds, and were far less threatening compared to Xiaoqing's relentless venomous assaults. The intense battle raged on for several minutes, and the outcome became increasingly clear. The two level 2 Clearwater crocodiles fell one after the other, and the level 3 crocodile had lost half its health. On the other hand, Xiaoqing had only lost less than 400 health points, and was still in good condition. Realizing it could not win, the level 3 crocodile turned and slipped into the water to escape. Without hesitation, Xiaoqing pursued it was a snake, and water-based combat was one of its specialties. The pond churned violently, with bubbles rising to the surface as the once clear water turned murky. A few minutes later, the water calmed, and a greenish-blue snake had emerged. Xiaoqing gracefully swam to the shore and reported to Linze. "Master, the crocodile is gravely injured and on the brink of death, but it no longer has the strength to crawl onto land." "Then finish it off," Linze commanded from a tree branch. As someone who couldn't swim, he was unable to dive underwater to use his pet summoning skill, so he decided to let Xiaoqing in the fight. Xiaoqing dove back into the water, and soon Linze received a system notification. "You have successfully killed a level 3 Clearwater crocodile and earned 30 experience points." Combined with the 20 experience points each from the two level 2 crocodiles, the total experience gained was 70 points. Linze checked his personal information panel and saw that his experience had reached 170 points, leaving him just 30 points away from the next level. He marveled at how defeating monsters provided far more experience than hunting ordinary animals, which required dozens of kills to achieve the same amount. At that moment, Xiaoqing resurfaced. "Master, there's a treasure chest at the bottom of the pond. It seems to be what the 3 crocodiles were guarding, but it's too heavy for me to bring up." Linze's eyes lit up, and he quickly jumped down from the tree and approached the pond. Once the water cleared, he spotted a faintly glowing bronze chest about 10 meters deep at the bottom. "There's no way I can dive that deep," Linze muttered. After thinking for a moment, he pulled several vines from his backpack and wove them into a long rope, tying a slip knot at one end. "Go down again and use this to secure the chest. Leave the rest to me." Xiaoqing took the loop in its mouth and dove underwater, successfully fastening it around the chest. Linze carefully pulled on the vine rope, and after 10 minutes of effort, he managed to haul the chest onto the shore. Eagerly, he untied the loop and opened the chest. A system notification popped up immediately. "Congratulations, player. You have successfully opened a bronze treasure chest. You have received 1 water spirit fruit, 1 shelter blueprint, and 100 fish fry." The water spirit fruit's attributes displayed. When consumed, it increases both health and mana caps by 100 points. Linze gazed at the architectural blueprint in his hands, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This blueprint would not only allow him to construct a fish pond, but also create a habitat for other aquatic creatures. Unable to contain his anticipation, he took out a water spirit fruit and bit into it. The refreshing sweetness of the fruit exploded in his mouth, far surpassing the taste of an ordinary apple. As the energy of the water spirit fruit spread through his body, Linze felt a warm current coursing through him. Checking his status, he found his health had surged to 300 points, and his mana had reached 250 points. This meant a one-time increase of 20 attribute points, which made him secretly delighted. Carefully placing the fish fry and blueprint into his backpack, Linze didn't even leave the empty treasure chest behind. This was the 3rd bronze treasure chest he had collected. In his mind, he was already planning to start building the fish pond as soon as he returned, officially beginning his fish farming venture. Once the fish grew, he could enjoy an endless supply of fresh fish. Next, Linze repeated his earlier tactic, diving into the water to drag 3 level 3 Clearwater crocodile corpses onto the shore. The muscular crocodile carcasses glistened under the sunlight. After meticulous dissection, he accumulated nearly 400 units of meat. He set aside a portion for himself and listed the rest on the trading channel to exchange for wood and nails. After handling these tasks, Linze turned his attention to Xiaoqing. To his surprise, Xiaoqing had grown significantly larger. From around 3 meters before, it was now nearly 4 meters long. Linze couldn't help but wonder if he was raising a real green serpent at this rate. Amused by this thought, Linze opened Xiaoqing's information panel. Pet, Xiaoqing. Species, snake. Level, bronze level 3. Attack, 90-30-60. Defense, 75-25-50. Speed, 105-3570. Health, 2400-800-1600. Special ability, attacks inflict poison, dealing 10 damage per second for 1 minute. Experience, 50,400. Growth potential, 1 star. Looking at these impressive stats, Linze couldn't help but feel envious. Even if he advanced to bronze level 6, his attributes would likely still fall short of Xiaoqing's current state. The boost from Xiaoqing's super scrade talent was truly astonishing. At this point, Xiaoqing could easily take on a level 3 Clearwater crocodile alone, as its 50 attack points couldn't even penetrate Xiaoqing's defense. Marveling at this, Linze took out a bamboo stalk and skillfully crafted several bamboo tubes with his iron sword. He filled one with water from the pond, and the system immediately prompted. You have collected 3 liters of dirty water. Dirty water, an unclean water source, not recommended for direct consumption. Must be boiled or purified. Finally, the water purifier would come in handy. Linze quickly crafted over 100 bamboo tubes, making the best use of the leftover bamboo from upgrading his top-tier grass hut. After spending more than half an hour, he filled all the bamboo tubes with water. Linze calculated that the water purifier could only purify 10 liters of water a day, leaving the rest of the dirty water to be sold at a low price. Boiled water was still drinkable, and he was confident other players wouldn't mind. He resolved to guard this pond carefully and check on it daily. At the same time, he began pondering how to acquire a larger water storage device. Even though he didn't know when a natural disaster might strike, it was always wise to prepare in advance. Let's go hunt some more monsters, Linze said to Xiaoqing, ready to explore other areas of the forest. He was just 30 experience points away from advancing to bronze level 2, and he was eager to make the breakthrough. Man and Snake headed toward the area where Linze had previously spotted hyenas, hoping to find their den. However, by noon, they still hadn't succeeded. They only managed to hunt a few ordinary animals, barely gaining 10 experience points. Linze ate some bread and apples to replenish his energy and fed Xiaoqing a few pieces of crocodile meat. He checked the status of the crocodile meat, deer meat, and hyena meat he had listed for trade earlier. Most of it had already sold, earning him nearly 1,000 units of wood. Unfortunately, he still hadn't managed to trade for any nails. Without them, he couldn't upgrade his shelter to a wooden house just yet. Just then, Linze's ears picked up a faint sound. Looking up, he saw a fiery red figure darting nimbly through the trees not far away. Follow it, Linze ordered decisively. Before the words were fully out of his mouth, Xiaoqing had already transformed into a green blur, swiftly pursuing the target. Linze's speed was only 20 points, far lower than Xiaoqing's. The fiery red figure darted through the forest so quickly that it almost appeared as a mere blur. In no time, the two figures left Linze far behind. Fortunately, the unique bond between a pet summoner and their pet allowed him to precisely track Xiaoqing's position. Half an hour later, Linze sensed that Xiaoqing had stopped moving. When he finally arrived, panting heavily, he found Xiaoqing perfectly concealed within a patch of dense, dark green grass. Master, that creature went into the hollow of the big tree ahead. Xiaoqing's voice echoed in Linze's mind. Following the direction indicated, Linze quickly spotted the target. Although the fiery red figure had moved too fast for him to clearly see its information panel, his experience told him it was a squirrel that had reached monster-level status. You handle it, Linze instructed Xiaoqing. His plan wasn't just to eliminate the monster squirrel, but also to claim its stash of food after all. Squirrels were well known for hoarding supplies. Xiaoqing nodded in acknowledgement and gracefully slid out of the grass. It coiled around the sturdy tree trunk and swiftly ascended, quickly reaching the tree hollow. Just then, an unexpected turn of events, a Karita fist-sized fireball shot out of the hollow with a whoosh, striking Xiaoqing squarely on the head. A magic squirrel? Linze's eyes lit up. Seeing the 50 damage number appear above Xiaoqing's head, he was taken aback. Xiaoqing's defense was an impressive 75 points, making the squirrel's attack power astonishing. Just incapacitate it, didn't kill it, Linze immediately reminded. A pet that can awaken magic skills has growth potential far beyond 1 star. Understood, Master. Xiaoqing responded and dove into the tree hollow. A sharp screech echoed from within as bursts of firelight and black smoke erupted from the opening. After a few minutes, the sounds of battle gradually subsided. Xiaoqing emerged from the hollow, gripping a severely weakened squirrel in its jaws, and placed it in front of Linze. The squirrel's health had dropped to less than 30 points. Thankfully, Xiaoqing had refrained from using its venomous fangs in time. Otherwise, this rare magic squirrel would have perished on the spot. Linze focused and examined the squirrel's information panel. Monster, Blazing Squirrel. Level, Bronze Tier 3. Attack, 35. Defense, 15. Speed, 40. Health, 27,600. Special abilities. Fireball, Rapid Fireball. Each fireball inflicts 100 damage. Growth potential, 2 stars. Experience, 15,400. Just as I thought, Linze nodded to himself. This squirrel's growth potential was rated at 2 stars, even surpassing Xiaoqing's. However, despite being the same bronze tier 3 level, its base attributes weren't higher than Xiaoqing's, which left Linze pondering the specific implications of growth potential. For now, he set aside his curiosity and focused on the squirrel's combat abilities. While its single fireball attack wasn't as potent as Shao Qing's venomous strikes, its instant damage output, combined with the rapid fireball skill, made it a formidable asset for quickly subduing enemies when used strategically. Linze faced the injured Crimson Flame squirrel and, without hesitation, used his pet summoning skill. The magical chains and array seamlessly fused into the squirrel's body, and the process went exceptionally smoothly with almost no resistance. As the notification of a successful summoning rang out, the fiery red little creature slowly opened its eyes. Its jet black, glistening eyes resembled two flawless black pearls, sparkling with intelligence. The little creature struggled to stand, wobbling over to Linze's feet. It tilted its head up, gazing at him with its large, pitiful eyes. Linze's heart softened, and he gently said, "From today on, your name will be De Hong." Hearing its new name, the little squirrel gave a faint nod before collapsing at Linze's feet from exhaustion. It wrapped its fluffy tail around his ankle, as if afraid of being abandoned. Linze noticed that De Hong's health was recovering slowly, gaining only a small amount every 30 seconds or so. To speed up the recovery, Linze placed De Hong into his pet space. Before doing so, he checked De Hong's attribute stats once again. With the blessing of its super-level talent, De Hong's attributes had seen an astonishing boost. Attack 105, Defense 45, Speed 120, Health 1800. These stats even surpassed Shao Qing's in certain areas, bringing a satisfied smile to Linze's face. Today's gains were indeed substantial. Not only had he claimed the pond, but he also acquired a second pet. Taking out his stone axe, Linze spent over 10 minutes chopping down the tree where De Hong had been residing. A wealth of resources spilled out: 6 units of wood, 27 units of roasted nuts, 14 units of charred mushrooms, and more. These were De Hong's food reserves, totaling nearly 80 units and weighing dozens of pounds. Unfortunately, aside from the nuts, the rest of the food had been scorched by fireballs and was inedible. Linze discarded the burnt food, keeping only the valuable nuts as his rations. At that moment, Shao Qing reminded him, "Master, squirrels usually have multiple food storage spots. If you search carefully, you might find more tree holes nearby." Linze's lips twitched slightly. He hadn't expected Shao Qing to have such a mischievous side, suggesting they loot all of De Hong's reserves. He declined with a smile, saying, "No rush. Let De Hong handle it after recovering. For now, let's continue searching for the hyena's lair." Shao Qing responded promptly, slithering ahead to lead the way. 2 hours later, Linze felt a surge of energy rise from his abdomen, quickly spreading throughout his body. After defeating more than a dozen ordinary animals, his level successfully advanced to bronze level 2. The system immediately updated his attribute panel. Player: Linze. Level: bronze level 2. Class: Pet Summoner. Maximum pets: 2. Skills: Pet Summoning, Pet Space. Attack: 352,510. Defense: 25. Speed: 30. Health: 400. Mana: 350. Experience: 1,300. Attribute points: 10. Talent: Supers level. Linze silently noted down the updated stats and continued focusing on the exploration task at hand. After advancing to bronze level 2, Linze followed the usual practice of distributing the 10 attribute points he received evenly between speed and health. His speed attribute increased to 35 points, while his health rose to 450. These stats are definitely not outstanding compared to others at the same level. For instance, the Qing Shui crocodile is significantly stronger, Linze thought to himself, his gaze falling on the iron sword in his hand. However, players can use equipment to make up for this gap. Although his base attack was only 25 points, equipping the iron sword increased it to 35 points. This made him fully realize the importance of equipment both now and in the future. High-quality gear would remain a highly sought-after resource among players. Even this iron sword, which provided a 10-point attack bonus, would undoubtedly attract a flurry of buyers if put up for sale. A question suddenly surfaced in Linze's mind. I gain attribute points every time I level up, so why doesn't Shao Qing get the same reward when leveling up? Could it be that attribute points are an exclusive privilege for players? This discovery made him ponder the growth potential of Shao Qing and De Hong. He needed to figure out how pets of different star ratings improved during their development. As the afternoon wore on, Linze took Shao Qing with him to hunt in the forest while searching for the hyena's den. Suddenly, a familiar "awoo" sound echoed from a distance. It was identical to the cries of the hyenas they had encountered earlier that morning. "Let's go check it out." Linze quickly finished dealing with the bamboo rats he had just hunted and led Shao Qing toward the source of the sound. After about 10 minutes, the view opened up. The dense forest gave way to a wide clearing, beyond which lay a valley nestled between two small mountains, each over 100 meters tall. A narrow passage led directly into the valley. "Master, that must be the hyena's lair." Shao Qing, perched on a tall tree, peered into the valley from afar. Linze nodded in agreement. The dense cries of hyenas emanating from the valley indicated that a significant number of them were gathered inside. Near the entrance of the passage, a few hyenas lounged lazily in the sun. "Master, let me scout the valley," Xiaoqing offered. "No need, let Dahong handle it," Linze replied, summoning Dahong from the pet space. After resting for 3 to 4 hours, Dahong had fully recovered. "Master," Dahong looked up at Linze with a timid expression. Linze picked up the small, soft-furred creature, noting its slightly thin frame. He resolved to improve its nutrition in the future. After giving Dahong instructions for the scouting mission, Linze gently pinched its soft cheek. Dahong affectionately nuzzled his palm before darting off as a blur of red light. Its speed surpassed Xiaoqing's as it dashed toward the valley, skillfully avoiding the clearing and using the trees along the edge for cover. It successfully evaded the lounging hyena's line of sight and swiftly disappeared into the depths of the valley. At that moment, Linze received a notification. "Congratulations, player. Your pet Dahong has discovered an iron mine. You can extract iron or suitable for constructing shelter buildings using the appropriate tools." Linze stood still, pondering over the right tool. A large sledgehammer for quarrying might work. As he was calculating, a fiery red figure darted out of the valley and returned to him along the path it had taken. "Master," Dahong reported breathlessly, "there's a huge pack of hyenas in the valley, over 100 of them. Among them is a hyena king with a strength level of bronze 5, which is moderate for the bronze tier. Additionally, I discovered 3 treasure chests, 1 silver tier and 2 bronze tier." Hearing this, Linze couldn't help but take a deep breath. If he could eliminate the hyena pack, he would not only gain a significant amount of experience points, but also plenty of meat in the 3 treasure chests. The silver tier chest, in particular, was incredibly tempting. With Dahong and Xiaoqing's abilities, dealing with the bronze 5 hyena king wouldn't be an issue, but facing over 100 hyenas at once would be a challenge. "Let's head back for now. It's getting late," Linze said after a moment of deliberation. The journey back to the shelter was still a considerable distance, and they would have to hunt other animals and monsters along the way. By the time they returned, it would likely be dark. He led Xiaoqing and Dahong into the depths of the forest, making sure to memorize the location of the valley, planning to return the next day. Although there might be other players nearby, taking on that pack of hyenas wouldn't be an easy task for them either. By evening, the trio finally made it back to the shelter. Dahong cheerfully bounced around the grass hut. "Is this master's home? It's so much bigger than my nest." "That's right," Linze replied with a smile as he added dry wood to the fire pit and used embers to ignite fresh tinder. "From now on, you'll live here. Tomorrow morning, bring all the food you've stashed away to this place, otherwise, other squirrels might steal it." Dahong froze at his words, then reluctantly nodded after a moment of internal struggle. Linze said no more and pulled out 2 blueprints from his backpack, one for a water purifier and the other for a fish pond. Soon, a water purifier about half his height materialized inside the shelter, while a fish pond spanning over 10 square meters appeared on the open ground outside the hut. The pond water was crystal clear, but a system notification indicated it was not drinkable. Linze then released 100 juvenile carp into the pond, and the system promptly displayed a message. "Fish growth cycle is 36 hours. Fishing is prohibited during this time. Ensure protection against theft. In 36 hours, we'll have fish soup," Linze said, turning to Xiaoqing and Dahong. "The safety of the fish pond is now in your hands. If any animals come to steal the fish, deal with them immediately." "Understood, master." The 2 little creatures responded in unison. Linze gazed at the fish swimming happily in the pond. Considering the issue of no one guarding the place during the day, he decided to reinforce the shelter's defenses. Without hesitation, he got to work, using the wood and stone axe from his backpack to build a fence around the fish pond, securing it with vines. To be extra cautious, he constructed a larger perimeter fence around the entire shelter. Once everything was complete, Linze finally felt satisfied and returned to the grass hut. Back at the hut, Linze skillfully retrieved several bamboo tubes filled with water from his backpack. With practiced efficiency, he poured the water into the purifier. The purifier emitted a faint filtering sound, quickly transforming the murky water into crystal clear drinking water. 10 liters of purified water shimmered under the sunlight, equivalent to about 20 bottles of regular mineral water. Instead of storing the water, Linze promptly divided it into 10 1-liter bamboo tubes. He opened the trading channel and took a quick glance. As expected, among the tens of thousands of trade listings, there were only a dozen or so selling water. This confirmed his suspicion. The majority of water sources were occupied by monsters like the Clearwater crocodile, which players were far too underpowered to contend with at this stage. Carefully examining the trade information, Linze noticed that the water being sold by other players was extremely limited. Some listings offered as little as 100 milliliters. Clearly, no one had successfully secured a water source yet. Without hesitation, he listed his own items on the trading channel. 10 liters of purified water, priced at 10 units of wood per liter. Additionally, he put up over 100 bamboo tubes of untreated water, each containing 3 to 4 liters, priced at 20 to 25 units of wood, depending on capacity. As soon as the listing went live, the regional chat channel erupted in excitement. Wow, Linze is not only selling meat today, but also supplying water in bulk now. Judging by the hundreds of units of crocodile meat he sold earlier, he must have taken down the crocodile guarding the water source. And he's got a water purifier too? That's insane. So jealous. The water source near me is guarded by a level 3 bronze giant python. I wouldn't even dare to approach it. Linze's strength is truly terrifying. He's probably killed at least a dozen, if not 20, monsters by now. Meanwhile, I can't even handle a level 1 bronze monster. Some began questioning the frenzy over water. It's just water. Is it really worth all this hype? Someone immediately countered. The game only gave us 1 bottle of water, and it's long gone. Who isn't desperate for water? This price is already very reasonable. What's the alternative dying of thirst? I got lucky today and found 3 bottles of mineral water in a wooden treasure chest. Wow, truly a chosen one. So envious. The discussion continued, but it didn't dampen the trading frenzy in the slightest. Linze's water supply sold out even faster than his previous meat sales. Within just a few minutes, all 10 liters of purified water and over 100 bamboo tubes of untreated water were completely wiped out. Although the water was murky compared to drinking water, it became drinkable after boiling, and in a state of extreme thirst, the players had no complaints. After completing a water trade, Linze gained an astonishing amount of wooden resources, 800 units in total. This was more than enough to upgrade his shabby grass hut into a wooden house, and even raise it by 1 or 2 additional levels. Opening his inventory to check, Linze noticed that his stockpile of wood had reached over 5,400 units, a quantity that undoubtedly established him as a resource tycoon at this stage of the game. As night fell, Linze kept an eye on the regional chat while tending to a fire and grilling meat. Tonight's dinner was particularly lavish. The last precious pack of instant noodles, freshly grilled meat, a few bright red apples, and an assortment of nuts. Thinking about how he might have to settle for bland grilled meat tomorrow if he couldn't find more noodles or seasonings, Linze couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. He casually snapped a picture of the sumptuous meal and posted it in the chat channel, which immediately sparked a wave of envious complaints. After some thought, he posted a trade offer. Players with blueprints, attribute-boosting items, or special gear can trade for meat and water. The response was immediate. Finally, the legendary pro shows up, bowing from a distance. Big boss, I have a barbecue grill blueprint. Interested? Sure, add me as a friend. On it. Within minutes, Linze successfully traded 3 bottles of mineral water and 20 units of meat for the barbecue grill blueprint. This was a small cost for him, but for the other party, it was crucial for surviving the beginner protection phase. After using the blueprint, a simple barbecue grill materialized in front of him. Linze skillfully selected glowing red embers from the fire pit, placed them into the grill, and laid skewered meat on top. Soon, the meat began sizzling, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Noticing Da Hong and Xiaoqing gazing longingly at the grill, Linze grabbed a handful of nuts and tossed them to Da Hong, then placed a few pieces of fresh beast meat in front of Xiaoqing. Da Hong stared at the dark nuts, tears streaming down its face. Tentatively taking a bite, its eyes lit up, and it devoured the rest eagerly, tears still flowing. The roasted nuts had a unique flavor that Da Hong had never tasted before, and the bittersweet emotions only made it eat faster. Xiaoqing, in contrast, ate gracefully, savoring each bite of the beast meat. Tomorrow morning, get up early and bring all the food you've stored to our house, Linze instructed, recalling Da Hong's stash of bird eggs and mushrooms. Having those would make their meals even more satisfying. Da Hong nodded vigorously, its mouth full of nuts. Got it, master. After dinner, Linze lay on his bed, letting his food digest. Xiaoqing and Da Hong climbed onto the bed without hesitation, one attempting to curl up on his stomach, the other resting near his pillow. You're way too heavy, Linze grumbled, moving Xiaoqing aside and only allowing it to rest its head on his stomach. He opened his friend panel and sifted through the 99 friend requests, carefully looking for players genuinely interested in trading, but came up empty-handed. It wasn't surprising players who had found treasure chests were already rare, let alone those lucky enough to get blueprints. While scrolling through the regional chat for game updates and keeping an eye on the trade channel, Linze remained vigilant. Late into the night, a trade offer suddenly caught his attention. Someone was selling nails needed to upgrade wooden houses. Linze instantly perked up and sent a friend request without hesitation. Linze waited for a few minutes until the friend request from the player on the other side was finally accepted. A message popped up on the screen, showing that the other player was named Yu Shuang, a female gamer. Linze quickly tapped on his keyboard and sent the first message. Hi. I'd like to buy the iron nails you have. Would you be willing to trade them for wood? A moment later, Yu Shuang's reply appeared on the screen. Are you also preparing to upgrade your wooden cabin? I don't have many iron nails left. I've listed all of them on the trading channel. Also, I'm currently short on food, and waterwood isn't something I need right now. Linze stared at the screen, frowning slightly. He did have some food stored in his backpack, but it was meant to be his own supply, not for sale. As for water, he had sold most of it earlier and only had a few bottles of mineral water left as backup. What made him hesitate even more was the exorbitant price Yu Shuang was asking for her iron nails. Trading valuable food and water for them felt like a terrible deal. Taking a deep breath, he decided to probe for more information. Can I ask where you got the iron nails from? Was it from opening a treasure chest? Yu Shuang's reply came quickly. Consultation fee, 2 units of meat. Linze chuckled softly and casually traded over 2 pieces of venison. Almost immediately, a series of replies from Yu Shuang popped up on the screen. Hee, Linze, you're so generous. I opened a bronze treasure chest and got 10 iron ores along with a blueprint for a workbench. Using the workbench, I crafted iron nails from the iron ores. I made a total of 100 iron nails from the 10 ores and listed all of them on the trading channel. As Linze read through the information, he felt that the 2 pieces of venison were well spent. While he was contemplating his next move, another message from Yu Shuang appeared. If you have iron ores on hand, I can process them for you. Crafting 100 iron nails will only cost 3 units of food and 1 bottle of water. Compared to Yu Shuang's prices on the trading channel, this processing fee was quite reasonable. Linze couldn't help but admire the woman's sharp business sense. He realized that as more players upgraded their wooden cabins, iron nails would become a critical resource. While wood was abundant, iron nails could only be crafted using a workbench. Yu Shuang, with her workbench, was undoubtedly positioned to rake in considerable profits. Linze decided to dig deeper. What else can the workbench craft besides iron nails? Yu Shuang replied. My workbench is currently at a low level, so it can only craft basic tools like iron nails, stone axes, iron pickaxes, fishing spears, and wooden bows and arrows. Once upgraded, it should be able to craft more advanced items, including high-level equipment. Linze thought to himself that the workbench was indeed a valuable asset, with great potential even in the later stages of the game. He continued his inquiry. Is the iron pickaxe used for mining ores? After receiving confirmation from Yu Shuang, Linze immediately followed up. What materials are needed to craft an iron pickaxe? Yu Shuang answered. 5 iron ores and 1 unit of wood. Without hesitation, Linze purchased 5 iron ores at a high price from the trading channel. He also took out 1 unit of wood from his backpack, along with 3 units of venison and a bottle of mineral water, and traded them all to Yu Shuang. He quickly sent her a message. Please help me craft an iron pickaxe. The meat and water are your processing fee. Yu Shuang seemed a bit surprised, but Linze reassured her. Don't worry about it. We're in the same region, and we'll likely run into each other sooner or later. Alright, he'll get it done. Give me no more than an hour, and he'll send the iron pickaxe to you. Yu Shuang replied hastily. Linze casually responded, sounds good. Just send it over when it's ready. With that, he leaned back in his chair, beginning to strategize his next steps. Linze closed the friend chat channel and lay down on the simple bed, his mind racing with thoughts. The iron pickaxe was now in his hands, and the next step was to deal with the pack of ferocious hyenas, clearing the way for mining iron ore. He glanced at the system time and realized that the beginner protection period would end the morning after tomorrow. Unknown dangers could strike at any moment, so he had to finish building the wooden cabin before then. After careful consideration, Linze devised a meticulous plan. Facing a level 5 bronze hyena king and over 100 ordinary hyenas, he decided to adopt a strategy of hunting them in batches. Lure a group, kill a group. He silently repeated the tactic in his mind. Once the timing was right, he would focus all his firepower on the hyena king. By tomorrow, he would be able to summon his 3rd pet, significantly increasing his chances of success against the hyena pack. As his thoughts gradually settled, Linze closed his eyes and quickly drifted into sleep. Meanwhile, in a well-constructed advanced grass hut, a slender female player stood intently at a workbench. Yu Shuang held an iron hammer, rhythmically striking the iron ore before her. The clinking sounds echoed clearly in the quiet night. Another sleepless night, she sighed softly, but her focus remained on her task. The supply of iron ore in the trading channel had plummeted, and prices had skyrocketed. She keenly sensed that this was likely Linze's doing. He's not crafting iron nails or stockpiling resources to upgrade his wooden cabin, but instead opted for an iron pickaxe. He must have discovered a mine, possibly an iron mine. Yu Shuang's thoughts raced, and her hands unconsciously worked faster. If he really found an iron mine, maybe we could collaborate. He provides the raw materials, and I handle the craft. It's a win-win situation. The idea brought a smile to her face. Suddenly, a faint golden light flashed, and a brand new iron pickaxe appeared before her. A critical hit? No wonder he's always ahead. It's like his luck defies the odds. Yu Shuang exclaimed in surprise as she examined the pickaxe's details, delighted to see she had also gained 20 experience points. Just as she was basking in her joy, A rumbling sound interrupted her thoughts. Yu Shuang realized her stomach was growling. She quickly took out a piece of bread from her backpack and placed a chunk of meat over the fire to roast. Dear meat, she murmured in astonishment. That guy's living the dream. Resources were scarce in the safe zone, and the outside world was fraught with danger. This was the first time Yu Shuang had smelled such enticing roasted meat since arriving in the jungle world. After a satisfying meal, she lay on her bed contentedly, not forgetting to trade the meticulously crafted iron pickaxe to Linze before falling asleep. Morning came in the blink of an eye. Linze woke from his slumber, gently moving the large, fluffy red tail from around his neck. After a quick wash, he eagerly opened his backpack, where a brand new iron pickaxe awaited him. Examining the pickaxe's details closely, Linze couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. This refined iron pickaxe not only boasted an attack power of 5, but also increased mining efficiency by 30, with a chance to obtain high-quality ore. The right tools make all the difference, he murmured, his eyes glinting with anticipation as he prepared to face the challenges ahead. Linze examined the metallic sheen of the iron pickaxe in his hand with satisfaction. Compared to the rough stone axe that came as a freebie in the game, this finely crafted iron pickaxe was undoubtedly a powerful tool. Not only did it increase mining efficiency by 30, but it also offered a chance to obtain higher quality minerals, making it a true mining artifact at this stage. Carefully, he stored the pickaxe in his backpack and opened his personal stats panel. His experience points had reached 56, leaving him 244 points away from advancing to bronze level 3. Even more exciting was the fact that his pet slot capacity had increased to 3. Scanning the room, Linze suddenly noticed a mountain of food piled in the corner: nuts, fruits, mushrooms, bird eggs, easily over 100 pounds in total. He took a deep breath, marveling at Dahong's astonishing hoarding ability. Turning to the bed where Dahong was perched, Linze curiously asked, "How did you manage to carry all this over?" Dahong didn't answer, but hopped out of the grass hut. Moments later, it returned dragging a piece of animal hide. When Linze took it, he noticed that grass vines had been tied around its edges, forming a simple makeshift bundle with just a tug. "Did you make this yourself?" Linze asked in surprise. Yes, master," Dahong replied proudly, lifting its head high. Thinking about how this little squirrel had been tirelessly running back and forth early in the morning with its improvised bundle to transport its hard-earned stockpile, a wave of warmth surged in Linze's heart. He gently rubbed Dahong's cheek and praised, "Great job. You'll get a special treat tonight." With that, he stored all the food in his backpack. These fresh fruits and bird eggs were top-notch ingredients. After a quick meal of bread and apples, and ensuring that Xiaoqing and Dahong were both fed, Linze headed out with the two little companions in tow. The fire in the room had dwindled to faint embers, but he didn't bother adding more wood. With Dahong, who could shoot fireballs, he no longer had to worry about starting a fire. Outside the grass hut, the fence around the fish pond remained intact. No animals had come to steal fish overnight. The 100 crucian carp in the pond had noticeably grown larger, and by tomorrow, they'd be ready for harvesting. "Master, are we heading straight to the valley?" Xiaoqing asked, looking up at him. Linze thought for a moment before replying. "Let's check out the pond first. Last time, we got chased by bees in that area, so there's definitely a hive nearby. Now that we have Dahong, we can take the hive. Honey is valuable, you know." Before long, the trio left the safe zone. The number of animals near the pond had noticeably increased, especially with the appearance of 7 or 8 cicadeer of various sizes. Some were grazing, while others drank from the water. Without the threat of the 3 crocodiles, the area had become vibrant and full of life. Linze's eyes lit up with excitement, and he exclaimed, "Jackpot! Looks like we're about to strike it rich again today." Linze turned around and gave instructions to Xiaoqing and Dahong. "It's your turn. Make sure to keep all those cicadeer here." Before his words had fully settled, Xiaoqing darted into the dense grass like a green shadow, while Dahong swiftly circled to the other side. The two worked in perfect harmony, forming a pincer movement around the herd of deer. Linze, not wanting to be left behind, unsheathed his iron sword, ready to intercept any prey that might try to flee. The battle erupted in an instant. Dahong struck first, launching a fireball the size of a fist that whizzed through the air, hitting an adult cicadeer with pinpoint accuracy. The damage number of over 200 flashed in the air, bringing down the deer, which had only 200 health points, in a single hit. Immediately after, 2 more fireballs struck nearby deer almost simultaneously, achieving the same instant kill effect. By this time, Xiaoqing had joined the fray. It leapt forward, its sharp fangs sinking into the flesh of a cicadeer. A damage number of 87 appeared, followed by continuous poison damage of 10 per second. In just over 10 seconds, the deer collapsed to the ground. Under the relentless assault from Dahong and Xiaoqing, all 8 cicadeer, varying in size, were swiftly taken down. The battle was shockingly quick, with Dahong's attack power and the devastating fireball damage delivering an incredible burst of damage per second. In the end, Xiaoqing managed to take down 2 deer, while the other 6 fell to De Hong's onslaught. Linze, throughout the entire encounter, didn't even get a chance to make a move. Well done. Linze praised the 2 little companions as he approached the battlefield to handle the aftermath. With practiced skill, he processed each deer carcass, ultimately harvesting 560 units of venison. If sold, this meat could fetch over 1,000 units of wood. However, Linze decided not to sell it immediately, choosing instead to store it for future use. Afterward, Xiaoqing and De Hong thoroughly scouted the surrounding forest, clearing out any remaining creatures. They took down 13 wild rabbits, 5 bamboo rats, and even a stray buffalo, which alone provided Linze with over 400 units of beef. At the pond, as Linze prepared to craft bamboo tubes for water collection, a thought struck him. He opened his friend panel and sent a message to Yu Shuangshuang. Can your crafting station make water storage containers? The bigger, the better. Moments later, Yu Shuangshuang replied, saying she could craft wooden barrels, each capable of holding 100 liters of water. She also informed Linze of the required materials, wood and vines. Without hesitation, Linze traded all 37 vines and 100 units of wood from his inventory to Yu Shuangshuang, adding a note. Please make these into barrels for me. We'll discuss the crafting fee later. Don't worry, I've got this. Yu Shuangshuang responded cheerfully. After closing the chat panel, Linze led Xiaoqing and De Hong to search for a beehive. A few minutes later, they arrived at the apple tree where they had previously been chased by a swarm of bees. To Linze's astonishment, in just over a day, the apple tree had blossomed. Its branches were densely covered with pristine white flowers, blooming so profusely it was breathtaking. This growth rate is insane, Linze exclaimed, though he quickly brushed it off. In this jungle world, nothing could be measured by conventional standards. He thought of the carp fry he was raising, which would mature in just 36 hours. A wave of excitement washed over him. Within 2 days, he could return to harvest fresh apples again. Linze moved out of the apple tree's range and searched in the direction where the swarm of bees had previously appeared, covering a distance of about 300 to 400 meters. Before long, the faint buzzing of bees reached his ears. Following the sound, he quickly spotted the bees hiving an enormous tree towering tens of meters into the sky. About 20 meters above the ground, a tree hollow with a diameter of 70 to 80 centimeters was clearly visible, with countless bees busily flying in and out. A wave of excitement surged in Linze's heart as he realized the hive was quite large, promising a significant harvest of honey. After some consideration, he decided not to cut down the tree but to leave the hive intact, allowing for future collection. Reflecting on the astonishing growth rate of the apple tree and the crucian carp, he felt confident it wouldn't take long before he could harvest honey again. With his plan set, Linze carefully approached the base of the tree and quickly built a pile of dry firewood. He then gathered fresh branches and grass. Calling De Hong over, he used a fireball to ignite the dry wood. Once the flames were burning steadily, he placed the fresh branches and grass on top. Soon, thick smoke began to rise, drifting directly toward the tree hollow. While mugwort would have been a better choice for smoking out bees, he had to make do with the materials at hand. After a while, the smoke began to take effect. Many bees, disoriented, fell from the air, while others fled to a safer distance. Linze noticed that De Hong had swatted and killed over a dozen dazed bees, but hadn't gained any experience points, so he quickly stopped it from continuing the slaughter. Just then, a group of palm-sized bees broke through the thick smoke and charged straight at Linze. Startled, he immediately recognized them as bronze-level bee monsters. Linze swiftly drew his iron sword from his backpack, while De Hong prepared fireballs, and Xiaoqing stood ready for battle. Under De Hong's fireball attacks, the bee monsters were taken down one after another, their bodies plummeting from the sky. However, a few managed to reach Linze. One bee monster raised its abdomen, aiming its sharp stinger directly at him. Without hesitation, Linze swung his sword, summoning a surge of power from within that knocked the bee monster back. A blood-red 18 appeared above its head. Damn, that's such low damage, Linze muttered anxiously. Seeing 2 more bee monsters closing in, he quickly retreated, leaving the battlefield to Xiaoqing and De Hong. He knew his meager damage output would only be a hindrance in battle, especially since he lacked the combat skills of other player classes and could only rely on basic attacks. Xiaoqing and De Hong's combat prowess was indeed exceptional. As Linze reached a safe distance, he saw them take down several more bee monsters. The fight continued, and Linze stayed alert, closely monitoring the situation and preparing to respond to any new threats. In less than 2 minutes, all the bee monsters were annihilated. Linze gained 130 experience points. His gaze swept over the ground littered with bee corpses as he silently calculated his gains from this battle. Master, let me check inside the tree hollow to see if there are any more bee monsters, Xiaoqing said, flicking its forked tongue with a gleam of excitement in its eyes. Linze nodded in agreement but cautioned, be careful, especially with the queen bee inside the hive. Understood, master, Xiaoqing replied and swiftly slithered up the tree. Its long, agile snake body moved gracefully as it quickly disappeared into the tree hollow. A few minutes later, Xiao Qing emerged, its mouth gripping an enormous bee. This bee was significantly larger than the others, clearly the queen of the hive. Linze immediately examined the queen bee's attribute panel. Monster, queen bee. Level, bronze tier 2. Attack, 15. Defense, 30. Speed, 20. Health, 237-1000. Special ability. Hatch the queen bee can hatch 100 ordinary bees daily, with a chance for them to evolve into worker bees. Growth potential, 1 star. Experience, 109,300. Linze's eyes lit up as a vivid image of a swarm of bee monsters sweeping across the battlefield filled his mind. If I can summon this queen bee as a pet, could I create an army of bee monsters? He murmured, deciding to give it a try. He immediately activated his pet summoning skill. As magical chains and sigils fused into the queen bee's body, it successfully became his third pet. Upon checking the queen bee's updated attribute panel, Linze was thrilled to see a dramatic increase in its stats. Attack, 45. Defense, 90. Speed, 60. Health, 3,000. These stats even surpassed those of his other two pets, Xiao Qing and Dahong. Linze was overjoyed this queen bee wasn't just powerful in attack, but also a perfect frontline tank. Master, a sudden telepathic voice echoed in Linze's mind. It was the queen bee calling out to him. Hovering midair with its small wings, its large compound eyes fixed intently on Linze. Linze smiled and said, "From now on, your name will be Queen Bee. By the way, do you have any worker bees under your command?" The queen bee responded with mild regret. "After becoming your pet, the other bees no longer listen to me. They will leave this place, find a new location to build a hive, and nurture a new queen. However, I can still intimidate them and prevent them from approaching you." Though Linze found it a bit unfortunate, he wasn't too bothered. With the queen bee by his side, building a new swarm wouldn't be difficult. He decisively commanded, "Drive those bees away. I want to take the hive and the honey inside the tree hollow." "As you wish, master." The queen bee replied and began flying in circles around the tree hollow. Soon, all the bees in the vicinity had fled. Linze pulled out a stone axe and spent nearly 10 minutes chopping down the massive tree, which stood dozens of meters tall. Initially, he hadn't planned to do this, but with the queen bee now loyal to him and the swarm relocating, the hive no longer served a purpose. Cutting it down seemed like the most practical option. As the tree finally came crashing down, a series of notifications appeared. You have obtained 13 units of wood. You have obtained 84 units of ordinary honey, 20 units of premium honey, and 1 unit of royal jelly. You have obtained 13 units of bee larvae. You have obtained 1 complete beehive. At that moment, a loud buzzing sound arose in the distance. It seemed the nearby bees had discovered their home had been destroyed and were gathering to retaliate. The plump queen bee immediately flew over to confront them. Under her intimidating presence, the swarm reluctantly retreated for good. Linze watched this scene unfold and was greatly impressed by the queen bee's performance. He then turned his attention to the spoils of this fruitful endeavor, carefully examining the properties of each item. Ordinary honey restores 100 health points upon consumption. Premium honey restores 300 health points upon consumption. Royal jelly restores 1,000 health points upon consumption and increases maximum health by 300 points. Effect applies only on first use. Bee larvae, a highly nutritious food that can also be used by the queen bee to hatch new bees. Beehive, a delicacy rich in nutrients and an essential habitat for bees. These are all amazing. Linze's eyes sparkled with excitement. The royal jelly, in particular, stood out. Not only could it restore a significant amount of health, but it could also increase his maximum health by 300 points, far surpassing the effects of the water spirit fruit he had consumed before. He couldn't wait to try these newfound treasures and looked forward to the enhancements they would bring. The game design was quite considerate. The honey, bee larvae, and honeycombs that dropped were enclosed in individual golden orbs rather than scattering directly on the ground. This small detail gave Linze a sense of relief. Otherwise, his harvest would have been greatly diminished, especially with the precious honey likely to go to waste. Linze quickly got to work. Apart from the royal jelly, he carefully stored the other spoils in his backpack, planning to process them back at the shelter. As for the royal jelly, he improvised by cutting a bamboo tube to hold it. Driven by curiosity, Linze raised the bamboo tube and cautiously took a sip. To his surprise, the royal jelly wasn't overwhelmingly sweet as he had imagined. Instead, it had a refreshing and subtly sweet aroma that lingered on the palate. As he savored the taste, a notification suddenly popped up. You have consumed royal jelly. Maximum HP increased by 86 points. Linze frowned slightly, thinking to himself, wasn't it supposed to increase my maximum HP by 300 points? Did I drink too little? With this doubt in mind, he took another large gulp. Sure enough, the game immediately notified him that his maximum HP had increased by an additional 119 points. So that's how it works. Linze realized and, without hesitation, took a third sip. This time, his maximum HP finally accumulated to the expected 300-point increase. Looking at the remaining royal jelly in his hands, which was still more than half full, Linze couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant to stop. He roughly calculated that increasing his maximum HP by 300 points required about 200 milliliters of royal jelly. Since he had about a liter of it, if there were no limits, drinking the entire amount could boost his maximum HP by a staggering 1,500 points, instantly turning him into a tank-style player. Unfortunately, such a golden opportunity was clearly a one-time deal, leaving Linze with a tinge of regret. He was well aware that for players at this stage, royal jelly was a treasure of immense value. After all, gaining an extra 300 HP was equivalent to receiving 30 attribute points all at once. Linze thought to himself, with this royal jelly, I should be able to trade for the blueprints I need. With that in mind, he crafted another bamboo tube and carefully poured in 200 milliliters of royal jelly. He then listed it in the trading channel. Shortly after, he opened the regional chat channel and posted a message. Royal jelly for sale. Effect: increases maximum HP by 300 points. Players interested can trade blueprints for it. Limited to 4 portions. Details available in the trading section under the royal jelly listing. As soon as the message was sent, the regional chat channel exploded with activity. No way. A 300-point HP boost? That's insane. Linze, the legend, even has something like this? My total HP isn't even 300 points yet. I just leveled up to bronze I, put all 10 attribute points into HP, and I still only have 250 points. Linze is too strong. He can get his hands on anything. Some players mentioned that they had already checked the trading channel and confirmed that Linze's royal jelly indeed had the stated effect. Unfortunately, they didn't have any blueprints to trade. Otherwise, they would have snatched it up without hesitation. Others pointed out that the royal jelly likely had a usage restriction and could only take effect the first time it was consumed. Someone chimed in. If there weren't any restrictions, do you think Linze would put it up for trade? He'd have drunk it all himself. That's true, many agreed. It was clear to everyone that items capable of boosting attributes were far rarer than blueprints. As players leveled up and ventured further from safe zones, treasure chests were being discovered more frequently. Blueprints, as a result, would become increasingly common, while attribute-boosting items would remain scarce. Thus, the consensus was that if the royal jelly had no usage restrictions, Linze would never have put it up for sale. Such a powerful treasure that could significantly enhance one's strength was something anyone would want to keep for themselves. As soon as Linze finished speaking, the friend request icon on his phone screen began to pop up like mushrooms after the rain, blinking incessantly. He tapped the screen, and the number 99 appeared prominently. Randomly opening one, he found a player named Yin Haoyang eagerly inviting him to join his alliance. Yin Haoyang had written a lengthy message, painting a bright future for the alliance, promising Linze the position of elder, and even offering a direct promotion to deputy leader if he could provide royal jelly. Linze scoffed and rejected the request without hesitation. He quickly skimmed through several similar requests, all of which were either empty promises or attempts to curry favor. Linze decisively cleared them out, leaving only the players who genuinely wanted to trade blueprints for royal jelly. Eventually, 3 blueprints caught his attention: a portable hot pot, a vegetable garden building, and an electric grid. Meanwhile, Linze led his pet squad Xiaoqing, Dahong, and the newly recruited Queen Bee toward the valley. The Queen Bee's round body scouted ahead, while Dahong agilely leaped between treetops, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Xiaoqing stayed close by Linze's side, resembling a loyal bodyguard. Along the way, they effortlessly dealt with over a dozen ordinary animals. Before long, the familiar outline of the valley came into view. Unlike the previous day, the hyenas that usually basked in the sun there were nowhere to be seen, likely out hunting for food. Linze waved to the Queen Bee circling high above. Go check the nearby forest and see if the hyena pack is out hunting. The Queen Bee nodded, her tiny wings buzzing as her plump body disappeared into the dense forest. Immediately after, Linze sent Dahong to scout the valley. Master, do you have a task for me? Xiaoqing asked eagerly, lifting its head high, its emerald green snake body swaying slightly as it looked expectantly at Linze. Not for now, Linze replied softly. We'll wait here to avoid alarming them. Let's see what Dahong and the Queen Bee report back first. Master, what does alarming them mean? Xiaoqing tilted its head curiously, then seriously added, even if someone tries to scare me, I wouldn't be afraid. Linze couldn't help but laugh. He gently patted Xiaoqing's head and explained, it's just a metaphor. The hyena pack in the valley is quite large, so we need to avoid alerting them before we act. Oh, I see. Xiaoqing nodded and obediently coiled itself at Linze's feet. Taking advantage of this brief moment of calm, Linze opened the friend panel again. He carefully examined the details of the 3 blueprints, contemplating his next trading strategy. Though the threat in the valley was still unresolved, opportunities were already on the horizon. Linze understood that every choice he made could influence the trajectory of his fate in this world. Linze found himself staring at three invaluable blueprints: a portable hot pot, a vegetable garden, and an electric grid. Each one held immense potential, as if they could bring new hope to this post-apocalyptic world. The portable hot pot blueprint was especially tempting. Linze could almost picture the entire set of hot pot equipment, capable of running on batteries or being directly charged. In this world of scarce resources, being able to enjoy a steaming hot pot meal anytime, anywhere, was nothing short of a luxurious indulgence. The vegetable garden blueprint reminded him of the fish pond blueprint. In his mind, he envisioned a fertile plot of land, lush and vibrant, teeming with all kinds of thriving vegetables. Although the blueprint didn't include seeds, having such land would mean a glimmer of hope for the future. The electric grid blueprint, however, made Linze's heart race. He could almost see a protective barrier of flickering electricity securely surrounding the shelter, significantly enhancing its safety. If it were up to him, he would never let go of such a vital safeguard. Even if it couldn't be powered now, the possibility of finding a way to generate electricity in the future was enough to hold on to it. Linze took a deep breath, suppressing his desire. He reminded himself that this was someone else's choice to make, and he had no right to interfere. Soon, Linze approved the applications of three players. After a brief exchange, the blueprints for the portable hot pot and vegetable garden were successfully acquired. However, the trade for the electric grid blueprint hit a snag. The player on the other side was evidently shrewd, immediately demanding 2 portions of royal jelly. Linze could almost see the player's plinto keep one and trade the other for profit. "There's only 1 portion of royal jelly," Linze said bluntly, "but I can offer you 5 units of regular honey. While it won't increase your maximum health, it can still restore health." "Like the red potions in the game?" the electric grid player asked. Linze didn't say much, simply displaying the item's details for the player to see. The electric grid player fell silent for a moment before suddenly making an outrageous demand. 5 units are too few, at least 20. This electric grid can protect your shelter. The newbie protection period ends tomorrow, and who knows what will happen after that. With the electric grid, your shelter will be safe from monster attacks. Linze let out a cold laugh. "Then why don't you use it yourself?" The other side fell silent again. Linze knew the reason. Without power generation equipment, the electric grid was nothing more than a decoration. Its defensive capabilities were only marginally better than the handmade fences he had crafted. To think it could truly fend off monster attacks was pure fantasy. 15 units of regular honey, the electric grid player countered, "or I'll just keep it myself." Linze didn't budge. 5 units, no more. As you said, the newbie protection period is about to end. Royal jelly increases maximum health, and regular honey restores health, enough to ensure your safety. If you die, what good will a useless blueprint do you? The electric grid player stared at the message, nearly enraged to the point of spitting blood. But he couldn't deny that Linze had a point. As a Crade combat class player, he had only just managed to reach bronze level 1 yesterday. With these honey products, his combat effectiveness would undoubtedly improve. In comparison, an electric grid that couldn't currently be powered wasn't much of a guarantee. He weighed his options carefully. If he clung to the grid and ended up dead, that would truly be a lose-lose situation. It was better to trade now for something that could immediately boost his strength. With increased power, his leveling speed would naturally accelerate, and he might even come across better resources than the electric grid in the future. The deciding factor was his realization that Linze only had 4 portions of royal jelly. This knowledge solidified his decision. "If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another," Linze said decisively, his gaze firm and unyielding. The grid player hesitated for a moment, gritting his teeth. "All right, but you've got to throw in a few more bottles of water." Linze refused stoically. "Not even 1 bottle. You either trade now or forget it." His tone was calm, yet carried an unmistakable edge. In the end, the grid player gave in. "Fine deal." The two quickly completed the transaction, leaving Linze with only 1 portion of royal jelly. He glanced at the 3 blueprints he had just acquired and started calculating in his mind. He needed to obtain power-generating equipment as soon as possible, not only for the grid system, but also for the portable hot pot, which only came with 3 batteries. Once they were drained, it would be useless. As for the vegetable garden, he planned to begin preparations as soon as he returned. Solving the seed issue could wait. During this brief exchange, Linze's communication device vibrated incessantly. Dozens of players were attempting to add him as a friend. After a quick scan, he found none of them worth connecting with and decisively declined all requests. A few minutes later, a fiery red figure darted out of the valley entrance, arriving before Linze in no time. It was Dahong, who had just completed a scouting mission. "Master, I checked inside," Dahong reported breathlessly. "The 3 treasure chests are still there, but there are only about 50 hyenas left. The hyena king is still in the valley, but it seems to be injured." "Injured?" Linze was surprised. The hyena king was a formidable bronze level 5 creature with a loyal pack. What kind of monster around here could injure it? He fell into deep thought. Yesterday, there were over 100 hyenas in the valley, and now there were only 50-something left. Could they all have been killed? While pondering, Linze pulled a nut out of his backpack and handed it to Dahong as a reward. Soon, the plump queen bee flapped her wings and returned to Linze's side, reporting, "Master, I searched the area within a few hundred meters around the valley and didn't find any sign of hyenas." "Then we won't wait anymore," Linze decided swiftly. "Dahong, head back to the valley. This time, don't hide. Enter openly and lure some hyenas out." "Understood, master." Dahong responded promptly, stuffing the nut into her mouth before dashing toward the valley. Before long, angry howls echoed from the valley. Linze could vaguely see flashes of firelight, a clear sign that Dahong was using her fire magic. A series of fireballs roared through the air, instantly taking out several hyenas. The remaining ones went into a frenzy. Without waiting for the hyena king's orders, the nearby pack charged at Dahong. To the hyenas, a squirrel should have been prey. Now, being provoked by their supposed food was intolerable. A dozen hyenas pounced on Dahong, determined to tear her apart. However, Dahong's speed was far beyond what the hyenas could match. She darted nimbly, escaping the valley in the blink of an eye. On her way out, she even stopped twice to taunt the chasing hyenas with provocative gestures and a wagging tail. This infuriated the pack even more, and they howled as they pursued her into the forest. Little Ching and the queen bee, who had been lying in wait, immediately launched their attack. Dahong also stopped, hurling fireballs at the pack as they approached. Linze, however, did not join the battle. Despite being a summoner with austere talent for commanding pets, he was relegated to the role of a spectator, standing on the sidelines. "This won't do," Linze thought to himself. He quickly sent a message to Yu Shuangshuang. "How's the barrel crafting going?" Yu Shuangshuang replied almost immediately, "Barrels are faster to make than pickaxes. They'll have them all done in about an hour. I've already finished 4. If you're in a hurry, I can trade them with you now." Linze responded, "No rush. Help me craft a bow and arrow first." "What materials do you need?" Yu Shuangshuang replied, "Wood and vines. I have both here, and it won't take much. Consider it a gift. They'll have it ready in 10 minutes. "Great." Linze closed the friend channel, feeling pleased. With a bow and arrow, he could finally participate in ranged combat. The tide of battle was about to turn, and Linze's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Although the pack of hyenas was large in number, their strength was relatively weak. Most were only at bronze level 1, with only 2 reaching bronze level 2, and their attack power barely touching 30 points. Against the solid defense of the 3 little creatures, such attack power was negligible. Instead, once the hyenas were locked onto by the trio, they quickly fell on the battlefield. Among the trio, the queen bee, despite having the lowest level, low attack power, and no special combat abilities, possessed lightning-fast attack speed. Her sharp stinger pierced through the hyenas like a sewing machine, and in no time, one of the hyenas had its health reduced to 0. With the seamless cooperation of the 3, the dozen or so hyenas were soon wiped out. The entire battle lasted only a few minutes. Linze gained over 100 experience points, bringing him close to advancing to bronze level 3. He quickly cleaned up the battlefield, disassembling the corpses of the hyenas and collecting over 430 units of hyena meat. Turning to Dahong, he instructed, "Head back to the valley and lure out more enemies." Dahong cheerfully replied, "Got it, master," and hopped off energetically toward the valley. Moments later, another group of a dozen hyenas was drawn out. Linze noticed that the strength of this group was significantly higher. Several were at bronze level 2, and among them was even a bronze level 3 elite hyena. A new round of fierce combat broke out quickly. Despite being surrounded by the pack of hyenas, the trio showed no fear and engaged them heat-in. At this moment, the bow and arrows crafted by Yu Shuangshuang were finally completed and delivered to Linze. It was an ordinary wooden bow with an attack power of 8 points and no special effects. The description read, "A wooden bow meant for beginners. Be careful when using it, or you might snap the bowstring." Along with the bow came a quiver and 30 wooden arrows, each adding an extra 2 points to attack power. Overall, the equipment's attack power was comparable to Linze's iron sword. Linze didn't mind this gift. He stored the iron sword in his backpack, tied the wooden quiver to his waist, and took out an arrow, knocking it onto the bowstring. This was his first time shooting an arrow. Pulling the bowstring into a full arc, he casually aimed at a hyena on the battlefield and released his fingers. Yelp! A miserable cry echoed. The arrow had struck the hyena squarely on its rear, with a 17 number floating above its head. Linze reflected on his aim. He had aimed for the stomach, but hit the rear instead clearly. More practice was needed. Nonetheless, hitting his target on his first attempt with a bow made him feel exhilarated. From then on, Linze stood at the edge of the battlefield, targeting hyenas that were isolated or farther from the trio. Regardless of accuracy or damage dealt, he enthusiastically continued shooting, finally feeling a sense of participation in the fight. Before long, Linze suddenly felt a surge of energy welling up from his abdomen, quickly strengthening his body. Excited, he opened his personal stats panel and found that he had advanced to bronze level 3. All his attributes had increased, and he distributed 10 attribute points evenly between speed and health. Instantly, his speed soared to 50, and his health reached an impressive 900 points. Linze's base attack and defense had both reached 35 points. Adding the bow's 10-point attack bonus, his total attack power soared to 45. He aimed at an unlucky hyena, released the bowstring, and the arrow shot through the air. A large 26 floated above the hyena's head instantly. Though the damage was far less than Dahong's fireball, Linze was already quite satisfied. In the blink of an eye, the second wave of hyenas had also fallen into pools of blood. This time, before Linze could say anything, Dahong eagerly ran into the valley to lure more enemies. However, it quickly returned empty-handed. Worse yet, Dahong had engaged in a fierce battle with a group of elite hyenas in the valley and was ultimately driven out by a furious roar from the hyena king. Master, those hyenas have gotten crafty. No matter how much I provoke them, they just won't leave the valley, Dahong reported angrily to Linze. Linze chuckled and said, there are only about 20 hyenas left, not much of a threat. No need to lure them any more. Well, charge straight in and wipe them out. With that, he led his 3 pets toward the valley. At the center of the valley stood a towering tree, several dozen meters tall. As Linze focused his gaze, he realized it was a pear tree laden with ripe, snow-white pears. What a surprise bonus! Linze exclaimed in delight. His attention then shifted to the ground beneath the pear tree. The hyenas had already taken up a defensive formation. Over 20 hyenas of varying sizes were gathered together, glaring fiercely at Linze, baring their teeth, and growling deeply. Behind them loomed a massive hyena nearly 2 meters long, its build rivaling that of a tiger. Just as Dahong had described, the hyena king's body was covered in bloody wounds, and it trembled slightly from weakness and pain. Linze couldn't help but wonder, is the game lowering the difficulty for players? Yesterday, this hyena king was perfectly fine. Now it's severely injured, and the hyena pack has shrunk by more than half. Maybe it's just my luck. As Linze scrutinized the scene, the hyena king's stats appeared before his eyes. Monster, hyena king. Level, bronze level 5. Attack, 97. Defense, 85. Speed, 76. HP, 34005000. Special abilities, King's Aura, Windblade, Gale Technique. Growth potential, 2 stars. Experience, 570,600. Definitely injured. Its HP has dropped significantly. Linze thought to himself in amazement. As expected of the hyena king, though, its total HP is a whopping 5,000, clearly a boss-level monster for the novice village. And with a growth potential of 2 stars, I'd love to make it a pet. Too bad I already used today's summoning slot on the queen bee. Guess I'll have to wait until tomorrow. Deciding to deal with the hyena pack first, Linze commanded his 3 pets to attack while he explored the valley. Before long, he spotted the treasure chests Dahong had mentioned. A silver chest sat beneath the pear tree, while 2 bronze chests were hidden in the corners of the valley. Once I deal with these hyenas, all 3 of those chests will be mine, Linze thought excitedly. It was his first time encountering a silver-tier chest, and the treasures inside were bound to be extraordinary. The battle erupted in an instant. Over 20 hyenas swarmed Linze's 3 pets. These hyenas were no pushover. Weakest among them were bronze level 2, with 5 at bronze level 3 and even 2 at bronze level 4. This lineup was far stronger than the previous 2 hyena packs. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. Linze felt a powerful force slam into him, sending him flying several meters backward. A massive 278 floated above his head. Linze gasped in shock. What a powerful attack! Nearly a third of his 900 health points vanished in an instant. If it had been a bronze level 2 player, they would have been dead on the spot. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted away, catching a glimpse of a massive figure charging toward him from the corner of his eye. Was the level 5 bronze hyena king. This beast actually understood the strategy of cutting off the head to defeat the snake. Linze was well aware that his current strength was far from enough to confront the hyena king Hedon. Otherwise, he would surely have his throat torn out in one bite. He had no choice but to retreat, silently cursing himself for his carelessness. He had kept a safe distance of nearly 100 meters from the hyena king, but underestimated the beast's attack range. I was too careless, Linze muttered as he ran, berating himself. I was so focused on the treasure chest and the hyena king's injury that I let my guard down. He regretted not staying outside the valley to observe the situation instead of recklessly venturing into such a dangerous area. Dahong, block it! Linze shouted to his pet as he ran. Before he finished speaking, a streak of green light shot like an arrow and slammed into the hyena king's body. It was Shao Qing taking action. Shao Qing, resembling a massive python, wrapped its nearly 4-meter-long body tightly around the hyena king in an instant. Its sharp, venomous fangs sank deep into the beast's neck. Poison quickly seeped into the hyena king's body, causing its health to plummet at a staggering rate of 10 points per second. At the same time, a series of fireballs struck the hyena king with precision, flashing 4 massive damage numbers in the air and instantly draining over 400 health points. The hyena king let out an ear-splitting roar of fury. Ignoring Linze, who had already fled to the mouth of the valley, it turned its frenzied attacks on Xiaoqing, who was coiled around it. However, Xiaoqing did not linger in the confrontation. It swiftly uncoiled and shifted its focus to attacking the ordinary hyenas nearby. Xiaoqing's tactics were exceptionally clever. It knew that its venomous attack couldn't stack, and its regular attacks barely scratched the hyena king. Instead, it adopted a hitandrant strategy. Even after being bitten several times by the hyena king, Xiaoqing refused to engage in prolonged combat. It moved like a top-tier assassin on the battlefield, darting around, biting any hyena it encountered, and then quickly switching targets. In no time, many hyenas on the battlefield displayed poison status indicators above their heads. Before long, some of them succumbed to the venom. Xiaoqing's poison was remarkably potent, dealing 600 true damage within a single minute. For most ordinary hyenas with only 400 to 500 health points, it was a death sentence. Even the elite level 3 and level 4 bronze hyenas could only withstand 1 round of poison damage at most. If they were bitten a second time, their fate was sealed. Unlike the hyena king, these elites lacked the terrifying boss-level health pool. A level 4 elite hyena had only about 1,000 health points. What's more, Xiaoqing was not fighting alone this time. Dahong and the queen bee joined the fray, creating a formidable offensive force. Many hyenas fell to Dahong and the queen bee's fierce attacks before the poison could even take full effect. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was littered with the corpses of hyenas. The hyena king displayed astonishing ferocity. It fought like a rabid beast, ignoring its severe injuries as it launched relentless attacks on the surrounding enemies. Any pet that ventured too close was immediately targeted and savagely bitten, showing no sign of its already critical condition. Linze stared intently at the battlefield, watching as the hyena king's health bar plummeted at an astonishing speed. It had over 3,000 health points before the battle began, but now it was below 2,000. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly in satisfaction as he thought to himself, the experience gain is unbelievably fast. Glancing at his personal stats panel, Linze noticed his experience points skyrocketing. Each time a hyena fell, he earned at least 20 to 30 experience points. The death of a level 4 elite hyena granted him a hefty 40 points. As a level 3 bronze tier player, he only needed 400 experience points to advance to level 4. In just a few minutes, he had already gained over 200 points. Leveling up was just around the corner. At that moment, Linze noticed that the queen bee's body had grown significantly larger. Quickly opening her stats panel, he was thrilled to find that she had advanced from level 2 bronze to level 3 bronze. This was no surprise, considering they had already taken down nearly 30 hyenas outside the valley and another dozen during this battle. Even though the experience points were split among his 3 pets, it was enough for the queen bee to level up. Her new stats made Linze's eyes light up. Attack 75, defense 120, speed 90, and an impressive 3,600 health points. Truly a tank-type pet. Even better, her special ability had also improved. She could now hatch 200 bees a day, double the previous 100. Linze's mind was already strategizing for the future. Once they returned to the shelter, he would have the queen bee start hatching bees immediately. Regular bees could focus on making honey, while the evolved monster-level worker bees would become his reliable combat assistants. The battle raged on. After another 10 minutes, only the isolated hyena king remained on the battlefield. When the third-to-last elite hyena fell, Xiaoqing also broke through and advanced to level 4 bronze. Enhanced by Linze's steer talent, Xiaoqing's stats had reached a staggering level: attack 120, defense 105, speed 135, and 3,000 health points. Its toxin damage inflicted 15 points per second over a minute, totaling 900 points of damage. Even more impressive was its size, now nearing 5 meters in length, resembling a massive python. Linze glanced at Dahong's stats panel and saw that it was only 14 experience points away from reaching level 4 bronze. He thought to himself, taking down the hyena king should definitely push Dahong to the next level. Though victory was within reach, Linze called out to the hyena king, which was surrounded by his 3 pets. "Hey, little dog, I know you can understand me. If you surrender, I won't kill you." The hyena king let out an enraged howl, glaring at Linze with bloodshot eyes filled with fury and murderous intent. Linze understood immediately this hyena king would rather die than yield. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Kill it." The battle resumed. Surrounded by 3 pets, the hyena king stood no chance. Its remaining few hundred health points quickly dropped to 0. As it collapsed, Dahong successfully leveled up to level 4 bronze. Its size increased noticeably, and its fiery red fur gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight, resembling flames dancing in the wind. System notifications popped up. "Congratulations, player. Your pet squad has defeated the Hyena King. You gained 50 experience points. Congratulations. You are the first player to defeat a bronze tier king-level monster. You earned 20 achievement points. You received a bronze treasure chest. You gained 100 experience points. A satisfied grin spread across Linze's face. The rewards from this battle far exceeded his expectations. Another achievement point reward. Linze's eyes lit up as the notification appeared before him. This time, defeating the Hyena King earned him 20 achievement points. Adding the 10 points he gained earlier from contracting Shao-Qing, his total now reached 30 points. He couldn't help but ponder the potential uses for these points. After all, being the first player to contract a bronze-tier pet and slay a king-tier monster, these achievement points were bound to be incredibly valuable. Linze opened his inventory, where the bronze treasure chest rewarded by the game lay quietly. In addition, the system had also granted him 100 experience points. His total experience now stood at 330 points, leaving just 70 points to level up again. The rapid progression filled him with excitement. Reaching bronze level 4 today was almost guaranteed. In contrast, most players were still lingering at bronze levels 1 or 2, with only a rare few managing to reach level 3. At that moment, 3 pets gathered around him. Shao-Qing and Da Hong had already leveled up during the final moments of the battle, and their conditions were nearly perfect. However, the Queen Bee had taken damage from the Hyena King and was low on health. Linze tried feeding her honey, but it had no effect. He recalled how the honey had easily restored over 200 health points for himself earlier and began to suspect it might only work on humans. With no other choice, he returned the Queen Bee to her pet space. Turning to Da Hong, Linze said, "You can climb trees. Go pick some pears from that tree." As he spoke, he took out a beast-hide pouch from his inventory, which Da Hong usually used to carry items. Obediently, Da Hong took the pouch, slung it over her back, and hopped away happily to gather the pears. Taking advantage of the moment, Linze headed to the battlefield to deal with the hyena corpses. He skillfully disassembled each one, quickly amassing over 1,400 units of hyena meat. Combined with his earlier haul, the total exceeded 2,000 units. Just the meat alone had already earned him a small fortune. After finishing with the corpses, Linze took Shao-Qing and headed to the valley to retrieve the treasure chests. Before long, he had collected 3 chests, 1 silver and 2 bronze. He then brought out the bronze treasure chest from his game rewards, opening all 3 bronze chests together. Suddenly, a flurry of system notifications flooded his interface. Linze received a variety of food and supplies: 20 bottles of mineral water, 10 loaves of bread, 5 packs of instant noodles, 1 family-sized bucket of fried chicken, a flashlight, and 2 spare batteries. But what caught his attention the most were 2 pieces of equipment: a high-quality iron bow and a finely crafted leather armor set. Linze carefully inspected the attributes of the 2 items. The iron bow boasted an attack power of 50 points and came with piercing and bleeding effects. Additionally, it dealt 20 extra damage to bronze-tier monsters. The leather armor, though unassuming in appearance, could absorb up to 50 points of damage in one blow, potentially saving his life in critical situations. Overjoyed, Linze couldn't hide his excitement. These 2 pieces of prefix-enhanced equipment far exceeded his expectations. He carefully retrieved them from the treasure chest, admiring them as if they were priceless treasures. Linze quickly took off his clothes and changed into a full set of leather armor. This protective gear included not only a top, but also pants, perfectly replacing the shirt that had been shredded by the Hyena King's windblade. However, he did not discard his original clothes. This outfit, brought from Earth, held significant sentimental value and was far more precious to him than the leather armor. He carefully folded it neatly and placed it in his backpack, saving it for moments when he wanted to reminisce about his life on Earth. Next, Linze swapped his wooden bow for a more powerful iron bow. The new bow came with 50 arrows, featuring wooden shafts and sharp iron tips, giving them formidable power. Although the old wooden bow was now obsolete, he didn't simply throw it away. Instead, he listed it on the trading channel. Linze continued to sort through the items in the treasure chest, carefully placing them in his backpack one by one. Among them, he noticed a simple flashlight. Even though he wasn't ready to venture out at night just yet, he realized this small tool could prove invaluable for future nighttime hunts. Finally, Linze's gaze fell upon the silver treasure chest. Taking a deep breath, he silently murmured a prayer as he cautiously opened it. In an instant, a golden light flashed before his eyes, and the system notification followed. "Congratulations, player. You have opened 1 silver treasure chest. You have obtained premium food 9 great bowls. You have acquired a silver tier equipment P-scale boots. You have received 1 skill blueprint." The system provided a detailed description of each item's properties and effects. The 9 Great Bowls was a set of special dishes that increased the maximum health by 500 points upon consumption. The Gale Boots, part of a silver tier equipment set, not only provided a 60-point speed boost, but also came with the Swift Step skill, which could temporarily enhance speed significantly. The skill blueprint was for class copy, allowing Linze to temporarily gain the full attributes of any pet. Overwhelmed with excitement, Linze immediately learned the copying skill. He realized that with this ability, he could truly fight alongside his pets, no longer having to flee as he had when pursued by the Hyena King. Although the skill's duration was only 1 minute, he saw the potential to extend this time through upgrades, which would greatly enhance his effectiveness in battle. He quickly took off his sneakers and put on the Gale boots. This change pushed his speed past the 100-point threshold, reaching an astonishing 110 points. At this moment, Linze's overall stats reached a new peak: attack 8550, defense 6025, speed 11060, health 900, and mana 450. Looking at these jaw-dropping stats, Linze couldn't help but imagine the reaction if he were to post these numbers in the regional chat channel. It would surely stir envy and amazement among all the players. Linze happily stored the 9 delicacies from the golden orb into his backpack, already calculating the benefits of the gourmet dishes that could increase his maximum health by 500 points. Compared to royal jelly, this was nothing short of a divine blessing. He couldn't help but imagine the tantalizing aroma of steamed beef, steamed soft-shell turtle, steamed chicken, steamed duck, and steamed pork knuckle, his mouth nearly watering at the thought. If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't mealtime yet, he would have indulged without hesitation. Just then, Xiaoqing suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Master, I can feel that your strength has grown significantly." Linze burst into hearty laughter, his eyes glinting with confidence. "Of course, the next time I encounter a monster like the Hyena King, he'll be able to handle it easily on my own." "Master, you're amazing," Xiaoqing cheered, recalling the perilous moment when Linze was forced back by one of the Hyena King's wind blades. The memory still sent shivers down its spine. But now, seeing its master's increased power, Xiaoqing finally felt relieved. After stowing away 4 empty treasure chests, Linze led Xiaoqing to a tree nearby. In no time, dozens of snow pears had already piled up on the ground. He casually picked one up and took a bite. Its crisp, juicy sweetness was even better than an apple. Linze decided to store this batch of snow pears for now and figure out whether to sell them the next day. As he was deep in thought, Dahong climbed down from the tree with a bag of snow pears slung over its shoulder, adding the harvested fruits to the pile. This pear tree was much taller and more bountiful than the apple tree by the pond, bearing at least 300 fruits by rough estimation. Not wanting Dahong to overexert itself, Linze joined in the harvesting. He focused on picking pears from the lower branches, while the nimble Dahong handled the higher ones. After nearly half an hour of effort, the two managed to clear the entire tree, collecting a total of 386 fist-sized snow pears. Each fruit was not only delicious, but also visually appealing, enough to make anyone's mouth water. Linze stored all the snow pears in his backpack, leaving the tree intact with plans to return for more in the future. He couldn't help but sigh wistfully, thinking how great it would be to have an orchard where he could transplant this pear tree along with the apple tree by the pond. Turning to Dahong and Xiaoqing, he instructed, "You two head to the area near the valley and hunt as many monsters as you can." "Understood, Master," the two little companions responded in unison. Dahong curiously asked, "Master, aren't you coming with us?" "He'll stay here to mine iron ore," Linze explained. "If anything comes up, he'll have the Queen Bee notify you. Just make sure not to wander too far." "Got it, Master," Dahong and Xiaoqing replied before heading off together toward the valley. Once his companions had left, Linze ventured deeper into the valley. He had previously noticed piles of black stones scattered around, which, according to the information provided, were iron ore deposits. Taking out an iron pickaxe from his backpack, he gripped it tightly with both hands and struck the ore with force. With a sharp clang, sparks flew from the surface of the iron ore. Linze struck repeatedly, and after dozens of hits, a chunk of iron ore finally broke loose. A system notification popped up. "You have successfully mined 1 piece of iron ore." Compared to chopping trees, mining was undoubtedly a more labor-intensive and challenging task. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Linze refocused and continued to mine with determination. Linze swung his well-crafted iron pickaxe, feeling the 30 boost in mining efficiency it provided. The rhythmic clinking and clanging echoed through the valley as he committed himself to a full day of iron ore mining. The task of hunting and leveling up had been delegated to Dahong and Xiaoqing, while Linze focused on stockpiling iron ore in preparation for crafting iron nails. Time passed quietly, and beads of sweat formed on Linze's forehead. Suddenly, a notification popped up. "Congratulations! You have struck gold and mined a piece of refined iron." Linze's eyes lit up, recalling the pickaxe's special ability and increased chance of extracting high-quality minerals. Clearly, this refined iron was far superior in grade and utility compared to regular iron ore. By midday, Linze stopped working and stretched his sore arms. Scanning the surroundings, he found a flat spot to sit down. He pulled out ingredients for a hearty meal from his backpack and began eating while opening his friend panel to contact Yushuangshuang. "What are you up to?" Linze asked. "Working, of course, boss," Yushuangshuang replied. "I'm a blacksmith, so my daily grind is crafting tools." Now that I've got a workbench, it's much easier to take on jobs. Oh, by the way, I sent you those wooden barrels 15 in total. Got them, Linze confirmed. I have a task for you. Help me craft some iron nails. Boss, did you find an iron mine? Yu Shuangshuang asked perceptively. Linze was slightly surprised. How did you know? Yu Shuangshuang chuckled. Boss, last night you asked me to craft an iron pickaxe for mining, and now you're giving me iron ore to make nails. What other explanation could there be besides you finding an iron mine? You're sharp, Linze admitted. Yu Shuangshuang continued. I can craft the nails for you, but can we renegotiate the payment? Linze recalled their earlier deal. For every 100 iron nails, he would pay 3 units of meat and a bottle of water. You want iron ore instead? He guessed. Exactly, Yu Shuangshuang explained. You know, boss, the newbie protection period ends tomorrow morning. As a life skills player, I have no chance against monster invasions. If my shelter gets attacked, I'll probably die. The only way to survive is by upgrading my shelter. I need to reach the wooden house level to stand a chance. But the trade channel barely has any iron or just a handful in total. So, I'm counting on you, boss. Linze considered her request. What's your proposal? Yu Shuangshuang laid out her terms. I don't need much. For every 100 iron nails I craft, just give me 1 piece of iron ore. Linze weighed his options. He realized he couldn't afford to let Yu Shuangshuang perish without her. There'd be no one to craft nails or other items in the future. Moreover, she had proven to be a good person, having gifted him a wooden bow and crafted the barrels without charging a fee. She was someone worth maintaining a long-term partnership with. Deal. I'll send you the iron ore, Linze replied. By the way, how much do I owe you for the barrels? I'll pay you for those as well. Yu Shuangshuang cheered at his response and quickly replied. No need. Consider the barrels a gift, boss. Despite her refusal, Linze sent over more than 100 pieces of iron ore, along with 5 units of hyena meat. After all, he lacked many resources, but hyena meat was not one of them. Wow, that's a lot of iron ore. Boss, you must be rolling in it. Yu Shuangshuang exclaimed. Not too bad, Linze replied calmly. It's already noon. Are you still mining, boss? Yu Shuangshuang asked. No, I'm eating, Linze said, casually snapping a photo of his meal and sending it to her. After a long pause, Yu Shuangshuang replied. Boss, are you sure you're not cheating? Just lucky. Found a silver tier chest, Linze explained. So jealous, boss. Yu Shuangshuang replied. I'm practically drooling over here. Can I buy one of those pork hocks? I'll pay a high price. Sorry, can't sell it. It boosts max HP, Linze declined politely. Yu Shuangshuang could only express her shock with exclamation marks. After a satisfying meal, Linze patted his slightly rounded stomach with contentment. Carefully, he packed the remaining 2/3 of the 9-dish feast into his backpack, calculating in his mind how this meal not only satisfied his appetite, but also significantly increased his maximum health by over 150 points. Linze opened his personal information panel, and his eyes lit up. With the addition of more than 150 health points, his total health had finally surpassed the 1,000 mark, a milestone worth celebrating. Just as Linze was basking in the joy of this breakthrough, a series of notifications popped up, reporting kill updates from Shaoqing and Dahong. Although most of the kills were ordinary animals, and only 3 were monster level, yielding less than 40 experience points in total, Linze was still satisfied. After all, it was effortless extra gain. Just over 30 more experience points, and it'll reach bronze level 4, putting me on the same level as Shaoqing and Dahong, Linze calculated silently. With more pets, my leveling speed will definitely increase. I might even surpass them soon. After a brief rest, Linze returned to the arduous task of mining. He released the queen bee from the pet space. The plump little creature, now fully recovered, perched on a large green rock nearby, watching Linze sweat and toil with a gaze that was both affectionate and curious. Seeing the idle queen bee, Linze couldn't help but roll his eyes. It'd be great to have a pet that could walk upright, he muttered while continuing to swing his pickaxe. Like a monkey or a gorilla. Especially a gorilla, they're strong and powerful, practically born to be miners. Time flew by, and 2 or 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy erupted from Linze's abdomen. He could distinctly feel his body undergoing rapid enhancement. Although the process lasted only a few seconds, Linze knew he had finally leveled up to bronze level 4. He quickly allocated the 10 new attribute points to speed and health, then checked his updated personal information. Player, Linze. Level, bronze level 4. Class, pet summoner. Max pets, 3. Skills, pet summoning, pet space, attack duplication. Attack, 95 45 50. Defense, 70 45 25. Speed, 125 6560. Health, 1108. Mana, 450. Experience, 1500. Attribute points, 0. Talent, SSS tier. 125 speed. Linze exclaimed excitedly. Even the bronze level 5 Hyena King at its peak only had 110 speed. If I face it again now, It wouldn't even touch a hair on me. Reflecting on himself from 2 days ago, Linze felt he had grown dozens of times stronger. Not only that, but he also noticed a significant increase in his strength. Previously, it took nearly 40 swings to extract a single iron ore, but now he could manage it in just around 30. Glancing at the time, it was already 3 p.m. Linze estimated. By dusk, I should be able to mine over 200 more iron ores. He picked up a sweet, juicy snow pear, took a big bite, and then grabbed his pickaxe again, diving back into the mining work. With each swing of the pickaxe, system notifications kept popping up. Most of the time, he extracted iron ore. Determination gleamed in Linze's eyes as he resolved to meet his goal before nightfall. Occasionally, luck was on his side, and Linze managed to mine a piece of refined iron. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, he finally wrapped up his day of mining. Looking back, the pile of iron ore he had collected had grown to over 400 pieces, along with nearly 30 pieces of refined iron, a testament to his hard work that afternoon. Linze quickly traded the iron ore to Yu Shuangshuang, carefully storing the refined iron for himself. Before long, Yu Shuangshuang delivered over 1,000 finely crafted iron nails. The two exchanged a few words. Boss, this batch of ore is quite large. It'll take until 10 p.m. to process it all, Yu Shuangshuang said. No problem, just calculate the processing fee yourself, Linze replied readily. After a moment, Yu Shuangshuang asked, are you calling it a day? It's getting dark, it's about time to head back, Linze answered. I really envy you combat-focused players. I still don't dare to leave the safe zone, Yu Shuangshuang said with a sigh. Linze reassured her. Life skill players have their own advantages. They just haven't fully emerged yet. Hopefully. By the way, have you heard any news about the end of the newbie protection period? Yu Shuangshuang asked. Not yet. We'll know by tomorrow, Linze replied truthfully. After their conversation, Linze checked his backpack and found that his total refined iron count had reached 35 pieces. He speculated that it might be used to craft high-level equipment and decided to have Yu Shuangshuang upgrade the tool station later to explore its potential. Let's go, Linze called out to Queen Bee. Time to find Xiao Qing and Dahong. The queen bee immediately buzzed her wings and led the way to the hunting grounds near the valley. Before long, they found the two small pets, who guided them to collect the surrounding prey carcasses. Although most of the animals were ordinary and yielded little experience, they managed to gather over 1,300 units of meat from the remains. Linze did a quick calculation. Their food reserves for the day had reached nearly 5,000 units, a bountiful harvest. He asked Dahong and Xiao Qing about their hunting experience and learned that the monsters in the area were unusually scarce. This gave Linze a hunch. There might be a significant threat nearby. Not only had the monster population decreased, but the Hyena King's minions had dropped from over 100 yesterday to just 50 today. Moreover, the Hyena King itself was severely injured. Let's go. We'll deal with it later, Linze said, leading his 3 pets toward the waterhole. After filling 15 wooden buckets, they quickly returned to the shelter. By then, night had fallen. Linze took out some dry firewood and had Dahong ignite it with a fireball, instantly dispelling the darkness inside the straw hut. He pulled out a large quantity of wood and iron nails from his backpack, preparing to upgrade the shelter. A surge of golden light swept over like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire shelter. Against the backdrop of the pitch-black night, the golden glow appeared even more dazzling. Linze felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, he was still within the novice protection period. Otherwise, such a brilliant display would undoubtedly attract countless monsters. He watched intently as the scene before him transformed. The walls of the thatched shelter blurred like illusions, then solidified into sturdy wooden panels. The roof, the straw bed, and even the muddy ground beneath his feet were all replaced with robust wooden structures under the golden glow. The fire pit in the center of the room was encased in hardened earth, forming a simple stove that only needed an iron pot to start cooking. What delighted Linze even more was the sudden expansion of the shelter, now spanning approximately 50 square meters. However, the newfound spaciousness also highlighted the lack of furniture aside from a bed, a basic grill, a portable water purifier, and the mud stove provided by the game. There was nothing else. A flurry of tasks quickly flashed through Linze's mind. A proper kitchen stove was essential, as one mud stove was clearly insufficient. Tables, chairs, pots, pans, and other daily necessities needed to be acquired. And though the weather was still relatively cool, it would be wise to prepare some warm items for colder days ahead. Just then, a series of system notifications popped up like raindrops. Congratulations, player. Your shelter has successfully been upgraded to a wooden house. You are the first player to upgrade to a wooden house. Achievement points 10 awarded. You have received a bronze treasure chest. You have gained 50 experience points. Linze was unsurprised to learn he was the first player to complete the wooden house upgrade. He quickly retrieved the bronze treasure chest from his inventory and opened it with care. Congratulations, player. You have opened a bronze treasure chest. You have received 100 units of wood and 20 iron nails. You have received an oversized lighter. Linze let out a small exclamation. Though the items seemed ordinary at first glance, it was the first time he had obtained resources specifically useful for upgrading his shelter from a treasure chest. He couldn't help but wonder, did reaching the wooden house level unlock treasure chests that provided upgrade materials? If that were the case, it would significantly lower the difficulty for other players trying to upgrade their shelters. He examined the oversized lighter closely. It was as thick as an arm and over 30 centimeters long, truly living up to its name. However, for Linze, who already owned the big red lighter, this item was somewhat redundant. Without hesitation, he listed the lighter in the trading channel, adding a note: looking to trade for blueprints or attribute-enhancing items. While the lighter might not be as valuable as blueprints or attribute items, there was always a chance that a desperate player might be willing to trade. Afterward, Linze opened the shelter's information panel to review the updated details. Wooden house level, basic. Upgrade requirements: 3,000 units of wood, 1,000 iron nails, 10 refined iron blocks. Defense value, 1,000. Shelter features: fish pond. Description: a fairly ordinary shelter with some defensive capabilities. Linze noticed two new additions in the information panel: defense value and shelter features. These updates clearly opened up more possibilities for future development. His eyes scanned the data repeatedly as he began formulating his next upgrade plan. Linze stared at the requirements for upgrading the wooden cabin, calculating in his mind. Previously, he hadn't understood the purpose of refined iron, but now it proved to be useful. With an ample supply of wood and over 1,000 nails in stock, everything was ready to proceed with the upgrade. Without hesitation, Linze used 3,000 units of wood, 1,000 nails, and 10 pieces of refined iron to upgrade the wooden cabin to an intermediate level. Although the cabin's size hadn't increased, and there weren't significant changes to the interior decor, a set of cozy bedding now adorned the wooden bed. This small improvement delighted Linze, as he had felt something was missing during the past few nights without proper blankets. What stood out the most was the cabin's enhanced sturdiness and durability. The beams were noticeably thicker, giving off a much stronger sense of security. Linze checked the cabin's defense value, which had impressively soared from 1,000 to 3,000. The requirements for the next upgrade to an advanced wooden cabin were even more demanding: 5,000 units of wood, 3,000 nails, and 50 pieces of refined iron. With his current resources far from sufficient, Linze had no choice but to set this goal aside for now. Surveying his surroundings, a satisfied smile appeared on Linze's face. Compared to the previous grass hut, this wooden cabin was worlds apart, especially in terms of security, which was incomparable. Just then, his three small pets lined up, looking up at Linze as they asked in unison, "Master, is this our new home?" Linze smiled and replied, "This is our home for now. In the future, our home will become bigger, more luxurious, and even safer." Hearing this, the three little ones cheered with joy. Suddenly, the queen bee asked, "Master, where will I sleep tonight?" After a moment of thought, Linze said, "I'll find someone to make you a beehive, and your hive will be placed inside. You can stay there to hatch your bees." He planned to place the beehive outside the cabin so that if any monsters attacked, the queen bee and her little bees could sound the alarm immediately. Without delay, Linze sent a message to Yu Shuangshuang. Professional tasks were best left to professionals. Yu Shuangshuang quickly replied, saying that crafting a beehive was simple and would take no more than 10 minutes. Although she didn't mention any crafting fee, Linze proactively traded some wood and a few units of meat as compensation. He understood that even for small favors, relying on free help repeatedly could complicate relationships. At that moment, Linze received a message. It was from the player who had traded him the electric grid blueprint earlier, asking if he still had water. Linze asked, "How much do you need?" The electric grid player replied, "Just 10 liters will do." Linze suggested, "Why not take more?" The player sighed, "I can't afford it." Linze took out 5 wooden barrels from his backpack, each capable of holding 100 liters of water. He then gathered a large amount of bamboo, cut it into sections with his iron sword, and crafted several bamboo containers. Finally, he filled 3 bamboo containers with water and traded them to the player in exchange for 100 units of wood. The player expressed gratitude, saying, "You're amazing. If you have any other good stuff, let me know." Linze replied, "There will definitely be good stuff. Do you need nails?" The player was surprised. "Wow, you're incredible. You managed to get nails so quickly. I heard making nails requires a workbench, and as far as I know, only a female player named Yu Shuangshuang has one. How many nails do you have?" Linze confidently answered, "Enough for you to upgrade your grass hut to a wooden cabin. If you're interested, trade me some blueprints." The player hesitated. Upgrading to a wooden cabin only requires 300 nails, which is far less valuable than a blueprint. Linze insisted, "Get the blueprint first, and then we can talk." The player reluctantly agreed. "All right, I'll give it a try." After ending the conversation with the player, Linze continued making bamboo containers. He transferred all the water from the 5 wooden barrels into the bamboo containers and then listed them in batches on the trading channel. Soon, The number of wood units in Linze's inventory began to rise rapidly. Linze shifted his attention from the sewage trade to the beehive that Shuang had just delivered. The massive beehive, nearly a meter in diameter, was large enough to house his honeycomb. Carefully, he retrieved the honeycomb from his backpack and split it in half with his iron sword. One half went into the beehive, while the other half was set aside as food, an exquisite delicacy with no special effects but an exceptional taste. Linze carried the beehive outside the wooden cabin and spoke to the queen bee that had followed him. This will be your little home for now. It should suffice for the time being. When you grow bigger, I'll get you an even larger one. Thank you, master, the queen bee replied joyfully as it crawled into the beehive to begin its egg-laying endeavors. With a flashlight in hand, Linze walked to the area near the fish pond and started building a vegetable garden on an open patch of land. He made a mental note to look for vegetable seeds in the trading channel. Glancing around the pitch-black forest, he decided to hold off on constructing an electric fence until he had a power source. Building one now would be a significant loss if it were damaged by monsters or animals. He checked on the growth of the crucian carp in the pond. In just one day, their size had multiplied several times, and they now weighed about a pound each, remarkably large for crucian carp, practically pound carp. However, the game indicated that the fish were not yet mature and could not be harvested. Suppressing his craving for fish, Linze turned and headed back to his cabin. He poured 10 liters of sewage into the water purifier and soon had an equal amount of clean drinking water. Using bamboo tubes, he stored some of the water, placed it on the stove, and added a sliced snow pear. Before long, a pot of fragrant and sweet snow pear soup was ready. I was planning to have mushroom stew with beef and a family-sized fried chicken combo tonight. Guess that'll have to wait until tomorrow. For now, I'll finish these 9 big bowls to boost my health, Linze muttered to himself as he pulled out 9 specialty dishes from his backpack. As usual, he opened the regional chat channel and shared a photo of his dinner. Predictably, the chat erupted in excitement. Whoa, is that the legendary Chung City 9 big bowls? Steamed ribs, steamed beef with rice flour, steamed soft-shelled turtle, steamed chicken, steamed duck, steamed pork knuckle. Is this still a survival game? I haven't even eaten like this on Earth. I'm seriously starting to suspect that Linze has some kind of dual world system and can travel back to Earth. Just looking at the photo is making me drool. Linze, are these dishes for sale? I'll pay a high price, just sell me a chicken leg, please. That turtle shell looks completely wild caught. Super nutritious. Linze, I'll offer 10 million, just give me any one of those dishes. Are you joking, dude? Do you even have 10 million right now? Even if you did, money's useless now, you couldn't even buy a bowl of soup with it. Guys, I'm digging in first. Did you actually buy those dishes from Linze? Nope, but looking at the photos while eating feels just as good. Fair enough. Honestly, my appetite just shot up too. As Linze savored the delicious 9 big bowls and the sweet snow pear soup, he browsed the lively regional chat channel with amusement. Watching the players' animated discussions, he couldn't help but find the whole scene rather entertaining. Linze's gaze fell on the numbers in the top right corner of the channel, and his mood grew heavier. In just 3 days, the number of deceased players had surpassed 10,000, leaving only around 85,000 survivors. The losses on the first day were within expectations, but as players began leaving the safe zones, the death toll skyrocketed. He couldn't help but worry about how many more lives would be lost once the beginner protection period ended. Memories of players mentioning regional and national competitions flashed through his mind, and Linze realized that the survival rate of players in his region would directly impact future competition results. He shook his head helplessly. Other than silently praying for the safety of his fellow players, there was little else he could do. Opening his friends panel, he was greeted by over 99 friend requests. Linze quickly searched for keywords related to blueprints, locked onto a target, and approved the request. Linze, are you looking to trade the blueprint for that oversized lighter? A message came through quickly. Yes, I have a blueprint for a table and chairs. Would you be interested? You can check the details in the item description. Initially, Linze felt a bit disappointed. After all, tables and chairs could be crafted with just a basic workbench, and asking Shuang to make them would be even easier. However, when he opened the item description and saw the detailed information, his eyes lit up. The blueprint not only provided a complete set of furniture, a table and 4 chairs, but also had a special effect, increasing food's taste comfort level by 20. This meant that even without seasoning, meals wouldn't be unappetizing. For delicacies like the 9 dishes, the flavor would be even more extraordinary. Without hesitation, Linze removed the oversized lighter from the trading channel and completed the trade with the other party. After obtaining the blueprint, he immediately chose to use it. In the blink of an eye, a set of exquisite rosewood table and chairs appeared in his wooden house. The surface was smooth as a mirror and the design elegant. He placed the 9 dishes and pear soup on the table, picked up a piece of rib, and took a bite. As expected, the taste was even better than before. Satisfied, Linze enjoyed the meal, and his maximum health increased by nearly 200 points. About a third of the dishes remained, which he planned to save for the next morning. After all, The portions of the 9 dishes were substantial, enough to last 2 to 3 days if eaten simply to stave off hunger. This time, Linze had devoured so much mainly to boost his maximum health. After dinner, Linze lay down on his bed. Compared to the grass bed, which occasionally pricked his neck or hurt his back, this wooden bed was flat and comfortable. Even better, when his wooden house was upgraded to the intermediate level, it came with a set of lightweight bedding, so he didn't have to worry about getting cold at night. Dahong hopped onto the bed cheerfully, its fluffy tail wagging around Linze. Xiaoqing also crawled up slowly, resting its large snake head on Linze's stomach. Linze patted its head lightly and chuckled. You're getting bigger and bigger. At this rate, if you level up a few more times, you'll have to sleep on the floor. At this point, Xiaoqing's body was nearly 5 meters long, resembling a giant python. If it grew any larger, it might collapse the wooden bed. Xiaoqing nodded reluctantly, seemingly aware of the issue. Time slipped by quietly, and shortly after 10 p.m., Yu Shuangshuang delivered the crafted iron nails as promised. A message from Yu Shuangshuang suddenly popped up in the chat panel. Boss, there are a total of 4,260 iron nails. My share has already been deducted. Linze quickly replied. Got it. Thanks. Yu Shuangshuang's gratitude was evident. No need to thank me, boss. If it weren't for collaborating with you, I wouldn't have enough iron nails to upgrade my wooden house. She calculated silently. The processing fee she earned from Linze was just enough to upgrade her straw hut to a wooden house. This transaction was significant for her. It could even be a matter of survival. Yu Shuangshuang continued to ask. Boss, your wooden house must be at the intermediate level by now, right? Linze was a bit surprised. You know that too? Yu Shuangshuang replied smugly. Upgrading to an intermediate wooden house requires not only wood and iron nails, but also refined iron. I figured that must come from iron ore as well. Since you mine so much iron ore today, you must have obtained refined iron too. Upgrading your wooden house should be no problem. Reading this message, Linze couldn't help but think to himself, this woman is indeed clever. He decided to throw out a bait. Once you gather enough wood and iron nails to upgrade your wooden house to the intermediate level, I can prioritize selling you some refined iron. But you'll need to trade something for it, like blueprints. Yu Shuangshuang immediately perked up. What kind of blueprints do you need, boss? Linze got straight to the point. Any blueprints will do. But if it's skill blueprints for a pet summoner, that would be ideal. Boss, you're a pet summoner? Yu Shuangshuang asked in surprise. Linze confirmed concisely. Correct. Yu Shuangshuang couldn't hide her envy. I envy you having a pet for company. I'm living alone in my shelter, scared out of my mind. If only I were a pet summoner too. Linze offered some practical advice. This should only be temporary. I believe there will come a day when players can meet offline or even relocate their shelters together. For now, your focus shouldn't be on fear, but on surviving until then and improving your abilities. Yu Shuangshuang nodded in understanding. Got it. Boss, can I see your pet? Linze casually snapped a photo of Xiaoqing and sent it over. When Yu Shuangshuang saw the photo, she immediately felt her scalp tingle. She hadn't expected Linze's pet to be a giant green snake, and it was even sleeping on his bed. Goosebumps rose all over her as she responded in terror. Boss, this is too much. So scary. I'm crying. Linze replied calmly. You asked to see it. Yu Shuangshuang was still in disbelief. Such a huge snake, and it sleeps on your bed? Aren't you afraid? Linze explained. You get used to it. I've been raising Xiaoqing since it was at bronze level 1. Watching it grow up, I don't feel scared anymore. Yu Shuangshuang reluctantly accepted this. All right, as long as you're happy, boss. After that, the two of them chatted idly about various things. Meanwhile, Linze browsed the trading channel, searching for blueprints, attribute-enhancing items, and vegetable seeds, anything he needed. Unfortunately, after a long search, even using keywords, he came up empty-handed. It seemed that players were still too poor at this stage. Late at night, Linze felt no desire to sleep, and Yu Shuangshuang was also restless, occasionally sending messages to ask if he had gone to bed. Neither of them was lovesick. Instead, they were anxious. The novice protection period would end the next morning, and the safe zone would cease to exist. The protection period had been relatively forgiving so long as players stayed within the safe zone. The risk of danger was minimal. But starting tomorrow, everything would change. Those players who died within the safe zone were truly unlucky. They unwittingly provoked the monsters. Generally, players in safe zones don't face active attacks from monsters. For instance, when Linze encountered Xiaoqing, as long as he stayed away from the bronze treasure chest, Xiaoqing wouldn't attack him and allowed him to move freely around the outskirts of the bamboo forest. However, with the impending disappearance of the safe zone, this fragile peace was about to be shattered. Monsters would begin actively attacking players and even targeting their shelters, posing a significant threat. To make matters worse, the end of the beginner protection period might bring even more unforeseen dangers. As night fell, the players in the survival game found it hard to sleep. The regional chat channel was unusually lively, filled with discussions about the upcoming changes, fears, and speculations. I have a feeling something big is going to happen tomorrow, one player posted. No kidding. The safe zone disappearing isn't big enough for you. Another player retorted. By the way, does anyone know what the natural disasters mentioned in the game are about? Someone asked. Normally, natural disasters would mean earthquakes, floods, or extreme weather. But in this survival world, it's hard to judge using Earth's logic. I just hope the game shows some mercy. I don't want to die. Another player expressed their concern. Me neither, someone chimed in. I just made a new friend yesterday. We were having a great chat, and then suddenly they went silent. It freaked me out so much I couldn't sleep all night. How do you even know if your friends are still alive? Someone else asked. Check their profile pictures, a seasoned player explained. If their picture turns gray, it means they're dead, and you won't be able to send them any messages. Reading this, Linze instinctively opened his friends list and quickly scanned through the few names there. Fortunately, all their profile pictures were still lit, indicating they were alive. As Linze continued browsing the chat channel, one particular message caught his attention. Stay strong, everyone. As long as we stick together, we can get through this, a player tried to motivate others. Yeah, right. Easy for you to say, another player mocked. We're scattered all over the jungle and can't even meet. How do we stick together? Spiritually. Actually, it's not impossible to meet, someone argued. I ran into another player yesterday, a girl. No lesson, we took down a monster together. For real? Of course. Don't believe me? Check this out, the player uploaded a photo. No way. You can really run into each other. Looks like our shelter locations are randomized. If you're lucky, you might end up near someone else. Still, being nearby isn't always a good thing, a cautious player warned. In a lawless survival world like this, you never know what someone might do. Exactly, another agreed. If you encounter another player, stay alert and be prepared. It's not about being paranoid. It's about staying alive. Many players echoed these sentiments. After all, this so-called survival game was deadly serious. Linze thought back to his earlier conversation with Yu Shuang. He had joked that players would eventually meet in real life, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. He couldn't help but wonder if his words had some kind of prophetic power. Just then, Yu Shuang sent him a message. Hey, what do you think it'd be like if we met in person someday? Clearly, she had also been following the chat channel. Linze teased her, meeting me? Aren't you afraid of my Xiaoqing? Yu Shuang quickly replied, ugh, WHYD, you have to bring that up. Just thinking about your Xiaoqing gives me the chills. I keep feeling like there's something outside my cabin staring at me. Linze chuckled, reaching out to pat the large head of Xiaoqing, who was sprawled across his stomach. Looks like you've been rejected, he said. Xiaoqing looked up at him with a puzzled expression. Still amused, Linze wished Yu Shuang a good night and prepared to sleep. Meanwhile, outside the wooden cabin, the queen bee in the hive was happily nurturing new bees. Suddenly, a faint golden light flashed, and one of the newborn bees underwent a startling mutation, evolving into a monstrous worker bee. Its body swelled to the size of a fist. The next morning, Linze woke up from the warmth of his bedding. As he opened his eyes, the scene before him flickered between light and shadow, with the firelight dancing faintly. The clay stove still held 2 or 3 burning logs, but the dim flames were far from enough to illuminate the entire wooden cabin. Turning his head to look out the window, he saw that the world outside was still shrouded in darkness. Did I wake up too early? Linze wondered, glancing at his pets. Dahong was still sound asleep beside his pillow, while Xiaoqing was curled up at the foot of the bed, its massive, greenish-blue snake body appearing particularly eerie in the dim light. Maybe I just went to bed too late last night, he thought to himself, lying back down and preparing to drift off again. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a cold voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations to all surviving players. You have successfully completed the beginner survival phase. All players are awarded 20 attribute points. Next, the jungle world will enter the extreme night survival mode, lasting for 7 days. The voice continued. During extreme night survival mode, the number of monsters in the jungle world will increase tenfold, and there is a chance of monster attacks on shelters. A new item, the blood candle, has been introduced. Lighting a blood candle can reduce the likelihood of monster attacks to some extent. Players can obtain blood candles by killing monsters, opening treasure chests, or collecting resources. Additionally, a new regional merit leaderboard has been added. The top 100 players on the merit leaderboard will receive varying levels of rewards. Specific rewards can be viewed by clicking on the leaderboard. Hearing this information, Linze immediately snapped out of his drowsiness and sat up abruptly. He looked outside again, but it was still pitch black. He realized that this wasn't due to the early hurry, it was because the game had officially activated extreme night survival mode. Linze quickly opened the regional chat channel, which had erupted into chaos. Messages from players flooded in like a tidal wave, with everyone discussing the sudden arrival of extreme night survival mode. So this is the natural disaster the game mentioned? 7 days of complete darkness, and you can't see a thing. You'll need a torch just to hunt outside. A torch won't cut it. What you really need is a blood candle. Without it, you'll be attacked by monsters for sure. Please, does anyone have a lighter to sell me? I don't have one either. Lighters were already rare to begin with. Now that extreme night mode is here, no one's going to sell theirs. I just checked the trade channel. Every single listing for lighters and flint has been taken down. Damn it. I was just about to buy one. If I had known about extreme night mode, I would have paid anything to get a lighter earlier. If you don't keep a fire source on you, you're done for the moment your blood candle goes out. Guys, I can hear monsters near my shelter. I think I'm done for. There are monsters near my shelter too. Their howls are terrifying like wolves or something. Suddenly, a calm message broke through the chaos. Stop wasting time, everyone. Start taking action now. Even if there are monsters nearby, you have to take the risk. Those with life skills, go gather resources and craft tools. Those with combat skills, head out to hunt. Get those blood candles as quickly as possible. Exactly. We need to act immediately. Another player agreed. The longer we wait, the more monsters will show up near us. Once they start attacking our shelters, it'll be game over. Linze silently read through the messages in the chat, fully grasping the urgency of the situation. He knew that an unprecedented challenge was looming over all the players. As soon as the Polar Night survival mode was introduced, the gaming world was instantly filled with despair. Linze could clearly sense the players' fear, and even he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. The outside world was pitch black, and no one knew what dangers might be lurking in the darkness. Thank goodness I have the three little ones with me, Linze thought to himself, glancing at the sleeping squirrels by his side. He remembered the flashlight he had found in a treasure chest earlier, which gave him some reassurance. At least with this, I won't be completely in the dark. Just then, two avatars on his friend panel started flashing. Linze clicked on the first. Night was a message from the grid player. Boss, great news. I found the blueprint you mentioned before, the grid player said excitedly. Linze's interest was piqued. Let's hear it. One of my allies has it, and it's exactly what you need right now. Send me the details, Linze said eagerly. The grid player immediately sent over a blueprint. Linze opened it, and was overjoyed. It was a blueprint for a generator. Exactly what he needed most at the moment. The blueprint read, hand crank generator. Using the blueprint will allow you to obtain a hand crank generator. Too bad it's hand cranked, Linze mused, slightly disappointed. But then he reconsidered. Still, it's better than solar powered. Where would I get sunlight in this endless night? It'll do for now. He glanced at the squirrel snoring beside him. When I get tired of cranking, I can always let Big Red take over. Linze quickly contacted the grid player. So this blueprint belongs to your ally? Yeah, boss. I joined a player alliance called Elite Tribunal last night and saw it in the group chat. Honestly, I regretted selling you the grid blueprint right after. If you regret it, you can take back the grid blueprint. I haven't built it yet, Linze said half-jokingly. No way. I was just kidding. I already used up the royal jelly you gave me. The grid player explained hurriedly. By the way, I spoke to my ally. He's willing to trade the blueprint for 2,000 iron nails. That's too expensive, Linze rejected outright. How much are you willing to offer, boss? I'll negotiate. 600 nails. What? Boss, that's some serious bargaining, the grid player exclaimed. I can't even bring myself to suggest that. His lowest offer was already 1,500 nails. Linze paused for a moment. 600 nails, and 300 of them are yours. This? Boss, won't that be a bit unfair? The grid player hesitated. Up to you, Linze replied calmly. All right, I'll give it a shot. The grid player finally conceded. Linze then opened the other flashing avatar. It was a message from Yushuangshuang. Boss, did you see the game broadcast? A natural disaster is coming. Yushuangshuang said urgently. Oh, and while crafting tools for someone earlier, I got 2 blood candles. I've already traded one to you'll come in handy for hunting outside. Thanks, I'll repay you with 2 later, Linze replied gratefully. No need to be so formal, boss, Yushuangshuang said quickly. Just gather more iron ore for me. I plan to stay in the shelter for the next 7 days, relying on the ore you provide to upgrade my wooden house. No rush, Linze responded calmly. I'll first figure out the details of this polar night mode before deciding on mining. Got it, boss, Yushuangshuang replied. Linze closed the chat interface and fell into deep thought. The challenges and opportunities brought by the polar night mode required careful consideration. The blueprint for the hand crank generator and the blood candle were glimmers of hope for survival. However, the lurking dangers in the darkness still left him wary and cautious. The iron mine was definitely a place he needed to visit. Linze calculated in his mind upgrading to an advanced wooden cabin and eventually a top-tier one both required refined iron. So continuing as a miner was inevitable. His eyes flickered with thought as he considered that once he had a larger stock of refined iron, he could trade it with other players. However, he quickly reminded himself to stay cautious. Recklessness could cost him his life. After finishing his conversation with Yushuangshuang, Linze opened the regional merit leaderboard. The screen was densely packed with player names, and the merit points of the top-ranking player had already reached double digits. Scanning the list, he was surprised to find Yushuangshuang's name in second place with an impressive 37 merit points. These people sure are quick, Linze muttered to himself, then analyzed. They're probably all lifestyle-focused players. Besides killing monsters, they can also earn merit points through crafting tools, gathering resources, and similar activities. He carefully examined the leaderboard and noticed that a treasure chest icon appeared next to every player's ranking. Clicking on it revealed the corresponding rewards for each rank. First place would receive a diamond treasure chest and a random skill blueprint for their class. Second place would get 2 gold treasure chests and a skill blueprint. Third place would earn 1 gold treasure chest and a skill blueprint. Rankings beyond third didn't include skill blueprints, but players ranked between 50th and 100th would still receive a bronze treasure chest. These rewards are definitely tempting, especially for the top 3. Linze thought to himself. Just for the class-specific skill blueprints, it's worth fighting for a spot in the top 3. Whether I can make it or not is another matter, but I need to set the goal first. He encouraged himself. With my super class talent, I should have confidence. In just a few minutes, the top 10 rankings saw multiple changes, and Yu Shuang even leapt to first place. Linze speculated that this young woman was likely busy crafting tools at the moment. With her workbench and ample materials, she could easily earn both merit points and blood candles. He had a strong feeling that by the end of the event, Yu Shuang's ranking wouldn't be low. She had a good chance of staying in the top 10. Next, Linze opened the regional chat channel and carefully read through the players' discussions to gather more information about the Eternal Night survival mode. After half an hour, he closed the chat interface, feeling satisfied with the wealth of knowledge he had gained. He learned that blood candles came in different levels. The higher the level, the longer they burned and the stronger the monsters they could repel. Low-level blood candles, even when lit, were ineffective against high-level monsters. In addition, he picked up plenty of other crucial details related to blood candles and merit points. Time was of the essence, so Linze quickly got out of bed and freshened up. He devoured the remaining 9 dishes from the previous night as breakfast. This hearty meal increased his maximum health to 500 points, bringing his total health to an impressive 1,450 points. Compared to other players at this stage, he was undoubtedly a tank. Linze didn't forget to allocate the 20 attribute points he had earned as a game reward. He evenly distributed them between speed and health. This reward was something all surviving players received. He speculated that once the Eternal Night survival event concluded, the surviving players would likely receive another unified reward from the game, separate from the merit leaderboard rewards. Linze looked at his attribute panel with satisfaction. After adding 10 points to his stats, his health had soared to 1,550, and his speed had reached 135. This speed was already on par with Xiaoqing and only slightly inferior to Dahong. As for the plump queen bee, she still couldn't match his speed. A smile spread across Linze's face as he felt pleased with his impressive attributes. At that moment, Xiaoqing and Dahong also woke up. He fed both of his pets and said to them, "Once you finish eating, we'll head out for some hunting. For the next 7 days, we'll be in perpetual darkness. While the limited visibility increases the risk of monster ambushes, there's also good news." Xiaoqing tilted her head curiously and asked, "Master, what's the good news?" Linze smiled and explained, "The number of monsters has increased tenfold. As long as we can hold our ground, we'll be able to level up quickly. Reaching the silver tier in a short time won't be a problem." He had previously discussed the tier system with Xiaoqing, explaining that above bronze was silver, followed by gold, and then diamond. Hearing Linze's bold statement, both pets cheered excitedly. Although they were monsters, they too had their ambitions and didn't want to remain at the bronze tier forever. They even dreamed of one day reaching the gold tier. If Linze knew about their aspirations, he would likely scold them for their lack of ambition. In his eyes, gold tier monsters were nothing. His goal was to become a boss surpassing even the diamond tier. Linze pushed open the door, and a rush of cold air greeted him. Inside the room, the fireplace had kept them warm, but stepping outside revealed the stark temperature drop under the eternal night. The sky was shrouded in an endless black curtain, devoid of any light, an unsettling and oppressive darkness. Just then, a buzzing sound reached his ears. The plump queen bee flew toward Linze with delight, followed by hundreds of bees. Linze counted them exactly 400. Most were ordinary bees, no larger than a fingernail. However, what caught his attention was the presence of 3 worker bees, each the size of a fist. Linze inspected the worker bee's attributes. Monster, worker bee. Level, bronze tier 1. Attack, 20. Defense, 10. Speed, 20. Health, 300. Special ability, multi-sting delivers 9 attacks within 3 seconds, with a 1-minute cooldown. Growth potential, 1 star. Experience, 0-200. Linze was surprised to find that these worker bees only had basic attributes and didn't benefit from his talent-based stat bonuses. He speculated that only official pets could enjoy the attribute enhancements. Even more disappointing was that he couldn't establish a spiritual link with the worker bees like he could with his 3 main pets, meaning direct communication was impossible. This realization left Linze a bit regretful, as it significantly reduced the value of training the bee swarm. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Concluding that this limitation was reasonable, he turned to the queen bee, who had flown over happily, and said, "We're heading out to hunt. Your little bees will stay behind to guard the place. Tell them to report immediately if any monsters attack." The queen bee nodded and relayed Linze's orders to the swarm. Immediately, the bees dispersed in all directions, acting like tiny surveillance cameras around the shelter. The three worker bees, meanwhile, led the remaining bees into three groups to patrol the area near the shelter. The first wave of bees served as the surveillance system, while the worker bee groups acted as security teams. One group monitored, and the other ensured sufficient, efficient division of labor. After ensuring the queen bee's hive was well organized, Linze turned and walked over to the fish pond, carefully observing the state of the carp. After 36 hours of growth, the fish were plump and hefty, with each weighing around 2 to 3 kilograms, earning them the nickname kilogram carp. At that moment, Linze's eyes lit up. He noticed some of the carp had an information bar hovering above their heads. Breeding, time remaining, 11 hours 24 minutes and 35 seconds. This unexpected discovery thrilled him. Hadn't anticipated that the carp could reproduce on their own. Originally, he had planned to wait until the fish matured to make a fresh carp soup, but now it seemed like he had stumbled upon a continuous food source. Quickly analyzing the situation, Linze deduced that the carp without the breeding notification were likely males. Without hesitation, he decided to remove the male carp first. Using the game's quick collect function, he captured about 70 of them in one go and stored them in his inventory. He left the remaining 20 or so female carp in the pond to complete their spawning process. Knowing that a single carp could lay tens of thousands of eggs, sometimes even over 100,000 in certain years, Linze's face lit up with a wide grin. He did some mental calculations. Even if each fish only laid 10,000 eggs, the resulting wealth would be quite substantial. Turning to the queen bee, he instructed, "Tell your worker bees to guard this fish pond carefully. Nothing can go wrong." The queen bee nodded solemnly and immediately relayed the command to the entire swarm. With everything arranged, Linze left the sanctuary with his three pets, stepping into the pitch-black forest. Under the extreme night mode, the darkness was impenetrable, and the only light source was the flashlight in Linze's hand, barely illuminating the path ahead. A few minutes later, Dahong suddenly tensed up and said, "Master, I hear monsters approaching. They're coming fast, about 7 or 8 of them." Trusting Dahong's acute sense of hearing, Linze immediately pulled a piece of dry wood from his inventory, planted it upright in the ground, and ordered, "Dahong, light this wood." With a quick rub of its tiny paws, Dahong conjured a fireball twice the size of a fist, instantly igniting the dry wood. The roaring flames pushed back the surrounding darkness, increasing visibility to about 20 to 30 meters. Linze swiftly put away his flashlight, drew out a high-quality iron bow, gripping it tightly in one hand while knocking an arrow with the other, ready for action. No sooner had he prepared himself than a pack of wolves, each as large as a young calf, emerged from the forest. They snarled, baring their teeth with ferocious eyes. Leading the pack was an especially massive wolf, nearly 2 meters tall, exuding an unmistakable aura of authority as a wolf king. With a low growl, it commanded the other wolves to spread out, encircling Linze and his three pets. Linze's eyes locked onto the enormous wolf, and in an instant he read its stats: a level 3 bronze jungle wolf with 1-star growth potential. Scanning the area, he noted that the other wolves were at levels 1 and 2 bronze, totaling 8 in number. Tightening his grip on the bow, Linze steeled himself for the fierce battle ahead. Such a ferocious pack of wolves would be enough to terrify ordinary players. However, Linze remained unfazed, a confident gleam in his eyes. His strength had significantly increased, and even if the number of gray wolves were multiplied several times, he would face them without fear. Linze drew his bow to its full extent, the curve resembling a crescent moon. An arrow shot forth, piercing through the night, and striking the largest gray wolf squarely in the head. The damage indicator, 69, appeared above its head. While it wasn't as powerful as the attacks from Xiaoqing or Dahong, it was still formidable. The injured gray wolf let out a pained and piercing howl, instantly enraging its nearby companions. The jungle wolves bared their fangs and began to encircle Linze and his three pets in a fan-shaped formation. The battle began in an instant. Xiaoqing shot forward like an arrow, rushing towards the largest gray wolf. With its massive jaws, it clamped down on the wolf's neck while coiling its 5-meter-long body tightly around its prey. This move, Death Coil, was a signature tactic of pythons, favored by many large snake species. Xiaoqing's level and strength far surpassed the gray wolf's. No matter how much the wolf struggled, it couldn't break free. To make matters worse, Xiaoqing's venom steadily seeped into the wolf, causing its health to plummet at an alarming rate of 15 points per second. Within just a minute or two, the level 3 bronze wolf succumbed to Xiaoqing's constriction and venom. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Dahong and the queen bee were engaged in fierce combat with other gray wolves. Wolves fell one after another, staining the forest floor with blood. Meanwhile, Linze faced his own opponent, a jungle gray wolf, relentlessly chasing him. But rather than being hunted, it seemed more like Linze was toying with it. With his impressive speed of 135 points, he darted through the forest, leaving the wolf trailing far behind. Every so often, he turned and fired his bow, each arrow hitting its mark. Eventually, the overconfident wolf collapsed into a pool of blood, defeated and regretful. "Hey, this counts as my first solo kill," Linze exclaimed, a delighted smile spreading across his face. A sense of accomplishment surged within him. This kill was entirely his own doing, with no assistance from his pets, making it all the more meaningful. In no time, all 8 jungle gray wolves had been slain. Linze gained 160 experience points and 16 merit points. While cleaning up the battlefield, he unexpectedly discovered 3 blood candles, 2 low-grade and 1 mid-grade. Low-grade blood candles could burn for half an hour and deter level 1 and 2 bronze creatures, while mid-grade ones lasted an hour and could repel level 3 and 4 bronze creatures. Linze had no intention of using the blood candles himself. Opening the trading channel, he found no players currently selling them, which wasn't surprising. After all, the survival game had just begun, and most players were hoarding these short-term survival items. Without hesitation, Linze listed the 3 blood candles on the trading channel. He priced the low-grade ones at 10 units of wood each and the mid-grade one at 30 units. For him, these candles were unnecessary welcome monster encounters instead of trying to ward them off. Before long, Linze received a notification that the trade was successful. The 3 blood candles were instantly purchased by other players, earning him 50 units of wood. Although it wasn't a large amount, Linze had discovered a potential new way to generate income. After quickly disposing of the wolves' carcasses, he set out with his 3 pets to continue exploring the forest. He hunted monsters while searching for pets with greater potential. With the arrival of a new day, his allowed pet count had increased to 4. Although the large gray wolf he had just defeated had a decent level, its growth potential was only 1 star, no longer sufficient to meet Linze's ever-growing standards. Under the flickering firelight, an intense battle had just concluded. Linze and his pet Team Queen Bee, Little Green, and Big Red stood in the center of the battlefield, gasping for breath. At their feet lay the lifeless body of a massive forest python, nearly 7 meters long. Its enormous body was riddled with arrows and scorched by flames. Though this bronze level 5 python was not as formidable as the hyena king, it was by no means an easy opponent. Linze scanned his surroundings. Besides the giant python, the battlefield was littered with the corpses of more than 20 snake-like monsters of varying sizes. A battle of this scale would be suicidal for ordinary players, but for Linze's team, it was a rare and valuable experience. This marked the 5th wave of monster attacks they had encountered since entering the forest. The game's warnings were no exaggeration. Monster numbers had indeed increased tenfold. Linze couldn't help but marvel at how a mere 300 to 400 meters of travel had become more perilous than the entire journey before. In just 1 or 2 hours, they had faced 5 ambushes, a testament to the terrifying creatures lurking in the shadows of this dark forest. Yet, as Linze had anticipated, this extreme night mode, while perilous, was also a prime opportunity to rapidly strengthen his abilities. In this fierce battle, his level had risen once again, reaching bronze level 5. Queen Bee advanced to bronze level 4, while Little Green and Big Red, though not yet upgraded, were close to reaching the next level of experience. A sense of pride welled up in Linze as he had finally surpassed his pets in strength. If the timing were more appropriate, he would have loved to celebrate this achievement. After the battle, Linze quickly set about clearing the battlefield. The spoils were significant. The python alone yielded over 2,000 units of meat, along with 7 blood candles, 4 low-grade, 2 mid-grade, and 1 high-grade from the giant python. The high-grade blood candle could burn for 3 hours and deter monsters up to bronze level 6 or below. Without hesitation, Linze sold the high-grade blood candle for the price of 100 units of wood. The other 6 blood candles fetched another 100 units of wood. Altogether, he earned several hundred units of wood simply from selling the blood candles. In addition, he gained a large amount of meat and over 100 merit points, making this a highly profitable endeavor. When Linze opened his inventory, he was surprised to find that his stock of various meats had reached nearly 8,000 units. At half a pound per unit, this equated to 4,000 pounds of meat, enough to feed him for over a year. Linze also noticed that the quantity of meat in the trading channel had noticeably increased, indicating that other players with the war talent were also intensifying their efforts. As more monsters were slain, the supply of meat would inevitably become even more abundant. With that in mind, Linze decided to take out a large portion of his meat reserves, preparing to trade or use them for other purposes. Linze listed most of the hunted prey on the trading channel, keeping only a small portion for himself and Xiaoqing to consume. He significantly lowered the prices, offering 1 unit of meat in exchange for just 1 unit of wood, far below the usual 3-to-5 unit ratio. This was practically a desperate clearance sale, But Linze was well aware that meat prices would only continue to drop as the next wave of disasters approached. Business is tough, Linze thought to himself. But at least I still have fish to sell. It's only natural for players to want a change of taste after eating too much game meat. He had confidence in the carp he was farming, believing that once the fish grew larger, they would sell well. Opening the regional merit leaderboard, Linze saw that he had climbed to the 26th position. If he could maintain this ranking until the event ended, he would earn a silver treasure chest as a reward. However, he knew this was only the beginning. Life-focused players had an advantage early on, but in the later stages, the battleground belonged to combat-oriented players. As long as he kept hunting stronger and more challenging monsters, his ranking would naturally rise. Let's move on to the next stop. Linze pulled the torch from the ground and gave orders to his 3 pets. A few minutes later, Dahong keenly detected a monster's presence. Master, approximately 150 meters ahead on the left, there's a monster, Dahong reported. There's only one, but it's extremely powerful. The pressure it exudes is comparable to that of the hyena king. Linze's eyes lit up. Could it be another boss? He turned to the queen bee. Go scout the situation. Be careful. The queen bee nodded and flew off into the darkness, her wings buzzing softly. Linze, along with Dahong and Xiaoqing, followed cautiously, waiting for her report. Moments later, the queen bee returned. Master, it's a level 7 bronze silver-patterned ironback bear. It indeed carries the aura of a king. Linze pondered briefly before deciding. Let's hunt some regular monsters to gain experience first, and then we'll deal with it. 20 minutes later, they encountered a group of 13 steel-haired wild boars, the strongest of which was a level 4 bronze. These wild boars were known for their high defense and thick health, with decent attack power and speed to match. Bad luck for you, Linze said, drawing his iron bow and shooting an arrow at the level 4 boar. At the same time, his 3 pets launched their attacks. Xiaoqing charged fearlessly into the group, biting ferociously. The queen bee landed on one boar's back, stabbing it repeatedly with her stinger, and Dahong transformed into a long-range artillery, relentlessly firing fireballs. In no time, all the wild boars lay dead. At that moment, both Dahong and Xiaoqing underwent noticeable changes. Dahong's fur turned a deeper red, and his tail grew thicker, while Xiaoqing's body expanded to nearly 6 meters in length. Dahong and Xiaoqing leveled up. Linze exclaimed with excitement. Now, let's go take down that silver-patterned ironback bear and make it our pet. Linze carefully examined the updated attributes of Xiaoqing and Dahong after their upgrades. Xiaoqing's attack power had reached 150, defense 135, speed 165, and health 3,600, with poison damage increasing to 18 points per second. Dahong, on the other hand, showcased 165 attack, 105 defense, 180 speed, 3,000 health, and fireball damage skyrocketing to 150 points. The queen bee was not to be outdone, boasting 105 attack, 150 defense, 120 speed, 4,200 health, and an astonishing daily hatching rate of 300 baby bees. Linze couldn't help but marvel at the incredible enhancement effects of the super steer talent. Each upgrade significantly boosted the trio's strength. However, when he compared their abilities to his own, he couldn't help feeling a bit disheartened. Even with his equipment, his bronze level 5 strength could barely match the bronze level 4 queen bee. Without weapons, the gap would be even more pronounced. After clearing the battlefield, Linze led the trio straight to the habitat of the silver-patterned ironback bear. Their previous battle with the steel-haired wild boar monster had yielded an impressive haul 2,800 units of meat. The high meat yield of the boar was truly astonishing. Following his usual practice, Linze kept a small portion for personal use and listed the rest on the trading channel. Additionally, he traded the 4 blood candles he obtained for wood. In the pitch-black forest, Linze used a flashlight to light the way while glancing at Xiaoqing's massive coiling body beside him. You're really getting bigger and bigger. Pretty soon, I might be able to ride on you, he joked half seriously. Hearing this, Xiaoqing obediently nodded. He'll work hard to grow larger so master can ride me. Linze froze for a moment, thinking to himself that the way this sounded was a bit odd. After walking for about 10 minutes, the group arrived at the silver-patterned ironback bear's location. The queen bee pointed with her stinger and said, Master, over there. Linze followed her gesture and listened closely. In the dark forest, the only sound was heavy breathing. He shone his flashlight toward the direction, and the beam revealed a massive black bear. The enormous creature was sitting on the ground, leaning against a large stone, its body heaving with each breath. Linze chuckled to himself. The enemy was right in front of it, yet the bear was still sound asleep, truly bold. However, its size was undeniably intimidating. Sitting down, it was over 2 meters tall. Standing up, it could easily reach 3 or 4 meters. Linze mused that based on its size, this bear definitely had the potential to be a mount. Riding a snake might be a dream, but riding a bear seemed far more practical. As Linze observed, the bear's information appeared before him. Monster, silver-patterned ironback bear king. Level, bronze level 7. Attack, 128. Defense, 140. Speed, 100. Health, 15,000. Special abilities, Bear King's Intimidation, Earth Spikes, Ground Collapse, Savage Roar. Growth potential, 2 stars. Experience, 325,800. Hiss. Linze drew in a sharp breath. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the fact that this was a BOS-level bear, seeing the stats still left him stunned. Its attack, defense, and speed were all over 100, and its health was a staggering 15,000. What was even more shocking was that these were merely its base attributes. Although Linze's 3 little companions were blessed with super-level talents, they still appeared outmatched when faced with the silver-patterned iron-backed Bear King. Carefully examining the bear's unique abilities, Linze was secretly astonished. Bear King's Intimidation, Earth Spikes, Quicksand Trap, and Savage Roar, each of these skills was formidable. Linze couldn't help but doubt that even with a level up, the 3 companions might still struggle against this powerful bear. As Linze hesitated, the bear, disturbed by the flashlight beam, suddenly opened its eyes and let out a low, angry growl. It rose with a mighty turn, bellowing toward the sky, and the sound waves visibly swept toward Linze and his 3 companions. Linze reacted instantly, retreating dozens of meters in a flash. However, the 3 companions, slightly slower to respond, were caught off guard and immediately fell into a dazed state. Seizing the opportunity, the bear charged forward, shaking the ground beneath it, and opened its jaws to devour Dahong. At the critical moment, Linze's iron sword slashed toward the bear's abdomen like a flash of lightning, causing a damage value of 70 to appear. The bear recoiled in pain but quickly countered with a heavy swipe at Linze, only to find its target completely unharmed. Linze's figure blurred as he darted around, his iron sword leaving a flurry of cuts across the bear's body. Meanwhile, the 3 companions regained their senses and rejoined the battle. Dahong launched a barrage of fireballs, Shaoqing sprayed venom, while the Queen Bee, unable to break through the bear's defenses, wisely stayed away from the fray. Under the relentless assault, the bear's health points rapidly dropped. Enraged, it unleashed its Bear King's Intimidation, instantly suppressing the attributes of Linze and his 2 companions. Seeing this, Linze decisively ordered a retreat and chose to face the bear alone. Using his copied high defense, he engaged the bear in a fierce and prolonged struggle. The battle grew increasingly intense as the bear, unwilling to yield, summoned a dense array of earth spikes. Linze's agile movements left afterimages as he evaded the attack, reappearing behind the bear in an instant. His iron sword struck a vital point, triggering a massive damage value of 350, accompanied by the bear's anguished roar and continuous 2-digit damage. Linze froze for a moment, realizing he might have severed a major artery. The tide of the battle shifted dramatically, and the scales of victory began to tip in Linze's favor. Linze's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. The silver-striped iron-backed Bear King's rear was marked by a deep, bone-revealing wound, blood gushing out incessantly. The damage was far greater than anything Linze had seen before, accompanied by a continuous bleeding effect. This was a critical hit. Linze's mind raced as he recalled how, despite directing his 3 pets to attack weak spots like the eyes and belly of monsters before, they had never inflicted such devastating damage. Could it be that each monster has a different weak spot? Or perhaps, Linze squinted, a bold hypothesis forming in his mind. Did the game secretly add a critical hit mechanic after the beginner protection period ended? Without wasting time pondering, Linze seized the opportunity. Gripping his iron sword tightly with both hands, he relentlessly stabbed at the bear's vulnerable rear. Even when the ground spikes erupted unexpectedly, he stood his ground, determined to inflict maximum damage before the skill replication effect expired. Finally, as the skill's duration was about to end, Linze, gritting his teeth through the loss of over 1,000 health points, succeeded in reducing the bear's health to below 8,000. Time to retreat, Linze thought to himself, preparing to withdraw from the battlefield. At that moment, the ground beneath him suddenly turned soft, and he lost control as he sank into it. Linze's expression shifted. He realized this was the silver-striped iron-backed Bear King's Earth Trap skill, designed to immobilize its prey. In the blink of an eye, he was waist-deep in the mire. The Bear King seized the moment, raising its massive paw to strike at Linze's head. If that blow landed, Linze would undoubtedly be submerged in the mud, leading to his suffocation and demise. Yet Linze remained composed. "Shaoqing," he shouted firmly. Before his words fully echoed, Shaoqing, as if reading his mind, lashed out with its thick tail, striking Linze with great force. The tremendous impact sent Linze flying through the air, not only dodging the Bear King's fatal blow, but also escaping the mire's grasp. Just then, a game prompt appeared. "You have been attacked by your pet Shaoqing. You can punish this behavior by terminating the contract or administering a mental lash." Linze paused for a moment, then dismissed the notification with a laugh. Are you kidding me? That just saved my life. However, this incident deepened his understanding of the pet summoner class. After escaping, Linze felt a wave of weakness. The replicated skill's duration had ended, and the borrowed attributes from Xiaoqing had faded completely. The health lost during the battle with the Bear King now affected him proportionally, resulting in a drop of nearly 300 health points. Fortunately, this loss was negligible compared to his total health pool and could be easily restored with some premium honey. Meanwhile, the Bear King's intimidation skill had also worn off. Xiaoqing and Dahong rejoined the fray, launching a new wave of fierce attacks against the silver-striped iron-backed Bear King. Linze sheathed his iron sword and unleashed a pet summoning skill that hit the Bear King precisely. Although the skill dealt no damage, it caused the target to freeze momentarily. It was this very move that had allowed Linze to summon Xiaoqing earlier. In the void, chains extended like serpents, coiling tightly around the massive frame of the silver-patterned ironback Bear King. At the same time, a complex magic array lit up beneath the bear's feet, locking it firmly in place. Faced with this sudden confinement, the Bear King let out an earth-shaking roar. Its muscles bulged as it struggled with all its might, but it couldn't move an inch. Seizing the rare opportunity, Xiaoqing and Dahong intensified their assault. Xiaoqing's tentacles lashed at the Bear King like whips, while Dahong unleashed scorching flames, searing its fur. A series of damage numbers floated above the Bear King's head, quickly reducing its health by over 1,000 points. The Bear King's roars were now filled with pain. Its strength surged explosively, and it finally broke free from the chains binding it. The magic array shattered in an instant, the entire process lasting no more than 2 seconds. Linze's mind raced as he recalled how Xiaoqing had been trapped for nearly 5 seconds earlier. He realized that the duration of the binding might depend on the target's strength. Before the Bear King could catch its breath, Linze cast another pet summoning skill. The freshly freed silver-patterned ironback Bear King was once again ensnared, and a flash of despair crossed its eyes. With seamless teamwork between Linze, Dahong, and Xiaoqing, the Bear King's health plummeted at an astonishing rate, dropping below 4,000 points in the blink of an eye. Linze glanced at his remaining 150 mana points, realizing it would only be enough to cast the pet summoning skill 3 more times. He grew increasingly cautious, determined not to let his summoning efforts fail. Keep wearing it down. Leave the rest to me, Linze instructed Xiaoqing and Dahong. Then, turning to the queen bee beside him, he added, you help out too. It doesn't matter if you can't deal damage, just distract that bear. Understood, master. The queen bee replied, immediately joining the fray. Facing the onslaught of 3 pets, the silver-patterned ironback Bear King lost its earlier arrogance and was now utterly disheveled. When its health dropped to 2,000 points, the Bear King suddenly let out a sky-piercing howl, activating its savage roar skill once more. All 3 pets were instantly stunned. However, this time, instead of attacking, the Bear King turned and attempted to escape, dragging its heavily injured body away. Linze reacted swiftly, casting another pet summoning skill that hit the fleeing Bear King with precision. Trapped once more, the silver-patterned ironback Bear King was consumed by rage. Its expression twisted as it roared and struggled violently, glaring at Linze with ferocious eyes. Linze met its gaze without flinching and threatened coldly. If you don't behave and become my pet, I'll skin you alive and chop off your bare paws. Though furious, the Bear King was powerless against Linze. This time, it took 5 or 6 seconds to break free of the chains, clearly weakened from its injuries. But just as it prepared to flee again, the 3 recovered pets surrounded it, leaving it with no way out. Before long, the Bear King's health fell below 1,000 points. Its massive body was tightly entangled by Xiaoqing, rendering it incapable of escape. Linze's voice turned icy as he declared, this is your last chance. Obey or die. Before the Bear King could respond, Linze cast the pet summoning skill once more. As the chains and magic array materialized again, the silver-patterned ironback Bear King instinctively struggled. As a king-level monster, it was unwilling to submit to a two-legged creature, still harboring ambitions of its own. Seeing its defiance, Linze didn't hesitate. He drew his iron sword and drove it into the Bear King's flank. A piercing scream tore through the darkness, echoing across the forest for kilometers. That single blow shattered the Bear King's mental defenses completely. It gave up all resistance, allowing the chains and magic array to merge into its body. At that moment, Linze received a system notification. Congratulations, player. You have successfully summoned the silver-patterned ironback Bear King as your pet. Congratulations. You are the first player to summon a king-level monster as a pet. Achievement points 50. You've received a silver treasure chest. Experience 200. Deep within the forest, approximately 3 kilometers from the edge of the woods, the dim glow of firelight illuminated a fierce battle as a pair of players fought against several monsters. The male warrior charged ahead, wielding a wooden sword, while the female mage stood behind, casting powerful lightning sphere spells with her wooden staff. The lightning spheres not only dealt significant damage but also paralyzed their enemies. Working in perfect coordination, the duo quickly defeated the level 1 bronze monsters. As they began to clear the battlefield, the female mage suddenly became alert. Turning slightly, she asked, "Did you hear that?" It sounded like a monster's scream, and it was quite chilling. The male warrior nodded in confirmation. "I heard it," he replied, warily glancing toward the source of the sound. In a low voice, he added, "In this eternal night mode, all kinds of creatures crawl out of the shadows. We need to stay on guard." The female mage nodded gravely. Once they finished cleaning up, the two ventured deeper into the forest, each holding a torch and a mid-tier blood candle, ready to face any high-level monsters that might appear. "Do you think that scream could have been from another player hunting?" the female mage suddenly asked. The male warrior's expression shifted slightly before he shook his head. "Highly unlikely. That scream was too miserable, like a cat in heat. What kind of player could torment a monster like that? Besides, running into other players out here would be sheer luck. The chances are slim." The female mage seemed to ponder his words, but chose not to respond further. At that moment, the male warrior grinned and suggested, "Why don't you move in with me? It's too dangerous for you to be alone. A monster could ambush your shelter while you're asleep. If you stay with me, I can protect you." The female mage replied calmly, "Let me think about it. We've only just met, and we need more time to get to know each other." The male warrior's tone grew slightly impatient. "Why does that matter now? Survival is much easier with two people working together." The female mage remained resolute. "I said I'll consider it. I'll give you an answer before this mode ends." The male warrior's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly forced a smile. "Fine, I'll wait for your reply." The two continued in silence. The female mage stayed vigilant, scanning her surroundings while keeping a wary eye on the male warriors back ahead of her. Unconsciously, she tightened her grip on her staff. Meanwhile, Linze was checking his latest spoils: 50 achievement points, a silver treasure chest, and 200 experience points. The rewards were unexpectedly generous, far surpassing the 20 achievement points he had earned from defeating the Hyena King earlier. Excited, Linze calculated his progress. His achievement points had reached 90, putting him on the verge of breaking the 100-point milestone. Unable to contain his anticipation, he opened the silver treasure chest in his inventory. As the chest opened, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations, player. You have opened a silver treasure chest. You have received 10 advanced blood candles, 30 refined iron ingots." A flash of white light streaked before Linze's eyes, immediately followed by the system notification. "You have obtained a silver tier set piece Gale armor." He quickly checked the equipment details. Gale armor, a silver ear defensive gear with a defense value of 80. Special effect: shield activates a shield with 1000 defense value. Cooldown time 30 minutes. Gale armor is a part of the silver tier set, the Gale set, which unlocks set attributes when the full set is collected. Another piece of the Gale set. Linze was ecstatic. He swiftly removed the leather armor he was wearing and replaced it with the newly acquired Gale armor. He glanced at the discarded leather armor. Despite its 25 defense value and ability to block 50 points of damage per hit, making it a top-tier item at this stage, it was still a tier below the Gale armor. With a thought, Linze decided to list the leather armor on the trading channel for sale. After all, during this period of equipment scarcity, such a high-quality item was sure to fetch considerable returns. Having dealt with the equipment, Linze turned his attention to the silver-patterned ironback bear king lying on the ground. The massive creature was now slumped over, its head drooping. Linze's sword was still lodged in its rear, and it had clearly lost the will to resist. Linze stepped forward and gave the bear king a light kick. "If you're not dead, move." The silver-patterned ironback bear king let out a whimper, raising its head to look at Linze with a mix of grievance and fear in its eyes. Through telepathy, it conveyed to Linze, "Master, my butt hurts." Linze's mouth twitched slightly. Since he was the cause, he decided to be magnanimous. Softening his tone, he said, "From now on, your name will be De Xiongno, Xiongda?" "Yes, master." Xiongda nodded eagerly. Despite its enormous size and sharp teeth, it now seemed unusually docile and even a bit endearing, like an oversized black dog, after becoming Linze's pet. Linze opened Xiongda's attribute panel and was momentarily stunned. Even though he had expected impressive stats, seeing the detailed numbers still left him deeply shocked. Xiongda, bronze level 7. Attack, 384 128 256. Defense, 420 140 280. Speed, 300 100 200. Health, 87,645,000. Special abilities: King's Intimidation, Earth Spikes, Ground Collapse, Savage Roar. Growth potential, 2 stars. Experience, 325,800. These stats fully showcase the terrifying power of Linze's super steer talent. Enhanced by his talent, Xiongda's attack, defense, and speed all exceeded 300, with defense surpassing 400. Most astonishing of all was the staggering 45,000 health points, essentially making Xiongda a walking nuclear weapon, capable of soloing silver-tier monsters with ease. Linze couldn't help but compare Xiongda to his previous 3 pets, and the gap was jaw-dropping. It wasn't that his other pets were weak, but Xiongda, as a king-tier boss, had an inherently superior foundation. For example, the bronze level 5 hyena king he had encountered earlier already far outclassed similar level pets like Da Hong and Shaoqing. With talent enhancement, the disparity became even more pronounced. Linze mused to himself. It seems that from now on, I should aim to summon BOS-level creatures as my pets. He addressed Xiongda. Go rest in the pet space for now. I'll summon you when you've recovered. Understood, master. Xiongda nodded repeatedly. With its health now under 1,000 and its rear still bleeding, it was terrified of dying from even a minor mishap. After storing Xiongda in the pet space, Linze suddenly chuckled. In future battles, he'll just copy Xiongda's stats and activate invincibility mode. Just the 45,000 health points alone would make him unassailable on the battlefield. However, his smile quickly faded into a frown. The only drawback is that the skill copying duration is too short, just 1 minute. He'll need to work on leveling up my copying skill as soon as possible. Linze opened the skill information interface, his gaze sweeping over 3 skills: pet summoning, pet space, and skill replication. The first 2 did not require level upgrades, but only skill replication had growth potential, with its current experience at 501,000. He recalled using the skill previously. Each use granted 10 experience points, but consumed a hefty 100 mana. Looking further down, Linze checked his remaining mana, 54 points. After summoning Bear 1, only 50 points remained, with 4 points newly regenerated. He calculated silently mana regenerated at a rate of about 1 point per minute. Although the recovery speed wasn't fast, there were no other mana-consuming skills for now. Pet summoning only needed to be used once a day, leaving the remaining mana available to enhance the skill replication ability. Of course, finding items that could restore mana would be even better. His thoughts shifted to the status of his 3 pets. The battle alongside Bear 1 had been challenging. Big Red had lost nearly a third of its health, while Little Green had lost more than half and was in dire need of recovery. The Queen Bee, however, remained unscathed. After weighing his options, Linze decided to return Little Green and Big Red to the pet space, keeping only the Queen Bee by his side. The Queen Bee perched on Linze's shoulder, eagerly asking, "Master, are we going to hunt monsters now?" It was bursting with excitement to prove itself. Linze chuckled and shook his head. "After so many battles, I'm hungry too. Let's eat first." He retrieved a family bucket meal of fried chicken from his backpack and also took out some regular honey for the Queen Bee. After the Queen Bee finished eating, Linze instructed, "Go scout the area nearby. If you spot any monsters, come back and let me know." The Queen Bee buzzed in agreement, flying off into the darkness. Linze opened the family bucket, and the warmth and aroma hit him immediately. He silently praised the game's backpack insulation feature while noting the 30-slot capacity limitation. He made a mental note to find a way to expand his backpack space in the future. The family bucket was packed with goodies: a whole fried chicken, for burgers, a soda, sweet potato balls, crispy chicken wings, and more. Linze tore off a drumstick, taking a bite. It was crispy and delicious. As he enjoyed his meal, he snapped a photo and shared it in the regional chat channel. The channel quickly became lively. "The boss is showing off again. A full family bucket meal. Everything included. So jealous." "Linze boss, are you selling the soda?" Linze took a big bite of his chicken leg, scrolling through the chat channel with a cheerful mood. The messages flooding the screen were filled with envy and curiosity directed at him. "I'll pay top price for just 1 cup. A burger would do for me. The roasted meat I've been eating these past few days is so bland, my taste buds are practically numb. Forget it, the family bucket fried chicken combo might even boost max health. Linze definitely won't sell it. I want purple sweet potato dumplings, sob sob." Linze must have found another high-level treasure chest. "The stuff I get from bronze chests can't even compare." "The chest isn't the point. Linze is just ridiculously lucky. He gets all the good stuff." Linze chuckled and shook his head, thinking to himself, "I wish I were cheating, but this game doesn't even give me the chance." He continued browsing the messages before clicking on the envelope icon at the bottom of the channel. A flood of friend requests appeared on the screen. Without paying much attention to the details, Linze searched for keywords that caught his interest. Suddenly, one message stood out. "Hey, I've got vegetable seeds of all kinds. Interested?" Linze's eyes lit up, and he immediately accepted the request. Had been struggling to get his hands on vegetable seeds. "What kinds of seeds do you have?" Linze quickly messaged. "OMG, the legend himself added me. I'm so excited," the player replied. "I've got seeds for potatoes, tomatoes, cucumbers, and chili peppers, 1 unit of each. What do you want in exchange?" Linze asked. "Do you still have any royal jelly? If not, I'd take that leather armor from the trading channel instead." Linze raised an eyebrow. "I do have 1 portion of royal jelly left. But these seeds alone aren't enough to trade for it. The player quickly explained. Most players are sick of eating meat all the time. If you have vegetables, they'll sell like crazy. These are seeds. Once you plant them, you'll have an endless supply. Then why don't you plant them yourself? Linze countered. The player fell silent. He had tried planting before, but the game wouldn't allow it. On the open ground outside the shelter, Head dug a hole, only to receive a game notification that the soil wasn't suitable for growing crops. Clearly, planting vegetables required a special method, but he didn't know what it was. Asking in the chat channel yielded no answers. All right, they'll trade these seeds for that leather armor, the player offered. It's got 25 defense points and can block 50 points of damage. It's top-tier gear. With it, I could ignore attacks from level 1 and 2 bronze monsters, and even some low-attack level 3 bronze monsters wouldn't be able to harm me. He couldn't help but envy Linze. For Linze to trade away such premium equipment, he must have even better gear on him. Just like the chat channel said, Linze seemed to have everything, as if he were playing with cheats. Linze replied bluntly, still not enough. The player panicked. Besides these seeds, all I have left is less than 400 units of wood and some meat. That's it. Linze thought for a moment and replied, give me all your wood and seeds, and write me an IOU for 500 more units of wood. Then the armor is yours. Deal. The player agreed almost immediately and sent a trade request. The IOU was set to be repaid within 3 days, with a penalty of an additional 100 units of wood per day for late payment. With the game acting as a witness, it was nearly impossible to default on the agreement unless the player was no longer alive. Linze promptly removed the leather armor from the trading channel and completed the transaction. Looking at the 4 packets of seeds in his inventory, he felt delighted. He was already planning to plant them back at his shelter, especially the chili peppers. Those were priceless. Just because others couldn't grow crops didn't mean he couldn't. After all, he had a vegetable garden. After finishing his meal, Linze carefully packed the remaining family bucket into his backpack, planning to save it for dinner. Shortly after, the queen bee returned, her wings buzzing softly as she conveyed a message to Linze through mental communication. Master, about 300 meters northwest of us, there's a group of leopards. 7 in total, 5 at bronze level 2 and 2 at bronze level 3. Linze nodded slightly. Got it. Lead the way. He then followed the queen bee, moving swiftly and lightly. Before long, they spotted the leopards. These elegant yet ferocious creatures were gathered in small groups, feasting on their freshly caught prey. Their sharp teeth tore into the raw meat, staining their fangs crimson with blood. The queen bee, visibly excited, transmitted her thoughts again. Master, should we attack now? Though she lacked offensive skills, her confidence stemmed from being a bronze level 4 creature with doubled attribute boosts. Linze shook his head. Just watch from the sidelines. With that, he focused his mind, and the massive figure of Xiongde appeared out of thin air. Without giving Xiongde a chance to speak, Linze quickly activated his recently cooled down replication skill, copying Xiongda's full attributes onto himself. In an instant, Linze felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body, as if he'd consumed a legendary power-enhancing pill. He swiftly sent Xiongde back to the pet space and retrieved an iron bow from his backpack. With practiced ease, Linze knocked an arrow and aimed at the largest leopard in the distance. The arrow shot through the air, its sharp tip slicing through the night with a piercing whistle, pinning the leopard to a nearby tree. 536, 30, 31, 28. A series of staggering damage numbers appeared, accompanied by continuous bleeding damage. Startled by the sheer power of his attack, Linze thought to himself, I didn't expect my damage output to be this high after replicating Xiongda's attributes. My attack power is nearly 500 points now, plus the 20 bonus damage against bronze monsters from the iron bow. No wonder it's so overpowered. With renewed confidence, Linze fired another arrow. The leopard pinned to the tree fell lifelessly to the ground. Its 800 health points as a bronze level 3 creature were no match for Linze's second arrow. The system notification chimed in. You have killed a bronze level 3 monster, Gale Leopard. Experience 60. 60 experience points? That's twice the amount for a monster of the same level. Linze was initially surprised, but quickly realized the reason. Previously, most of his experience gains had been shared with his 3 smaller companions, only a fraction of the full amount. Now, by solo killing, he was earning the full share of experience. Realizing this was an excellent opportunity to level up quickly, Linze felt a surge of excitement. He immediately grabbed another arrow, aiming at the remaining bronze level 3 leopard. At that moment, the 6 surviving leopards finally snapped out of their shock from witnessing their companion's swift demise. With enraged roars, they charged at Linze, their eyes burning with the flames of vengeance. Linze remained calm and composed, drawing his bowstring to its full extent once more. Thud! The iron arrowhead gleamed coldly under the interplay of darkness and firelight. With a sharp thwack, the last bronze level 3 leopard collapsed to the ground. Though not dead, it was gravely injured. Linze's devastating attack power, combined with the special effects of the iron bow, made each arrow incredibly lethal. Against these bronze level 3 leopards, it was a matter of 1 arrow to heavily wound and 2 to guarantee a kill. And these were just bronze level 3 leopards. If it were a bronze level 2 leopard with only 600 health points, Linze's single arrow could take it down. He couldn't help but exclaim, "So powerful. This is the strength of a bronze level 7 boss." 5 level 2 leopards charged toward him, but Linze stood his ground fearlessly, letting them attack. The leopards clawed and bit frantically, but couldn't inflict any damage on him. Linze didn't even bother activating the shield on his Gale armor as 500 defense points rendered the leopard's attacks completely ineffective. Switching his iron bow for a relentless barrage of attacks, Linze didn't use any flashy skills or intricate techniques, just pure, primal slashing. In the gleam of his sword, one leopard after another fell. In mere moments, all 5 leopards lay lifeless at his feet. The generous single-kill experience reward allowed Linze to break through to bronze level 6. Excited, he exclaimed, "Being invincible feels amazing. If only it lasted longer." Before he could fully enjoy the moment, the 1-minute invincibility period had ended, leaving him slightly unsatisfied. The Queen Bee, who had been watching the entire scene, seemed stunned by Linze's performance. After a moment, she snapped out of it and exclaimed, "Master, you're incredible. 7 monsters, all taken down in an instant by you." Linze smiled humbly. "Not bad, but there's still room for improvement." He opened his personal stats panel and noticed that his skill copying experience had increased by another 10 points. The 10 attribute points he gained from leveling up were allocated to speed and health. His updated base stats excluding equipment were attack 65, defense 65, speed 105, health 1850, mana 650. Getting stronger bit by bit. Feeling pleased, Linze dismantled the corpses, listed the dropped blood candles on the trading channel, and said to the Queen Bee, "Let's move on." The Queen Bee obediently flew ahead, secretly hoping to get a chance to shine in the next battle. Half an hour later, Linze and the Queen Bee encountered their second wave of enemies, a pack of over 10 jungle gray wolves, with the highest level reaching bronze level 4. Linze began by shooting arrows, but it took 6 or 7 arrows to kill a bronze level 2 wolf, a stark contrast to the instant kills during his invincibility. "Queen Bee, let's go." Linze quickly switched his iron bow for his iron sword, activated his shield, and charged into the wolf pack. The Queen Bee, equally fired up, went straight for the pack's leader, the highest level wolf. The battle erupted instantly. Linze became the primary target of most of the wolves, their claws and teeth relentlessly striking his shield from all directions. His shield's 1,000 points of durability visibly dwindled, but Linze remained unfazed, focusing on stabbing and slashing. Without combat skills, Linze relied on the most basic methods to attack the wolves. Remembering the massive damage he caused when stabbing the bear's rear earlier, he targeted the wolves' weak spots: eyes, bellies, hindquarters, wherever they were most vulnerable. This strategy proved effective, frequently triggering critical hits. After nearly half an hour of intense combat, the dozen or so jungle gray wolves finally lay dead in pools of blood. Exhausted, Linze plopped down on the ground. Hacking them down by brute force is exhausting. The Queen Bee followed suit, lying beside him and panting heavily. Seeing this, Linze chuckled and opened the regional merit leaderboard during their break. He was surprised to find that his ranking had climbed into the top 5, with a total merit score of 178 points. "It's rising this fast," Linze thought to himself, feeling a renewed sense of excitement for the adventures ahead. Linze stared at the merit leaderboard, reflecting on today's results. Although he hadn't slain 100 monsters, he had taken down 80, including some high-level beasts. His eyes lingered on his ranking 5th place. The top spot was still held by Yu Shuang, with an impressive merit score of 264 points, nearly 40 points ahead of the 2nd place. The vast gap made Linze sigh in admiration. Having a workstation really makes a difference. She earns merit points faster than I can hunt monsters. In his mind, he pictured Yu Shuang working intently at her station. She had once told him that ever since she acquired the workstation, orders had been pouring in. Now, with the extreme night survival mode in effect, demand had surged, especially for weapons like iron swords. As long as she kept up her efforts, merit points and blood candles were hers for the taking. This was the advantage of players with life-related talents. They could survive without ever leaving their shelters. Linze opened his friend panel and sent Yu Shuang a message. "Is your workstation still at the basic level?" A moment later, she replied, "No, I just upgraded it to intermediate. I can now craft leather armor, iron bows, elite greatswords, and other weapons. Plus, I can make various kitchenware and household items." Linze's eyes lit up. "Perfect. If you have time, can you craft me a set of kitchen tools? Let me know what materials you need." Yu Shuang readily agreed. "No problem, boss. I'll get it done before tonight." Her heart was filled with gratitude. Without the batch of iron or Linze had provided, her shelter would never have been upgraded to a wooden house. She thought of the players still struggling in makeshift huts, many of whom had already been attacked by monsters, their shelters destroyed, and their lives tragically lost. She added, "Boss, do you need any equipment? I can help craft it for you." She silently resolved that if Linze needed anything, she would provide it for free as a token of her gratitude. Linze asked, "Can you craft silver tier equipment? If so, I'd like a bow and a close combat greatsword." Yu Shuangshuang couldn't help but laugh. "Boss, you're overestimating me. Crafting silver tier equipment requires a top tier workstation." Linze frowned slightly. "A top tier workstation is needed for silver tier equipment? Then what about gold tier equipment? What do you use to craft that?" Yu Shuangshuang explained, "A fortified, more specialized device specifically designed for crafting equipment. In comparison, a workstation is more focused on household tools and utilities." Linze looked a bit disappointed. "Never mind then." Yu Shuangshuang tentatively asked, "Boss, are you heading out to mine more iron today?" Linze knew she wanted to upgrade her wooden house and could benefit from crafting nails while keeping some of the iron ore. He was about to reply when an idea struck him. He sent another message. "Can you craft me an iron pickaxe?" Yu Shuangshuang asked curiously. "Did your old pickaxe break?" Linze grinned mysteriously. "No, but this one's different. I need an oversized pickaxe 3 meters long." Yu Shuangshuang was dumbfounded. "What? A 3-meter long pickaxe? Oversized doesn't even begin to describe it." Yu Shuangshuang looked at Linze's request with confusion, her mind filled with questions. What could be the purpose of such a massive iron pickaxe? Could it be that Linze was hiding a giant by his side? She shook her head. A giant seemed unlikely, but a massive gorilla might be possible. After all, Linze was a pet summoner, and summoning a giant gorilla as a pet wasn't out of the question. However, another thought quickly surfaced in her mind. Wasn't a summoner only allowed to have one pet? She distinctly remembered the large green python coiled on Linze's bidit was his pet. Could it be that the python had died, and Linze had replaced it with a gorilla? The more Yu Shuangshuang thought about it, the more plausible this seemed. Despite her curiosity, Yu Shuangshuang decided not to ask further and quickly replied to Linze. "There's no problem making such an iron pickaxe, but I don't have any iron ore left. A pickaxe this size would need at least 25 pieces of iron ore." Hearing this, Linze glanced down at his backpack. He had no iron ore either, but he did have over 50 pieces of refined iron, 30 of which had come from a silver treasure chest earlier. He responded briefly, "I'll send it to you later." Yu Shuangshuang quickly replied, "Got it, boss." After ending the conversation with Yu Shuangshuang, Linze swiftly cleared the battlefield and then focused his consciousness on his pet space. Over the past period, Xiaoqing and Dahong had fully recovered, and Xiongda's health had restored to about half, roughly 20,000 points. Linze figured that this should be enough for the tasks ahead. With a thought, his 3 pets appeared before him instantly. Looking at the towering figure of Xiongda, Linze felt increasingly satisfied. That oversized iron pickaxe was precisely prepared for Xiongda. "Master." Xiaoqing and Dahong called out affectionately. Xiongda let out a low growl, and then scratched its head with its paw, looking adorably clumsy. Linze issued a straightforward command. "We're heading to the valley." The 3 small pets nodded in agreement, and Xiongda quickly got up from the ground. With that, Linze led his 4 pets toward the valley. Along the way, Linze planned to stop by a pond on the return trip to stock up on water. In the extreme night mode, finding water resources would become significantly more difficult, and water prices would inevitably rise. He decided to chop some more bamboo tubes when he had the chance and list the dirty water stored in his backpack on the trading channel. These water reserves were originally meant to prepare for a potential drought disaster, but since there were no signs of drought at the moment, it would be better to trade them for more useful supplies. On their journey, they encountered and defeated 2 waves of monsters. Finally, Linze and his 4 pets reached the valley. He lit campfires in the center of the valley and around the iron deposits, dispelling the surrounding darkness. In the firelight, Linze noticed the branches of a pear tree adorned with white blossoms. The entire tree was covered in flowers, creating a breathtaking sight. Suddenly, Xiongda spoke to Linze, "Master, I can smell the presence of my kind." Linze immediately asked, "Are there other black bears near this valley? Where are they? Take the 3 little ones with you later and deal with them." He thought to himself that while Xiongda's bear paws were off limits, the paws of other bears should be just as tasty. Xiongda quickly clarified, "Not my kind, but a king-level creature like me. Judging from its scent, its strength is weaker than mine." Hearing this, Linze instantly recalled the culprit responsible for heavily injuring the hyena pack and wounding the hyena king. He asked eagerly, "Can you find where it's hiding?" Xiongda nodded slightly, his thick fur swaying gently with the motion. "We bears have an exceptionally keen sense of smell," he said in his deep voice. "Even if it's buried underground, I can track it down by its scent." Hearing this, Linze's eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. "No rush, we'll deal with it tomorrow," he said, planning to summon a new pet the next day. Xiongda's impressive attributes had sparked his interest in BOS-level pets. and he silently resolved not to summon ordinary ones anymore unless absolutely necessary. What kind of creature is it? Linze asked curiously. Xiongda frowned slightly, as though trying to recall the scent. Smells like a monkey, he finally said. Linze's eyes lit up at this. Although it wasn't a gorilla, a monkey would make an excellent pet, particularly for mining tasks. He decided not to ask further and instead turned to his 3 smaller pets, issuing a command. You 3, go hunt outside the valley. Return immediately if you encounter danger. The trio responded cheerfully and eagerly set off together. They loved hunting, as it was a quick way to level up. What about me, master? Xiongda's gruff voice rumbled. Stay here and keep watch. I'll have a task for you later, Linze replied calmly. With that, he pulled an iron pickaxe from his backpack and began mining the iron ore in front of him. As Linze's level had increased, so had his mining speed. Before long, he had collected 30 iron ores, which he traded to Yu Shuang, keeping the extras as processing fees. Boss, Yu Shuang messaged him. Any special requirements for crafting this oversized pickaxe? Since it's custom-made, after all. As long as it can mine, it's fine, Linze replied succinctly. Got it, Yu Shuang responded. Time flew by, and soon a large pile of ore had accumulated beside Linze, over 100 pieces of iron ore and a dozen refined iron. Mining not only earned him merit points, but also proved to be faster than hunting monsters. In just 2 hours, he had gained nearly 130 merit points, propelling him to 4th place on the leaderboard. Linze calculated his progress. This pace was indeed faster than hunting. It seemed the game had designed this as a way to benefit life skill players. Whether mining or logging, as long as one dared to venture out, earning merit points was relatively easy. However, to compete for the top spot, he would need to put in even more effort. By more effort, Linze didn't mean mining, but rather hunting more monsters. After all, mining wasn't his main focus. Life skill players could gain experience through various means, but as a combat class player, he needed to hunt monsters to level up. Linze planned in his mind. Once he captured that BOS level monkey tomorrow, it could handle the mining while he took Xiongda and the 3 little ones hunting. With this 2-pronged approach, his merit points were bound to soar. Just then, the game system displayed a notification. Yu Shuang had completed crafting the pickaxe and initiated a trade. Linze quickly retrieved the new equipment from his backpack. A massive 3-meter-long iron pickaxe hit the ground with a heavy thud, producing a deep, resonant sound. Linze took a deep breath. Though the pickaxe's size was a bit exaggerated, it was a perfect fit for Xiongda's large frame. He gripped the handle, feeling the raw power within, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Linze scanned his surroundings and his gaze landed on Xiongda, sprawled out on the ground in a lazy pose. He called out softly, and Xiongda sluggishly got to his feet. Pointing at the newly acquired tools, Linze spoke firmly. Now that we have the tools, your next task is to help me mine. Hearing this, Xiongda froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. His round, beady eyes were filled with confusion, as if silently asking, who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? After all, he was a bear mining? And to top it off, he didn't even have proper hands. Seeing this, Linze frowned. He recalled how, while he had been toiling away at mining earlier, this lazy bear had been snoring loudly on the side, completely unbothered. With a cold glare, Linze said with a hint of displeasure, you don't want to help? Xiongda immediately stiffened and instinctively tucked his tail. In a pitiful voice, he replied, Master, I don't know how to mine. Linze remained unmoved, pointing at the oversized pickaxe at his feet. If you don't know, then learn. Come on, time is precious. Noticing Linze's growing seriousness, Xiongda dared not argue further. He clumsily picked up the massive pickaxe. Linze, with patience, explained, watch how I do it, and just follow my lead. Mining isn't hard, just swing the pickaxe and strike the ore. All right, he'll give it a try. Xiongda mimicked Linze's movements but quickly realized he couldn't even lift the pickaxe properly. After several failed attempts, he gave up and looked at Linze with a pitiful expression. It was only then that Linze understood the problem. He examined Xiongda's paws closely and noticed they were flat and rigid. Even though the paws could bend slightly, they weren't flexible enough to grip tools like a human hand. Linze felt a headache coming on and silently blamed himself for not considering this earlier. Suddenly, Xiongda had a bright idea and suggested, Master, I can use my earth spike skill to shatter the target ore. That way, mining will be much easier for you. Linze thought for a moment and nodded. Clearly, making Xiongda a miner wasn't going to work. However, another idea struck him: could use Xiongda to generate power instead. The generator he had obtained was hand-cranked, and having Xiongda turn the crank would be perfect. After all, he had been working all day and didn't want to handle power generation himself later. Linze resolved to train this tool bear properly. As Linze pondered, the ground suddenly trembled. A series of loud impacts echoed, and a dense cluster of earth spikes erupted from the ground around a nearby iron ore deposit. The ore at the center shattered instantly, sending fragments flying in all directions. It was then that Linze noticed the iron ore in this jungle world was vastly different from that on Earth. Here, iron ore grew in clusters on the surface, resembling patches of wild grass, rather than being buried deep underground. The scene had an uncanny resemblance to a video game environment. Once the earth spikes disappeared, Linze approached the shattered ore with his pickaxe. A few light taps were all it took for chunks of iron ore to fall off. The efficiency was astounding. His mining speed had increased several-fold. Linze couldn't help but marvel at this discovery. Turning to Xiongda, he said with a hint of reproach, "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Xiongda blinked, then replied honestly, "Master, you never asked me." Linze rolled his eyes in exasperation and instructed, "All right, go break up the rest of the iron ore. It's getting late. Wait, need to pick up the pace." "Understood, master." Xiongda responded enthusiastically and lumbered off, his heavy paws thudding against the ground as he disappeared into the forest. Linze continued mining while calculating his next steps. This newfound mining method was undoubtedly a major discovery. He needed to figure out how to maximize its value. For now, there was no rush. When other players began searching for mineral resources, he could trade this information for substantial rewards. Time flew by, and a few hours passed in the blink of an eye. With Xiongda's considerable help, Linze had made significant progress, over 1,300 pieces of iron ore and nearly 200 refined iron. It was a massive haul. Surveying the area, Linze decided it was time to head back. There had been no news from the shelter, which likely meant everything was safe. Still, he planned to set up the electric grid upon his return. Being prepared was the key to survival. Big Bear's massive body thudded forward, each step causing a slight tremor in the ground. Its sturdy legs moved with purpose, resembling the arrival of a colossal beast. "Master, are we heading back now?" Big Bear asked in a deep, rumbling voice. Linze glanced at the enormous black bear and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. If this were Earth, such a scene would have scared him out of his wits. But in this strange world, Big Bear was his loyal companion, exuding a goofy and endearing charm. "The work for today is done. It's time to head back," Linze nodded before frowning slightly. "But before that, we need to stop by the pond. You need a bath. You're too filthy." Big Bear scratched its head with its paw, looking a bit embarrassed. "Got it, master," it replied in a low voice. Linze bent down to collect the refined iron scattered on the ground, storing it in his backpack. The iron ore, however, had already been traded to Yu Shuangshuang. Shortly after, his communication device buzzed with a message from her. "Wow, you really hit the jackpot today. Over 1,300 iron ores in one afternoon." Yu Shuangshuang's tone was filled with astonishment, clearly not expecting Linze's haul to be so impressive. Linze's lips curved into a slight smile as he replied, "I have a way to increase mining efficiency several times over. Keep an eye out for me if anyone wants it. Have them trade blueprints for it. Depending on the value of the blueprints, I'll give you the corresponding amount of iron ore as your reward." Yu Shuangshuang, well-connected and popular among players, had ties with many strong individuals. Linze was fully aware of this and proposed this mutually beneficial arrangement. "No problem, I'll spread the word right away," Yu Shuangshuang quickly replied, then added, "By the way, did you manage to find any refined iron?" "Yes, but not much," Linze answered honestly. "Let's trade like we discussed before. I'll exchange blueprints for it," Yu Shuangshuang suggested immediately. "What kind of blueprints?" Linze asked, intrigued. Yu Shuangshuang sent over a schematic. When Linze opened it, he saw it was for a refrigeration unit. Using it would yield a small refrigerator, particularly useful during extreme heat disasters. "How much refined iron do you want?" Linze inquired. "At least 100. I traded an entire set of equipment for this blueprint," Yu Shuangshuang explained. Linze thought for a moment. "I'll give you 60 pieces of refined iron, enough to upgrade your shelter to advanced level." "Deal," Yu Shuangshuang agreed without hesitation. The transaction was completed swiftly, with no unnecessary delays. Shortly after, Yu Shuangshuang sent another message. "Hey, do you want to join a guild? I joined one today called the Elite Tribunal. The players in it are all top-notch." Linze recalled the player who had previously traded electrical grid blueprints with him. It seemed they were part of this guild too. "Why did you suddenly join a guild?" he asked. "They pulled me in and gave me the title of Elder. I get 50 units of wood daily for free. Why not take advantage of it?" Yu Shuangshuang explained. "Is your guild leader named In Haoyang by any chance?" Linze asked, a sudden thought striking him. "How did you know?" Yu Shuangshuang replied, surprised. Linze briefly explained how In Haoyang had tried to add him as a friend and offered a deal, only to be blocked when he attempted to freeload royal jelly. "That guy wanted to mooch off me, so I blocked him," he added. "Got it. I'll leave the guild right away," Yu Shuangshuang declared decisively. "No need. Why give up free resources?" Linze stopped her. "Besides, you said the players in this guild are high quality. Keep an eye out for blueprints while you're there." "Understood," Yu Shuangshuang responded cheerfully. After ending the conversation, Linze put away his communication device and turned to Big Bear, who was pacing in place. It was time to take the bear to the pond for a much-needed bath. Linze left the valley with Xiongda and soon found the trio hunting in the forest. Skillfully, he disassembled the prey they had caught and stored it in his backpack, while noticing with surprise that they had grown significantly larger. Xiaoqing's transformation was the most striking, with its body length now reaching nearly 7 meters, resembling that of a giant python. Its venom damage had also increased to 20 points, capable of dealing 1,200 points of damage per minute. De Hong's fireball power had similarly skyrocketed, boasting a damage output of 300 points, living up to its title as a cannon. Although the Queen Bee's size hadn't changed much, her aura was noticeably different. Not bad, you've all leveled up. Linze praised. Xiaoqing and De Hong had advanced to bronze level 6, while the Queen Bee had reached bronze level 5. The trio joyfully circled around Linze, affectionately nuzzling his legs. Linze gently stroked Xiaoqing's smooth scales and the Queen Bee's soft fur, then held De Hong, whose silky fur felt like a luxurious coat, in his arms, savoring the joy of bonding with his companions. The group of 1 human and 4 pets headed toward the pond. After a tiring afternoon of mining, Linze's body ached all over, so he climbed onto Xiongda's broad back, temporarily becoming a bear knight. For the massive and powerful Xiongda, Linze's weight was hardly a burden. During the break, Linze put the blood candles collected by the trio up for sale in the trading channel, then opened the chat channel to browse through messages. The channel was as lively as ever, with players sharing their encounters in the wild. Some narrowly escaped being surrounded by monsters, while others claimed to have heard the earth-shaking roars of giant beasts in the forest. One particular message caught Linze's attention. I don't know if it's just me, but it feels like there are more treasure chests in the jungle now. You found a treasure chest? Got lucky and found 3 of them. Ugh. Lucky players like you are the worst. Seriously, I've been in this jungle world since the beginning, and I haven't found even 3 chests in total. The discussion quickly shifted to the contents of the chests. Some players were offering high prices for blueprints, but the lucky ones reported only finding food and common resources. This led to mixed reactions. Some were disappointed, while others remained optimistic, believing tomorrow would bring better rewards. However, many players expressed caution about venturing out to search for treasures. Stop kidding around. With so many monsters out there, who dares to wander aimlessly? Not unless you have a death wish. The topic soon turned to the number of deaths. It's almost 13,000 now, as far as I remember, someone said. Yikes, and we haven't even gotten through the first night of the Eternal Night mode. At this rate, won't everyone in our zone be dead within 7 days? Exactly. Damn this cursed world. Linze glanced at the number in the top right corner of the chat channel and felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. He vividly remembered that there were over 85,000 players last night, but now fewer than 73,000 remained. In just one day, over 10,000 people had vanished. Even as the strongest player in the entire zone, Linze couldn't help but feel a chill. Though his strength was formidable, in this perilous world, no one could guarantee their safety indefinitely. After all, even the strongest player was still just a player, and how could anyone outmatch this merciless world? Standing by the pond, Linze took a deep breath to steady his turbulent emotions. He reminded himself not to succumb to negativity. It would only bring him closer to ruin. Players are disasters too, so what's there to fear? He murmured under his breath. Then, he gave Xiongda's sturdy fur a reassuring pat, signaling it to stop. Instead of fetching water right away, Linze strategically used some meat to trade for a large quantity of bamboo through the trading channel, replenishing his depleted stockpile. With that done, he retrieved his iron sword and deftly began crafting bamboo tubes. His strength had grown to the point where he could split bamboo cleanly with a single strike. The process was seamless and effortless, and in no time, over 1,000 neatly crafted bamboo tubes were lined up before him. Next came the water-gathering phase. Xiongda and the 3 smaller pets joined in, each utilizing its unique abilities. The 3 little ones had relatively normal methods of fetching water. Even Xiaoqing, who lacked claws, adeptly used its tail to scoop up bamboo tubes, filling them with water in one swift motion. Xiongda, however, had a far more unconventional approach that left Linze both amused and exasperated. The massive bear would dunk its head into the water, drink to its heart's content, and then spit the collected water into the bamboo tubes. Linze was relieved that this water wasn't for his personal consumption. Otherwise, Xiongda would have faced a stern reprimand. As for the players buying the water, as long as Linze kept quiet, who would ever know? After all, the water would be boiled, so hygiene wasn't an issue. Thanks to the efforts of this peculiar water-fetching team, the 1,000 bamboo tubes were soon filled. Linze began uploading the water to the trading channel in batches, exchanging it not only for wood, but also adding stone as a trade option. Although the current use of stone was unclear, Linze speculated it might be tied to advanced shelter upgrades. His intuition told him that after fully upgrading the wooden cabin, the next step would be constructing a stone house. Linze wasn't the only one with this idea, which made stone more expensive than wood on the trading channel. For now, The available stone materials were scattered resources randomly picked up by players, as large-scale mining had yet to begin. Linze foresaw that once mineral resources were discovered and exploited in abundance, the prices of both stone and iron ore would plummet. He had no intention of waiting passively for that day. At present, Linze's wooden cabin was on the verge of an upgrade, and he had an abundance of water resources. Stockpiling stone now was a strategic move to ensure he could upgrade to a stone house immediately, securing the rewards for being among the first to do so. After Xiongda enjoyed a refreshing bath in the pond, Linze led his squad of pets back toward the shelter. On the way, he made a detour to check on the apple tree. The blossoms had withered, replaced by countless tiny green fruits about the size of fingernails. Judging by their progress, Linze estimated the apples would ripen in just a day or two. As they neared the shelter, a faint buzzing sound caught Linze's attention. Looking up, he saw 3 worker bees leading their security team toward him. The queen bee quickly came forward and communicated briefly before reporting to Linze. Master, they said a monster approached the shelter this afternoon, but it was successfully eliminated. Good job. Were there any losses? Linze asked as he carefully inspected the 3 worker bees. To his delight, all of them had advanced to bronze level 2, their bodies now noticeably larger. The queen bee replied, the losses were minimal, just over 100 regular bees. I can produce 400 new ones daily, so we'll replenish the numbers quickly. That's good to hear. Linze nodded in satisfaction and praised the 3 worker bees for their bravery. Then, he stepped into the wooden cabin, where the first thing he did was light the clay stove, preparing for the tasks ahead. Without electric lights, the cabin could only rely on the glow of the fireplace for illumination. The firelight wasn't very bright, but it was sufficient to light up the wooden cabin. Linze's humble abode was already sparsely furnished, and with the arrival of Xiongda and the 3 smaller creatures, it suddenly felt cramped. Especially with the massive Xiongda and the 7-meter-long giant python, Shaoqing, they occupied most of the available space. Linze took out 4 blueprints from his backpack: a portable hotpot set, a hand-crank generator, an electric grid, and a newly acquired refrigerator. He first used the blueprint for the portable hotpot, instantly receiving a complete hotpot set and 3 batteries. This hotpot could run on batteries and was rechargeable, making it incredibly convenient. He quickly set the hotpot on the table, poured in water, and turned it on to heat. Then he positioned the refrigerator in a corner of the room and found a suitable spot for the hand-crank generator. Finally, Linze stepped outside and used the electric grid blueprint. In the blink of an eye, the shelter and the surrounding open area were enclosed by a nearly 4-meter-tall electric fence. Satisfied with the towering electric grid, Linze connected its control unit to the generator inside the cabin. He turned to Xiongda, demonstrating how to crank the generator handle as he said, "Hey, race your task, just keep turning it like this." Xiongda clumsily gave it a try. Though his movements were awkward, he managed to operate it. "Master, how long do I have to keep turning this?" Xiongda asked innocently. "Keep turning until it's time to sleep," Linze replied. Xiongda's eyes darted around as he said, "Master, I feel like sleeping right now." "You lazy thing." Linze kicked him lightly in mock frustration. "From now on, if I'm not sleeping, you're not allowed to sleep either. Make sure the electric grid is fully charged before we head out tomorrow." "Got it, Master," Xiongda replied, nodding with a pitiful expression. As the handle kept turning, the generator emitted a faint humming sound, and electricity flowed through the wires into the grid's control unit. Linze knew that once fully charged, the control unit would power the grid for 12 hours. With the electric fence in place, he felt much safer about leaving for a hunt. Before long, the water in the hot pot began to boil. Linze added cleaned mushrooms and beef into the pot and retrieved the leftover fried chicken bucket from lunch. This was his dinner for the night. He didn't forget to feed Xiongda and the 3 smaller creatures: meat for Shaoqing and Xiongda, nuts and fruit for Dahong, and regular honey for the queen bee. The little bee's hive was well stocked with food, so there was no concern about it going hungry. After ensuring his 4 pets were settled, Linze began to enjoy his meal. As usual, he snapped a photo and posted it in the regional chat channel, knowing many players were eagerly anticipating this moment. Once he finished eating, Linze carefully placed the kitchenware crafted by Shuang on the table. Though he didn't use it tonight since he had hot pot, he meticulously organized everything. Then he stepped outside, using a flashlight to plant the vegetable seeds he had collected during the day in his garden. They'll be ready to harvest in 24 hours faster than the Crucian carp fry, Linze thought with satisfaction. Returning to the cabin, Linze began to daydream about tomorrow's meals: potato stew with beef, spicy stir-fried rabbit, and cucumber salad. This kind of life didn't seem so bad, not much different from his days on Earth. After tending to the vegetable garden, Linze walked over to the fish pond. By the light of his flashlight, he saw the water teeming with dark clusters of juvenile Crucian carp. After 12 hours of reproduction, the mother carp had successfully hatched their fry, but the numbers were lower than expected. Over 20 mother carp had produced just over 1,000 fry, averaging around 50 per fish, far below Linze's initial estimate. Linze mused to himself that this world was not Earth, and Earth standards couldn't be applied here. Besides, the fry in this world only needed 36 hours to grow into kilograms-sized carp, and they required no feeding during that tamia, phenomenon unimaginable on Earth. The tiny carp were lively, swimming joyfully around the pond alongside their mothers, with growth timers displayed on their heads. Linze planned to harvest them the morning after tomorrow. At that time, he would separate the mother carp for further reproduction, ensuring a steady increase in his stock. Once he had an ample number of carp, he intended to sell them all at once to exchange for necessary resources. Linze still had over 70 kilograms-sized carp stored in his backpack, but he wasn't in a hurry to sell them. For one, the quantity wasn't significant, and for another, he wanted to reserve them for personal use. He decided to wait until the current batch of fry matured before considering selling them. Afterward, Linze inspected the beehives and honeycombs, confirming that everything was in order before returning to his wooden cabin. Spotting the small water purifier against the wall, he suddenly remembered it and quickly retrieved 10 liters of dirty water from his backpack to purify. This purifier could process 10 liters of water daily, with no carryover for unused capacity. Thankfully, he had remembered it in time and didn't miss the opportunity. As Linze lay on the bed, Dahong immediately ran over and perched by his pillow its designated spot. Xiaoqing also wanted to climb onto the bed, but its size made it impossible. Resigned, it rested its head on the bed's edge, gazing at Linze with a pitiful look. Meanwhile, Xiongde continued dutifully cranking the generator handle. Though lazy by nature, it dared not disobey Linze's orders. The queen bee had already retreated into the hive to nurture her brood, proving to be the epitome of diligence compared to the sluggish bear. Late into the night, Yu Shuangshuang finally delivered the processed iron nails. After deducting processing fees, Linze received over 12,300 nails, a substantial amount. The price of nails had skyrocketed on the trading channel, as many players were preparing to upgrade their wooden cabins. While wood was readily available, nails were in short supply, causing prices to soar. If Linze put this batch of nails on the trading channel, it would undoubtedly spark a frenzy among the players. Linze opened the shelter's information panel. His current shelter was an intermediate wooden cabin, and upgrading it to an advanced level required 5,000 units of wood, 3,000 nails, and 50 pieces of refined iron. He had ample reserves of all these materials. Without hesitation, Linze chose to upgrade the shelter. Instantly, a faint golden light emerged from the void, enveloping the entire shelter. The space within the wooden cabin began to expand. With the upgrade complete, Linze's shelter had undergone a remarkable transformation. The wooden bed, walls, and floor became sturdier, and the entire room carried a faint, pleasant scent of wood. He eagerly checked the updated information about his shelter. An advanced wooden cabin with a defense value now increased to 5,000 points. The next level was the top-tier wooden cabin, requiring the same materials: wood, iron nails, and refined iron, but in significantly larger quantities. Linze opened his inventory to assess his resources. Wood was in abundant supply, while iron nails and refined iron were somewhat lacking. However, he didn't consider this a major obstacle. Over the past few days, he had amassed an impressive stockpile of wood by trading large quantities of meat and scarce water resources. Without hesitation, Linze initiated the next upgrade. Golden light once again enveloped the shelter, dissipating after half a minute to reveal a brand new top-tier wooden cabin. Its defense value soared to 10,000 points, and new features, including a fish pond, vegetable garden, and electrical grid, had been added to the shelter. However, the requirements for upgrading to the next level of stone house made Linze frown. In addition to stone, it required cement and earth element crystals, both of which were rare items yet to appear in the trading channel. Linze made a mental note to keep a close eye on the trading and chat channels for any clues about these new resources. To make the most of his remaining materials, Linze decisively listed all his surplus refined iron and iron nails on the trading channel, specifying that he was willing to exchange them for blueprints. He was confident that players eager to upgrade their wooden cabins wouldn't pass up this rare opportunity. Sure enough, as soon as Linze's listings went live, the regional chat channel erupted with activity. Players speculated about whether Linze had discovered an iron mine, whether he owned a crafting station, and some even guessed that he might have a special connection with Yu Shuangshuang, a recently popular lifestyle-focused player. Linze's actions not only sparked heated discussions, but also triggered a wave of resource competition among players. Everyone began to realize that in this resource-scarce world, those who controlled key materials would hold a decisive advantage, and Linze had undoubtedly become the center of attention. Shortly after the news spread, Linze's friend requests surged like a tidal wave. Facing an overwhelming number of requests, he continued to use keyword searches to quickly pinpoint a few target players. After engaging in friendly and productive conversations, Linze's inventory gained 4 valuable blueprints. But in exchange, his stockpile was completely depleted too. 400 iron nails and all of his refined iron had been traded away. The 4 blueprints were for a water dispenser, an air conditioner, a mattress, and a fish pond. Linze immediately decided to use the blueprints for the water dispenser and the mattress. In an instant, a waist-high water dispenser appeared out of thin air in his room, fully functional, capable of heating and even boiling drinking water with electricity. At the same time, an exceptionally soft mattress was laid over the previously hard wooden planks. Lying on the brand new mattress, Linze couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. Compared to the rough straw and wooden beds he had used before, this mattress felt like heaven. He luxuriated in the comfort for about 15 minutes before getting up and heading outside the wooden cabin, eager to use the fish pond blueprint. The system immediately prompted, "Your shelter already has a fish pond. Would you like to merge them?" "Merge?" Linze answered without hesitation. Golden light flashed again, enveloping the entire fish pond. Under Linze's astonished gaze, the pond's area expanded visibly until it doubled in size. He suddenly realized that repeatedly using the same fish pond blueprint essentially upgraded the structure, which explained why there had been no upgrade information earlier. This discovery made him consider that the same principle might apply to the vegetable garden and the power grid. Linze's gaze fell on the densely packed juvenile carp in the pond, and he was delighted to notice that their growth time had been reduced by 6 hours. What originally required 36 hours to mature into harvestable 1 kilogram carp now only took 30 horse, a significant improvement. Returning to the wooden cabin, Linze lay back on the comfortable mattress, deciding to temporarily store the final air conditioner blueprint in his inventory. Given the current mild temperature, the air conditioner wasn't immediately necessary, but he understood the importance of preparing for the unknown. No one could predict what kind of disasters might follow the end of the polar night survival mode, and being ready was always a wise choice. As Linze refreshed the trading channel, he gradually drifted into sleep. However, just as he was dozing off, a deafening roar jolted him awake. The sound came from outside, with Xiongda issuing an alarm. "What happened?" Linze asked, springing up from the bed in alertness. At that moment, Xiaoqing's massive head pushed through the partially opened door, reassuring him. "Master, there's no need to worry. It's just a group of low-level blood-sucking bats. We'll handle them quickly." Linze promptly checked the kill notifications and found dozens of entries. His shelter was clearly under attack by a swarm of bats. Although these were all bronze level 1 blood-sucking bats, Linze still gained hundreds of experience points from their defeat. As a bronze level 6 player, he was now only a little over 100 points away from advancing to bronze level 7, an unexpected bonus. He climbed out of bed and hurried outside the cabin. The scene before him was astonishing. Dahong was furiously conjuring fireballs, hurling them at a swarm of dark figures in the air. Meanwhile, the queen bee and several worker bees joined the fray, engaging the unwelcome guests in fierce aerial combat. This sudden night raid had plunged Linze's shelter into a chaotic battle. Although Xiongda was the strongest, its lack of long-range attacks and flying abilities left it helpless. All it could do was let out occasional savage roars, attempting to stun the dark shadows. Xiaoqing could only watch from the sidelines unless a vampire bat happened to fly close enough. Not far away, charred corpses were piling up in an open space. The air was thick with the scent of burning flesh, evidence of Dahong's fireball attacks. The vampire bats' bodies stood out, each nearly half a meter long with a wingspan approaching 1 meter, their size truly astonishing. These creatures lived up to their name, capable of restoring their strength by draining the blood of their targets. Linze noticed the limitations of the electric grid. It could only block ground-based monsters and was useless against aerial threats. He silently resolved to build more powerful defensive structures in the future. As he pondered, Linze didn't stop moving. He swiftly retrieved an iron bow from his backpack, knocked an arrow, and pulled the string with practiced ease. At the same time, he activated his replication skill, copying Xiongda's full attributes onto himself, instantly entering an invincible state. Thwack! The bowstring vibrated, and the arrow shot through the air. A vampire bat fell instantly, the damage indicator, 504, flashing above Ito one-hit kill. Linze fired 5 more arrows in quick succession. Although 2 missed, the other 3 struck true, each a fatal shot. With his invincible mode boosting his attack to over 500 points, combined with the iron bow's special effects, the bronze-level vampire bats stood no chance against such overwhelming damage. With Linze joining the fray, the pile of bat corpses on the ground grew rapidly. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy within him, and his physical attributes in Preveta had leveled up to bronze level 7. However, Linze didn't stop. He continued firing arrows with mechanical precision until every last vampire bat was eliminated. When the battle was over, Linze put away his iron bow and began cleaning up the battlefield. His haul included 238 units of bat meat and 27 low-grade blood candles, all of which he listed on the trading channel. While he wasn't brave enough to try the bat meat himself, perhaps some players would find it appealing. After dealing with the spoils, Linze turned to Xiongda and the 3 little ones, praising them. "Good job. Keep it up." Hearing the compliment, They immediately perked up with excitement. Back in his room, Linze opened his information panel to carefully review his stats. Player, Linze. Level, Bronze 7. Class, Pet Summoner. Max Pets, 5. Skills, Pet Summon, Pet Space, Replication. Attack, 12,550. Defense, 15,580. Speed, 17,560. Health, 1950. Mana, 750. Experience, 130,800. Attribute points, 10. Talent, Super S class. Linze evaluated his stats with satisfaction. While they couldn't match the enhanced stats of the three little ones, they were still far superior to those of other players. This was thanks to his 2 silver-grade pieces of equipment and the highly effective iron bow with exceptional attack power. He allocated the 10 attribute points he had just earned, splitting them between speed and health, bringing his base speed to 120 points and his health to a solid 2,000 points. The ability to have 5 pets confirmed that it was now the second day, though the exact time was unclear. Linze made a mental note to craft a clock in the future. Yawning, Linze lay back on his bed. Whatever time it is, I'll deal with it after I wake up, he thought. Once I'm rested, I'll catch that monkey and make it mine for mining. With this plan in mind, Linze quickly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Linze woke up from a comfortable sleep, stretching his body with a lazy yawn. It had been an exceptionally restful night, and he felt fully energized. He couldn't help but marvel at how much of a difference a proper mattress made. Outside the window, the sky was still pitch black, making it impossible to discern the time. Linze opened the regional chat channel and quickly skimmed through the players' conversations. Based on the chat content, he estimated it was around 8 a.m. Good thing I didn't sleep until noon, Linze thought to himself as he prepared to get out of bed. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he immediately checked his friend requests. Overnight, a flood of players had requested to add him as a friend. Skillfully using keywords to filter through the list, he soon stumbled upon an unexpected Surprizia potential item that could boost attributes. Linze quickly accepted the request and sent a message. Hey, send me the item so I can take a look. A moment later, the other person replied. I'm not a hey, I'm a she. Only then did Linze notice the name, Wenling. He quickly apologized. My bad. Sister, are you looking to trade for iron nails? Wenling replied. Not just iron nails, refined iron too. Linze explained. I still have some iron nails, but no refined iron left. You're a bit late. Wenling seemed well informed. I heard you discovered an iron mine where you can extract iron ore and refined iron. Plus, there's a female player named Yu Shuang crafting iron nails for you. Linze paused for a few seconds before replying. Let me see the item first. Send me a picture of its stats. Shortly after, a stat screen appeared in the chat channel. Linze opened it, and his pupils contracted as he involuntarily gasped. The stats read. Item, Golden Thunderfruit. Effect, increases attack by 100 points and boosts lightning magic skill power by 30 upon consumption. Description, a rare spiritual fruit that only the exceptionally lucky can find. Each person can consume it up to 3 times. Unbelievable. Linze was ecstatic. A direct 100-point attack increase, equivalent to 100 attribute points, plus enhanced lightning magic power. But then, he felt a twinge of regret. Too bad I'm not a Magethus would have been even more incredible. Linze understood that every class had its unique skills. As a pet summoner, he couldn't use mage abilities. The fireball spell he had previously found in a treasure chest had already proven that. Still, a 100-point attack boost was already astonishing. If I posted this stat screen in the chat channel, every player in the region would lose their minds, Linze thought to himself. Curious, he asked, why don't you use such a valuable item yourself? Wenling replied, I actually found 4 golden thunderfruits and have already eaten 3. The last one won't have any effect on me. Linze immediately understood and couldn't help but admire Wenling's extraordinary luck. 3 golden thunderfruits meant an extra 300 attack points, a figure that would make anyone envious. Even with the 3 top-tier pieces of equipment he was wearing, Linze's attack barely exceeded 100. This Wenling must have protagonist-level luck. Linze thought in amazement. He quickly responded, He'll take the last golden thunderfruit. How many iron nails and refined iron do you want in exchange? Wenling said, my shelter is still just a grass hut and hasn't been upgraded to a wooden house yet. I don't need too many iron nails or refined iron, just enough to upgrade my shelter to a top-tier wooden house. Linze asked, do you know how much iron nails and refined iron that would require? Wenling replied confidently, no amount of nails or refined iron can compare to 100 attack points. Currently, iron nails and refined iron are scarce and highly valuable. Linze and Wenling were discussing the trade of the golden thunderfruit. Once workbenches become widespread and iron mines are discovered in abundance, even several times the amount of iron nails and refined iron will be traded willingly. You can wait until then to sell the golden thunderfruit, Linze suggested. Wenling, however, was impatient. I want 2 golden thunderfruits. I only have 1 left, and I don't have any blueprints. Wenling explained, a sly glint in her eyes. But I have plenty of wood reserves. If you're interested, I can share some with you. Linze's eyes lit up. I'll add a portion of royal jelly that can increase your maximum health by 300 points. Deal, 2 fruits. Wen Ling agreed readily. Linze raised an eyebrow. You're not being honest. Just now, you said you only had one. Wen Ling chuckled. When you're out and about, it's always better to be cautious with your words. When Linze pressed for the source of the golden thunder fruit, Wen Ling spun a tale about a cave and a withered fruit tree. Linze didn't believe her, but chose not to probe further, respecting her secrets. I don't have many iron nails or refined iron on hand. I can only give them to you tonight, Linze explained. Upgrading a grass hut to a top-tier wooden house requires a lot of materials. He quickly calculated. 9,500 iron nails and 160 refined iron pieces. I need to go mining right away. Wen Ling nodded. Then we'll trade tonight. Linze added. You'll also need 19,000 units of wood, which you'll have to prepare yourself. Wen Ling frowned slightly. That much? I only have 12,000. How about this? Lend me 10,000, and I'll repay you with a blueprint. I promise you won't lose out. You have a blueprint? Linze asked in surprise. Wen Ling gave a cunning smile. Not right now, but I'll have one soon. If you don't believe me, we can sign a contract. Linze shook his head. It's not that I don't believe you, I'm just worried you might die. Wen Ling was momentarily speechless. In the end, the two signed a contract. Linze generously traded 10,000 units of wood to Wen Ling. For him, ordinary wood was far less valuable than blueprints, especially since his wooden house was already upgraded to the highest level and he didn't need it for the time being. With the contract in place, Wen Ling couldn't default on her promise unless she died. After their discussion, Linze got up quickly to have a meal and fed Xiongda and the 3 cubs. Before leaving, he checked the central control panel of the power grid. The stored electricity could sustain operations for another 3 hours. Most of the power generated by Xiongda the previous night had already been consumed. Even without a monster attack, the power grid continuously drained energy. Linze turned to the queen bee. Have your worker bees try operating the generator. It'd be great if they succeed. If not, that's fine too. As you wish, master, the queen bee nodded. In no time, 11 fist-sized worker bees flew in from all directions. The queen bee explained, as my strength increases, the probability of hatching worker bees also rises. Once I advance to the silver level, they'll be able to produce higher-level worker bees, not just bronze-tier ones. Well done, keep up the good work. Linze praised, gently patting the queen bee on the head. He then guided the worker bees to turn the generator's crank. Soon, one of the bees took the initiative, wrapping its tiny legs around the crank and using its wings to generate air thrust, slowly turning the handle. Linze worried it might get dizzy, but the bee kept spinning for several minutes without any signs of discomfort. Relieved, Linze instructed the queen bee. Tell them to take turns generating power. When one gets tired, another can take over, while the rest continue patrolling. With this group of worker bees, Linze no longer worried about the power grid failing while he was away. Xiongda, too, was secretly thrilled, thinking it could finally get some rest. If Linze had known what Xiongda was thinking, he surely would have given it a swift kick. 3 kilometers away from Linze's shelter, a striking figure stood silently in the darkness. Her tall, slender frame and graceful curves were illuminated faintly against the backdrop of a crude grass hut. Suddenly, a jungle gray wolf, nearly a meter in length, leaped out of the shadows, growling as it lunged at her. She remained motionless, then gracefully swung the wooden magic staff in her hand. In an instant, a blinding bolt of lightning struck down, reducing the bronze-level wolf to charred remains. Moments later, several more gray wolves emerged from all directions. The figure maintained her composure, swiftly and elegantly waving her staff again. A series of deafening thunderclaps followed, and the wolves collapsed one after another. She stood still for a while, scanning her surroundings with vigilance. Once she was certain there were no further threats, she approached the corpses and began to skillfully dismember them. These jungle gray wolves showing up here is odd, she murmured, her voice barely audible but laced with an icy edge. I scouted the area around the shelter earlier and saw no sign of them. Now they suddenly appear. Could it be that guy drove them here? He does have plenty of blood candles to intimidate monsters. Creating this kind of situation wouldn't be beyond him. About 10 minutes later, another figure appeared in the distance. It was a male warrior player, holding a torch in one hand and a blood candle in the other, as he moved quickly through the forest toward the woman's shelter. The two soon met. The male player looked surprised at first upon seeing the woman standing outside the shelter, but his expression quickly returned to normal. He hurriedly asked, Wen Ling, I heard thunder coming from your direction earlier, so I rushed over. Are you all right? Wen Ling cast him a cool glance and replied, I'm fine. Just a few gray wolves that I scared off with magic. The male player let out a sigh of relief. As long as you're okay. But really, you should reconsider my offer to move in with me. My shelter may just be a low-level wooden cabin, but it has 1,000 defense points. It's a lot safer than this grass hut of yours. Wen Ling fell silent, seemingly giving the suggestion serious thought. After a long pause, she finally said, "Before I move, I want to get that silver treasure chest." Hearing this, the male player's face lit up with joy, but then he frowned. Wenling, that chest is guarded by a bronze level 6 boss. Even with the two of us, we can't take it down. Wenling remained unfazed, calmly analyzing the situation. The boss is still recovering from its injuries and just gave birth, leaving it in an extremely weakened state. If you take the front and absorb the damage, it'll use magic to support you. We have a good chance of succeeding. This is the best time to act. If we wait for it to recover, taking it down will be impossible. The male player hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "You make a good point, but fine, I'll help you. But you have to promise me that once we get the chest, you'll move into my shelter." Wenling nodded in agreement. "I keep my word." Hearing this, the male player's face lit up with excitement. The two then set off together toward their target. The male player led the way, clearing the path with a gleaming iron sword in hand, while Wenling followed behind, holding a torch to light their way. As she glanced at the iron sword in his hand, Wenling's brows furrowed slightly. She distinctly remembered that his weapon had been a wooden sword just the day before. Curious, she asked, "Where did you get that iron sword?" The male player ran excitedly up to Wenling, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. He couldn't wait to share his discovery. "Wenling, you'll never guess what I found last night." Wenling raised an eyebrow and asked casually, "Oh, what's got you so thrilled?" Taking a deep breath, as if preparing to unveil some earth-shattering news, the male player lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "I couldn't sleep last night, so I went out hunting monsters. And guess what? I stumbled upon a bronze chest. Inside, I found this iron sword." As he spoke, he revealed a gleaming iron sword that shimmered coldly in the light. Wenling nodded, signaling him to continue. The male player grinned widely, presenting the sword like a prized treasure. "But that's not even the most amazing part. In a valley, I discovered an iron mine. And there's a pear tree there too, about to bear fruit." Hearing this, Wenling paused for a moment, her clear eyes lighting up with interest. She asked, "Are you sure it's an iron mine?" "Absolutely," the male player declared confidently. "The moment I entered the valley, I got a notification from the game. Strangely, there weren't any monsters guarding the mine." Wenling mused. "Perhaps monsters have no interest in minerals." "That could be it." The male player's face lit up with excitement, his eyes filled with ambition. "Wenling, with this iron mine, our lives are about to take a turn for the better. Becoming top-tier players is within reach." Wenling didn't respond immediately. Her thoughts had drifted elsewhere. She recalled her agreement with Linze to trade iron nails and refined iron that evening. But now, with the discovery of an iron mine, she couldn't help but feel tempted to reconsider. She pondered silently. The contract only involved borrowing wood. If I were to back out of trading the golden thunder fruits, at most, I'd lose credibility with Linze, but the game wouldn't penalize me. With the iron mine, I could produce plenty of iron ore and refined iron, making it much easier to upgrade the wooden house. I could even keep the golden thunder fruits for something more valuable in the future. The more Wenling thought about it, the more convinced she became that this was the right move. She tried to justify it to herself. Survival comes first. Besides, Linze might get upset, but he's not going to track me down in real life over this, right? Yet, despite her calculations, Wenling couldn't bring herself to make a final decision. Suddenly, she spoke up, asking the male player walking ahead, "Do you know Linze?" The male player sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. "Who in our zone doesn't know that guy? But honestly, I think he's just been lucky. First, he found a water source, and then he stumbled upon an iron mine. That's the only reason he's progressed so fast. We both have high-level combat talents, and now that we've found an iron mine, it's only a matter of time before we surpass him." He paused, then added scornfully, "To be honest, Linze isn't all that impressive. Guys like him always fall from grace sooner or later. The higher they climb, the harder they fall." Listening to the male player's bitter and mocking words, Wenling's expression remained unchanged. Internally, she thought, "This guy is petty, jealous, and willing to do whatever it takes to get what he wants." My first impression of him wasn't wrong. After weighing her options, Wenling decided not to alter her deal with Linze. She didn't want to risk offending a top-tier player over 2 golden thunder fruits, especially since she still needed the royal jelly he had. Wenling asked, "Where exactly is the iron mine?" The male player, walking ahead, didn't look back as he replied, "He'll tell you tonight when we head back." Before Wenling could respond, he asked, "Are we heading straight to the boss now?" Wenling's tone was calm as she replied, "The sooner we deal with this, the better." "Got it." The male player beamed with excitement and led the way. Meanwhile, in another part of the game world, Linze arrived at the valley with his 4 pets. He turned to one of them and said, "Bear One, it's all up to you now." Bear One responded with confidence, "Don't worry, master. My nose is sharper than any dog's. That monkey won't escape me." Linze nodded in satisfaction. "Good. I'm counting on you." Xiongda dashed through the forest like an arrow released from a bow. Linze sat steadily on its back, holding De Hong in his arms and shining a flashlight to illuminate the path ahead. The queen bee hovered in the air, while Shao Qing's massive snake body followed closely behind. Together, the man and his four companions moved as swiftly as lightning, leaving the valley far behind in an instant. Suddenly, Xiongda came to an abrupt halt and began pacing around, occasionally lifting its head to sniff the air. Linze asked, "Did you find the monkey?" Xiongda nodded in response. "It's nearby. Its scent is everywhere." Linze immediately instructed the queen bee, "Scout the area. Report back as soon as you locate the target. We'll wait here." The queen bee acknowledged the command and disappeared into the darkness. Half an hour later, the queen bee returned and reported, "Master, the monkey is hiding in a mountain cave. There are also two newborn baby monkeys with it." "What's its level?" Linze asked. The queen bee replied, "Bronze level 6. It's severely injured, having just given birth, and is in an extremely weakened state." Linze quickly pieced the situation together, suspecting that the boss monkey's injuries were caused by a hyena pack attack. Although it had managed to fend off the hyena king and killed dozens of hyenas, it had paid a heavy price. The hyena king had likely attempted to launch an ambush while the boss monkey was weakened from childbirth. However, the attack ultimately failed, and the hyena king retreated to the valley, gravely injured. Linze felt a surge of relief. It was thanks to this boss monkey that he had been able to easily defeat the hyena pack and claim the iron mine. Eager to proceed, he said to the queen bee, "Lead the way. Let's deal with the boss monkey quickly so we can return to mining." He was anxious to complete the transaction and obtain the 2 golden thunder fruits, which would grant him a substantial 200-point attack boost. The queen bee took the lead, and the group advanced swiftly. After just a few minutes, the queen bee suddenly stopped. Linze was about to speak when a roar echoed from the darkness ahead. The queen bee warned, "Master, there's a fight near the cave." Before the words had fully left her mouth, the sound of thunder erupted in the distance, followed by a flash of lightning. In that brief moment of illumination, Linze caught sight of a small mountain a few hundred meters away. At its base was a deep cave entrance, the apparent hiding spot of the boss monkey. Linze frowned in confusion. What was that flash of lightning? Was it lightning magic? And who was fighting the boss monkey? Another creature, or possibly other players? He speculated it was likely a monster, as very few players at this stage could take on a bronze level 6 boss alone. Just then, Shonda spoke up, "Master, I smell 2 scents similar to yours. They're both professionals." Hearing this, Linze's face lit up with surprise. Linze quietly approached the small mountain with his 4 pets, as the sounds of a fierce battle grew clearer in his ears. Inside the cave, the furious roars of the boss monkey, the terrified squeals of smaller monkeys, and the shouts of a man engaged in combat intertwined into a chaotic symphony. Suddenly, a deafening crack of thunder echoed through the cave, and a dazzling flash of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing the intense battle within. The cave was spacious, with a diameter of dozens of meters. At the center, a towering boss monkey, nearly 2 meters tall with a massive build, was locked in fierce combat with a warrior wielding an iron sword. About 10 meters away, a female mage waved her staff, casting a powerful lightning orb every few seconds. Each strike inflicted nearly 400 points of damage on the boss monkey and left it paralyzed for 3 seconds. In comparison, the warrior's attacks seemed less effective as skills dealt only a little over 100 points of damage, while his regular strikes managed a mere 20 to 30 points. Despite this, the 2 players worked seamlessly together, reducing the boss monkey's health by nearly 2,000 points in just a few exchanges. Linze observed quietly, thinking that if not for the boss monkey's unusually weakened state, these 2 players would stand no chance. His attention was drawn to the female mage's impressive power, and he couldn't help but wonder if her talent had reached an extraordinary steer level. Suddenly, Linze noticed 2 small monkeys huddled in a corner of the cave, trembling as they clung to each other for comfort. Beside them was a treasure chest glowing with a silvery light. It was a wild silver chest. A surge of excitement rushed through Linze as he recalled messages in the chat channel about players finding multiple treasure chests in a day, even though they were all wooden ones. The sight of the silver chest made him envious yet thrilled. The battle raged on, with the 2 players entirely focused on the fight, unaware of Linze's presence. However, the boss monkey had already noticed him and his pets, becoming even more frantic. If not for its determination to protect its offspring, it would have fled long ago. But now, with Linze's team blocking the cave entrance, escape was no longer an option. The fight grew more intense, and the boss monkey's health dropped by another 1,000 points. Suddenly, it let out an earth-shaking roar as its body radiated a crimson glow, and its aura surged dramatically. The male player shouted in alarm and retreated, while the female mage reacted swiftly, casting a massive lightning orb with her staff. The orb struck the boss monkey with precision, interrupting its power buildup and dealing a staggering 800 points of damage. The boss monkey's health plummeted to less than 2,000 points. Seeing this, Linze knew it was time for him to step in. Linze strode into the cave with his 4 pets, exuding an imposing aura. The two players who had been preparing to take down the boss monkey in one decisive strike froze in place, staring dumbfounded at the four pets by Linze's side, especially the massive Shao Qing and Bear Da. The 3-to-form turtle black bear and the 7-meter-long giant python sent chills down their spines. When they checked the information on Shao Qing and Bear Da, their faces turned pale with shock. Bear Da, a level 7 bronze tier boss, already had base stats that surpassed the boss monkey. Coupled with Linze's super scrade talent boost, its overall attributes were terrifying enough to take on silver tier monsters single-handedly. Watch your words and don't say anything reckless, Wen Ling warned the male player beside her in a low voice. The man nodded gravely, though narrow-minded. He wasn't a fool who couldn't assess the situation. They both understood that offending Linze could mean there wouldn't even be a complete body left to bury. Meanwhile, the boss monkey retreated cautiously to the depths of the cave, shielding two small monkey cubs behind it while keeping its unblinking eyes fixed on Linze. Ignoring the two players, Linze addressed the boss monkey directly. Behave yourself and become my pet. I'll spare your life and protect your two children. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Linze activated his pet summoning skill. In an instant, chains materialized out of thin air, binding the boss monkey, while a magical array appeared beneath it. The boss monkey instinctively struggled but quickly submitted when it met Linze's threatening gaze, allowing the chains and the magic circle to merge into its body. A system notification chimed. Congratulations, player. You have successfully summoned the Crimson Blood Monkey King as your pet. Although there was no additional reward, Linze had expected as much. Calmly, he spoke to his newly tamed Crimson Blood Monkey King. Rest well in the pet space. I'll take care of your children. With that, he sent it into the pet space. Having dealt with the matter, Linze finally turned his attention to the two players. The male player, in his early 20s, had an average appearance, a slightly chubby build, and a pale complexion that made him look somewhat frail. In contrast, the female mage, Wen Ling, stood out tall and curvaceous with a naturally beautiful face that looked even better without makeup. Linze smiled at the two and said, "This boss was a pet I had claimed earlier. You don't mind that I took it, do you?" Before the male player could respond, Wen Ling quickly replied, "Since you discovered it first, it's only fair. With your strength, taking it down would have been effortless." Linze then asked, "The silver treasure chest is mine too. Do you have any objections?" Maintaining her composure, Wen Ling answered, "You defeated the boss, so naturally, the chest belongs to you." Her words caused the male player's face to darken immediately. The boss they were about to defeat was snatched away, and even the treasure chest slipped through their fingers. The male player's mood plummeted instantly. However, faced with Linze and the imposing black bear, he dared not show a trace of dissatisfaction. He could only bury his anger and resentment deep within, silently vowing to settle the score in the future. Linze keenly noticed the male player's shift in emotion and shot him a sidelong glance. The guy's anger and hatred were almost written all over his face, completely unmasked. In contrast, the female player beside him appeared calm and composed, as if losing the boss and treasure chest had nothing to do with her. Turning to the pair, Linze smiled slightly. "It seems we're quite fated to meet, considering our shelters are so close to each other." Wen Ling raised an eyebrow, sighing inwardly. This kind of fate was something she could do without. Losing a boss wasn't a big deal at most, it meant a loss of experience. But the silver treasure chest was a different story. It was the first one she'd ever encountered, and she had been hopeful about finding something valuable inside. Now, even if it contained an artifact, it was no longer hers to claim. Suppressing her disappointment, Wen Ling forced a faint smile. "Indeed, quite the coincidence. I'm Wen Ling, and this is someone I met just a couple of days ago. May I ask your name?" "Wen Ling." Linze sized up the delicate-looking female mage, feeling a surge of surprise. Since player information was hidden, he hadn't known her identity before. Who would have thought that the person he had just completed a trade with online 2 hours ago would now appear in front of him in real life? The coincidence was almost too much to believe. Linze chuckled. "My last name is Lin, and my given name is Zhe. You're Linze." Wen Ling could no longer maintain her composure. A peculiar expression crossed her delicate face, clearly revealing that she and Linze were sharing the same thought at the moment. The male player beside her was equally stunned. He hadn't expected the person they had just been discussing to appear before them so soon. However, his expression quickly darkened. Earlier, he had boasted to Wen Ling that Linze's success was just a matter of luck, and that with enough effort, he could catch up. After all, he had an iron mind of his own. But now, seeing Linze here, an ominous feeling crept over him. Could the iron mind he had discovered actually be under Linze's control? If that were the case, his excitement would have been for nothing. There was no way he could compete with Linze for the mine unless he secretly mined it while Linze was away. Damn it! How could this be such a coincidence? The male player cursed silently. Linze's gaze shifted to Wen Ling. "Is your shelter nearby?" Before Wen Ling could respond, the male player interjected hastily. "It's quite far from here. Besides, we have other things to attend to, so we won't be staying here any longer." He moved to pull Wenling along, but she sidestepped, avoiding his hand. His expression faltered, and he turned to leave the cave, only to find his path blocked by the massive body of the black bear. His face turned even darker as he glared at Linze with resentment. Linze, what's the meaning of this? Are you planning to hold the two of us here by force? Linze sneered. Relax, I'm not that kind of person. I just find you annoying. You lost a boss, no need to act like the world's ended. What? Are you planning to get revenge later? Before he could finish speaking, a fireball suddenly struck the male player, catching him off guard. Before he could react, a thick snake tail lashed out, flinging him through the air. Just those two hits drained at least half of his health. Seeing the giant bear charging toward him, the male player turned pale with fear and screamed in terror, "Don't kill me." Just as the massive bear claw was about to strike the male player, the giant bear suddenly froze in its tracks. The male player trembled all over, his face filled with terror as his frantic gaze darted toward Linze. He stammered anxiously. "I didn't mean to take revenge on you. I was just upset about losing the boss. Don't worry, he'll forget all about this and won't bother you again in the future." Linze listened to the man's rapid plea with a cold smirk in his heart. He could see through the suppressed resentment buried deep within the man, knowing he was merely trying to save his own skin. Linze replied indifferently, "Get lost." The male player responded through gritted teeth. "Fine, I'll leave now." He felt deeply humiliated and turned to Wenling with a low voice. "Are you staying here, or coming with me?" He couldn't help but recall how she had sidestepped his attempt to pull her earlier, suspecting that she wanted to align herself with Linze, who was clearly powerful. Although Linze's exact stats were hidden, his 4 formidable pets and the newly tamed boss-level creature were proof enough of his strength. Wenling answered calmly, "You go ahead. I still have something to take care of." Hearing this, the male player's expression darkened further. His attitude toward Wenling was noticeably less submissive than it had been toward Linze. With a blank expression, he said, "Fine. Let me know when you're heading back. After all, we're neighbors." With that, he turned to leave. However, just as he was about to step out of the cave, a dazzling ball of lightning struck him square in the back. A damage number of over 400 floated into the air, instantly depleting what little health he had left. Without even a final word, the male player collapsed to the ground. Upon his death, a burst of golden orbs scattered from his body, containing his equipment and items from his inventory. Linze turned to Wenling in surprise, not expecting her to act so decisively and ruthlessly. Wenling's expression showed a hint of panic but quickly steadied. She explained, "That man had bad intentions toward me. Even if you hadn't shown up, I would have dealt with him after finishing off the boss." Linze didn't bother to question the truth of her words. He simply replied flatly, "Whatever issues you two have, they're none of my concern." He glanced at the male player's body and added, "This is the first time I've seen a player killed. I didn't expect their entire inventory to drop like this." Wenling hesitated briefly before adding, "It's my first time killing someone too. It seems this jungle game is designed to encourage players to harm each other. For now, everyone's scattered across different areas, so conflicts are minimal. But when players eventually gather together, I'm sure bloodshed will be inevitable. In the jungle world, the law is that there are no laws. On this primitive and perilous land, anything is possible, and no constraints can suppress the desires of human nature. Once this news spreads, it is bound to provoke the reckless behavior of some players." Linze turned his head to look at Wenling, a faintly enigmatic smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Aren't you afraid I might harden my heart and kill you too?" His voice was low, carrying a hint of probing intent. Upon hearing this, Wenling lightly flipped her slender right hand. In an instant, 2 peculiar fruits, shimmering with traces of lightning, appeared in her pale palm. Golden arcs of electricity danced across the surface of the fruits, accentuating the beauty of her hands. "These are the 2 golden thunder fruits you wanted," Wenling said calmly, "and they're the most valuable things I have. If you want them, take them. The prior agreement can also be voided." Linze didn't hesitate. He reached out and took the 2 golden thunder fruits. After a quick glance at the fruit's information, he consumed them right in front of Wenling instantly. He felt a surge of immense power coursing through his body, his attack power increasing by 200 points. At the same time, a new status attribute appeared on his panel. Lightning magic skill potency increased by 40. "They'll give you the iron nails and refined iron tonight," Linze said, his gaze meeting Wenling's directly. "As for the items dropped from that person, they're mine. No objections, right?" "No objections," Wenling blurted out almost immediately, inwardly relieved that Linze wasn't someone with malicious intent. After a brief hesitation, she added, "Could you also give me the royal jelly in advance? Being on my own, having more health would give me a better chance of staying safe." Linze didn't refuse. He took out a bamboo tube from his bag and handed it to Wenling. Without hesitation, she drank the royal jelly in one gulp, feeling her maximum health increase by 300 points. While this might be insignificant to Linze, for Wenling, a low health mage, it could mean the difference between life and death in a critical moment. After a moment of contemplation, Wenling said, That person mentioned to me before that he discovered an iron mine. He didn't reveal the exact location, but he said it's hidden in a valley without any monsters guarding it. Is there also a pear tree in that valley? Linze asked suddenly. Ling looked at him in surprise, then smiled knowingly. I knew he didn't have that kind of luck. Perhaps even if I didn't kill him this time, he'd still end up dead by your hands next time. Don't say nonsense. I'm not that kind of person, Linze said with a frown. Ling, however, seemed unconvinced. I can tell you've already developed a killing intent toward him, even if you haven't acted on it. Linze gave her a sidelong glance, prompting Ling to tactfully change the subject. Where's your shelter? If possible, we could stay in touch and find opportunities to cooperate. She figured Linze wasn't a bad person overall. Took a long detour on the way here, so I forgot the exact location, Linze replied vaguely. Ling didn't question him and nodded. It's hard to navigate in the dark, especially when it's pitch black. But with your 4 pets, you shouldn't have to worry about getting lost. My shelter is about a kilometer to the southeast. If you need anything, you can find me there. Linze chuckled. What could I possibly need from you? Ling nearly choked, suppressing her irritation as she replied, I'll head back now. Message me if anything comes up. She grabbed the torch lying nearby and left the cave without looking back. Linze watched Ling's retreating figure, lost in thought. This woman wasn't simple, and perhaps there might indeed be a chance for collaboration in the future. The cave fell silent once more, with only Linze's pondering figure and the faint sound of insects chirping outside breaking the stillness. After Ling left the cave, Linze immediately summoned the queen bee. He whispered, follow her. Once you find the location of the shelter, return and report immediately. The queen bee nodded slightly, its wings buzzing as it disappeared out of the cave entrance. Linze turned and ventured deeper into the cave, stopping in front of 2 newborn baby monkeys. Though these twin monkeys hadn't yet reached the bronze level, they each possessed a rare 2-star growth potential. Squatting down, he spoke to them softly. Your mother is now my pet. From now on, you will follow me as well. I'll protect you. The baby monkeys let out soft, innocent cries and bowed to Linze in unison. Good little ones. Linze smiled warmly before calling for Dahong. He'll leave the task of looking after them to you. Train them well and help them level up. Dahong nodded in agreement, hopping over to the baby monkeys. It gently stroked their fur and let out friendly chirps. The baby monkeys responded with soft, playful sounds, as if they were engaging in a conversation. Linze didn't linger to watch the heartwarming scene. Instead, he turned his attention to the silver treasure chest. With practiced hands, he opened it, and a series of notifications appeared before him. Congratulations, you've successfully opened a silver treasure chest. Rewards, a pack of table salt, a roll of multi-purpose bandages, and a sheet of electrical blueprints. Item, multi-purpose bandages. Description, heals 500 HP within 3 seconds and stops any ongoing bleeding. Uses, 5. Item, electrical blueprints. Description, fully automatic tissue paper manufacturing machine. Used to obtain 1 fully automatic tissue paper manufacturing machine. Not bad at all. Linze's face lit up with a smile. Although there were no pieces of the Gale armor set, these 3 items were still treasures, especially the fully automatic tissue paper manufacturing machine, which was a lifesaver. The past few days of dealing with bathroom needs had been nothing short of a nightmare. Linze thought to himself, tissue paper isn't just a necessity for me. Every player needs it. Anyone who isn't overly stingy would definitely be willing to trade resources for it. Without hesitation, he used the blueprint. In an instant, a sleek, silver-gray machine appeared before him. Item, fully automatic tissue paper manufacturing machine. Energy source, electricity. Required materials, bamboo, tree vines, flax. Description, consumes 1 unit each of bamboo, tree vines, and flax to produce 1 pack of standard tissue paper. Linze quickly analyzed. Bamboo and tree vines are common materials and easy to gather. Right now, most players are focused on upgrading their wooden cabins, so these materials are practically useless to them and dirt cheap in the trading channel. He opened the trading channel and searched for flax. Within moments, dozens of listings appeared. Most of them were priced very low, some even offering trades for meat, but they were largely ignored. Clearly, players hadn't yet discovered flax's potential uses. Linze wasted no time in buying. Avoiding the overpriced sellers, he traded meat for the majority of the available flax, acquiring a total of 325 units. That should be enough for now, he thought, satisfied. Storing the manufacturing machine in his backpack, he was fully prepared for the upcoming tissue paper empire. Linze carefully tucked the edible salt and multi-purpose bandages from the treasure chest into his bag, not even sparing the now empty silver chest. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if the bag of salt was more precious than the finest equipment. For days, grilled meat had been barely palatable with just instant noodle seasoning packs, and their supplies were running out. Now, finally, real salt was in their possession. Linze had already started imagining a delicious beef and mushroom stew for tonight, a smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. He meticulously searched every corner of the cave, ensuring no valuable items were left behind, and then called out to Xiongda, Shaoqing, Dahong, and the two little monkeys to prepare for departure. Before leaving, Linze's gaze fell on the lone corpse on the ground. He gave Dahong a command: burn this corpse to ashes. Dahong sprang into action, sending fireballs one after another, instantly engulfing the body in flames. The intense heat quickly reduced the corpse to ashes, and only then did Linze lead his pets out of the cave. With Xiongda guiding the way, they soon returned to the valley. Back in the safety of the valley, Linze released the boss monkey from his pet space. Its health had recovered to around 5,000, so there was no immediate concern for its survival. Linze carefully examined the boss monkey's attribute panel and couldn't help but marvel at its superior base stats and unique abilities, far exceeding those of ordinary pets. After a brief moment of thought, Linze decided to name the powerful monkey Persian Monkey. The Persian monkey nodded in gratitude, visibly pleased with its new name. The two smaller monkeys, eager for recognition, made sounds of longing for their own names. Linze happily obliged, naming them Dasheng and Ersheng. Next, Linze instructed Xiongda to lead the other pets on a hunting expedition while he prepared to mine in the valley. From his backpack, he retrieved an oversized iron pickaxe and handed it to the burly Persian monkey. The monkey easily swung the pickaxe, striking the iron ore with a powerful blow that sent sparks flying and dislodged several chunks of ore. Watching this, Linze's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. From the moment I saw you, I could tell you were born to be a miner." The Persian monkey looked puzzled by the remark, its expression suggesting it was baffled by this sudden declaration of its supposed innate talent as a born miner. When Ling held a blood candle and a magic staff as she swiftly navigated the dark forest, the faint candlelight barely illuminated her path, while distant roars of monsters echoed through the woods. Despite the inevitable fear in her heart, she was mentally prepared. She had resolved to hunt down the boss, risking everything to kill that person. She carefully controlled her hunting range, unwilling to venture too far from the shelter. Leveling up is the top priority, when Ling thought to herself. With enough strength, these threats will no longer matter. After half an hour, a small wooden hut appeared in her view. When Ling quickly approached and pushed the door open. As expected, a shelter left behind by a deceased player had lost its ability to keep outsiders out. Suddenly, a notification popped up. You have discovered an unclaimed shelter. Choosing to occupy it will grant you all resources, including furniture, displayed items, and constructed buildings. Choosing to destroy it will only yield 70 of the resources, but you may receive a treasure chest and some construction materials. When Ling didn't make a choice immediately, instead, she thoroughly searched the room. Besides a nearly burnt-out blood candle, there was nothing else. Just as poor as I imagined, she muttered to herself. After weighing her options, when Ling decided to destroy the shelter, she lacked the strength to defend two shelters, so rather than letting monsters destroy it, she chose to do it herself, increasing her chances of obtaining a treasure chest. The current shelter is being destroyed. Please leave immediately. 10, 9, 8. When Ling quickly exited the wooden hut, as the countdown ended, the hut collapsed into rubble. A new notification appeared. You have destroyed an unclaimed shelter. You have obtained several units of meat, wood, bamboo, and vines. Check your inventory for exact quantities. You have received a special blueprint. Congratulations, you are the first player to destroy a shelter. Rewards: 20 achievement points, 1 silver treasure chest, and 300 experience points. When Ling's eyes lit up with excitement, this was an unexpected windfall. Being the first to destroy a shelter came with such generous rewards, even though she was still unsure of the purpose of achievement points. She eagerly opened her inventory, where a silver treasure chest lay quietly. When Ling's breathing quickened, the silver chest she missed out on from the boss earlier was now hers as a direct reward from the game's surprising turn of events. Combined with the other gains, not only had she avoided any losses, but she had profited greatly. More importantly, dealing with that person had saved her from a lot of trouble. Her gaze shifted to a slot next to the chest, where the blueprint obtained from destroying the shelter was stored. She carefully retrieved it and began to examine it closely. When Ling tightly held the relocation blueprint of the shelter in her hands, her eyes shimmering with hope, she murmured softly to herself, "This is my lifeline." Her fingertips gently traced the patterns on the blueprint, as if she were touching her own future. If the shelter faces danger, I can use this to escape. Not only that, but if I find a better location in the future, I can relocate the shelter there directly. Her gaze fell on the special notes within the blueprint's information, and she couldn't help but fall into deep thought. How many regions does the jungle world have? When will they all connect? Although there were countless questions, when Ling was certain of one thing: when the regions finally connect, this world will undoubtedly erupt in chaos. At present, players were scattered, each fending for themselves, with rare chances for offline encounters. However, once the regions opened up, this dynamic was bound to change. A glimmer of determination flashed in Wen Ling's eyes. By then, All kinds of offline player factions will likely emerge. To secure a foothold in such an environment, I need to prepare in advance. When Ling reflected on her own strength, her great talent, combined with the boost from 3 golden thunder fruits, made her lightning magic incredibly powerful. Yet, compared to Linze, she still felt overshadowed. From what I know, current pet summoners usually only have one pet, even those with advanced talents. But he has 5 pets by his side, 2 of which are at boss level. Thinking about the terrifying attributes of Linze's pets, when Ling couldn't help but shiver. Especially that Black Barret has 45,000 health points, which is simply unbelievable. His talent must be at least grade, or perhaps even higher. She pondered silently. The highest talent recognized by players is grade, but Linze's strength seems to surpass even that. Shaking her head, when Ling pushed these thoughts aside for the moment, she carefully put away the blueprint and then retrieved a silver treasure chest from her backpack. Buddha, bless me, she whispered before opening the chest. The first thing that caught her eye was a magic staff with a pure silver glow, followed by another blueprint and some materials for upgrading the shelter. Silver equipment. When Ling exclaimed in delight as she picked up the magic staff, her radiant face brimming with joy. The attributes of this silver magic staff far outclassed her previous beginner's equipment, and with it, her strength would increase by at least 50. However, when her gaze shifted to the blueprint in the treasure chest, her expression turned a little peculiar. She muttered softly, "Perfect timing, I owe Linze a blueprint. I'll give him this one during tonight's trade." The dim firelight flickered in the valley, accompanied by the rhythmic clinking sounds. The Persian monkey swung its oversized iron pickaxe, each strike dislodging several chunks of iron ore from the vein. In just half an hour, hundreds of iron ore pieces had piled up around it, its efficiency far surpassing Linze's previous efforts. As Linze had said, the Persian monkey was indeed a natural-born miner. At the moment, Linze wasn't mining but stood near the iron ore area, focused on operating the newly acquired fully automatic toilet paper manufacturing machine. The machine hummed as it worked, occasionally spitting out packs of toilet paper from its output slot. Though the packaging was plain and lacked any fancy designs, the toilet paper was no different from the cheap tissues commonly found in restaurants. In this harsh world, having something usable was already a blessing. As the Persian monkey continued mining, the machine had already produced over 60 packs of tissues, averaging 3 packs per minute, which left Linze quite satisfied. He calculated that in less than 2 hours, the raw materials bamboo, vines, and flax would be completely depleted, yielding over 300 packs of tissues. Linze frowned in thought. This amount still seemed insufficient. He needed more flax. Although bamboo and vines were abundant in the trading channel, flax was extremely scarce. In his recent hunts and explorations, he had come across many bamboo groves, but hadn't noticed any flax. Perhaps he had encountered it, but failed to recognize it. Deciding not to dwell on it, Linze quickly opened his friend's panel and sent a message to Yu Shuangshuang. "Do me a favor and post a message in the regional chat channel to buy flax. Offer 1 iron nail for 5 units of flax." Yu Shuangshuang replied instantly, "Sure thing, boss." Moments later, the purchase request appeared in the regional chat channel, cleverly omitting Linze's name. She understood his intention to have her handle the transaction on his behalf. Linze's reputation in this region was immense. Nearly 8 out of 10 players had heard of his name. Currently, the most sought-after resources, water and iron nails, were being supplied by him in large quantities. If he personally sought to buy flax, it might trigger a price surge. Having Yu Shuangshuang act as the intermediary helped avoid such a situation. "Linze, are you busy right now?" Yu Shuangshuang sent another message. "No, just idling. Orders are fewer today summions competing with me for business." Linze immediately understood the situation. Other players had acquired workbenches and started taking orders to craft tools. Yu Shuangshuang explained, "Since the extreme night survival mode began, the number of treasure chests has increased significantly. Quite a few players have found workbench blueprints. Just in my elite adjudicator group, there are already 4. Linze mused. "The game must be intentionally promoting the use of workbenches." "I think so too," Yu Shuangshuang agreed. "Luckily, I got my workbench early. Just yesterday, I earned enough resources to upgrade my wooden house to the highest level." "That's good," Linze replied succinctly, already beginning to plan his next move. Yu Shuangshuang's message flashed on Linze's communication interface. "Boss, I don't have many iron nails left to help you trade for flax." Linze quickly replied, "No problem. They'll send you some iron ore later. For the next 2 days, don't do anything else, just focus on making iron nails for me. Send me the first batch of 10,000 nails, and use the rest to trade for flax." Yu Shuangshuang curiously asked, "Boss, what amazing thing did you get this time?" "Toilet paper machine," Linze replied succinctly. Yu Shuangshuang's reaction was unusually excited. "Oh my god. Forget everything else. Just give me a pack of toilet paper right now." Linze teased her. "What's the matter? Ran out of paper in the bathroom." Yu Shuangshuang immediately protested. "You're not the Linze I know anymore. The Linze in my mind is supposed to be refined, graceful, dashing, with sharp features. Been reading too many novels, haven't you? Linze couldn't help laughing. Don't say another word. My heart is shattered. Yu Shuang replied dramatically. Linze chuckled softly and sent over a few packs of toilet paper. A moment later, Yu Shuang responded. Boss, you've successfully pulled me out of the depths of despair. It's that time of the month for me, and I was about to lose my mind. Linze raised an eyebrow. Toilet paper can handle that. As long as it's thick enough, it's better than nothing, Yu Shuang explained. Linze nodded thoughtfully. True. Now that you mention it, I think the demand for toilet paper might be even higher than I initially thought. He had only considered its use for the bathroom, but now, hearing Yu Shuang's perspective, he felt as if a door to wealth was slowly opening, with endless resources flowing toward him. Yu Shuang continued. Boss, you're definitely going to strike it rich. At this stage, what players lack most isn't food, or even water, it's basic everyday necessities, like tissues. Honestly, I'm starting to suspect you're cheating or something, getting your hands on all these amazing things. All right, get to work, Linze said, immediately sending several hundred iron ores mined by the Persian monkeys over to Yu Shuang. After ending the chat, Linze didn't stay in the valley. He gave the Persian monkeys simple instructions to keep mining and then left. With such a reliable miner, he no longer needed to dig himself and could focus on more important tasks. Linze opened the merit leaderboard for a quick glance. Yu Shuang was still firmly in first place, while he had climbed back to fifth. He had previously dropped to seventh, but thanks to the hunting efforts of Xiongda, Shaoqing, and Dahong, he managed to recover some merit points. Now, he decided to go all out to climb the ranks. While he wouldn't say he was guaranteed to win the first place Prizia diamond chest, and a random skill scroll for his clash, was determined to give it his all. Leveling up was equally crucial. After leaving the valley, Linze didn't head directly to Xiongda, Shaoqing, and Dahong's hunting grounds. Instead, he began searching for monsters nearby. About 10 minutes later, a pack of jungle gray wolves suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Without hesitation, Linze drew his iron sword and charged forward. With a swift slash, one of the gray wolves was hit, and a damage value of 243 floated above its head. Another strike followed, and the wolf let out a pitiful howl before collapsing lifelessly. At the same time, the other wolves launched their attacks on Linze, but they couldn't penetrate his defense. With his silver tier gale armor and his own natural defense, Linze's total defense had reached an impressive 155 points. The bronze-level gray wolves, with attack values of only 30 to 40, couldn't harm him at all. In less than a minute, the remaining wolves were also effortlessly slain by Linze. 180 experience points. Solo kills really give more experience. A few more rounds of this, and he'll level up again. Linze quickly looted the battlefield and resumed his search for monsters in the nearby forest. The Elite Tribunal Alliance Group 1 was a prestigious organization comprised of over 30 highly skilled players. In addition to this core group, the Alliance had established larger auxiliary groups Group 2, Group 3, and Group 4 each with hundreds of members, forming a vast network of players. Locally, they proudly claimed the title of the strongest player alliance, and their reputation was widely recognized. One day, the chat channel of Group 1 suddenly became lively. Someone tagged Yu Shuang and asked, Elder Shuang, why have you suddenly started acquiring flax? Is there something special about it? This message was like a thunderclap, instantly drawing out the previously silent players. Everyone flooded the chat, eager to inquire about the purpose of flax. In this survival world without a beginner's guide, every piece of information was invaluable. Players had to discover things through trial and error, which made them exceptionally sensitive to any clue that might lead to an advantage. Elder Shuang is so generous, exchanging iron nails for flax, one player remarked with admiration. I'm tempted to join in. Who wouldn't be? Another player chimed in. My shelter is still just a basic wooden hut. I've got enough wood, but am short on iron nails and refined iron. Shuang, since you have plenty of nails, why not share some to help us develop and strengthen the alliance? This comment brought an awkward silence to the chat. After half a minute, someone cautiously asked, did I say something wrong? Aren't we part of the same alliance? We're supposed to help each other out. If Shuang needs something in the future, we'll be there to assist her too. Yushi, maybe it's better not to say that, someone advised. What did I say wrong? The girl named Li Yushi retorted stubbornly. We're in the same alliance, and we might even meet offline someday. Isn't mutual support the right thing to do? At that moment, Yu Shuang finally responded, her tone clearly displeased. Li Yushi, it's easy for you to say. There are over 1,000 members in the alliance, but I haven't seen you giving out any benefits. Oh wait, my mistake, you have given out benefits, and more than half the male players in the alliance have received them. Yu Shuang, what nonsense are you spouting? Watch out, or I'll sue you for slander. Li Yushi shot back immediately. You know whether it's slander or not. Yu Shuang replied with a cold laugh. Did you think others wouldn't find out about your little antics? Sensing the argument escalating, Li Yushi quickly sought backup. In Haoyang, aren't you going to do something about this? As the alliance leader, Yin Haoyang finally stepped in to mediate. Ladies, we're all family here. Let's not let a small issue affect our harmony. With encouragement from other members, the conversation eventually returned to the topic of flax. Yu Shuangshuang briefly explained, I need flax to craft something. You'll find out what it is soon enough. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Haoyang suggested, Shuang, as one of our elders, you should prioritize benefiting the alliance. This flax acquisition task could be delegated to our members. Right now, we're in dire need of iron nails too. Didn't someone in the alliance already discover an iron mine? Yu Shuangshuang countered. They did, Yin Haoyang admitted with a sigh, but the mining efficiency is painfully low. The daily output is barely worth mentioning. Hearing this, Yu Shuangshuang suddenly recalled something Linze had mentioned earlier. She paused thoughtfully before saying, I might have a way to improve mining efficiency. Really? Yin Haoyang's eyes lit up. What's the method? Yu Shuangshuang's voice echoed in the alliance chat group, carrying a hint of mystery. This information was shared with me by someone else. I signed a contract, so I can't disclose it casually. Yin Haoyang immediately pressed, what does that person want? 2 blueprints. Yu Shuangshuang replied succinctly. Yin Haoyang frowned, pondering for a moment before responding. That's too expensive. Even though the number of treasure chests has increased and the chances of getting blueprints are higher than before, trading 2 blueprints for 1 method is still a loss. 1 blueprint at most. Yu Shuangshuang seemed prepared. 1 blueprint is fine, but it must be a construction blueprint. How much efficiency can your method increase? Yin Haoyang inquired further. 3 to 5 times. Yu Shuangshuang's answer caused a stir in the group. At that moment, a member of the alliance interjected. Leader, I happen to have an orchard blueprint. I can contribute it to the alliance, but I must take 20 of the iron or production. Yin Haoyang countered decisively. 10. No more. Deal. The member quickly agreed. Yin Haoyang immediately tagged Yu Shuangshuang. The construction blueprint you wanted is secured. Now, tell us the method. Yu Shuangshuang, however, remained unhurried. Give me the blueprint first. I signed a contract, after all. In truth, the so-called contract was something Yu Shuangshuang had completely fabricated. Seeing this, Yin Haoyang had no choice but to instruct the alliance member to trade the blueprint to Yu Shuangshuang. After receiving the blueprint, Yu Shuangshuang spoke crisply. I recall the alliance member who discovered the iron mine is a mage. This method is perfect for them. Use magic skills like earth spikes to attack the iron mine, causing internal damage. This way, the iron ore can be extracted much more easily. That's it. Yin Haoyang was incredulous. Yu Shuangshuang was confident. Trust me, leader. Follow my suggestion, and mining efficiency will absolutely increase by 3 to 5 times. Offline, Yin Haoyang's face darkened. He believed Yu Shuangshuang wasn't lying. But the problem was, where could he find a blueprint for magic skills like earth spikes? At this stage, skill blueprints were even rarer than construction blueprints. Meanwhile, the alliance member who had provided the blueprint was also anxious. Shuangshuang, my dear, this isn't what you said before. Yu Shuangshuang remained calm. I didn't say anything before. Besides, this method is absolutely effective. If the mining efficiency doesn't increase by 3 to 5 times, I'll personally compensate you with a blueprint. Other alliance members who witnessed this couldn't help but twitch their lips. The method was indeed ingenious and unconventional. None of them had thought of it before. But the key issue was that it was currently unfeasible, at least until they could acquire a blueprint for magic skills like earth spikes. Li Yushi couldn't hold back and spoke up. Yu Shuangshuang, siding with outsiders to trick your own people is just wrong. Yu Shuangshuang retorted. Which eye of yours saw me siding with outsiders? Our alliance is so large, are you saying we can't even get a single skill blueprint? With such a boost in mining efficiency, once we succeed, our alliance will grow rapidly. If it weren't for the contract, I would have shared this earlier. Li Yushi was momentarily speechless. Yin Haoyang tried to ease the tension. Shuangshuang, you're a senior member of our alliance. It would be best if you kept some distance from certain individuals in the future. Yu Shuangshuang deliberately misinterpreted him. Understood, leader. I'll make sure to steer clear of anyone with the surname Li. Li Yushi's face turned green with anger. Yin Haoyang quickly clarified. I wasn't referring to Yushi. I meant Linze. This method must have been his idea. I don't blame you were just deceived by him. In the future, just avoid making iron nails for him. Yu Shuangshuang refused to back down. Leader, I work with Linze to climb the merit leaderboard and earn ranking rewards. If you're willing to give me all the alliance's iron or to craft items, they'll delete Linze from my friend list immediately. Yin Haoyang was at a loss for words. The alliance had several members with crafting stations, not just Yu Shuangshuang. If all the iron ore were handed over to her, the others would surely protest and might even leave the alliance. Right now, players with crafting stations were highly valued, and he couldn't afford to offend them. As for Yu Shuangshuang, she was even more untouchable. Her name currently topped the merit leaderboard, making her the alliance's star player. Alright, let's end this discussion here for today, Yin Haoyang said, feeling exhausted and unwilling to continue. The chat group soon fell silent, but every member had their own thoughts. After exiting the alliance chat channel, Yu Shuangshuang immediately contacted Linze. Her fingers flew across the communication device as she relayed everything that had happened in the group, including the details of Yin Haoyang warning her to stay away from Linze. Yu Shuangshuang's gaze was resolute between Linze and the alliance. She had no hesitation in choosing the former. If it weren't for Linze's earlier directive for her to remain in Yin Haoyang's alliance as a mole, she would have left long ago. Linze read the messages on the screen, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He replied, Yin Haoyang must still hold a grudge against me. He's just a hypocrite, one face in front of people and another behind their backs. Telling you to stay away from me is probably because he's afraid his past deeds will be exposed. After a pause, he added, then again, doesn't what I'm doing now also count as two-faced? Yu Shuangshuang burst into laughter upon seeing the message and cheerfully replied, you're different. You're doing it for justice. Her expression then turned serious as she continued typing. Boss, there's something I need to tell you. Yin Haoyang somehow found out that the first player to upgrade to a stone house will receive a reward. He's been gathering all the nails and refined iron in our alliance for this. It's obvious he wants to claim the reward. I've heard his shelter is already a high-level wooden house, and it's not far from reaching the top tier. Linze pondered for a moment before replying, got it. Yu Shuangshuang looked concerned. Aren't you worried he'll snatch the reward? Linze, however, seemed confident. Upgrading to a stone house isn't that easy. It requires not just stone but also cement and earth element crystals. Yu Shuangshuang's eyes lit up. I know about cement. There's a player in our alliance who accidentally found some in a treasure chest. But there's not much, only 20 units. Linze immediately seized on this. Find a chance to trade it for me. Use nails or water, whatever works. All right, I'll do my best. Yu Shuangshuang agreed readily. She knew Linze's shelter was already at the top-tier wooden house level and that he was preparing to upgrade to a stone house. Even if it was just for the favor of those packs of tissues he had given her, she was more than willing to help him with this small task. After closing the friend panel, Linze focused his thoughts, and a blueprint materialized in his hand. It was the one Yu Shuangshuang had cleverly obtained from Yin Haoyang. Building blueprint. Orchard. Info. Using this blueprint will allow you to create an orchard for planting fruit trees. Linze's eyes lit up as he thought of the pear tree in the valley and the apple tree near the pond. With the orchard, he could transplant these fruit trees there. Although he wasn't entirely sure about the process, with the help of the Persian monkey's strength, even uprooting them entirely wouldn't be an issue. Stowing the blueprint away, Linze resumed his focus on hunting monsters. Before long, a faint buzzing sound caught his attention. The queen bee he had sent to track when Ling had returned. The queen bee affectionately landed on Linze's shoulder, nuzzling his cheek as she reported, Master, I found that woman's shelter. It's about 3 kilometers south of your shelter. Also, I saw her destroy that man's shelter. Linze patted the queen bee's head approvingly. Got it. You did well. Go find Xiaoqing and the others and join them in hunting monsters. The queen bee nodded happily and flew off. Time slipped by quietly as Linze immersed himself in hunting. His wind armor was already stained red with monster blood, and the number of creatures he had defeated was so high that even he had lost count. In the end, Linze's level advanced to bronze level 9. The day's hunting had been incredibly fruitful, with his rank jumping 2 levels in one dia, truly remarkable speed of progression. Of course, the credit wasn't his alone. Much of the success was owed to the invaluable assistance of Bearda and his 3 small pets. During a brief rest, Linze opened the regional chat channel. Based on real-time updates from other players, he realized it was already around 7 p.m. No wonder his stomach was starting to growl. Would normally be back at the shelter enjoying dinner by this time. But right now, he had only one thought in mind. Reaching silver rank before worrying about anything else. With his strength significantly enhanced, Linze felt emboldened. The monsters lurking in the jungle were no longer threats. Instead, they had become prey that he eagerly sought. He quickly glanced at his personal stats panel. Player, Linze. Level, bronze level 9. Profession, pet summoner. Number of pets allowed, 5. Skills, pet summon, pet space, copy attack. Attack, 345-29550. Defense, 175-9580. Speed, 20514560. Health, 2300. Mana, 950. Experience, 6701000. Attribute points, 0. Talent, Super S class. He was just one step away from silver rank. 2 more waves of monster kills should be enough to break through. Without hesitation, Linze gripped a torch in one hand and an iron sword in the other, moving swiftly through the dark forest. He deliberately made loud noises, intending to lure nearby monsters out of hiding. In this pitch-black, eternal night mode, relying solely on a torch for searching would be too time-consuming. Baiting the monsters was a far more efficient strategy. After about 10 minutes, Linze suddenly stopped in his tracks. Roughly a few dozen meters ahead, 2 massive red lights floated eerily in midair. Shining his flashlight toward them, He felt his hair stand on end. It wasn't a pair of red lanterns, but a pair of enormous, beastly eyes. A colossal serpent emerged from the shadows, its body at least half a meter in diameter. Its entire length was covered in pitch-black scales that gleamed coldly under the faint light, sending chills down his spine. Linze quickly checked the monster's stats. Monster, Forest Rock Python. Level, Bronze level 9. Attack, 95. Defense, 110. Speed, 70. Health, 4,800. Special abilities, Death Coil, Stone Guard. Growth potential, 1 star. Although it looked terrifying, Linze felt no fear. He planted the torch firmly in the ground and charged toward the massive python, which stretched over 10 meters long. With his current stats, he was confident he could take it down. In an instant, an intense and thrilling battle erupted in the dense forest. Under the dim torchlight, Linze and the forest rock python engaged in a fierce fight. Despite lacking any specialized combat skills and relying solely on basic attacks, Linze's relentless strikes left the giant python overwhelmed, its health dropping rapidly. At this moment, Linze noticed that his copy skill's cooldown had ended. He immediately copied Bear-Da's attributes, using the opportunity to gain experience for the skill. Entering an invincible state, Linze unleashed an unstoppable offense, leaving the forest rock python unable to withstand his onslaught. Before long, the massive creature collapsed in a pool of blood. A system notification popped up. You have successfully killed a bronze level 9 forest rock python. Experience gained, 180. A bright smile spread across Linze's face. The experience gain was incredibly satisfying. His total experience had reached 850 points. With just one more kill of a similar forest rock python, he could ascend to silver rank. As if fortune favored him, just as Linze was about to dissect the python's corpse, a sudden gust of foul wind rushed toward him. Almost instinctively, he rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding a gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth. It was another forest rock python, and this one was even larger than the last. With a deafening hiss, it lunged at Linze at astonishing speed, coiling around him in the blink of an eye. The python's massive body constricted violently, its overlapping scales grinding against each other with an ear-piercing metallic sound. Linze's body endured the terrifying pressure as waves of damage numbers floated above his head. His invincible state had long since worn off. Linze was shocked to discover that this silver-tier forest rock python's attack power far exceeded his expectations. A single death coil skill inflicted over 200 points of damage on him, far surpassing the bronze-tier level 9 forest rock pythons he had encountered before. Enduring the severe pain, Linze quickly checked the monster's information. Silver tier. No wonder it was so formidable. As the python's body tightened around him and his health plummeted, Linze made a swift decision and activated the equipment skill of his gale armor. In an instant, a semi-transparent shield enveloped his body, granting him an additional 1,000 points of defense. Seizing the opportunity, Linze gripped his iron sword tightly with both hands and thrust it fiercely into the forest rock python's body. With his 305 attack power, he easily broke through the monster's defenses. Blood spurted out as the forest rock python lost over 600 health points in an instant. Linze felt a surge of excitement, realizing he might have struck a vital spot. Pressing his advantage, he continued to swing his sword and stab relentlessly. The python's health dropped rapidly, and it soon could no longer hold on. It loosened its grip on Linze and attempted to flee. But how could Linze let this opportunity slip away? He agilely leaped onto the python's back, gripping a plate-sized scale with his left hand while continuing his furious assault with the sword in his right. The forest rock python let out agonized hisses, thrashing its nearly 20-meter-long body wildly in an effort to throw Linze off. The immense force almost caused Linze to lose his grip on the snake's scales. Adapting quickly, he shifted his strategy, gripping the sword hilt with both hands and clamping his legs tightly around the python's body. The monster, suffering from a critical wound, entered a continuous bleeding state. After a few minutes of intense combat, the forest rock python's struggles gradually weakened, and its health was nearly depleted. Seizing the moment, Linze delivered a powerful final blow. With a piercing scream, the massive python's body went rigid and crashed heavily to the ground. A system notification immediately appeared. You have successfully slain a level 1 silver-tier forest rock python. Experience 200. Linze exhaled deeply and slid off the python's lifeless body. He rubbed his legs, sore from clenching tightly for so long, and felt a surge of joy in his heart. 200 experience points in one go had finally advanced to the silver tier. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy coursed through his body, rapidly enhancing his physical capabilities. The fortification lasted for nearly half a minute before subsiding. Then, a new system notification appeared. Congratulations, player. Your level has successfully advanced to the silver tier. You are the first player to become a silver tier professional. You have earned an achievement reward of 50 points. You have obtained a golden treasure chest. Experience 500. Congratulations, player. You have reached the silver tier and become a true professional. You will no longer receive beginner player benefits. The experience gained from killing monsters will now return to the standard rate. A series of notifications suddenly popped up in Linze's field of vision, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. He carefully read through each message, his brows furrowing and relaxing in turn. Killing monsters more than 3 levels below your own will no longer yield experience rewards. This notification made Linze realize that the road to leveling up would become much more challenging from now on. Monsters around the sanctuary will undergo bloodline evolution, significantly increasing their levels. Linze couldn't help but take a sharp breath, understanding that his safe zone was about to face greater threats. Around the sanctuary, 1 to 3 mineral resource nodes will randomly spawn, each guarded by powerful monsters. Linze's eyes lit up slightly, seeing both an opportunity and the potential danger that came with it. When the level leaderboard and regional announcement appeared in succession, Linze's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. He quickly opened the regional chat channel, and sure enough, a prominent line of golden text announced that he was the first player in the region to ascend to the silver rank. The chat channel instantly erupted into chaos, with countless players flooding in with messages of congratulations and amazement. Comments like, "You're amazing, Linze. Did Linze hack the game?" and "Truly the strongest player," poured in like a tidal wave. Linze felt a rush of exhilaration, but he quickly calmed himself down and refocused on the system notifications. He realized that the bronze tier was merely the beginner stage, filled with various perks and advantages. Now, the real challenge was about to begin. However, Linze felt no fear. His gaze swept over his pet army, and a faint smile played on his lips. It's the other players who should be worried, Linze thought. Once they also advance to silver rank, they'll truly understand the harsh reality of this survival world. Linze received a game notification indicating that 1 to 3 mineral resources had appeared near the shelter. He was secretly delighted and decided to send the queen bee to investigate later. Just then, angry and pained roars echoed from the jungle. It was clear that the surrounding monsters were evolving. Linze understood this meant their levels were about to increase significantly, which was good news for him since low-level monsters could no longer provide him with experience points. He quickly cleared the battlefield, collected the top-tier blood candles dropped by 2 forest rock pythons, and began disassembling their corpses. Suddenly, another game notification sounded. You have disassembled the corpse of a silver-tier forest rock python and obtained 1,400 units of snake meat and an earth-type crystal core. Linze was thrilled as he held the faintly yellow, glimmering crystal core in his hand. It resembled a finely crafted yellow gemstone. This was exactly the earth-type crystal core he had been searching for, now confirmed to be obtained from disassembling high-level monster corpses. He speculated that only silver-tier or higher monsters would produce crystal cores, explaining why he had found none from the numerous low-level monsters he had dismantled before. Realizing that he needed just 4 more Earth-type crystal cores and a solution to the cement problem to upgrade the shelter into a stone house, Linze grew excited. He decided to share this discovery with Yu Shuang and use it as leverage to acquire the blueprints he needed from Yin Haoyang. Linze calculated that once Yin Haoyang could defeat silver-tier monsters, he would likely discover the secret of crystal cores. However, as long as Linze upgraded his stone house first and claimed the reward before revealing this information, he would maintain the advantage. Recalling how Yu Shuang had mentioned Yin Haoyang's recent embarrassment in the Alliance chat, Linze couldn't help but smile. He stored the Earth-type crystal core in his backpack and headed toward his pet squad's location. Soon, he found the pet squad locked in battle with a group of bronze-tier level 5 monsters. These monsters were no match for the pet squad and fared even worse once Linze joined in, quickly falling one by one. While Linze received many kill notifications, the level gap of over 3 tiers meant he gained no experience points. After the battle, Linze inspected his pet's progress. The day's hunting had been immensely fruitful. De Sheng and Er Sheng, though merely sharing experience, had both advanced to bronze tier level 4. Xiongda, previously at bronze tier levels even, had impressively leapt to level 9. Xiao Qing, De Hong, and the queen bee each gained 2 to 3 levels, all reaching bronze tier level 8. As Linze leveled up, the strength of his pet squad increased significantly. Under the boost of Linze's talents, Xiongda's health skyrocketed to a terrifying 60,000. The 3 little ones also saw substantial improvements in their abilities. Linze nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Not bad. You're all capable of holding your own now." Xiongda and the 3 little ones excitedly surrounded Linze, while De Sheng and Er Sheng appeared somewhat dejected. Without the benefits of talent boosts, the 2 monkeys could only compete with monsters at their own level. Linze didn't mind. Thuff had already designated the pair as miners. Once they leveled up a bit more, he planned to send them to mine resources, freeing up the Persian monkey for hunting. Notably, after leveling up, both Xiongda and Xiao Qing experienced a dramatic increase in size. Xiongda transformed into a massive 5-meter turtle bear, and Shaoqing's snake body extended to nearly 10 meters. While still smaller than the forest rock python Linze had recently defeated, it was an impressive size for a bamboo pit viper. Checking Shaoqing's stats, Linze discovered its poison damage had reached 50 points, capable of dealing 3,000 points of damage per minute, truly astonishing. After clearing the battlefield, Linze led his team back to the valley. The diligent Persian monkey had been tirelessly mining, and the iron ore area was now piled high with resources. After counting, Linze found over 8,000 iron ores and nearly 700 refined iron pieces, far more efficient than what he could have managed on his own. When De Sheng and Er Sheng saw the Persian monkey, they rushed forward but were mercilessly swatted away. The Persian monkey instead turned to Linze, seeking praise. "Master, I didn't slack off. I've been mining the whole time." Linze smiled, patting its rock-solid arm. "I see that. You've done an excellent job." Linze then packed up the tissue-making machine and its finished products, bringing the Persian monkey to the pear tree. After having the Persian monkey dig, a system notification appeared. Linze decided to continue digging and soon obtained a sapling wrapped in a golden orb of light. He planned to plant it in the orchard at the shelter to ensure its safety. Next, Linze led the team to the apple tree. 3 days had passed, and the tree was again laden with fruit. He harvested all the apples before instructing the Persian monkey to dig up the tree. Before long, he had a second fruit tree sapling in hand. "All set. Let's head home," Linze commanded, leading his 5 pets and 2 utility monkeys back to the shelter in a grand procession. Once back at the wooden cabin, he eagerly retrieved the golden treasure chest he had earned as a game reward. It was his first ever golden level chest. Without hesitation, he reached out and opened it. As the treasure chest opened, a soft golden glow instantly filled Linze's vision. System notifications followed in quick succession, announcing his abundant rewards: 500 units of cement, a blueprint, and 1 premium earth spirit fruit and fire spirit fruit each. Linze's eyes widened in surprise, and a smile unconsciously spread across his face. 500 units of cement, he murmured in amazement, quickly calculating in his mind. Upgrading the stone house only required 100 units, which meant he could complete the upgrade with plenty to spare. Eagerly, Linze opened his inventory to confirm that his stockpile of stone had already surpassed 1,600 units. These were hard-earned resources he had traded for using water in the trading channel. Still short by about 300 units of stone, but I've secured the earth elemental crystal cores. Linze muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The stonehouse upgrade was now within reach. His attention shifted to the other spoils. Resting quietly in his palm were the 2 spirit fruits, each emitting a faint glow. The earth spirit fruit boosted defense by 50 points, while the fire spirit fruit increased attack by 50 points. Linze couldn't help but think of Ling's mysterious golden thunder fruit and marvel at its enigmatic origin. But without hesitation, he quickly consumed both spirit fruits. Next, his gaze fell on the mysterious blueprint. Iron or crusher? He frowned, pondering its purpose, unable to fully grasp its utility for now. Deciding to set it aside, he resolved to figure out the use of iron or powder later. Satisfied, Linze stored all the items back into his inventory, including the now empty golden treasure chest. The rewards from this opening, especially the 2 spirit fruits worth 100 attribute points combined, left him in high spirits. He turned and approached the generator, where a swarm of diligent worker bees tirelessly buzzed around. Checking the power grid control device, he found the stored electricity had already reached nearly 80% capacity. He silently praised the efficiency of these bees, far surpassing the sluggish De Xiong. As a reward, he retrieved some regular honey from his inventory and distributed it to the hardworking bees. Stepping out of the wooden house, Linze went on to inspect the fish pond and vegetable garden. The small crucian carp in the pond had grown significantly in just 1 day, with nearly all of them reaching the standard size of a kilogram. Estimating the time, he thought he could start harvesting them by tomorrow morning. Turning to the vegetable garden, Linze was greeted by a vibrant and thriving scene. The seeds he had planted the previous night had all matured. Bright red tomatoes, crisp green cucumbers, and colorful chili peppers adorned the plants. He walked over to the potato section, grabbed a cluster of stems, and gave a firm tug. Instantly, a dozen potatoes of varying sizes emerged from the soil. Witnessing this, Linze couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Linze's face lit up with a radiant smile, his eyes sparkling with the joy of a bountiful harvest. He eagerly activated the game's harvest function, instantly collecting all the crops in his garden with a single touch. In a flash, an abundance of fresh vegetables materialized before him. Potatoes piled into a small hill, tomatoes glowing red, cucumbers neatly arranged, and peppers vivid and dazzling. He carefully took stock: 476 units of potatoes, 380 units of tomatoes, 413 units of cucumbers, and 125 units of peppers. With each unit weighing about half a pound, the total came to nearly 700 pounds of vegetables. For Linze, who lived alone, This was undoubtedly a feast of abundance. In his mind, Linze had already begun envisioning delicious meals: potato stew with beef, stir-fried rabbit with chili, and a classic tomato and egg scramble. Remembering the dozen or so bird eggs in his backpack, he couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. After the harvest, the garden remained lush and vibrant. The cucumber vines and pepper plants stood tall, and the potato roots and stems continued to grow. A system notification informed him that the next harvest could be done in 24 hours, which brought Linze a sense of relief. Although he suspected there might be a limit to the number of harvests, it wasn't something to worry about for now. Turning his attention to the orchard blueprint, Linze placed it adjacent to the vegetable garden and planted saplings of pear and apple trees. The system indicated that the fruit trees would bear fruit in 3 days, aligning perfectly with his expectations. He began to plan for the future, envisioning a wider variety of fruits to grow and deciding to collect more blueprints to expand the area and accelerate crop growth. Back in his wooden cabin, Linze started preparing dinner. He fetched 10 liters of drinking water from the purifier and laid out all the ingredients: potatoes, beef, wild boar meat, rabbit meat, tomatoes, chili peppers, bird eggs, and salt. He set up an iron pot over the clay stove, using the wild boar meat to render oil. After nearly an hour of busy cooking, the aromatic dishes were finally ready and laid out on the table. Although the only seasonings he had were salt and chili, the freshness of the ingredients combined with the special effects of the table and chairs made the meal exceptionally flavorful and visually appealing. He picked up a piece of beef and popped it into his mouth. The taste was tender, juicy, and bursting with a perfect balance of spice and freshness. Unable to contain his excitement, Linze laughed and praised himself. With skills like mine, I'd easily qualify as a head chef in a 5-star restaurant. He reveled in his own pride, thoroughly enjoying this well-deserved harvest feast. Linze enjoyed the delicious roasted meat, while secretly lamenting the absence of rice to accompany it. Holding a half-eaten piece of meat in one hand, he lightly tapped the air with the other, opening his information panel. Since upgrading to the silver rank, he had not yet taken a close look at his attribute changes. Scanning the panel quickly, Linze noted the key stats: attack 365, defense 165, speed 165, health 2500, and mana 1150. Recalling his base attack of 295 at bronze level 9, he mentally calculated an increase of 70 points at once, 50 of which came from the premium fire spirit fruit. That means upon reaching silver rank, each level adds 20 points to attack, defense, and speed. He continued analyzing the data. Previously, health and mana increased by 100 points per level. This time, upon advancing to silver, they each increased by 200 points. The free attribute points provided by the game have also risen to 20 points per level. Linze mused. It seems the higher the rank, the greater the attribute boost. Every major rank upgrade likely comes with a significant increase. When I reach the gold rank, these values will rise even further. This realization deepened Linze's understanding of the rules of the jungle world. After careful consideration, he decisively allocated all 20 free attribute points to speed. Instantly, his speed surged to 185 points. With the additional boost from his gale boots, it reached an impressive 245 points. This speed is absolutely insane, Linze thought with satisfaction. Even the queen bee, whose speed is enhanced by my innate talent, only reaches 240 points, 5 points less than mine. As Linze immersed himself in analyzing the data, a virtual panel suddenly popped up, displaying 2 icons resembling phone buttons, one red and one green. This jungle world sure is keeping up with the times, even incorporating video calls, Linze remarked. Glancing at the top left corner of the panel, he saw that the caller was Wenling, whom he had met earlier that day. Without hesitation, Linze tapped the green button. Wenling's delicate face immediately appeared on the screen, with the backdrop revealing a simple grass hut. Linze quickly deduced the purpose of her call and took the initiative to say, "The nails and refined iron are ready. I'll send them to you shortly." Hearing this, Wenling visibly relaxed. After all, their transaction had not been sealed with a formal contract. If Linze had decided to withhold her 2 golden thunder fruits, she would have had no recourse. The most she could do was confiscate Linze's 10,000 units of wood in retaliation, but compared to the value of the golden thunder fruits, that amount of wood was insignificant. "Thank you," Wenling said softly. "The main reason I contacted you in a hurry is that a group of monsters suddenly appeared near my shelter." Linze responded calmly. "It's just a fair Tredino need to thank me." Wenling smiled and shifted the topic. "How does it feel to be famous? Your announcement is still pinned in the regional chat channel. At this point, there's no player who doesn't know about you." Linze replied honestly. "It doesn't feel particularly special. It just boosted my sales in the trading channel." This was true. Since the announcement was made, the meat, water, blood candles, and other items he had listed for sale in the trading channel had seen a noticeable spike in demand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to gather over 1,000 units of stone so quickly. Hearing this, Wenling couldn't help but tease. If word of that gets out, I bet plenty of players would be cursing you. Linze said nonchalantly. Let them insult me if they want, as long as they don't do it to my face. Hearing this, Wenling froze for a moment, recalling the events of the day. She realized that, if she hadn't stepped in, that person might have already been quietly dealt with by Linze. Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization. Is this what you're having for dinner? Wenling exclaimed in disbelief. Potato stew with beef, stir-fried pork with chili, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes? That's so extravagant. Linze chuckled indifferently. 3 dishes, how is that extravagant? Wenling's lips twitched as she couldn't help but retort. Your words are infuriating. Any one of these dishes would make people jealous if you posted it in the chat channel. Linze's eyes lit up. Now that you mention it, I haven't taken today's photo yet. As he spoke, he casually snapped a picture and uploaded it to the regional chat channel. As expected, the channel erupted with activity, flooded with envious and jealous reactions from countless players. Wenling sighed and rubbed her forehead, thinking that Linze's way of showing off was truly over the top, making people grit their teeth in frustration. She quickly composed herself and asked curiously, where did you get those tomatoes, potatoes, and chilies? I'm willing to pay for the info 100 units of meat. With that, she promptly sent Linze a trade for 100 units of meat. Linze accepted without hesitation and explained, I grew them myself. I turned a plot of land in my shelter into a vegetable garden, got some seeds, and just harvested them tonight. But isn't the open space in the shelter unsuitable for planting? Wenling asked, puzzled. You need a vegetable garden blueprint. Linze replied simply. Wenling suddenly understood and said, I actually have a blueprint too. We agreed earlier to trade it for your 10,000 units of wood. What kind of blueprint? Linze asked. A pigsty blueprint. You can use it to build a pigsty for raising pigs, Wenling explained honestly. Linze was surprised. Such a good blueprint. And you're not keeping it for yourself? Wenling candidly replied. I've got enough meat stocked up to last me months, and I don't like raising pigs. Then I'll take it, Linze said with a smile. Wenling immediately sent the blueprint to Linze and then made a request. Can you sell me some of your vegetables? I'm so sick of eating meat these past few days. She explained that eating meat every day was bad enough, but without any seasoning, it was unbearable. This was also why Linze believed his farmed fish would sell well. Linze generously sent Wenling 10 units each of potatoes, tomatoes, and cucumbers, along with 5 units of chilies. Consider it a gift to make up for the blueprint. But from now on, you'll have to pay. I'm a businessman, he said. Got it, boss. Wenling replied with a bright smile. Then I won't hold back. At that moment, Yu Shuangshuang also delivered the iron nails she had crafted for Linze, total of more than 36,000. Linze took out 9,500 nails and 160 pieces of refined iron to send to Wenling, completing their trade. Wenling's smile grew even wider as she said to Linze, I need to upgrade my shelter right away, so I won't bother you any longer. All right, go ahead, Linze replied, ending the video call. He then began chatting casually with Yu Shuangshuang. After dinner, Linze handed over the iron ore in his backpack to Yu Shuangshuang, asking her to forge them all into nails. Yu Shuangshuang was astonished. How did you manage to mine so much iron ore in one day? Linze replied calmly. I hired a professional miner, it's more efficient. What kind of miner? Yu Shuangshuang asked curiously. My PETA monkey, Linze explained. Yu Shuangshuang was left speechless. Yu Shuangshuang froze, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes. Unable to resist, she asked, Boss, isn't your pet that green snake? Recalling the several meter-long green snake coiled on Linze's bed, she couldn't help but shiver. Linze replied calmly, I have more than one pet. That statement hit Yu Shuangshuang like a hammer, instantly clarifying something in her mind. Her eyes widened slightly as she thought to herself, Linze's talent as a pet summoner must be extraordinary, at least level. After all, even among the elite members of the Judicator's Order, few could boast more than one pet. No wonder you've progressed so quickly, boss, Yu Shuangshuang remarked with admiration. It's not just luck, it's real skill. Linze chuckled lightly, steering the conversation in a different direction. Stop flattering me. How's the flax collection going? Yu Shuangshuang immediately perked up and reported enthusiastically. It's been a huge success. We collected nearly 1,000 units in just one afternoon. She gave a brief overview of the current market situation. Iron ore and workbenches had started appearing, but due to the inefficiency of mining and the high demand for iron nails, they were still in short supply on the trading channels. After I put the word out, even combat players came to trade flax for iron nails. I have a feeling we'll be receiving even more flax soon. Linze nodded approvingly. Good. Toilet paper is a consumable product. This is a long-term business. Collect as much flax as you can. He then instructed, use all the iron nails I made from the iron ore I gave you to trade for flax. If that's not enough, I can give you some of the nails I still have. Got it, Yu Shuangshuang replied. If I run short, I'll let you know. After a moment of thought, Linze sent a batch of supplies to Yu Shuangshuang through the trading system, various vegetables, and a few fish. When Yu Shuang saw the items, her eyes widened in surprise. Boss, where did you get all these vegetables and fish? I grew the vegetables and raised the fish myself, Linze explained matter-of-factly. I set up a vegetable garden and a fish pond outside the shelter. That's amazing, Yu Shuang said enviously. You quietly managed to grow vegetables and raise fish. Other players would be green with envy if they found out. Linze remained indifferent. Whether others are envious or not has nothing to do with me. Starting tomorrow, I'll sell small quantities of these vegetables and fish. Yu Shuang hesitated before asking cautiously, what about these ones you sent me? Consider them a friendly gift, Linze said generously. He knew Yu Shuang had been instrumental in collecting flax, and he might still rely on her when it came to selling toilet paper. Not to mention, she had obtained the orchard blueprint from Yin Haoyang for him, which had been a significant help. Giving her some vegetables and fish was a small gesture in return. Beaming with joy, Yu Shuang said, hee, thanks, boss. I'll gladly accept them. Linze then inquired about her shelter. Is your shelter still a high-grade wooden cabin? Yes, Yu Shuang replied. I've saved up enough wood and refined iron. I just need a few more iron nails to upgrade to a top-grade wooden cabin. Linze immediately suggested. How about this? Use some of the iron nails you forge later to upgrade your shelter. Deduct the cost from your processing fees. Without hesitation, Yu Shuang agreed and promised it wouldn't interfere with her flax collection efforts. She felt a surge of gratitude. Boss Linze was truly thoughtful. Later, Yu Shuang sent the 936 units of flax and 20 units of cement she received today to Linze. The cement was something she had exchanged from an alliance member at Linze's request. However, Linze declined the cement and returned it to Yu Shuang, explaining, keep the cement for yourself. You'll need it when you upgrade your stone house. I already have enough cement here. Yu Shuang was surprised and asked, you got cement so quickly? She recalled that Linze had only asked her to acquire cement at noon, yet by evening, he no longer needed it. Linze replied briefly, I opened a golden treasure chest earlier, and it had enough cement for the stone house upgrade. This answer left Yu Shuang astonished. You actually managed to get a golden treasure chest? My goodness, only players in the top 10 on the merit leaderboard get golden chests as rewards. Linze added, it's a game reward. If you manage to be the first to advance to the gold rank, you might even get a diamond chest. Yu Shuang shook her head and sighed, forget it. As a life profession player, I'm not going to push for higher levels. These days, I've been sleeping only 4 hours a day and spending the rest of the time crafting tools at the workbench. I'm exhausted, and my level has only gone up to bronze level 7. Compared to combat profession players, it's so much harder for us life players to level up. We can only grind slowly. Linze didn't say much in response. He understood well that life and combat professions each had their own advantages. Combat players' crafting tools not only lacked talent bonuses, but also didn't gain basic experience from it. For example, Linze had mined a huge amount of ore recently, but didn't earn any experience. Meanwhile, if a life profession player had done the same, they would have leveled up several times over. After chatting for a bit, Linze finished his dinner. He quickly washed the dishes and then took out a large amount of meat, fruit, and nuts from his backpack to feed his pets. As his pets had grown significantly in size, their appetites had also increased dramatically. In particular, Xiongda and Xiaoqing consumed at least 300 units of meat daily. Fortunately, Linze was well-stocked, and his pet squad was efficient. Otherwise, these two alone could have eaten him out of house and home. Once the pets were fed, Linze grabbed a flashlight and headed outside his shelter. He used a pigsty blueprint he had obtained from Wenling. Soon, a small shed appeared on the open ground near his shelter. The roof was covered with thick layers of straw, and inside was a wooden fence enclosing an area also lined with straw. A system notification popped up. Shelter building, pigsty. Details, you can raise various breeds of piglets here, including monster-grade wild boars. Special note, piglets raised in the pigsty are immune to natural disasters, including but not limited to extreme heat, extreme cold, floods, and more. Linze's eyes lit up. I can raise wild boars. That's great news. I was just wondering where to find piglets. He immediately called over Xiongda and the Persian monkey, instructing them, after you're done eating, head out and catch a batch of wild boars to raise here. Afterward, Linze carefully reviewed the special note in the notification. The fact that piglets in the pigsty were unaffected by natural disasters was significant. He noticed similar notes on the information panels for the fish pond, vegetable garden, and orchard. It was a crucial detail. Linze opened his backpack to check his supplies. He had over 10,000 units of meat stored, along with a variety of other foods. Even with the voracious appetites of Xiongda, Xiaoqing, and the other pets, he had enough to last for a long time. Each disaster cycle lasted 7 days, so theoretically, he wouldn't have to worry about food shortages for several more cycles. But Linze couldn't shake the feeling that the game wouldn't allow players to live so comfortably. His instincts told him that the next round of disasters would bring unexpected challenges. He even suspected that the backpack's food preservation feature might fail one day. Relying on stored food isn't enough, Linze thought to himself. I need to acquire more building blueprints like this and upgrade the existing ones to expand my farming and breeding operations. With this in mind, Linze decisively opened the regional chat channel and posted an eye-catching message, offering high prices to purchase all kinds of building blueprints and pet summoner skill scrolls. This announcement was like a bolt of lightning, instantly igniting the chat channel's activity. As one of the top players in the region, Linze's name remained prominently displayed at the top of the channel. In no time, messages tagging Linze flooded in like a snowstorm, with players eagerly seeking advice from the renowned expert. Linze, how can I level up quickly? Hey, where did you get the vegetables for dinner, master? Linze patiently replied. There's no shortcut to leveling up, just keep killing monsters, and you'll naturally progress. As for the vegetables, I grow them myself. The supply is limited, but I'll be selling some in the trading channel tomorrow morning. His response immediately sparked excitement. Finally, we'll get to eat some vegetables. Nobody better compete with me for them tomorrow morning. Soon after, someone asked Linze what specific types of building blueprints he needed. Linze replied, any building blueprint works. I can trade iron nails or refined iron for them. The conversation then shifted to Linze's profession. Someone speculated, he must be a pet summoner, right? Otherwise, why would he buy skill scrolls related to that? I'm curious about Linze's pets, they must be incredibly powerful. How else could he level up so quickly? This topic resonated with many pet summoners, who began sharing their struggles. I'm a pet summoner too, but I'm only at bronze level 4. Same here. We're in the same boat, strong monsters are too tough, and weak ones aren't worth the effort. It's so hard. Exactly. I've already lost several pets over the past few days. The worst part is that summoners themselves don't have any attack skill so weak, barely better than life skill professions. Seeing this, Linze offered practical advice. Take it slow and focus on steady development. Once team collaboration becomes viable, the situation for pet summoners will improve significantly. These words immediately inspired the players. As expected of a pro, he's absolutely right. With a team, we'll be safer and can even contract stronger pets with teammates' help. Let's hope the Eternal Night catastrophe mode ends soon. Otherwise, we won't make it. After skimming through the chat logs, Linze turned to his pets. They had already eaten their fill, and Showdown and the Persian monkey were preparing to head into the forest to hunt wild boars. Linze reminded them, be careful. The monsters in the nearby forest have evolved, and their levels have increased significantly. There might even be large groups of silver-tier monsters. Don't let your guard down. Showdown and the Persian monkey responded in unison. Got it, master. Linze added, just toss the captured wild boars into the pig pen, you don't need to report back. Off you go. As he watched his 2 pets disappear into the forest, Linze fell into deep thought. Linze summoned the queen bee and instructed her to investigate the newly discovered mineral resources. The queen bee accepted the task and flew off, the sound of her wings gradually fading into the distance. The shelter fell silent, leaving only Linze, Dahong, and the 2 monkeys, Dasheng and Ersheng. Shaoqing and Shongda, due to their large sizes, had to stay outside the wooden cabin. Linze contemplated building outdoor accommodations for them, but ultimately decided to wait until the shelter upgraded to a stone house before making any decisions. He then turned his focus to the task at hand, retrieving an automatic tissue paper machine from his backpack. Through the trading channel, he exchanged for a large quantity of bamboo and vines, and combined them with over 900 units of flax he already had, feeding everything into the machine. Before long, packs of tissue paper began pouring out of the machine's output chute. After finishing this task, Linze placed a large iron pot on the mud stove, filled it with water, and brought it to a boil. He then fetched an oversized wooden tub and mixed hot and cold water until the temperature was just right. Stripping off his gear and undergarments, Linze jumped into the tub with a contented sigh. Just as he was relaxing, a fiery red figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed with a splash in the tub. Linze didn't need to look to know who it was. This sort of surprise had happened before. After bathing, Linze lay on a bed with a comfortable mattress. Though it was already 10 p.m., he wasn't the least bit sleepy. He browsed the items on the trading channel while keeping an eye on the activity in the regional chat channel. Time flew by, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, chilling howls echoed from outside. Deet was Dasheng and Shongda, who had captured 2 large wild boars. After a quick glance, Linze returned to his bed to continue his nighttime activities. Opening the friends panel, Linze noticed a flood of friend requests from other players. After carefully screening them, he ended up accepting just one. This player had brought him a rare blueprint for a cattle shed, clearly drawn by the high price Linze had offered. Following some negotiation, Linze acquired the blueprint for 2,000 iron nails and 50 pieces of refined iron. Eager to put it to use, Linze headed outside the shelter and built the cattle shed next to the pigsty. When he opened the information panel for the cattle shed, he saw a special notification, further confirming his suspicions. Not long after returning to bed, Linze received a message from Shuang. She informed him that Yin Haoyang, after noticing Linze's high-priced purchases of building blueprints, had started buying them as well. Linze was unfazed, believing that Haoyang wouldn't have enough iron nails and refined iron to attract sellers. He suggested that Yu Shuangshuang find an opportunity to get involved in the matter since they had more than enough resources. Hearing Linze refer to us, Yu Shuangshuang couldn't help but feel a surge of happiness. Yu Shuangshuang also mentioned that a fellow alliance member named Qin Peng had a warehouse blueprint and asked if Linze was interested. Linze immediately requested her to send over the warehouse building schematic for him to review. Linze stared at the architectural blueprint in his hands, which detailed the structural information of the warehouse. This warehouse not only offered food preservation capabilities, but also significantly increased storage capacity. However, as he carefully examined every detail on the blueprint, an unsettling thought became increasingly clear in his mind. He recalled the magical functionality of his backpack, its perfect preservation effect, and astonishing storage capacity. Linze vividly remembered that just a few days ago, the family-sized fried chicken meal he had obtained from a treasure chest remained piping hot and enticing even after being stored in the backpack for a day or two. This supernatural phenomenon led him to suspect that the flow of time inside the backpack might be at a standstill. Frowning in thought, Linze pondered. If the backpack was so convenient, why would the game introduce warehouse buildings? Was it simply because the backpack slots were limited? He shook his head, his instincts telling him it wasn't that simple. Suddenly, a terrifying realization struck him. Linze took a deep breath, his gaze growing serious. He was almost certain that in the near future, the backpack's cherished functionality, especially its preservation ability, might encounter problems. When that time came, the warehouse would likely become the only viable option for food storage. With this in mind, Linze immediately messaged Yu Shuangshuang to inquire about the trade terms from the other party. She quickly responded, stating that the other party wanted 4,300 iron nails and 60 pieces of refined iron. Linze frowned slightly, realizing that this condition was steep enough to directly upgrade the shelter to a high-level wooden cabin. Yu Shuangshuang expressed her dissatisfaction with the demand, deeming it too greedy. She pointed out that while the blueprint was rare, the warehouse didn't seem to offer much value to players, especially given the unmatched convenience of the backpack. However, Linze's instincts told him that this blueprint's importance went far beyond its surface appearance. The terms are a bit high, Linze replied, but am determined to get this warehouse blueprint. Help me negotiate. Offer up to 2,000 iron nails and 30 pieces of refined iron, no more. Although Yu Shuangshuang didn't fully understand Linze's decision, she agreed to help. About half an hour later, she delivered good news. She had successfully secured the blueprint for 1,600 iron nails and 20 pieces of refined iron. Linze immediately transferred the agreed materials to Yu Shuangshuang, feeling quite impressed by her negotiation skills. This trade not only secured the warehouse blueprint, but also saved a significant amount of resources. Linze silently resolved to deepen his collaboration with this resourceful and capable blacksmith in the future. After all, in this perilous world, he needed reliable relationships, not just the loyalty of his pet companions. Linze lay on the bed, his thoughts drifting to Yu Shuangshuang. He pondered her natural talent and aptitude for life skills. If her potential was high enough, she might be worth nurturing. Suddenly, an image of another striking figure flashed through his mind. Linze shook his head with a wry smile. Forget about that woman. Her methods are even more ruthless than mine. After receiving the blueprints from Yu Shuangshuang, Linze got up and stepped outside the shelter. Carefully selecting a suitable piece of land, he began constructing a warehouse. From the outside, the warehouse appeared rather unremarkable, only slightly larger than a cattle shed or pigsty, seemingly incapable of storing much. As the owner of the shelter, Linze gently pushed open the door and stepped inside the warehouse. The sight before him took his breath away. A massive space, comparable in size to a football field, unfolded in front of him. As expected, you can't judge things by their appearance, Linze thought to himself in amazement. This warehouse's interior is far larger than the entire area of my shelter. After taking a satisfied look around, Linze reviewed the warehouse's detailed information. The system notification revealed that the warehouse could store all materials from the shelter, including aquatic products and live animals. Even more exciting, the warehouse had the ability to slow time by 30, a feature effective only for the shelter's stored items. Additionally, the items within the warehouse were protected from natural disasters. I knew it would be like this, Linze muttered to himself excitedly. Looks like I need to get my hands on more warehouse blueprints to increase the time slowing percentage. That way, food can be preserved for much longer. Back in bed, Linze immediately sent a message to Yu Shuangshuang. Keep an eye out for more warehouse blueprints for me. If you find any, try to trade for them. Of course, I need blueprints for other buildings as well, and price is not an issue. Yu Shuangshuang quickly replied, got it. Boss, are warehouses really that useful? Linze responded cryptically. Not just useful, extremely useful. I can't explain everything right now, but you'll understand in time. You've been a great help to me, and I won't forget it. You'll definitely benefit from this in the future. Yu Shuangshuang playfully replied. Hee hee, boss, I've been waiting for you to say that. So, does this mean I'm now one of your people? Linze smoothly replied. If you're willing, then yes. From now on, you can call me boss. Understood, boss. Yu Shuangshuang replied cheerfully. After chatting with Yu Shuangshuang for a little while longer, Linze turned his attention to the leaderboards. Currently, there were only two rankings, the achievement leaderboard and the level leaderboard. On the level leaderboard, Linze remained the sole entry, as no other players had yet advanced to the silver tier. On the achievement leaderboard, Linze ranked second with 1,060 achievement points, while Yu Shuangshuang held the top spot with 1,153 points. The third-place player had barely over 800 points. Scanning the list, Linze noticed two familiar names, Wen Ling at 36th and Yin Haoyang at 45th. Linze mused to himself that Yin Haoyang, as an archer, making it into the top 50 suggested he had notable talent and combat strength. However, Linze paid little mind. Stronger than me? Not a chance, he thought confidently. He also noticed that combat-oriented players were gradually catching up with life skill players in the rankings. This was likely because as their strength increased, they could defeat higher-level monsters and earn more achievement points. By tomorrow, I should be able to claim the top spot on the achievement leaderboard, Linze calculated. As for Yu Shuangshuang, I'll help her upgrade her crafting station later. Keeping her in the top 3 should be enough. After browsing the chat channel for a while, drowsiness set in. Linze slowly closed his eyes and drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, Linze woke up early, feeling a significant change in his body. He immediately opened his personal information panel and was astonished to find that he had leveled up to Silver Tier 2. Level, Silver Tier 2. Class, Pet Summoner. Maximum number of pets, 6. Skills, Pet Summoning, Pet Space, Copy Attack. Attack, 435, 38550. Defense, 265, 18580. Speed, 255, 19560. Health, 2,700. Mana, 1,350. Experience, 681,200. Attribute points, 20. Talent, Ultra S-Class. Linze quickly checked the game notifications and was greeted by a flood of kill logs. Most of the contributions came from Xiongda and the Persian monkey, while the queen bee had a smaller share of kills. The 3 pets he sent out last night had completed their tasks, defeating numerous monsters, including some formidable silver-level foes. Reflecting on the 500 experience points he received as a reward for advancing to silver and the additional 100 points from appearing on the regional announcement, Linze calculated his progress. Advancing from Silver Tier 1 to Tier 2 required 1,100 experience points, and these rewards alone had filled over half of the experience bar. Although he felt a bit regretful that the beginner benefits had ended otherwise, these kills could have earned him several thousand experience points. Linze was still in high spirits. The feeling of leveling up effortlessly made him excited about the future. He began to imagine sending Xiongda and the others out more often, and even letting Shao Qing into Hong Hun at night, which would accelerate his progression. Taking a glance at the merit leaderboard, Linze noticed he had surpassed Yu Shuangshuang, securing the top spot with over 1,700 merit points. He smiled in satisfaction and allocated the 20 attribute points from the game into speed, raising his base speed to 215. Opening the Friends panel, Linze saw a message from Yu Shuangshuang. Boss, I've collected over 800 units of flax and sent them to you. Linze replied, Did you not sleep last night? A few minutes later, Yu Shuangshuang responded, Boss, you're awake? I slept for a few hours, but so many players were contacting me that I just decided to stay up. Linze immediately shifted into a caring employer role, reminding Yu Shuangshuang to take care of herself and get some rest. Yu Shuangshuang replied cheerfully, Hee, don't worry, boss. I'm fine. There are players out there grinding even harder than me. Linze changed the subject. Did your workbench upgrade to advanced? Yu Shuangshuang explained, Not yet. I'm still short on high-quality refined iron and a bit over 100 units of advanced wood. The wood is easy to get. There are live players selling it in the trade channel. But the refined iron is tricky. Although iron mines are starting to appear, most of what's being mined is standard refined iron. Linze asked curiously, How do you mine high-quality refined iron? I've mined quite a bit these past few days, but none of it has been high quality. Yu Shuangshuang frowned, pondering over Linze's question. As a life profession player, she was well aware of the difficulty of mining high-quality refined iron. Boss, it's normal for combat profession players to fail at this. This kind of task requires professional life profession players, and even then, it depends on their innate talent, she explained, a glint of expertise flashing in her eyes. Recalling an example of someone she knew, Yu Shuangshuang continued, I know a lumberjack with its-level talent. That guy can get 1 or 2 units of high grade wood almost every time he cuts down a tree. He's smart's been hoarding all of it, waiting for the right time to sell. There was a trace of admiration in her tone. Right now, there's almost no demand for high grade wood among players. But once the player's shelters are generally upgraded, that guy is going to make a fortune. As Linze listened, he thought to himself that there were indeed plenty of clever people out there. He pressed further. Is there any other way to mine high-quality, refined iron? Yu Shuangshuang shook her head. Not that I know of for now. I'll start by focusing on the iron pickaxe and see if I can craft a perfect grade 1. A tool of that level might have the capability to mine high-quality, refined iron. All right, give it a try. Linze nodded in agreement. Yu Shuangshuang immediately realized that Linze intended to help her upgrade her workbench. She was delighted an advanced workbench would not only allow her to craft more items, but also earn her more merit points. She glanced at the leaderboard and noticed that combat profession players were climbing the ranks rapidly. This indicated that combat players were finally gaining momentum, earning merit points faster than life profession players. It was the third day of the extreme night survival mode, with 4 days remaining. Yu Shuangshuang wasn't confident she could maintain her current rank until the mode ended. Upgrading her workbench had become especially crucial. After concluding his conversation with Yu Shuangshuang, Linze got up, washed up, and had breakfast while inspecting the fully automated tissue paper machine. He noticed that the number of tissues produced was lower than expected. Based on the materials he had loaded the previous night, the machine should have produced over 900 packs, but there were only about 600 packs. Linze quickly identified the issue: the machine had run out of power. The tissue paper machine was powered by electricity and could operate via rechargeable batteries or direct connection to a power source. Linze immediately connected the machine's power plug to a hand crank generator. In less than a minute, the machine resumed operation, steadily producing pack after pack of tissue paper. Satisfied, Linze nodded and then purchased some bamboo and vines through the trading channel. He combined these materials with the flax provided by Yu Shuangshuang, loading them into the machine in a 1:1:1 ratio. Once all these materials are used up, I'll have over 2,000 packs of tissue paper, Linze calculated. Currently, he had just over 1,000 packs, but he decided to hold off on selling them for now, waiting to see how Yu Shuangshuang's flax purchasing went today. Afterward, Linze stepped out of the wooden cabin. Outside, Xiongda, the Persian monkey, the 3 little ones, as well as Dashing and Ershing, were all waiting. He took out a large amount of food from his backpack to feed his various pets, big and small. Not far away, a pile of monster corpses and blood candles of various levels had accumulated. These were the spoils from Xiongda and the Persian monkey's efforts the previous night. Linze couldn't help but admire their loyalty, knowing to bring their prey back. Linze began processing the spoils. He dismantled all the monster corpses, harvesting over 5,000 units of meat and various elemental crystals. The haul included 2 earth element crystals, 4 water element crystals, 1 fire element crystal, 1 wind element crystal, and 2 life element crystals, a total of 10 crystals. Linze noticed that the number of crystals didn't match the number of monsters killed. Xiongda and the others had taken down more than 30 silver tier monsters, meaning not all silver monsters yielded crystals. Nonetheless, the drop rate was still fairly decent. He opened his backpack and saw that the traded stone materials had reached over 2,300 units. With enough stone and cement, he now only needed 2 more earth element crystals to upgrade the shelter into a stone house. Linze felt optimistic that he could achieve this goal today. As he pondered, his gaze fell on Xiongda and the Persian monkey. He was surprised to find that their sizes had noticeably increased. Both pets had now leveled up to the silver tier. Bearda and the Persian monkey had a fruitful hunt last night. Together, they managed to take down over 30 silver tier monsters, with experience points flooding in like a tidal wave. Originally at only bronze level 6, the Persian monkey leaped several levels, breaking into the silver tier. Linze eagerly checked the stats of his 2 pets, and the sudden increase left him gasping in amazement. The Persian monkey's stats were nothing short of a qualitative leap: attack 510, defense 570, speed 600, and health 45,000. Bearda was equally impressive: attack 540, defense 600, speed 480, and an astounding health of 66,000. Even Linze, who had just reached silver level 2 with a full set of equipment, paled in comparison to these figures. A boss-level pet, these stats are absolutely insane. Linze muttered to himself, quickly realizing that this incredible boost was closely tied to his innate talent for augmentation. Without this enhancement, Bearda's attack would only be 180 and the Persian monkey's 170, much more reasonable. While Linze was still reveling in this discovery, a special notification suddenly appeared at the bottom of Bearda's information panel. Your pet, Bearda, has advanced to the silver tier and officially embarked on the path of growth. The star rating of growth potential is directly tied to the pet's future achievements. Your pet, Bearda, has a growth potential of 2 stars and can reach a maximum level of gold tier 9. The Persian monkey's panel displayed a similar message. Linze suddenly understood and fell into deep thought. If a 2-star potential capped at gold tier 9, then pets like Xiao Qing and the Queen Bee, with 1-star potential, might only reach silver tier 9 at best. This realization sent a wave of unease through Linze. The thought of Xiaoqing, his very first and most cherished pet, possibly being unable to accompany him on his entire journey weighed heavily on him. Linze gathered all his pets around him and solemnly explained the relationship between growth potential and future achievements. Finally, his gaze rested on Xiaoqing, and his tone became resolute. From now on, you and the queen bee must work even harder. Growth potential is not your final limit. As long as you dare to challenge powerful enemies and achieve bloodline evolution, your future will not be confined to the silver tier. One of Linze's innate talents was enabling his pets to achieve bloodline evolution more easily during battles. He speculated that their previous battles might have been too easy, depriving his pets of the pressure and opportunities needed for evolution. Let Xiaoqing and the queen bee face monsters with higher stats and experience real, intense combat that might trigger their evolution, Linze calculated silently in his mind. Looking at all his pets, he spoke earnestly. This doesn't just apply to Xiaoqing, and the queen bee applies to all of you. Beyond gold, there are even higher tiers and wider horizons. I hope you all aim for that goal and break through the shackles of your bloodlines. Linze's words were filled with hope. Even for Bear Da and the Persian monkey, with their 2-star potential, there was no reason to settle. 2 stars of growth potential are far from extraordinary. Our journey for survival has only just begun. There will undoubtedly be stronger monsters and greater challenges awaiting us in the future. Linze stood in front of the pet enclosure, his gaze sweeping over the small creatures he had painstakingly nurtured. His eyes were filled with expectation and encouragement, hoping to see them surpass themselves and achieve greater accomplishments. Sensing their owner's hopes, several pets straightened up and solemnly pledged, "Don't worry, master. We'll work hard and won't let you down." Even Xiongda, usually the laziest of the bunch, became unusually serious. Afterward, Linze headed to the pig pen. Though the area wasn't large, it was packed with over 60 wild boars of various sizes, almost all of which had reached monster-level status. One wild boar had even attained the formidable level of bronze rank 7, a strength that would make most players tremble with fear. Yet here it was, merely livestock in Linze's care. He couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the game's architecture. These wild boars, fierce and aggressive in the wild, turning docile and tame the moment they entered the pig pen. Examining the herd closely, Linze noticed that about 2/3 of the wild boars had information prompts above their heads. The younger boars displayed growth timers, while the sows indicated breeding times. The ones without prompts were all mature boars, and Linze mentally noted that these would be the first to be slaughtered when the time came. Turning to Xiongda and the Persian monkey, Linze smiled and praised them. "You two did a great job. Keep it up tonight. In addition to wild boars, go capture some wild cattle to raise in the barn. When the next disaster strikes, whether or not this big family of ours can live comfortably will depend on your efforts." The Persian monkey nodded obediently, but Xiongda, with a mischievous glint in his eye, asked, "Master, what if we run out of food during a future disaster?" Linze shot him a sideways glance and replied coldly, "Then he'll chop off your 4 bare paws for rations. Don't worry, I won't let you die. He'll throw you into the pet space to recover for a few days. Who knows, your paws might grow back, and then he'll chop them off again." Hearing this, Xiongda's eyes widened in shock, his massive body trembling as his teeth chattered. He quickly promised, "Master, don't worry. Leave this task to me and the monkey. We'll make sure it's done perfectly." Linze snorted in exasperation, "Good to know," and ignored the overly dramatic bear, turning instead to the fish pond. By morning, the 1,000+ crucian carp in the pond had all grown to weigh 2 to 3 pounds each. Some of them had information prompts above their heads, indicating that they had entered the breeding stage. Linze checked the timer. About 7 hours remained before these fish would produce a new batch of fry. Counting carefully, Linze found over 300 female crucian carp ready for breeding. Based on previous breeding results, these fish could produce over 10,000 fry. Delighted by the prospect, Linze looked forward to selling the fish in bulk the day after tomorrow. With this in mind, he began catching the male crucian carp and the non-breeding females from the pond, a total of 816 fish. Without hesitation, he listed them all in the trading channel, specifying that they could be exchanged for high-quality wood or refined iron. 5 units of advanced wood or 2 pieces of premium refined iron could be traded for 1 fish. The price was undoubtedly steep, but Linze relied on the principle of scarcity driving value. He figured that anyone who found the price too high could stick to eating roasted meat. He was confident that most players specializing in life skills wouldn't mind the cost, as their talents made acquiring advanced resources relatively easy. In addition to the fish, Linze also listed a batch of vegetables for trade, similarly aimed at acquiring high-level resources. He eagerly anticipated a fruitful return from these transactions. Shortly after Linze's items were listed, a flood of trade requests poured in. The crucian carp and various vegetables in the trading channel were disappearing at a visibly rapid pace, far exceeding Linze's expectations. Clearly, last night's advertisement had been highly effective. A large number of players had been camping out in the trading channel since early morning, waiting for these scarce resources to be listed. Not only life players, but also combat players joined the rush. They first exchanged high-grade resources in the trading channel before purchasing Linze's crucian carp and vegetables. Although food wasn't a pressing concern for players at this stage, the endless barbecue meals in recent days had grown tiresome. The appearance of crucian carp and vegetables was like rain after a drought, and players flocked to seize the chance for a change in flavor, fearing they'd miss out. In just a few minutes, all the items Linze had listed were sold out. Disappointed players who missed their chance flooded the regional chat channel, tagging Linze incessantly, pleading for more stock. Linze observed this with delight. Of course, he wanted to sell more, as the high-grade resources he earned in return would hold immense value in the future. Unfortunately, he had no more stock on hand. He had to post a message in the chat channel. Growing vegetables and raising fish requires strict conditions, so the yield is limited. For those who couldn't purchase today, don't worry. New stock will be listed the morning after tomorrow. There will be an estimated 10,000 crucian carp and over 1,000 units of vegetables available, prices unchanged. This announcement finally calmed the players' restlessness. Linze opened his inventory to check his earnings. Over 300 pieces of premium iron and nearly 6,000 units of high-grade wuda, truly bountiful haul. He took out 150 pieces of premium iron and 200 units of high-grade wood and sent them to Yu Shuang. Stop chatting and upgrade the tool station already. Get that pickaxe for mining premium iron. Linze urged. On it, Yu Shuang replied promptly. Not long after, Yu Shuang's avatar lit up again. This time, it wasn't a message but a blueprint. When Linze opened it, he found a complete set of designs for lighting fixtures and electrical switches. Where did you get this? Linze asked curiously. I just upgraded the advanced tool station. The game rewarded me with 20 achievement points and a silver treasure chest. I found it in the chest, Yu Shuang explained. Not bad. That's a great find, Linze praised. Hehe, I sent it to you, boss. I don't have a generator here, so I can't use it anyway, Yu Shuang said, her tone tinged with gratitude. Linze understood her gesture. This was her way of showing appreciation. Even though she didn't have a generator now, she might have one in the future. If she wanted, she could have kept the blueprint for later use. All right, I'll take it then, Linze accepted without hesitation. After all, they were in this together now. He took the blueprint from his inventory and used it as soon as he returned to his wooden house. Instantly, a complete set of lighting fixtures, electrical wiring, switches, and sockets appeared in the house, all installed and ready to use. A power storage unit also appeared in the corner, connected to the entire electrical system. Linze quickly linked the storage unit to his generator, and before long, the storage unit was operational. Linze gently pressed a switch, and the chandelier in the center of the wooden cabin instantly lit up. Its warm glow dispelled the darkness, illuminating the entire room. In that moment, it felt as if he had stepped into a whole new world, a rush of happiness filling his heart. Turning to face the queen bee, Linze spoke with a serious expression. Have your worker bees give it their all. Power generation is the top priority, there can be no mistakes. The queen bee responded respectfully. Rest assured, master. I currently have over 60 worker bees under my command, enough to handle power generation, security, and patrol duties simultaneously. Satisfied, Linze nodded and switched off the light, plunging the room back into darkness. He glanced at the smoldering pieces of dry wood in the mud furnace, but didn't linger. Turning around, he stepped out of the wooden cabin. With practiced ease, he mounted the back of Bear-Da and issued a command. Let's go. It's time to hunt. As soon as the words left his lips, the iron gate of the electric fence automatically opened, and Linze led his army of pets out of the shelter in a grand procession. They had barely traveled 200 meters when a massive gray forest wolf suddenly leapt out of the bushes, lunging fiercely at Linze, who was seated on Bear-Da's back. The wolf, measuring a staggering 3 to 4 meters in length, was far larger than any Linze had encountered before. Bronze level 9, he thought to himself. At the critical moment, a green figure shot out like lightning, slamming into the wolf's back and sending it flying dozens of meters away. Immediately after, massive fireballs rained down on the wolf, and countless sharp spikes erupted from the ground, piercing its body. Under this relentless combination of attacks, the bronze level 9 forest wolf was instantly killed. A system notification chimed. Your pet has killed a bronze level 9 forest wolf. You have gained 9 experience points. Linze couldn't help but lament the harshness of survival mode. The experience points he earned were reduced to a mere tenth of what they once were. Back in the Bronze Era, killing a creature of the same level would yield 180 experience points, and even pet kills would grant 90 points. Now he was left with just 9 points, a stark and frustrating difference. Bear-Da sniffed the air and reported to Linze. Master, this forest is teeming with monsters, most of them at high bronze levels, with some even reaching silver tier strength. After a moment of thought, Linze made a decision. Then we'll clear out the monsters surrounding the shelter. Bear-Da, take De Sheng and Air Sheng with you and keep an eye on them. The three small ones can act as a team. What about me, master? The Persian monkey asked eagerly. Linze didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned to the queen bee and asked, "What's the status of the mineral resources I asked you to investigate last night?" The queen bee reported back, "Master, I searched within a radius of several kilometers and found only one mineral deposit." Only one. Linze couldn't hide his disappointment. The game had promised 1 to 3 mineral deposits near the shelter, but only one had appeared. Such poor luck. He pressed further. "What type of mineral deposit is it? What's the strength of the guarding monsters?" The queen bee provided a detailed report. "It's a salt mine, guarded by over 200 monsters, all at least silver tier in strength." Hearing this, Linze's disappointment instantly turned into delight. A salt mine. It was like striking gold, a veritable treasure trove. Taking control of the salt mine would allow him to produce salt, which would undoubtedly spark a buying frenzy among players, surpassing even the demand for vegetables. Salt wasn't just a seasoning, it was vital for human health. Prolonged salt deficiency could lead to low blood pressure, muscle weakness, and brain swelling. While players' enhanced physiques might prevent severe symptoms, the necessity of salt as a staple seasoning alone would be enough to drive them to stockpile it. Linze continued his inquiry. "Where exactly is the salt mine located?" The queen bee replied, "Southwest, about 800 meters away. There's also a human shelter in the same direction, but it's 3 kilometers away." The human the queen bee referred to was one Ling. "Got it," Linze said, issuing instructions. "Go ahead and hunt. If you encounter any king-tier monsters, notify me immediately." He began strategizing in his mind. Today marked a new day, meaning he could contract another pet, his sixth one. At Linze's command, the pets moved swiftly like a well-trained army. The weakest among them, Dashing and Urshing, were entrusted to Xiongda's care. Under the protection of this powerful bodyguard, their levels were expected to rise quickly. Linze didn't expect these two monkeys to become formidable combatants. As long as they could wield oversized iron pickaxes like the Persian monkey, they would suffice. He already had a plan in mind once the salt mine issue was resolved. Dashing and Urshing would be assigned to mining salt and iron, respectively. This way, the Persian monkey could be freed up to handle other tasks. The Persian monkey shifted its gaze away from Dashing and Urshing and turned to Linze, asking, "Master, are we heading to the valley?" Linze shook his head. "Let's check out the salt mine the queen bee mentioned first and assess the monster situation there." "Understood." The Persian monkey replied with a nod, immediately striding ahead to serve as the vanguard. Watching the Persian monkey's upright, human-like posture as it walked, Linze suddenly thought of something. He retrieved an oversized iron pickaxe from his backpack and handed it to the Persian monkey. "Take this pickaxe for now and use it as a weapon. Later, I'll craft something more powerful for you." "What kind of weapon do you prefer?" The Persian monkey took the pickaxe and replied, "Master, I'm not sure what I prefer, but I feel I might be suited to using a staff. In the past, I defeated enemies using a self-made wooden staff." Linze paused for a moment before nodding. "Got it." Privately, Linze opened his friend panel and sent a message to Yu Shuangshuang. "Can you craft an iron staff for me? It should suit a monkey that's 2 to 3 meters tall." Yu Shuangshuang was clearly startled by the request. "A monkey that's 2 to 3 meters tall? Boss, are you sure it's a monkey and not a gorilla?" Linze chuckled as he replied, "Definitely a monkey, just a big one." Yu Shuangshuang quickly accepted the explanation. "All right, I happen to have some high-quality refined iron left after upgrading the workbench. He'll make both an iron pickaxe and an iron staff for you. By the way, boss, do you want the pickaxe to be the same oversized version as before?" "Yes, exactly," Linze explained. "I mentioned before that I have a pet monkey. These items are for it." Yu Shuangshuang readily agreed. "Got it. They'll send them over as soon as they're ready." Linze sent an OK emoji, ending the conversation. Although the salt mine was only 800 meters away, it took Linze and the Persian monkey over half an hour to reach it. Along the way, they encountered numerous high-level monsters, including several formidable silver-tier foes. Fortunately, both Linze and the Persian monkey were strong. Otherwise, reaching the salt mine would have been far from easy. As they walked, Linze reflected, "In such a short distance, we encountered dozens of monsters, including 7 silver-tier ones. It seems that not only have the monsters evolved, but their numbers have also increased significantly." He glanced at the 2 crystal cores in his hand, 1 fire elemental and 1 water elemental, both obtained from the corpses of silver-tier monsters. At that moment, the Persian monkey's voice echoed in Linze's mind. "Master, the salt mine is just ahead." Linze looked up and saw a solitary, gleaming white hill standing in the middle of a clearing, resembling an abrupt snow-capped mountain. The salt mine didn't look naturally formed. Instead, it appeared as if it had been deliberately transported there. What was even more astonishing was the dense gathering of monsters surrounding the salt mine. They seemed to be guarding it with unwavering dedication, not a single one daring to stray even a step away. Linze stood on the hillside, his sharp gaze sweeping over the salt mine before him like an eagle. The dense crowd of monsters made his pupils contract slightly, as he calculated silently. Although the exact number was hard to determine, a conservative estimate put it at over 200. These creatures seemed as if they had escaped from a zoo: tigers, bears, leopards, pythons, bison, rabbits, elk. It was a veritable monster medley. Narrowing his eyes, Linze quickly scanned the information of the monsters. Almost all of them had reached the silver rank, with most ranging from silver level 1 to 3, and a few even hitting silver levels 4 to 6. Just then, a massive figure caught his attention. It was a colossal striped tiger, nearly 10 meters in length, with an impressive level of silver 9. Linze's eyes lit up as he carefully examined its attributes. Attack, defense, and speed were all above 400, and its health reached a staggering 100,000 points. There's a boss here, just as I thought. Linze felt a surge of excitement. This was eerily similar to the hyena pack guarding the iron mine earlier. What thrilled Linze even more was that this striped tiger not only had exceptional stats, but also a growth potential of 3 stars, meaning it could potentially evolve to the diamond rank in the future. As Linze reveled in his discovery, the Persian monkey suddenly spoke up. Master, I think I can take on that Tiger King for 300 rounds. Linze smirked slightly at the comment. It's no match for you. Although the Persian monkey was only at silver level 1, with Linze's talent amplification, its total attributes exceeded 500 points, falling short of the tiger only in health. If they were to fight, the Persian monkey might actually have the upper hand. Hearing this, the Persian monkey's eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, should I go now? Go my foot. Linze rolled his eyes in exasperation. Did you forget how you lost health when a bronze-level monster attacked you earlier? Things aren't like they used to be. Even if they can't break through your defense, you'll still lose at least 1 point of health from each hit. With over 200 silver-level monsters, they could wear you down to death. Linze recalled his bronze-ranked days when he could stand amidst a horde of monsters, letting them attack him without suffering any damage thanks to his high defense. But things were different now. To the beginner phase, the game rules had become much stricter. Even if his defense exceeded the enemy's attack, he would still lose at least 1 health point per hit. Using skills would drain even more health. Let's head back, Linze decided firmly. The salt mine isn't going anywhere. We'll come back once we're fully prepared. With that, he quietly led the Persian monkey away, ensuring they didn't alert the monsters guarding the salt mine. On the way back to the valley, Linze received a message from Shuang, informing him that she had finished crafting the iron pickaxe and iron club. Eagerly, Linze checked the information about the new equipment, and the results astonished him. The iron pickaxe and iron club crafted by Shuang were both silver-grade items. The iron club boasted an attack value of 65 and had a chance to stun enemies, which greatly intrigued Linze. His current melee weapon was still an iron sword with a mere 10 attack points. The iron pickaxe, while not high in attack, had the effect of increasing mining efficiency by 40 and a very low chance of extracting special ores. Compared to the previous pickaxe, which could only mine high-quality iron refined iron, this new ability raised questions in Linze's mind. Could the special or mentioned here be premium refined iron? Linze immediately asked Shuang and soon received confirmation. Shuang explained, yes, it can mine premium refined iron, but the probability is extremely low. Out of 100 pieces of refined iron, you might not even get 1 premium piece. As long as it works, Linze replied, satisfied. He then asked, by the way, didn't you say earlier that only a top-tier workbench could craft silver-grade equipment? Shuang answered, I used premium refined iron, so even a high-level workbench can craft it. But the cost is huge and not really worth it. After hearing this, Linze immediately sent her the blueprint for the Gale armor set. Take a look at this set. Can you craft its components? The news from Shuang struck Linze like a bolt of lightning, shattering his hopes. Boss, the set gear is much stronger than regular silver equipment, but it can't be crafted on the tool station. The forge might work, but we don't have one, she said, her tone carrying a hint of regret. Linze shook his head lightly, not showing much disappointment. He had approached this with a let's give it a shot mindset. No problem, we'll just open more treasure chests, he thought. Even if he couldn't complete the Gale set, it wasn't a big deal. It was just silver-grade gear after all. Hee, no wonder you're so strong, boss. You even have silver set gear. Shuang's voice was filled with admiration. Most people are still using basic equipment. Linze responded humbly. Not that strong, really just lucky. He knew deep down that without his super-class talent, his situation would likely be no different from most other players. As he finished speaking, Linze arrived at the valley with the Persian monkey. The moment they stepped into the valley, multiple dark shadows darted toward them like arrows. Both Linze and the monkey were well prepared and faced the attackers without hesitation. The Persian monkey moved like the wind, wielding its nearly 3-meter-long iron staff with fierce precision, taking down one of the creatures in an instant. Linze, not to be outdone, activated his invincibility mode and copied the monkey's attributes. His sword flashed like lightning, quickly dispatching the remaining enemies. When the battle ended, Several lynx-like bronze-tier creatures lay lifeless on the ground. While dismantling the corpses, Linze tossed a new iron pickaxe to the Persian monkey. Go mine some ore and test the efficiency, he instructed. Yes, master. The Persian monkey responded confidently, hoisting the oversized pickaxe with ease and getting to work. After finishing with the corpses, Linze headed to the mining area as well. Within minutes, the monkey had already piled up over 100 iron ores, with a few refined iron pieces mixed in. How's it going? If it's too much, I can call showdown over, Linze asked. The Persian monkey replied with pride, Master, I'm really strong now. Mining is effortless. I don't even need to use my earth spike skill. Linze nodded and didn't say more. He pulled out his own pickaxe and started mining in another section. Today, his plan was to focus on gathering resources while waiting for updates from Xiongda and the three little ones. Compared to his first mining attempt, Linze's strength had increased several times over, allowing him to extract iron ore with just a few swings. Still, his efficiency couldn't match that of the naturally gifted miner, the Persian monkey. While Linze was hard at work, 2 to 3 kilometers away in the forest, a figure was running for her life. The blood candle in her hand flickered unsteadily, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Her delicate, snow-white face, usually so refined, was now twisted with fear. Damn it! Wenling gasped as she ran. How did so many high-level monsters suddenly appear overnight? There's even a silver tier one. Her expression grew increasingly grim as she pushed herself to flee faster. Behind her, a large group of monsters was in relentless pursuit. Their roars and growls were deafening, causing the entire forest to tremble. Although Wenling was one of the top players in combat professions, ranking within the top 50 on the merit leaderboard, she still felt overwhelmed when faced with this horde of high-level monsters. Her heart was filled with confusion. Everything had been normal yesterday, so why did she wake up to find silver-tier monsters suddenly appearing around her? Earlier, she had narrowly escaped being devoured by a silver-tier giant python. It was only thanks to her quick reflexes that she managed to survive. Barely escaping the python, Wenling stumbled straight into a pack of wild wolves. While these wolves weren't silver tier, they were all at least bronze level 6, with a few reaching bronze level 9. If she hadn't decisively lit a high-grade blood candle, she would likely have been torn apart by now. However, even with the deterrent of the high-grade blood candle, the bloodthirsty wolves refused to give up the chase. They stayed close on her heels, clearly waiting for the candle to burn out so they could pounce and devour her. When Ling glanced back at the wolves trailing her, a chill running down her spine. Her shelter was not far ahead, but leading this pack of wolves there would only bring more trouble. Worse yet, she was running low on high-grade blood candles. Once they were gone, her shelter would undoubtedly come under attack. Though her shelter was a top-tier wooden cabin, Wenling wasn't confident it could withstand an assault from a group of high-level monsters. She considered changing direction to shake off the wolves, but quickly dismissed the idea. She feared not only failing to lose them, but also attracting even more monsters. If a silver-tier monster appeared, escape would be impossible. After weighing her options, Wenling decided to head back to her shelter and figure out a plan from there. As expected, the persistent wolves followed her all the way to the vicinity of the shelter before finally stopping. Dozens of wolves of varying sizes prowled in the dense forest surrounding her shelter. They didn't step onto the open ground outside the cabin, but their glowing green eyes fixed intently on Wenling as she stood at the doorway, sending shivers down her spine. Wenling quickly retreated into the cabin. Using the burning blood candle, she lit some dry grass and started a fire in the clay stove. As the room gradually brightened, her fear began to subside. She collapsed onto the wooden bed and immediately opened the regional chat channel to ask about the monster anomalies. Yet, every player who responded claimed the wilderness was normal, no high-level monsters, no sightings of silver-tier creatures. She then contacted a few friends, but their answers were the same. Stunned, Wenling's confusion deepened. Was she just extraordinarily unlucky? She walked to the window and saw the wolves still lingering in the forest nearby, her mood sinking further. She racked her brain for solutions. Should she pay Linze to help deal with these monsters? With his strength, he could easily handle the wolves. But she quickly dismissed the idea. Even if the wolves were eliminated, there was no guarantee the forest would remain safe. Wenling continued to ponder. If all else failed, she would have to use her last resort, the shelter relocation blueprint. Just as this thought crossed her mind, something clicked, and she gasped. Linze, he had just advanced to silver tier yesterday and unlocked the level leaderboard. Could this anomaly be related to him? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Wenling immediately opened her friend list and sent Linze a message. She was desperate to figure out what was going on. The messages seemed to vanish into thin air, with no response for a long time. Wenling anxiously stared at the communication device as the second high-grade blood candle was on the verge of burning out. She was growing increasingly desperate, with only 2 high-grade blood candles left, each capable of burning for 3 hours. In 6 hours, the threat of the wild wolf pack would be imminent, forcing her to relocate the shelter. Wenling decisively initiated a video call. It was noon, and Linze should have finished his hunt. After several agonizing seconds, the screen lit up, revealing Linze standing in a dark valley. Wenling couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "What's up?" Linze asked, puzzled. Wenling explained, "I sent you messages, but you didn't reply, so I had no choice but to call. I hope I'm not disturbing you." Linze thought to himself, "You've already called, so why even ask?" He directly replied, "I was busy earlier and didn't see them. What's going on?" Wenling then detailed the situation of the mutated monsters and her predicament of being trapped in a shelter. Linze was taken aback after hearing her account. The queen bee had once told him that Wenling's location was about 3 kilometers away from his. He hadn't expected that even monsters in such a distant area had evolved. When players advance to the silver level, nearby monsters evolve as well, significantly increasing their levels, Linze explained. Wenling gritted her teeth and said, "So, I've been dragged into this because of you." Linze chuckled and countered, "You've got it wrong. This has nothing to do with mites, just the game mechanics. Every player has to go through this. You're just experiencing it a bit earlier. If you seize the opportunity, you can grow even faster." Wenling's face turned pale. She had no desire to face these challenges ahead of time. If she hadn't run fast enough, she would have already ended up in a python's stomach or torn apart by wolves. She huffed angrily. "So, I should be thanking you then?" Linze replied calmly. "No need to thank me or neighbors, after all." Wenling found it impossible to continue this conversation. Suppressing her frustration, she said, "Either way, I'm stuck in this because of you, so you have to help me figure something out." Linze gave her a strange look. "Are you feeling alright? If you're asking for help, you should at least have the right attitude. Like I said, this is the game's design, you can't pin it on me. If anything, blame your shelter for being too close to mine." Wenling's lips twitched. "Fine, I'm asking you for help. If you help me out this time, I promise I'll repay you in the future." Linze didn't take her promise seriously, but decided to stop teasing her. His expression grew serious. "Hey Race, the thing I can help you with this. But you need to understand that even if I take care of the wolf pack, I can't stay and guard your shelter indefinitely. Once I leave, other high-level monsters will eventually come after you. Besides, your combat ability is too weak. You'll struggle to survive even when hunting outside. Once I'm gone, what else can you do besides hiding in the shelter and wasting time?" A pained expression appeared on Wenling's face. She bit her lip and asked, "Are you saying my only option now is to relocate the shelter?" Linze nodded slightly, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. "Pretty much," he said after a brief pause. "Let me give you some guidance. If you really want to relocate, head south. You don't need to go too far to find a safe area. Once your strength improves, you can come back to hunt higher-level monsters. For you, this might actually be an opportunity." Wenling fell silent, her brows furrowed in thought. Linze's words echoed in her mind, making some sense. After a moment, she looked up and met his gaze, her tone tinged with hesitation. "I don't want to leave, but I do have a way to relocate the shelter. If you help me with a small task, I'll tell you how." Linze raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in his expression. "You want me to help you level up?" "Exactly." Wenling's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "It shouldn't be too hard for you to help me reach this silver tier." Linze chuckled softly and shook his head. "You're right, it's not hard. But I won't help. I'm not the one relocating a shelter, so why would I need your method?" Wenling was momentarily at a loss for words, disappointment written all over her face. Linze continued, a sharp glimmer in his eyes. "In fact, even if you don't tell me, I can probably guess. It likely has something to do with destroying that person's shelter. You must have obtained a blueprint or some kind of tool for relocating shelters from it." Wenling's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Linze, her heartbeat quickening. A thought flashed through her mind. How does he know so much? It's like he saw it with his own eyes. Suddenly, she blurted out, "You had someone follow me. It was your fat bee, wasn't it? Only that fat bee could tail me so silently." Linze neither confirmed nor denied it. He simply replied calmly, "I've said what I needed to say. What you decide to do is up to you." "Wait." Wenling called out urgently, her eyes betraying a hint of desperation. "Let's make a deal. You help me reach the silver tier, and I'll give you the blueprint. Relocating a shelter consumes a blueprint anyway." She thought to herself, I might as well give it to him. If he helps me level up, I can save a lot of time. Linze glanced at her, a trace of disdain in his voice. "I already told you, I don't need to relocate a shelter. What would I do with a blueprint?" Despite his words, Linze had already begun to form an idea. While he didn't need to relocate his own shelter, Yu Shuangshuang might find it useful. He could potentially use the blueprint to help her move her shelter closer. After all, Yu Shuangshuang was one of his own people and a future member of his team. Having her nearby could be beneficial. Seeing his reaction, Wenling quickly added, "Besides the blueprint, I can also offer some resources, like food, wood." Linze shook his head and interrupted her. "I'm not interested in those. Give me a golden thunder fruit instead." Wenling's expression changed, and she quickly explained, "I only had 2 golden thunder fruits, and I already gave them to you. I don't have any left." Linze studied her closely, as if trying to determine if she was lying. Finally, he said, "Then give me the golden thunder fruit tree." Wen Ling's face fell again, and her voice carried a note of helplessness. I already told you last time after I picked the golden thunder fruits, the tree withered. Then go ahead and relocate your shelter, Linze replied. Without waiting for her response, he ended the video call. As he enjoyed the hot pot in front of him, Linze opened his friend list and sent a message to Yu Shuangshuang. I have a way to relocate shelters. Are you interested in moving yours over here? Yu Shuangshuang replied almost instantly. Absolutely. Boss, when do I move? Linze arched an eyebrow, amused, and teased her. You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I might have bad intentions? Her response was playful. Hee hee, if the boss isn't worried about me clinging to his leg, why should I be worried? Besides, at this point, if you so much as hinted, women 10 times prettier than me would throw themselves at you. Linze couldn't help but smile at her words. This girl really knew how to talk. He replied, go eat. I'll let you know when there's news. Got it. Yu Shuangshuang responded cheerfully. Linze savored the steaming hot pot with a contented smile. The rich aroma of beef and venison mingled with the freshness of potatoes, tomatoes, and cucumbers, making the Persian monkey nearby, busy gnawing on an apple, drool with envy. This portable hot pot truly lived up to its reputation as an outdoor essential battery-powered, and even rechargeable. It was simply perfect. In stark contrast to Linze's relaxation, Wen Ling was plagued with frustration. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This man's intelligence was truly unnerving. Not only had he accurately deduced that the golden thunder fruit tree hadn't withered, but he had also cleverly seized the opportunity to demand it. Wen Ling was torn, deeply reluctant to hand over such a precious spirit fruit. After all, a single golden thunder fruit could boost attack power by a full 100 points, making its value immeasurable. Her original plan was to wait until the tree bore fruit and trade the new harvest for high-grade supplies. But now, she found herself cornered with seemingly no other option. Since Linze had already figured out the existence of the golden thunder fruit tree, he wouldn't give up easily. If he discovered its location, Wen Ling would have no way to stop him. What made matters worse was that Linze had several capable pets, especially that chubby bee that could traverse mountains and valleys. It was only a matter of time before it located the tree. Rubbing her temples, Wen Ling felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. Once a formidable figure in the corporate world back on Earth, she now found herself repeatedly outmaneuvered by Linze in this new world. She was caught in a dilemma. Should she uproot the golden thunder fruit tree, relocate her shelter, and completely avoid Linze? Or should she swallow her pride, compromise, and hand over the blueprint and the tree? After much deliberation, Wen Ling realized that randomly relocating wouldn't guarantee safety. The wisest choice was to collaborate with Linze and leverage his strength to level up quickly. As Linze had pointed out, this was a rare opportunity. If she seized it, her level would skyrocket, far surpassing other players, and she'd climb higher on the merit leaderboard. Wen Ling rose and walked to the window. Her gaze pierced through the darkness, locking onto the glowing green eyes scattered throughout the dense forest. She silently encouraged herself. Seize the moment, and you'll stay ahead. This jungle world isn't just about survival, it's a fierce competition. The golden thunder fruit tree, in the end, would only slow her down. Resolute, Wen Ling sent Linze a message. I agree. When will you come over? Linze replied almost instantly. How much longer can your advanced blood candles last? 6 hours, Wen Ling answered truthfully. All right, they'll come by this evening. I'm still mining right now, Linze responded. Got it. They'll wait for you. Wen Ling agreed. Closing the chat channel, Wen Ling took a deep breath, frustrated at herself. If she had known this earlier, she should have claimed she couldn't wait even a moment. It wasn't that she was reluctant to part with a few advanced blood candles, but the waiting itself was sheer torment. She could only pray that no silver-tier monsters would attack the shelter in the meantime. Resigned, Wen Ling lay down on the bed, her heart filled with unease. Time crawled by, and before long, it was afternoon. She got up multiple times to check the situation outside from the window, anxiously awaiting Linze's arrival. The pack of wild wolves clung to her like a stubborn leech, refusing to leave and keeping watch outside the wooden cabin. Wen Ling gritted her teeth, thinking these beasts were dead set on devouring her. Furious, she stormed out of the cabin, waving her hands as several massive lightning orbs whistled through the air toward the dense forest. Amid the deafening thunderclaps, 2 blood-curdling wolf howls echoed, and the pack scattered like startled birds and beasts. However, the peace was short-lived. Before long, a series of loud wolf howls resounded from the forest, like a rallying call. Soon, dozens of wild wolves emerged from all directions, more ferocious than before. Wen Ling's expression darkened as she realized the situation was dire. Damn it, there's a leader, she thought, understanding that a lead wolf was orchestrating the attack from the shadows. Cautiously, Wen Ling retreated back into the cabin without launching another attack. She quickly sent a message to Linze, warning him that the wolf pack might have a boss-level leader. But no matter how long she waited, there was no response from Linze. Is that guy really so obsessed with mining? She muttered irritably. In fact, Linze wasn't mining at all, wasn't even in the valley. The reason he hadn't replied to Wenling was that he was currently racing through the pitch-black forest, torch in hand. His movements were so swift that only an afterimage could be seen, and the monsters he encountered along the way didn't even have time to react. His eyes remained locked on the queen bee flying ahead, determined not to lose sight of it. After what felt like an eternity, the queen bee finally came to a stop. "Master, we've arrived. It's about 200 meters ahead," it announced. Without hesitation, Linze dashed toward the indicated direction. Soon, he stumbled upon a shocking sight. The ground was littered with the corpses of lions, each one massive in size, with the smallest being 3 to 4 meters long. The air was thick with the stench of blood, evidence of a brutal battle that had just taken place. Approaching cautiously, Linze finally spotted a colossal creature. It was a giant male lion, nearly 8 meters in length and 6 meters tall, its body covered in golden fur that emitted a faint glow in the darkness. Even before getting close, Linze felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, and a trace of fear crept into his heart. Well, a king-level boss, huh? What a way to make an entrance, Linze thought, his excitement outweighing his fear. He quickly checked the creature's stats. Purple Flame Lion King. Level, Silver Tier 3. Attack, 240. Defense, 190. Speed, 225. HP, 23. 67530 Special abilities, Beast King's Aura, Flame Shield, Fire Manipulation. Growth Potential, 2 stars. Experience, 1251300. At that moment, the Purple Flame Lion King let out a thunderous roar, and the flames on its body reignited, forming a visible shield of fire. It opened its mouth and unleashed a fire dragon that surged forward, growing several meters in length as it roared through the air, illuminating the entire forest. In the fiery glow, Linze finally saw who the lion's opponents were: Xiaoqing and Dahong. Judging by their attributes, Xiaoqing and Dahong were capable of going toe-to-toe with this Silver Tier 3 boss. Their only disadvantage was their health. The Purple Flame Lion King had a staggering 30,000 HP, while Xiaoqing and Dahong's health was only around 5 to 6,000. As the fiery dragon roared toward them, Xiaoqing and Dahong moved in perfect sync, dodging to the left and right. A deafening explosion followed as the fire dragon struck their previous position, its flames spreading out and engulfing an area dozens of meters wide. "Holy crap! Now this is real magic," Linze exclaimed in awe, his hands moving swiftly as he knocked an arrow and fired it at the Purple Flame Lion King. The arrow struck its abdomen with precision, and a damage number exceeding 100 floated into view. The Purple Flame Lion King growled in pain and immediately turned its fiery gaze on Linze. Its eyes burned with intense flames, and it seemed to have found a new target. Without hesitation, it lunged toward him. Unfazed, Linze promptly activated the ability to copy Xiong Da's full attributes. Drawing his iron sword, he charged toward the Purple Flame Lion King, prepared to face this king-level boss in a decisive battle. Linze's arrival was like a bolt of lightning, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the battlefield. Xiaoqing and Dahong were overjoyed and quickly joined the fight, while the queen bee also dove into the fray without hesitation. The combined efforts of the 4 powerful allies swiftly shattered the blazing shield surrounding the Purple Flame Lion King. The moment the shield vanished, the Purple Flame Lion King's health plummeted like a kite with a broken string. In just a few seconds, its health dropped by thousands of points. At this critical juncture, Linze was thrilled to discover that not only had the queen bee advanced to the silver tier, but Xiaoqing and Dahong had also ascended to this new level. Among the three, Xiaoqing's transformation was the most dramatic. Its green serpent body swelled as if inflated, with its girth reaching an astonishing 70 centimeters and its length extending to around 13 meters, resembling a massive python. In contrast, Dahong's outward appearance remained relatively unchanged, retaining its petite stature of just a few dozen centimeters. However, its fur grew even more vibrant, resembling a blazing flame in motion. In terms of attributes, all three pets experienced a qualitative leap. Xiaoqing's attack soared to 390, defense reached 330, and speed climbed to 360, with its health hitting an impressive 9,000 points. Its poison damage was also enhanced, dealing 100 points per second over a duration of 90 seconds. Dahong's stats were equally remarkable, with an attack of 360, defense at 300, speed at 420, and health at 7,800, while its fireball damage skyrocketed to an astonishing 1,000 points. The queen bee was not to be outdone, boasting an attack of 300, defense of 420, speed of 360, and a staggering health of 12,000, showcasing comprehensive improvements. Beyond these attribute enhancements, each pet gained a new skill. Xiaoqing's new ability, Poison Mist, allowed it to release a toxic cloud within a 20-meter radius, dealing 50 to 100 damage per second to enemies. Dahong's new skill, Explosive Fireball, was a passive ability that caused its fireballs to explode upon impact, increasing damage by 1.5 times and adding an area effect splash. The queen bee's unique skill, exclusive incubation, enabled it to produce 3 soldier bees daily, each one level lower than the queen bee itself. During the battle, Dahong's performance was particularly dazzling. Its small body seemed to harbor a volcano, firing fireballs at an astonishing rate, nearly 2 basketball-sized fireballs per second. These fireballs continuously exploded on the purple flame lion king, dealing damage far exceeding the combined efforts of Linze, Xiaoqing, and the queen bee. Within minutes, the purple flame lion king began to show signs of faltering. While struggling to fend off the relentless attacks from Linze and the 3 pets, it also started looking for an opportunity to escape. However, Linze quickly noticed its intentions. Xiaoqing, wrap it up. It's trying to run. Linze commanded decisively. Xiaoqing acted immediately, sinking its fangs into the purple flame lion king's neck and coiling its massive, 13-meter-long body tightly around the beast. The excruciating pain caused the purple flame lion king to let out a thunderous roar. With its body and hind legs firmly constricted by Xiaoqing, it could neither flee nor even stand properly. Yet, the purple flame lion king refused to give up. It continuously spewed searing flames at Xiaoqing, determined to break free from the deadly bind. The battle reached a fever pitch, with the outcome hanging in the balance. Amid the blazing flames, Xiaoqing's serpent body was scorched black, and the air was thick with the scent of burning flesh. Yet, this fierce snake demon showed no sign of retreat. Instead, she tightened her coils around the purple flame lion king's body, her sharp fangs sinking deeply into its flesh. The lion king struggled to breathe as its life force rapidly diminished. Linze seized the moment and began casting his pet summoning skill. Despite repeated failures, his determination remained unshaken. On the 5th attempt, the ethereal chains and magic circle finally fused into the purple flame lion king's body. A system notification promptly sounded, announcing the successful contract. Target contract successful. You have obtained a silver tier 3 pet purple flame lion king. Congratulations, you are the first player to successfully contract a silver tier pet. You have earned 30 achievement points, a silver chest, and 300 experience points. Current experience, 925-1200. Linze exhaled deeply, his gaze falling on the fallen purple flame lion king. Once a majestic and fearsome beast, it now lay battered and scarred, with patches of its golden fur scorched and its neck riddled with deep, bloody punctures. Blood continued to seep from the wounds. Recognizing the urgency, Linze quickly stored the lion in his pet space. Turning to Xiaoqing, Linze retrieved a long-cherished universal bandage. With a murmured incantation, the pristine white bandage automatically wrapped around Xiaoqing's injured areas, and her burned skin quickly healed, returning to its original state. Master, I'm fine, Xiaoqing quickly reassured him. A couple of hours resting in the pet space, and I'll be as good as new. Linze gently stroked Xiaoqing's head, his heart brimming with gratitude. You did well, he said with a smile. We couldn't have subdued the purple flame lion king without you. Xiaoqing humbly replied. Master, don't forget Dahong and the queen bee. Especially Dahong, its contribution was the greatest. At that moment, Dahong and the queen bee approached as well. Linze scooped the 2 little creatures into his arms, smiling warmly. You're right, and the 2 of you did great too. The small pets nuzzled against Linze affectionately, making Xiaoqing a little envious. After ensuring his 3 pets were taken care of, Linze began clearing the battlefield alone. He efficiently dismantled dozens of lion carcasses, collecting 5,000 units of lion meat, 2 fire elemental crystals, and over 30 high-grade blood candles. Following a sense of direction, Linze found Xiongde rubbing its back against a tree. The clumsy bear hastily explained that it wasn't slacking off, just scratching an itch. Linze shot it an exasperated look and asked about the whereabouts of Desheng and Ersheng. Xiongde assured him, they're up ahead fighting monsters. Don't worry, master. I've already cleared the surrounding forest. The remaining monsters are low-level and pose no threat to them. Linze replied briefly, as long as they're fine. If something happens to them, let's see if the Persian monkey will knock some sense into you. Xiongde grinned cheekily. That monkey's no match for me. Linze didn't bother to argue further and issued a direct order. Take me to clean up the battlefield. We still have work to do afterward. Although Xiongde appeared somewhat lazy, it proved to be remarkably reliable when it came to getting things done. It neatly gathered the corpses of the hunted monsters into one place, saving Linze the trouble of searching for them. Linze quickly began disassembling the bodies with practiced efficiency. Before long, piles of meat and crystal cores were neatly arranged on the ground, faintly glowing. Linze carefully took stock of the haul, over 10,000 units of meat and more than 20 crystal cores. From the pile, he selected a few earth element crystal cores and felt a surge of joy. These brought his total to 7, finally meeting the requirements to upgrade his stone shelter. A sense of urgency welled up within him, and Linze wished he could fly back to the shelter immediately. He quickly calculated the time. when Ling could hold out for another hour or two, giving him just enough time to return and complete the upgrade. While the odds of another player beating him to it were slim, Linze wasn't willing to take the risk. If a hidden player did manage to get ahead of him, the loss would be devastating. Having made up his mind, Linze sprang into action. He called for Desheng and Ersheng, then summoned the Queen Bee from the pet space. There are still monster corpses left from your earlier hunts. Lead the way, Linze instructed the Queen Bee. The lion corpses we just disassembled were only a portion of the trophies from the 3 small ones. Understood, Master. The Queen Bee responded respectfully. Its wings buzzed rapidly as it flew to the front of the group. Xiongda, ever considerate, crouched low to let Linze climb onto its back before following the Queen Bee, with Desheng and Ersheng close behind. With a thought, Linze summoned a treasure chest radiating a faint silver glow into his arms. It was the silver chest he had received as a reward for contracting the purple flame Lion King. As the chest slowly opened, a series of notifications appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, player. You have opened a silver chest. You have obtained 50 units of refined iron. You have obtained 1 portion of premium food, sauerkraut fish. You have obtained a silver tier set piece, gale pants. Linze carefully examined the attributes of the gale pants. Item, gale pants. Tier, silver. Health, 1000. Effect, healing instantly restores 500 HP to a target. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Description, gale pants are part of the silver tier set, the gale set. Collecting the full set unlocks set bonuses. Another piece of the set. Linze thought excitedly. Now I just need the helmet to complete the gale set. Unable to wait, he immediately equipped the gale pants while riding on Xiongda's back. As the equipment took effect, a warm current surged through his body, instantly increasing his health by 1,000 points and bringing his total health to an impressive 3,700. Linze opened his friend's panel and sent a message to Yu Shuangshuang. What level are you now, and how much health do you have? Yu Shuangshuang quickly replied. Just leveled up to bronze level 8, with 1,100 health. Why do you ask, boss? Nothing. Just curious, Linze responded, closing the panel with a satisfied smile. Comparing himself to others, he realized that while his health couldn't match that of Xiongda or Shaoqing, his pets, he was far ahead of other players. Even those who focused on health stats couldn't come close to his level. His gaze fell on the bowl of aromatic sauerkraut fish sitting in the treasure chest. After checking its details, he felt slightly let down. It's a shame. Although the game rates it as premium food, it doesn't provide attribute bonuses like the 9 great dishes. He'll just save it for dinner. Carefully, he stored the sauerkraut fish and refined iron in his backpack, along with the now empty treasure chest. Then, with a gentle pat on Xiongda's back, he signaled to continue forward, already planning his next steps for when he returned to the shelter. Under the guidance of the Queen Bee, Linze easily located the corpses of the monsters hunted earlier by the trio. Without hesitation, he began disassembling the remains with practiced efficiency. Before long, over 10,000 units of food, a dozen attribute crystals of various colors, and dozens of blood candles of different levels were neatly arranged in front of him. Linze listed all the blood candles on the trading channel, specifically noting that he would only exchange them for stone materials or cement. For him, with an electric grid and a loyal group of pets guarding him, the blood candles were redundant. Even at night, he had no need to light them. Ordinary monsters couldn't get close, and even boss-level monsters could only stand at a distance. After handling the spoils, Linze returned to the shelter with Xiongda, the Queen Bee, Desheng, and Ersheng. Without hesitation, he initiated the upgrade process. In an instant, golden light enveloped the entire shelter and its surrounding area, covering all the buildings and the electric grid. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble. Bathed in the golden light, Linze could clearly see the shelter's area expanding at an astonishing speed, with the electric grid extending outward. In the blink of an eye, the shelter's size had multiplied several times, revealing more open spaces for construction. The large trees and stones within the original area seemed to vanish as if by magic. As the golden light dissipated, the upgrade was complete. Linze's wooden cabin had transformed into an impressive graystone house, constructed entirely of marble, both sturdy and aesthetically pleasing. Its footprint had also significantly increased. He couldn't help but imagine the future. Perhaps one day, he could own a luxurious villa in this jungle. A system notification popped up at just the right moment. Congratulations, player. Your shelter has successfully upgraded to a stone house. You are the first player to achieve this milestone. Rewards, achievement points 30, silver treasure chest X1, experience 500. A surge of intense energy coursed through Linze's body, and he could clearly feel himself being strengthened, as if he had consumed an elixir of immortality. The sensation was fleeting but left a noticeable impact. Checking his status panel, Linze saw that he had advanced to silver level 3. His attack, defense, and speed had each increased by 20 points, while his health and mana had risen by 200 points respectively. Without hesitation, He allocated all 20 free attribute points to speed. He glanced at his experience points, 225, 1300. Thanks to the consecutive rewards, he had progressed rapidly. The leaderboard still displayed only his name, indicating that other players were still stuck in the bronze beginner stage. While others are still struggling at bronze, I'm already at silver level 3. They're probably going to accuse me of cheating again, Linze chuckled to himself. After briefly examining the details of the stone house, Linze left the shelter with Xiongda, the Queen Bee, De Sheng, and Air Sheng. Queen Bee, lead the way to Wenling. Linze commanded. Understood, master. The Queen Bee responded respectfully, spreading her wings to guide the way. In the flickering firelight of the wooden cabin, Wenling's graceful figure stood by the window. Her gaze pierced through the clearing outside the shelter, locking onto the dozens of eerie green eyes staring back at her from the dense forest. The owners of those eyes seemed to be waiting, anticipating the moment the blood candle would burn out. Wenling glanced at the blood candle, now only half its length, and silently calculated Linze's arrival time. After an afternoon of rest, Wenling's anxiety had gradually subsided. Her confidence stemmed from acquiring 3 advanced blood candles through the trade channel, items that Linze himself had put up for sale. Advanced blood candles were highly sought after at this stage and extremely rare. Most players, even if they managed to obtain one, would keep it for self-defense during the night. Wenling couldn't help but wonder about Linze's situation. With his powerful pets, Linze didn't just fend off monster attacks, she welcomed them as opportunities to gain experience. Such a comfortable and carefree life was likely the envy of every player. Comparing her own constant vigilance to Linze's ease, Wenling felt a twinge of envy. After waiting for nearly another hour, the current blood candle was about to burn out. Just then, a commotion erupted in the forest, accompanied by a chorus of wolf howls. Wenling's spirits lifted as she quickly lit one of the advanced blood candles, grabbed her magic staff, and stepped briskly out of the cabin. In the forest not far away, flames flickered and blazed. By the light of the fire, Wenling saw 2 massive figures locked in fierce combat, with a pack of wild wolves. Amidst the chaos, she could just make out a figure weaving through the wolves, each swing of their sword leaving a trail of blood. As Wenling approached the battlefield, the scene became clearer. Her pupils contracted, and her delicate face displayed a look of shock. Linze's 4 pets had all reached silver rank. Their rapid growth was astonishing. A wave of frustration washed over Wenling. Despite her relentless training, with barely 5 or 6 hours of sleep each night, her leveling progress couldn't compare to Linze's pets. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Linze's pets had attributes far superior to monsters of the same level, making their progression naturally faster. If her own stats matched even one of those pets, she too would have advanced to silver rank by now. Wenling's gaze shifted to the center of the battlefield, where Linze was effortlessly cutting through the wolves as if they were nothing. His overwhelming strength was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. Unfortunately, without his permission, she couldn't view his detailed stats. Suddenly, Wenling noticed the alpha wolf was nowhere to be seen. Had it fled in fear? She felt a flicker of doubt but quickly refocused on the battle before her. With a wave of her magic staff, she unleashed a series of large lightning orbs toward the wolves. Though her lightning spells consumed a significant amount of mana, their damage was undeniably impressive. Wenling's paralysis skill significantly boosted Linze and his pet squad's efficiency in taking down the wild wolves. In less than 10 minutes, the ground was scattered with the corpses of dozens of wolves. Linze swiftly cleaned up the battlefield, packing the harvested meat and the dropped blood candles into his backpack. He approached Wenling with a few of his pets, a faint smile playing on his lips. The spoils are mine. You don't have any objections, do you? Wenling shook her head, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. You went through the trouble, so the spoils naturally belong to you. Her gaze involuntarily shifted to the massive beasts beside Linze. The black bear, standing upright, was a towering 5 to 6 meters tall, akin to a 2-story building. The green snake, though a bamboo pit viper, was over 10 meters long, resembling a mutated python. Faced with such colossal creatures, how could she dare to voice any dissent? Thank you for your help this time, Wenling said sincerely. If it weren't for you, I might really have had to relocate my shelter. Linze chuckled. You're not blaming me for dragging you into this mess. The corner of Wenling's mouth twitched. I think you're right, it's the game that's stirring up trouble. I can't blame you for that. Linze nodded in satisfaction, his gaze briefly sweeping over the small wooden cabin not far away, faintly illuminated by firelight. However, he showed no intention of entering as a guest. Instead, he said directly, take me to the golden thunder fruit tree. All right, follow me. Wenling didn't hesitate, raising her torch to lead the way. Linze and his pets followed closely behind. As they walked, Wenling couldn't resist asking, I've been meaning to ask, where do you get the earth element crystals needed to upgrade a stone house? You're developing so quickly, you must know something. Linze didn't answer directly, but instead said, once the deal is done, I'll have Big Bear help you upgrade. You'll just need to take care of its food and drink, and all the spoils will belong to me. Deal. When Ling agreed without hesitation, she understood the reality of the situation. Strength mattered. The two fell into silence, accompanied only by the sound of their footsteps and the occasional snapping of branches. Big Bear and Little Green's massive frames made their passage through the dense forest anything but subtle. Every step Big Bear took caused the ground to tremble slightly. Perhaps sensing the aura of dominance radiating from Big Bear, no monsters appeared along their path. Bored, Linze swung himself onto Big Bear's back. Big Red immediately leapt up as well, curling into his arms. Linze gently stroked the soft, plump creature, enjoying the smooth feel of its fur. A trace of envy flickered in Wen Ling's eyes. If I could choose a profession, I'd definitely be a pet summoner like you. Linze replied calmly. At this stage, life is tough for most pet summoners. Switching to this profession might leave you worse off than you are now. Wen Ling sighed. I was just lamenting living alone can be so lonely. Linze smiled. In that case, I can lend you Big Bear for a while. Just make sure the spoils are mine. Forget it. Wen Ling quickly refused. Just help me level up to silver. That's enough for me. She had no intention of sacrificing all her gains for companionship. After walking for another half an hour, Wen Ling suddenly stopped. We're close. There's a large underground cavern around here. The golden thunder fruit tree is inside. Linze looked up and instructed the queen bee hovering in the air. Scout the area and report back once you've found it. Understood, master. The queen bee flapped her wings and quickly flew off. A few minutes later, the queen bee returned, her wings buzzing with excitement as she brought back exhilarating news. She had successfully located the underground cavern, and the process had gone surprisingly smoothly. Linze wasn't surprised. After all, the queen bee not only had incredible speed, but could also see clearly in the dark, making the search for the cavern a task well within her abilities. Let's move out, Linze commanded decisively, immediately mounting Bearda and following closely behind the queen bee. This scene caught Wen Ling's eye, stirring a deep sense of envy within her. She couldn't help but think to herself that if she had such a powerful pet, she could have easily fended off the pack of wild wolves earlier. As a mage, her disadvantage in solo combat was undeniable. Wen Ling silently resolved to find an opportunity to join an offline player team in the future. With the support of a team, her abilities could truly shine. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of the underground cavern. The opening had a diameter of about 3 meters, slanting downward at a 40-degree angle rather than plunging vertically. Linze took a flashlight from his backpack, shining its beam into the cavern, but the light couldn't penetrate the abyssal darkness, let alone reveal any sign of the golden thunderfruit tree. Wen Ling added, this cavern is over 100 meters deep. At its lowest point lies a vast underground space where the golden thunderfruit tree grows. Linze frowned and asked, are there no monsters guarding the golden thunderfruit tree? Wen Ling shook her head. When I went in last time, I didn't encounter any monsters. I managed to pick the golden thunderfruit with ease. Linze nodded slightly, not doubting her words. If there had indeed been monsters guarding the tree, Wen Ling's strength at the time would have likely been insufficient to survive, let alone obtain the fruit. Whether there are monsters or not, we'll find out once we go in, Linze said. Turning to Wen Ling, are you coming with me or staying outside? Of course I'll go in. Wen Ling replied without hesitation. Staying outside alone would be too dangerous if a silver tier monster appeared. Sticking close to Linze was undoubtedly the safer choice. All right, let's go. Linze gave the order, then used a skill to send the massive Bearda back into his pet space clearly. A 3-meter-wide cavern couldn't accommodate its size. Holding the flashlight, Linze took the lead into the cavern, followed closely by the queen bee and Dahong, with Xiaoqing also hurrying to keep up. As they ventured deeper, Wen Ling suddenly gasped softly. Linze turned around alertly. What is it? Did you see something? Wen Ling pointed in the direction illuminated by the flashlight, her voice tinged with disbelief. Look over there. What is that? Linze followed her gaze and frowned. There's nothing there. Wen Ling quickly explained. Didn't you see the steps? Linze rolled his eyes. Of course I saw the steps. I thought you meant a monster. Before he could finish, his expression shifted abruptly. The presence of these man-made steps was indeed suspicious. Could it mean there were other humans in this jungle world besides them? Considering how little they knew about this world, it wasn't entirely impossible. Wen Ling continued. But that's not what surprised me the most. The key point is that during my previous trips here, there were no steps in this passage. It was completely flat the whole way. I'm absolutely certain of this because I've been here more than once to check on the golden thunderfruit tree. Hearing her words, Linze's expression grew serious as well. The sudden appearance of the staircase caused Wen Ling and Linze to fall into deep thought. Wen Ling recalled, I came here the day before the polar night mode began, and there were no stairs then. Linze seemed pensive for a moment before turning to Dahong beside him and instructing, go scout out the area ahead. If you encounter any danger, return immediately. Don't take any unnecessary risks. Dahong transformed into a fiery red blur and quickly vanished into the depths of the cave. Linze had chosen Dahong precisely because of its speed and agility, making it the most likely to escape unscathed in case of danger. When Ling couldn't help but ask, Dahong won't be in danger, will it? She had a particular fondness for the adorable little squirrel. However, Linze's attention was suddenly drawn to Wen Ling, and he blurted out, "How many days has it been since you last took a bath?" His words hit like a hammer, shattering Wen Ling's concerned expression. Her face turned bright red as she angrily retorted, "Do you think everyone has access to a water source near their shelter like you do?" Realizing his slip-up, Linze quickly tried to smooth things over. "I'll get you a bucket of water tonight so you can wash up," he offered. Wen Ling's anger dissipated immediately, and she hurriedly expressed her gratitude, even suggesting she would repay him later. Linze waved it off generously, but added, "It's the water I use for bathing anyway. If you don't take it, I'll just throw it away." His comment left Wen Ling momentarily speechless, and she could only awkwardly thank him. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Dahong's fiery red figure came sprinting back from deep within the passage. It excitedly reported to Linze, "Master, there's an underground space ahead. There's a golden thunderfruit tree inside, along with a large number of monsters. But strangely, all the monsters are completely still, like statues." Linze seemed thoughtful and decided to investigate personally. Although Wen Ling couldn't understand the pet's words, she sensed danger from Linze's reaction and insisted on following him. Passing through the corridor, they entered a massive underground chamber about 300 to 400 meters in diameter. Countless glowing stones illuminated the space, not as bright as daylight, but clear enough to see. At the center of the space stood a towering tree emitting a faint purple glow, the golden thunderfruit tree. Surrounding the tree were hundreds of snake-like monsters of various shapes and sizes. Just as Dahong described, they were all motionless, like sculptures. Wen Ling whispered, advising against picking the golden thunderfruit. However, Linze appeared confident and reassured her, "Don't worry. These monsters pose no threat to me. Wait here, I'll be back shortly." With that, he headed toward the tree with his pets, leaving Wen Ling behind, nervously watching his retreating figure. Seeing that the underground space was lit enough to see, Linze put away his flashlight and pulled an iron sword from his backpack. Cautiously, he approached a creaturia silver-banded snake about 3 meters long. Its head was raised high, flicking its tongue. Linze noticed its level, bronze level 7. He swung his sword at the snake's body, only to hear a crisp clang as the blade was instantly deflected, sparks flying from the point of impact. Linze's heart sank as he recalled Dahong's warning. Attacks were ineffective against these creatures. Without the creature information displayed, they would appear no different from statues. As Linze pondered, a sudden notification appeared before him. Special scene monsters cannot be attacked. He froze for a moment before comprehension dawned on him, his expression shifting. Testing his theory, he attempted to attack other creatures, receiving the same message each time. With his pets in tow, Linze made his way to the center of the underground space. He took out a pickaxe and began digging near a towering golden thunderfruit tree that stood over 10 meters tall. Unexpectedly, the pickaxe sank easily into the soil. After several strikes, a new warning appeared. "Warning to player. You are digging a special scene item. Continuing may result in unpredictable risks." Linze paused, but did not back down. Resolute, he summoned the Purple Flame Lion King and Xiongda. The Purple Flame Lion King, nearly 10 meters long, had a majestic coat of golden fur resembling burning flames, its presence overshadowing Xiongda. The system immediately displayed the Purple Flame Lion King's information. Pet, Purple Flame Lion King, unnamed. Level, Silver level 3. Attack, 720. Defense, 570. Speed, 675. HP, 5,327,690,000. Special abilities, Beast King's Aura, Flame Shield, Fire Manipulation. Growth potential, 2 stars. Experience, 125-1300. The Purple Flame Lion King let out a deafening roar that reverberated through the space, leaving even Linze's ears ringing. He stepped forward and gave the lion a kick, and the massive creature immediately became docile. "Master." The Purple Flame Lion King respectfully bowed before Linze. Linze announced, "From now on, your name is Simba." The Purple Flame Lion King nodded, accepting its new name with delight. Linze pointed to the immobile creatures around them and commanded, "Create a ring of fire around the tree to prevent these creatures from suddenly awakening. Since the golden thunderfruit tree can be excavated, I won't let it go." "Understood, Master." Simba cast a sidelong glance at Xiongda, Shaoqing, and the other pets before moving aside to unleash its flames. In an instant, a blazing ring of fire encircled the golden thunderfruit tree. Meanwhile, Wen Ling, witnessing the appearance of the Purple Flame Lion King, was once again stunned. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Another BOS-level pet. Where does he find these?" Each contracted pet is stronger than the last. Calculating in her mind, Wen Ling noted that Linze already had a BOS-level monkey in addition to Xiongda and this massive golden lion 3 boss pets in total. As she glanced at the purple flame lion king's stats, the shock on her face deepened an attack power of 720. When Ling felt a wave of dizziness as she realized the combat power of Linze's purple flame lion king far surpassed that of the silver tier giant python she had encountered before. This pet could wipe out her health bar with just 2 strikes. Such terrifying stats made her question whether Linze was actually cheating. She watched intently as Linze commanded the purple flame lion king to breathe fire around the golden thunderfruit tree, her mind swirling with questions. Suddenly, Linze began swinging the iron pickaxe in his hand. The towering golden thunderfruit tree, over 10 meters tall, began to shrink visibly until it transformed into a small sapling and floated into his hand. When Ling suddenly understood transplanting fruit trees was surprisingly simple. There was no need to dig out the entire root system. A few strikes with the pickaxe were enough to obtain a plantable sapling. She mentally noted this discovery, preparing herself for future encounters with fruit trees in the wild. Just then, the entire underground space began to tremble. Though the shaking wasn't intense, it was enough to make Ling's face turn pale with fear, worried that the cavern might collapse. Fortunately, the tremors subsided as quickly as they had come, and calm was restored within seconds. However, the danger was far from over. Out of the corner of her eye, Ling noticed a faint movement from the tail of a large black serpent nearby. She focused her gaze and confirmed she wasn't imagining if this serpent, along with the others, was beginning to show signs of awakening. Ling immediately realized this must be connected to Linze removing the golden thunderfruit tree. She shouted urgently, "Linze, get out of there! The snakes are waking up." Her warning seemed to trigger some sort of chain reaction. In an instant, hundreds of serpentine creatures of varying sizes began to awaken throughout the underground space, slithering rapidly toward Linze from all directions. Alarmed, Ling swung her magic staff without hesitation, hurling lightning balls at the snake creatures in an attempt to draw their attention and create an opening for Linze to escape. But no matter how fiercely she attacked, the snake creatures ignored her completely and surged toward Linze like a relentless tide. To her surprise, Linze didn't appear frightened at all. Instead, he seemed entirely unfazed, as if he had been expecting this all along. He had already anticipated that the risk mentioned in the game likely referred to the snake's awakening as a result of his actions. Thus, he had instructed the purple flame lion king to be ready in advance. Under Linze's watchful gaze, the snake creatures charged into the sea of flames, their bodies igniting rapidly as damage numbers erupted like a downpour. The scene was both spectacular and terrifying. Linze quickly swapped his iron pickaxe for an iron bow. Activating invincibility mode, he began shooting arrows at the snakes within the fiery inferno while commanding his pets to engage in battle. Among his 5 pets, all except the queen bee, who lacked ranged attack capabilities, unleashed their unique abilities. Xiaoqing spewed poisonous gas, Simba unleashed fire dragons, Xiong to cast earth spikes and sinkhole spells, and Dahong launched fireballs effortlessly. Under this overwhelming onslaught, the snake creatures within the flames fell in droves, their bodies reduced to charred, blackened corpses. Looking out, the sea of fire was littered with the charred remains of countless snakes, their bodies reduced to cinders by the scorching flames. However, the sheer number of snake monsters was overwhelming, and some managed to break through the inferno, charging directly at Linze. Quickly swapping his iron bow for his melee iron sword, Linze engaged in fierce combat with the flaming snake creatures. After replicating the full attributes of the purple flame lion king, Linze's defense had skyrocketed to an astonishing near 900 points. The snake monster's attacks barely scratched him, only forcing a single point of health reduction per hit. Even their skill attacks inflicted only single-digit damage. With his health exceeding a staggering 90,000, far surpassing that of an average boss, Linze completely ignored the onslaught of the snake horde. Swinging his iron sword with vigor, he tore through the serpentine ranks, leaving piles of snake corpses in his wake. Suddenly, Linze felt a sharp decline in his strength, realizing that his 1-minute invincibility mode had ended. Without hesitation, he broke free from the encirclement and temporarily handed the fight over to the nearest allies, Xiongda and Dahong. It was then that Linze noticed 2 unexpected phenomena. Firstly, regardless of their level, defeating the snake monsters granted experience points, which contradicted the game's rules. Secondly, the dead snakes did not drop blood candles, defying the usual drop rate. Linze speculated that this might be an incomplete game dungeon still under construction. While pondering this, he heard Ling's voice calling out to him. Through the raging flames, he spotted her striking figure, skillfully wielding her magic staff to unleash spells while glancing in his direction. Their eyes met, and after a brief exchange to confirm each other's safety, they both returned to the battle. After another 10 minutes or so, the fight was nearing its conclusion. Only about 20 high-level snake monsters remained, including some of silver rank. Although Ling's magic could only deal double-digit damage, With the assistance of Linze as pets, the remaining snakes were swiftly eradicated. As the last snake fell, when Ling approached Linze, her face alight with excitement. There weren't enough monsters. If there were just a few more, I could have directly advanced to silver rank. Linze asked, "What's your current level?" When Ling replied, "Bronze level 9, I've jumped 2 levels in a row." She was still a beginner, benefiting from the game's bonuses. Killing a snake monster casually could earn her over 100 experience points. Unlike Linze, who would only get around 10 points even when soloing a silver tier snake monster. Watching Wen Ling's excitement, Linze smiled and said, "That's not bad. Later, let Xiong take you out to hunt a few waves of monsters. You'll reach silver tier in no time." Hearing this, Wen Ling's face lit up with a brilliant smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Leveling up with you is so fast. I've been in this jungle world for so many days now, and I've never had this much fun." Her thoughts drifted back to a warrior player she had encountered before. That player's combat skills weren't bad, but compared to Linze, who could withstand the onslaught of over 100 high-level monsters without a scratch, the gap was immense. At that moment, she even entertained the idea of sticking with Linze in the future. Noticing Wen Ling's thoughts, Linze spoke calmly, "It's a fair exchange. The faster your level rises, the sooner our deal can be completed." Hearing this, Wen Ling's smile froze, and a trace of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Quickly changing the subject, she asked, "Do you know what's going on? Why did all the snake monsters revive after you dug up the golden thunderfruit tree?" Linze pondered for a moment before replying, "I suspect this is part of a game instance." "An instance?" Wen Ling asked, her eyebrows slightly raised in surprise. Linze nodded and explained, "When I first attacked those snake monsters, there was a prompt saying I was in a special scenario. Then there's the golden thunderfruit tree." He briefly recounted the information he had gathered. Wen Ling frowned in thought and said, "If this is an instance, then clearing it should grant us rewards. Why didn't we receive anything? Back on Earth, I played plenty of games and know how instances work." Linze explained, "This instance seems to be incomplete, and we happened to stumble into it ahead of time." Hearing this, Wen Ling immediately thought of the staircase that appeared out of nowhere in the passage. She couldn't help but laugh. This game is so sloppy, letting players into unfinished instances. Linze shook his head and said, "Or maybe the game did it on purpose, giving players a chance to explore and find treasures. The golden thunderfruit was likely the treasure, and you picked it early." Curious, Wen Ling asked, "Now that you've dug up the golden thunderfruit tree and killed all the snake monsters, does that mean this instance no longer exists?" Linze was about to answer when suddenly, the snake corpses on the ground began to fade, disappearing rapidly. Moments later, the underground space was filled with the ghostly images of snake monsters, their numbers several times greater than before. "Linze, behind you!" Wen Ling exclaimed in alarm. Linze turned quickly, only to see the golden thunderfruit tree he had just dug up reappear out of nowhere. But like the snake monsters, it was only a phantom. Smiling, Linze said, "Looks like the instance won't disappear." Wen Ling's eyes lit up, and she immediately suggested, "Why don't we come back tomorrow and farm this half-finished instance a few more times? Even though there aren't any rewards, the experience points from killing the monsters are great, and you could dig up another golden thunderfruit tree." Linze was tempted, thinking to himself that it would be a waste not to take advantage of the game. However, he remained cautious and said, "We'll see tomorrow. For now, let's head out." He quickly stored the purple flame Lion King and Xiongda into his pet space, then led Wen Ling and the 3 little ones out of the cave. Almost simultaneously, a golden light descended from the sky, plunging into the pitch-black underground cavern. Shortly after, the cave entrance was sealed by a barrier. Watching this scene, Linze chuckled and said, "Looks like the game doesn't want us exploiting it." Wen Ling's face showed a hint of disappointment as she sighed. "What a pity." Linze reassured her, "It's no big deal. Once the instance is fully formed, the rewards might be even better, maybe even treasure chests." Hearing this, Wen Ling let go of her disappointment, her eyes once again brimming with anticipation. She turned to Linze, her gaze bright under the firelight. "Are you heading back now?" she asked softly, her tone carrying a trace of reluctance. Linze nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the darkening sky outside the window. The sunset had faded, and night was quietly descending. It was around 6 or 7 in the evening. His mind raced as he planned his next steps. First, he needed to head to the valley to retrieve the industrious Persian monkey and the iron ore it had been diligently mining. After that, he had to inspect the pond. Over the past couple of days, the water resources he'd listed for sale on the trading channel were nearly sold out, and he urgently needed to replenish his stock. Linze recalled what he had noticed earlier while browsing the trading channel. Other players were also selling large quantities of water resources. This wasn't surprising. After all, the game had been running for quite some time, and it was only natural for others to discover water sources. Linze didn't mind this healthy competition. He understood well that monopolizing all the benefits was unrealistic. Wen Ling noticed Linze's nod and couldn't help but feel a hint of reluctance. During her time with Linze, Her leveling up speed had been astonishing. She had gained 2 levels in under an hour. If Linze could help her out one more time, wouldn't reaching the silver rank be just around the corner? Linze, sharp as ever, caught the change in Wenling's expression and couldn't resist teasing her. What's this? Are you hoping to treat me to dinner before I leave? Wenling laughed and replied, my food supplies aren't as abundant as yours, but if you don't mind, I'd be happy to cook something for you. Maybe next time. Linze declined politely. Fair enough, Wenling said, pulling out a relocation blueprint from her backpack and handing it to Linze. Hey, race the blueprint you wanted. Linze took the blueprint and quickly skimmed through the details, a trace of delight appearing on his face. This blueprint not only allowed for relocating a shelter to a specific spot, but also offered a random relocation option. He was secretly pleased if all went smoothly. Yu Shuang could move here tonight. Noticing Linze's interest in the blueprint, Wenling couldn't help but speculate. You seem pretty keen on this blueprint. Are you planning to relocate your shelter somewhere else? She guessed Linze might want to move his shelter closer to the iron mine for easier access. As Linze tucked the blueprint into his backpack, he explained, I'm not planning to relocate my shelter for now. This blueprint is for a friend of mine. A friend? Male or female? Wenling blurted out, then immediately realized how forward she sounded. Embarrassed, she quickly composed herself. Linze, however, remained composed and answered directly, female. She's more of a business partner. Wenling recalled some earlier information and tentatively asked, is it Yu Shuang? I heard you two are pretty close, and all the iron or you mine gets handed over to her. This wasn't much of a secret. Many players knew that Yu Shuang, as a lifestyle player, had managed to accumulate a significant amount of merit points and consistently held a spot in the top 3 rankings, largely thanks to the iron or Linze supplied. It's her, Linze confirmed with a nod, but didn't elaborate further about Yu Shuang. Instead, he summoned the purple flame lion king and Bearda from his pet space and said to Wenling, I'll leave Bearda in your care for now. Once you reach silver rank, it will return on its own. Wenling agreed with a nod, though she knew full well that, with her current bronze level strength, she couldn't truly take care of a silver level boss like Bearda. All she could do was prepare food for it and let Bearda handle everything else. It's about time for me to head back, Linze said as he gestured to the purple flame lion king. The lion obediently crouched down, allowing Linze to climb onto its back. As he settled in, Linze couldn't help but think to himself that riding the purple flame lion king was undoubtedly more comfortable than riding Bearda. The purple flame lion king was even larger and more majestic than Bearda. Its towering body allowed it to stand taller and see farther. Unlike Bearda's coarse, pine needle-like fur, the purple flame lion king's coat was smooth and silky, soft to the touch and far from prickly. Linze continued, one more thing, when you advance to silver rank, 1 to 3 mineral resources will randomly appear near your sanctuary. But don't worry about the powerful monsters guarding those resources. I'll take care of them. Wenling nodded in agreement. All right, I'll leave the mineral resources to you. I don't have the time to mine them myself. But if there's any or that I need, make sure to sell me some first. She understood that Linze was giving her a heads up, likely intending to claim the resources near her sanctuary. She didn't mind, as her main focus was hunting monsters and leveling up, not pursuing a crafting profession. Wenling thought to herself that even if she refused, Linze would probably still go after the resources. Instead of creating conflict, it was wiser to use this opportunity to maintain a good relationship with him and avoid being placed on his blacklist. Linze chuckled. No problem. I've already got my eye on a salt mine. Once I take control of it, you can buy as much salt as you want. Hearing this, Wenling's eyes widened in surprise. Both she and Linze knew the immense value of a salt minite was a source of endless wealth, far more valuable than an iron mine. Thank you, Wenling said sincerely. I wish you great fortune in advance. Linze laughed heartily, waved goodbye to Wenling, and rode off into the night on his purple flame lion. Watching him disappear into the distance with his group of pets, Wenling's expression grew complicated. She couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness when she thought about Linze giving her blueprint to another female player. It wasn't jealousy, just a natural reaction. Taking a deep breath, Wenling looked up at the massive Bearda and asked, Bearda, you can understand what I'm saying, right? Bearda sat on the ground, its small eyes gazing down at Wenling from above. After a long pause, it finally gave a casual nod. From its perspective, this woman was too weak to be worth its attention, were it not for its master's orders. Wenling smiled. It's getting late. Let's head back to the sanctuary. I've got plenty of meat there, you can eat as much as you want. I'll also get you some fruit and honey later. At those words, Bearda immediately stood up, letting out a low growl of approval. On the way back, Wenling kept saying pleasant things, coaxing the big bear until it was completely won over. By the end, Bearda even let Wenling ride on its back. If Linze had seen this, he probably would have kicked Bearda in frustration, cursing the lazy bear for being so easily swayed by a few sweet words. Meanwhile, after finishing up his tasks at the valley and the pond, Linze returned to his sanctuary. Upon arriving, He immediately contacted Yu Shuangshuang and sent her the blueprint. Linze received a message in the friend chat channel. I've sent you the blueprint. Give it a try, and if it doesn't work, we'll figure out another solution. Yu Shuangshuang quickly replied, got it, boss. I'll give it a shot. A few minutes later, a notification suddenly popped up in Linze's view. Player Yu Shuangshuang is using a shelter relocation blueprint. The new location is near your shelter. Please be prepared. Linze frowned, his guard instantly up. Be prepared? What does that mean? He realized this was a warning from the game, but it also revealed something crucial. Yu Shuangshuang had succeeded. Moreover, this type of relocation was a targeted move based on the location of the player, and the target player had no way to intervene or stop it. Linze's mind raced as he analyzed the potential implications of this mechanism. If it was an ally moving closer, that was fine. But if it were an enemy, he imagined various scenarios. Conflicts between players could now be resolved face-to-face through relocation. Wars between factions could be initiated this way. And beyond combat, players could even use these blueprints to cluster their shelters together, forming offline player alliances. Linze thought of Yin Haoyang's elite tribunal, a faction with over 1,000 players. If they had enough relocation blueprints, they could consolidate all their members in one location to grow together. This would undoubtedly be a massive strategic advantage. However, Linze also recognized the risks. If a hostile force, such as the elite tribunal's 1,000-plus players, decided to relocate en masse to surround his shelter while he was out hunting, it would be a nightmare. To prepare for such possibilities, Linze resolved to accelerate the strengthening of his shelter's defenses. As Linze pondered these issues, he felt a faint tremor beneath his feet. He immediately realized it was Yu Shuangshuang's shelter being relocated nearby. He quickly stepped out of his stone house and saw a section of the forest next to his shelter bathed in golden light. Through the glow, he could vaguely make out the shadow of a wooden house gradually taking shape. When the golden light faded, the now cleared forest area revealed Yu Shuangshuang's wooden shelter in full detail. Linze marveled at the precision of this targeted deployment. Her shelter was only 20 to 30 meters away from his own, so close that he could even see her delicate silhouette through the window of the wooden house. In that moment, Linze deeply realized that the dynamics of the game world were quietly shifting, and he needed to adapt quickly and devise corresponding strategies. Setting aside the isolation of the electric fence, Linze only needed a few steps to enter Yu Shuangshuang's shelter area. They were truly neighbors. As he reflected on this, the wooden door of the shelter opposite suddenly creaked open, and a petite figure stepped out. Under the glow of the lights, Linze's silhouette was clearly visible. Yu Shuangshuang immediately recognized him and called out excitedly, "Boss!" Waving her hand, she jogged toward him with a torch in hand. Reaching the edge of the electric fence, Yu Shuangshuang's eyes sparkled with joy as she smiled and asked, "Boss, did you come out here just to greet me?" Linze chuckled lightly. "If you say so, then yes. Don't just stand out here, come on in." With that, he opened the gate in the electric fence to let her through. Yu Shuangshuang skipped happily toward Linze, but suddenly stopped in her tracks, her expression frozen in fear as she stared past him. Linze turned to look behind him and saw the violet flame lion king emerging slowly from the darkness. Towering at a height greater than a two-story building, its golden fur shimmered like flames, exuding both majesty and power. The young girl was paralyzed with fear at the sight of the massive beast. Linze reassured her, "Don't be afraid. This is Simba, my newly contracted pet." He waved toward another direction, and immediately, Xiaoqing slithered into view, her body stretching over 10 meters long, appearing in front of Yu Shuangshuang. "Her name is Xiaoqing. You've seen her before," Linze explained. Following that, Dahong, the queen bee, and the Persian monkey emerged from the stone house. After introducing each of them, Linze added, "I also have another pet named Xiongda. He's out handling something, but you'll see him tomorrow when he gets back." Yu Shuangshuang stood dumbfounded, utterly speechless at the sight of Linze's army of pets. She had known he could contract multiple creatures, but never imagined there would be 6 of them, each so fearsome in their own way. The golden lion, Simba, in particular, was astonishing. The creature's attack power reached 720 points, and its health pool was a staggering 90,000. Is the boss playing with cheat codes or something? Yu Shuangshuang thought to herself. It took her a while to regain her composure. She timidly glanced at Xiaoqing before cautiously inching her way toward Linze. Linze laughed. "What are you afraid of? She won't eat you." As he spoke, he took a moment to observe Yu Shuangshuang. The girl was undeniably beautiful, dressed in a casual t-shirt and denim shorts that revealed her long, slender legs. Her figure was well-proportioned, curves in all the right places, and slim where it mattered. She radiated both youthful energy and charm. The only drawback was her height. At about 1.5 meters, she looked like a little southern potato. In contrast, Wen Ling had more of a goddess-like aura. Yu Shuangshuang avoided looking at Xiaoqing and said in a trembling voice, "Boss, you don't understand. Snakes are the thing I fear most." Linze comforted her. "Spend more time with her, and you won't find her so scary. Come on, let's head inside." He turned and walked toward the stone house. Yu Shuang quickly jogged after him, clutching his arm tightly like a frightened little girl, terrified that Xiao Qing might suddenly lunge at her from behind. Once inside the room, Yu Shuang finally let out a sigh of relief, her delicate hand gently patting her heaving chest. Linze pretended not to notice the curves and instead asked, "Haven't eaten yet, have you? Sit down for a bit. I'll whip something up." Yu Shuang responded softly, her curious gaze wandering around the room. Suddenly, she exclaimed in delight, "Boss, you've added so much furniture and appliances. There's even a mattress." She ran over excitedly, her fingertips brushing against the soft surface of the bed. Linze's shelter was indeed well equipped. A mattress, a water dispenser, a portable barbecue grill, a refrigerator, a water purifier, a generator, and even a fully automated toilet paper maker. In his backpack, he also had a blueprint for an air conditioner, though the current pleasant temperature rendered it unnecessary for now. In this primitive jungle world, such a setup was nothing short of luxurious. Yu Shuang couldn't help but marvel. "Compared to yours, boss, my shelter is downright barren." Linze shook his head with a smile. "You contributed a lot to these things, too." As he spoke, he picked up a wooden cup, walked to the water dispenser, and filled it with warm water before handing it to Yu Shuang. Ever since acquiring the hand-crank generator, the water dispenser had finally been operational, though the limited power was mostly reserved for the electric grid and the toilet paper maker, leaving little for luxuries like heating water. "Thank you, boss." Yu Shuang accepted the cup, her attention soon caught by the generator in the corner. Two industrious worker bees were turning the crank. "What adorable bees. They can generate electricity? Boss, are they your pets?" "No," Linze explained. "They're worker bees born from the queen bee. Without a contract, they don't count as pets. But they do work for Met. Here are over 60 of them now, taking turns generating electricity and patrolling the shelter." Her eyes lit up with admiration, her awe evident. Linze waved his hand dismissively and retrieved a crucian carp and various vegetables from his backpack. "Wash these thoroughly," he instructed. "We'll have pickled fish hot pot later." "Boss, you even have pickled vegetables?" Yu Shuang asked in surprise. Linze chuckled and explained, "I opened a treasure chest today and got some pickled fish. I figured it wouldn't be enough for 2 people, so I prepared extra ingredients." "Wow, I'm in for a treat today." Yu Shuang beamed, her eyes curving into crescents as she laughed joyfully. The two quickly divided the tasks and prepared the ingredients. Linze then took out a portable hot pot from his backpack and poured the pickled fish from the treasure chest into the pot. Once connected to the power source, the aroma soon filled the air. "Smells amazing." Yu Shuang couldn't help but swallow as anticipation gleamed in her eyes. Bright eyes stared unblinkingly at the pot of pickled fish. Inside the pot, the fish swirled in the boiling broth, releasing an irresistible aroma. This dish was already a premium delicacy in the game, but with the added bonus from the special dining table and chairs, the fragrance became even more enticing, and the flavor more exquisite. Linze handed over a pair of chopsticks and a bowl, smiling warmly. "If it smells this good, eat as much as you want. No need to hold back here." Yu Shuang accepted the utensils and responded with a playful grin. I know. I definitely won't hold back with you, boss." Without further ado, the two eagerly began their feast. Their chopsticks moved swiftly, and soon the fish was gone. Linze quickly added prepared crucian carp and vegetables into the pot to continue cooking. Once the new ingredients were ready, they dived in once more. The meal lasted over an hour, leaving both of them thoroughly satisfied. Yu Shuang patted her round, full belly and sighed. "This is the most lavish and delicious meal I've had since coming to Jungle World. Compared to this, the stuff I ate before isn't even fit for dogs." Linze's lips twitched slightly, but before he could respond, Yu Shuang had already started clearing the table, carrying the hot pot and utensils off to be washed. Linze didn't stop her, thinking to himself that these chores could count as her way of paying for the meal. After all, having some company brought him joy too. Humans are social creatures. After all, too much solitude can take its toll. While Yu Shuang was busy cleaning, Linze pulled out a large amount of meat, fruits, and nuts from his backpack to feed his pets. Among them, the purple flame lion king and little Qing had the biggest appetites, consuming hundreds of units of beast meat between the two of them. Linze was relieved that Bear wasn't around, or had have needed at least another 100 units of meat. After feeding the pets, Linze returned to the room. Yu Shuang was busy organizing tissues produced by the tissue-making machine, neatly stacking them in one corner of the room. Casually, Linze asked, Shuang, how old are you?" Yu Shuang chuckled mischievously. "Boss, are you asking about my age or my bust size?" "If it's my bust, I'm about AD. If it's my age, I just turned 18 this year." Linze glanced at her chest with interest and commented, "You're exaggerating. It's not as big as you claim." "It is too," Yu Shuang immediately retorted. "I buy bras in this size. If you don't believe me, I'll show you." She started to lift her t-shirt. Linze didn't stop her, merely watching with an amused smile. Sure enough, her movements froze quickly, and with a faint blush, she shot him a glare. Changing the subject, Linze asked, "How much flax did you gather today?" "About 26,000 units," Yu Shuangshuang replied. "And most of the iron nails we forged today were used to purchase flax." Linze nodded. "I still have around 7,000 units of iron ore. You can take it with you later." He explained that he had given her a batch of iron ore earlier in the day, and combined with what he currently had, there were nearly 12,000 units in total. These iron ores were the result of a day's hard work by him and the Persian monkey, with the monkey contributing the majority. Afterward, the two carried out an on-the-spot trade, and Linze acquired 26,000 units of flax. "Help me collect bamboo and vines on the trading channel. Gather as much as you can," Linze instructed. "Got it, boss." Yu Shuangshuang nodded in agreement. The two then immediately began scouring the game's trading channel, purchasing large quantities of bamboo and vines. Linze and Yu Shuangshuang spent nearly an hour purchasing a massive amount of materials on the trading channel. Their shopping list was staggering. Over 50,000 bamboo stalks, more than 30,000 tree vines, and a total consumption of 11,000 units of meat. Just a few days ago, this amount would have been unthinkable, as players were busy upgrading their grass huts, driving a high demand for bamboo and vines. But now, the game had progressed to a new phase. Players had shifted their focus to upgrading wooden houses, prioritizing materials like timber, nails, and refined iron. Bamboo and vines, once highly sought after, suddenly became neglected, causing their prices to plummet. Linze keenly seized this opportunity, purchasing these devalued materials in bulk. As Yu Shuangshuang operated the trading interface, she reported to Linze, "Boss, we've nearly cleared out all the bamboo and vines on the trading channel. It won't be this easy to buy them next time." She furrowed her brows slightly, clearly contemplating future procurement strategies. Now that players are all busy chopping wood, no one will bother collecting bamboo and vines. Hearing this, Linze's lips curved into a confident smile. "Not a problem. I'll list another batch of water, specifically to trade for bamboo and vines. I doubt many players will be able to resist that temptation." Yu Shuangshuang's eyes lit up, immediately recognizing the brilliance of this strategy. She knew Linze had an abundant supply of water, which remained highly valuable on the trading channel, worth even more than meat. Using water to incentivize players to gather bamboo and vines was undoubtedly a win-win approach. "Boss, you're a genius," Yu Shuangshuang exclaimed, her face beaming with admiration. Linze didn't linger on the praise and got straight to work. He loaded the newly acquired 26,000 units of flax, along with an equal amount of bamboo and vines, into the automated tissue paper manufacturing machine. Before long, the machine began churning out neatly packaged tissue paper in steady streams. Curious, Yu Shuangshuang observed the highly efficient machine and asked, "Boss, how many packs of tissue paper can this machine produce in a day?" Linze didn't answer directly, but instead provided a figure. 3 packs per minute. You can do the math. Tilting her head, Yu Shuangshuang calculated quickly and concluded, if it runs non-stop, it can produce 4,320 packs a day. "Smart girl." Linze praised her with a smile, ruffling her hair affectionately. Yu Shuangshuang pouted in mild annoyance. "Boss, what part of me looks small? I've got a D figure, you know." She proudly puffed out her chest. Linze ignored her comment and changed the subject. "With the materials already in, we just need to wait for the output in the next few days. Come by tomorrow morning, pick up the tissue paper, and put it up for sale on the trading channel." Yu Shuangshuang's eyes widened in surprise. "Boss, you want me to sell it? Wait, are you saying I'm the one selling this tissue paper?" Linze shot her a glance and replied with a rhetorical question. "Do you really think I, the boss, should handle such a trivial task?" Giggling, Yu Shuangshuang explained, "I just thought this could be another opportunity to boost your reputation." Linze responded calmly, "My reputation is already loud enough." "True," Yu Shuangshuang agreed with a nod. She recalled how Linze's announcement had been pinned at the top of the regional chat channel for an entire day before it was finally taken down. Every player in the region knew who Linze was. Yu Shuangshuang quickly realized the advantages of this arrangement. By selling the tissue paper herself, future flax acquisitions would become much smoother, at least without interference from the elite tribunal. "Excited," she said. "Once they know I have tissue paper in hand, Yin Haoyang will definitely treat me better. Who knows, it might even improve my standing in the elite tribunal." Linze gave a slight nod, silently affirming her thoughts. Their plan was unfolding step by step, and this was just the beginning. Linze's words were like a shot of adrenaline, igniting a spark of hope in Yu Shuangshuang's eyes. She asked eagerly, "Boss, are you serious? Can I really stay here?" Linze smiled faintly and was about to respond when he noticed her expression suddenly become uneasy. She murmured softly, I just remembered I need to go back and get something." With that, she hurriedly stood up and almost fled the room in a rush. Linze shook his head and didn't think much of it. He instructed Simba to follow and protect Yu Shuangshuang, then turned back to focus on his work. Stepping out of the stone house, Linze first went to the vegetable garden. The ripe potatoes, cucumbers, and tomatoes glistened invitingly under the sunlight. He carefully harvested them one by one. Next, he headed to the fish pond. Gazing at the densely packed fish fry on the water's surface, he calculated silently. Over 300 female crucian carp had completed breeding, resulting in around 16 or 17,000 new fry in the pond. In just 30 more hours, these baby fish would grow to a decent size right around the early hours of the day after tomorrow. Finally, Linze checked on the pig pen. The number of wild boars had noticeably increased, with the new additions being piglets just born. He decided to keep raising them for now, planning to wait until the next natural disaster to make further decisions. If his instincts were correct and a food shortage occurred, these wild boars might turn into a valuable resource. Back in the room, Linze saw that the water in the large iron pot was already boiling. He took out a wooden bathtub from his backpack space and mixed the hot and cold water to the right temperature. Just as he finished undressing and was about to enjoy a comfortable hot bath, there was a soft knock on the stone house's door. A timid voice came from outside. "Boss, I just came to check if the water is ready." Linze was startled awake by the noise outside the door. He quickly grabbed a pair of shorts from the pile of clothes and slipped them on. Opening the door, he was met with the sight of Yu Shuangshuang. The light outlined her delicate features, and it was clear she was a bit nervous. Her eyes widened at the sight of Linze, who was almost naked. "I thought you weren't coming." "I was just about to take a shower," Linze said with a grin. "I don't believe you," Yu Shuangshuang muttered under her breath, her cheeks flushing red. But her gaze couldn't help wandering over Linze's figure. "I didn't expect the boss to have such a great physique." With his professional level improving, Linze's body had indeed undergone significant changes. His abs were well-defined, his skin fair and smooth, and he exuded a sharp, confident aura. He could easily be called a handsome man. "Come in," Linze said, stepping aside to make way. "You're just in time. Let's shower together." Yu Shuangshuang hesitated for only a moment before stepping into the room. In this unfamiliar and dangerous world, it seemed only natural for two adults to seek comfort in each other's company. As the door closed, faint rustling sounds filled the room, soon followed by the sound of water. "Help me scrub my back," Linze's voice came from the shower. "Exploiting me even now, you heartless boss," Yu Shuangshuang complained. "They'll help you wash later," Linze offered. "That's more like it." Outside the shelter, darkness blanketed the jungle. The queen bee was busy reproducing in her hive, the red blob curled up in little green's embrace, and the Persian monkey huddled closely with the shung and air shung. Simba stood loyally outside Yu Shuangshuang's wooden cabin. Everything seemed peaceful, but through the stone house window, faint shadows intertwined, accompanied by occasional muffled noises, which finally quieted down around 2 or 3 in the morning. "I think I forgot something," Linze suddenly said. "What is it?" Yu Shuangshuang asked. "I owe someone a bucket of bath water." Time flew by, and soon it was the next day. When Linze woke up, he noticed that the battlefield from the night before had been meticulously tidied up. In the light, Yu Shuangshuang's petite figure was busy preparing breakfast. Linze lifted the thin blanket, revealing his toned body, and asked, "What time is it?" Outside, it was still pitch black due to the polar night mode. The players hadn't seen sunlight, the moon, or even the stars for several days. Yu Shuangshuang turned around, her bright smile lighting up her face. "It's about 9. After how tired you were last night, shouldn't you sleep a little longer?" "A guy in his 20s doesn't get tired," Linze said, beckoning her with a finger. "How about some morning exercise?" Yu Shuangshuang squinted her eyes and jogged over, quickly kicking off her shoes and slipping under the blanket. An hour later, the two sat at the table enjoying breakfast. Linze's gaze fell on Yu Shuangshuang. "Becoming a professional really makes a difference. Recovery is so fast." "That's just one part of it," Yu Shuangshuang replied, her face adorned with a faint, soft smile. Yu Shuangshuang explained seriously, "People's physical constitutions vary. For some women, the first time can be excruciatingly painful. Mine was relatively mild." As soon as she finished speaking, she furrowed her brows as if something had just occurred to her. She quickly asked, "Boss, what if I end up pregnant?" There was a hint of worry in her voice. Linze replied calmly, "If you get pregnant, then have the baby. You're a professional lifestyle player, so you don't need to go out hunting. You can just stay home and take care of the child." "That makes sense." Yu Shuangshuang nodded in agreement, her large eyes sparkling with understanding. Linze smiled and said, "Hurry up and eat. It's not that easy to get pregnant, all of them imported goods anyway." Hearing this, Yu Shuangshuang playfully pretended to be annoyed, making a tsk sound, but the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. After dinner, Yu Shuangshuang bent down to pick up the scattered tissue papers on the ground. While tidying up, she said to Linze, "Boss, I'm going to craft a wooden box later. That way, the tissues won't fall all over the place." "Good idea." Linze nodded in approval. He opened his backpack and skillfully took out some of the vegetables harvested the previous night, along with over 300 infertile female crucian carp, and listed them on the trading channel. The players, hungry for resources, snatched up everything in less than 10 seconds. Linze gained a large amount of stone and dozens of units of precious cement in return. Linze calculated in his head, I currently have over 2,500 units of stone and 480 units of cement. I'm still short of what's needed to upgrade the stone house. He silently listed the materials required for the upgrade, deciding to address the crystal core issue first. The other materials could be traded for with tissue paper. Turning to Yu Shuang, Linze instructed, keep an eye out for blueprints while you're at home. If you get the chance, trade for them. Also, bring over your workstation and belongings. I don't feel comfortable with you staying over there. Yu Shuang nodded obediently. Got it, boss. He'll move everything over in a bit. She was well aware that the monsters in the area had already evolved, and safety was a serious concern. Boss, should I still keep my shelter? Yu Shuang asked, her tone tinged with a bit of reluctance. Linze thought for a moment before replying. Keep it for now. They'll figure out what to do with it later. Yu Shuang softly acknowledged his decision, her gaze showing complete trust in Linze. Linze continued giving instructions. Once you've moved the workstation over, check what else we need at home. Craft whatever you can. If materials are lacking, trade for them on the trading channel. As he spoke, he handed Yu Shuang items from his backpack, including nails, meat, and refined iron. Yu Shuang took the supplies, her eyes lighting up with excitement. So much refined iron, and even high-quality refined iron with these. I can craft a lot of advanced items. Boss, our household will be thriving in no time. She smiled so brightly that her eyes turned into charming crescent moons, filled with anticipation for their future life. The two of them soon stepped outside the shelter. Yu Shuang cheerfully headed next door to move her belongings, while Linze meticulously inspected the various facilities of the shelter. His gaze swept over the lush vegetable garden, where crops harvested just last night had already regrown, promising another batch ready for harvest by evening. Linze turned toward the pigsty and noticed a significant increase in the number of wild boars. The once empty cowshed was now bustling, with dozens of wild cattle leisurely strolling about. Most of these newly added livestock had been captured during the night by Bozihu and Shaoqing. The changes in the orchard were even more astonishing. The once small saplings had grown several meters tall, with pear and apple trees now lush with branches and leaves. In just 2 more days, they would begin to blossom and bear fruit. At that moment, Linze suddenly recalled that, distracted by thoughts of Yu Shuang the previous night, he had not only forgotten to prepare bathwater, but had also neglected to plant the golden thunderfruit tree. He let out a wry smile at himself, quickly retrieving the golden thunderfruit sapling from his backpack and carefully planting it in the orchard. Not long after, Yu Shuang returned, dragging her luggage behind her. Linze gave her a brief instruction. Take care of your lunch yourself. I'll be back in the evening. Message me if anything comes up. Yu Shuang nodded obediently, then pulled a gleaming iron sword from her backpack and handed it to Linze. I forged this yesterday using a few pieces of high-grade refined iron. It's at the silver level and should be useful to you. Linze took the sword and examined it closely. A system notification immediately appeared. Item, Azure Steel Sword. Level, Silver. Attack, 70. Effect, Armor penetration ignores 100 points of defense. If the enemy's defense is below 100 points, damage increases by 50. Linze's eyes lit up. This Azure Steel Sword was significantly better than his previous Iron Sword, with an attack boost of 60 points. Curious, he asked. If your workbench is upgraded to the highest level, is it possible to forge gold-tier equipment? Yu Shuang nodded and explained. A top-level workbench can forge standard silver-tier equipment. However, with advanced materials, it is indeed possible to craft gold-tier gear. What do you need for the upgrade? Linze pressed further. Yu Shuang listed the materials without hesitation. 5,000 pieces of iron ore, 1,000 blocks of refined iron, 100 blocks of high-grade refined iron, and 30 gold elemental cores. Linze pondered for a moment. We can gradually stockpile the iron ore and refined iron. I'll take care of the cores. By the way, Yin Haoyang should also be just a few earth elemental cores away from upgrading his stone house. Yu Shuang immediately understood and flashed a playful smile. Don't worry, boss. I'll make sure to get the blueprint from Yin Haoyang for you. For us, Linze corrected. Got it. Yu Shuang nodded firmly, her bright eyes filled with admiration for Linze. All right, I'm heading out. Linze leapt onto Simba's back and set off, leading a group of pets as they departed the shelter in grand fashion. Yu Shuang watched his figure disappear into the darkness before reluctantly turning back and stepping into the stone house. Standing inside the shelter, Yu Shuang scanned the towering piles of tissue paper, her mind already calculating her next moves. She decided to sell off this batch of tissue paper first, then focus on crafting the much-needed furniture for her home. Wardrobes, storage cabinets, bedside tables, these were all urgent priorities. And a larger wooden barrel was also necessary, as the one she used last night was clearly too small. Acting swiftly, she began listing the tissue paper in batches on the trading channel. As soon as the items appeared, the players went into a frenzy. Those with cement and stone scrambled to purchase them, while others without such resources racked their brains to find ways to acquire them. This surge in demand caused the prices of cement and stone to skyrocket. The players' reactions were not exaggerated. For female players in particular, life without tissue paper was unbearable. Setting aside the monthly inconvenience, even basic bathroom needs became a challenge. Leaves and bamboo strips were poor substitutes and couldn't compare in the slightest. In the elite group chat of the Arbitration Guild, a flurry of messages started tagging Yu Shuangshuang. Even Li Yushi, who had clashed with Yu Shuangshuang previously, couldn't help but urgently try to purchase tissue paper from her. I knew it. That's why Sister Shuangshuang was collecting flax. It was to make paper. Elder Shuangshuang quietly planted a money tree and is about to become rich overnight. Sister Shuangshuang, I need 5 packs now. Make it 10 packs of tissue paper. I want to buy some too. I don't have stone or cement, but I can trade high-quality wood. Messages tagging Yu Shuangshuang flooded in like snowflakes. Before long, even the guild leader, Yin Haoyang, stepped in. Shuangshuang, you're an elder in our alliance. You've got to look out for your own people. We don't need much, just 10 packs per person for the few dozen of us in the group. Upon seeing this message, Yu Shuangshuang finally surfaced from her silence and quickly replied. Guild leader, I don't have much tissue paper left, but I can spare some for our brothers and sisters in the group. However, the limit is 5 packs per person. Yin Haoyang immediately responded. 5 packs per person works. Just send them to me, and I'll distribute them. Yu Shuangshuang's eyes gleamed with an idea. I know the guild leader is preparing to upgrade the stone house, and might be short on stone and cement. How about trading high-quality wood instead? Li Yushi chimed in. Shuangshuang, we're all part of the same alliance. Isn't it a bit much to charge for it? Unfazed, Yu Shuangshuang countered. I heard you've obtained a blueprint for a solar charging panel. Would you be willing to give it to me for free? Li Yushi was instantly at a loss for words. Yin Haoyang stepped in to mediate again. Shuangshuang is right. Even though we're in the same alliance, we can't just freeload off each other. Shuangshuang, how do you want to trade? Yu Shuangshuang calmly replied. High-quality wood isn't all that useful. Guild leader, you can exchange 30 units of high-quality wood for 1 pack of tissue paper. Yin Haoyang nearly choked in frustration upon reading this. High-quality wood useless? Impossible. While it might not be in demand now, as players develop their shelters, high-quality wood would eventually become essential. Its value would likely soar, possibly surpassing refined iron or even premium refined iron. Yu Shuangshuang's suggestion was clearly a ploy to undermine the alliance, showing no regard for his position as guild leader. Sensing his frustration, Yu Shuangshuang added, Guild leader, if the alliance doesn't have high-quality wood, you can trade stone and cement instead. I'm planning to upgrade my stone house too. Honestly, if not for looking out for the group, I wouldn't even want the wood. It's of no use to my shelter's development. Grinding his teeth, Yin Haoyang replied. 1 pack of tissue paper for 10 units of high-quality wood, no more. Without a word, Yu Shuangshuang closed the chat group. She intended to let Yin Haoyang stew for a while. 10 units of high-quality wood for 1 pack of tissue paper was a decent deal, but she wanted more. After all, she had a personal mission to squeeze a bit more out of Yin for her own boss. Linze's communicator suddenly vibrated, and a message from Yu Shuangshuang popped up on the screen. He quickly skimmed through the ongoing discussions in the alliance group, his brows slightly furrowed. 30 units of high-grade timber for a pack of toilet paper? Yu Shuangshuang's voice carried a hint of disdain. Unless Yin Haoyang has lost his mind. Though, to win people over, he might agree to a price of 15 to 20 units. That would already be quite decent. Linze's fingers glided swiftly across the screen as he replied. High-grade timber will definitely be useful later. Try to get more of it from Yin Haoyang. Handle the specifics however you see fit. Got it. Yu Shuangshuang responded promptly. Once the tissue deal is settled, I'll bring up the matter of the crystal cores. Oh, by the way, Li Yushi has a blueprint for a solar charging panel. I'm planning to get that too. But, she hesitated. If I push them too hard, they'll definitely figure out that I'm working with you. After all, you're the only one who knows about the crystal cores right now. Linze pondered for a moment, a glint flickering in his eyes. We'll deal with that later. Keep an eye on the rankings. Soon, a player named Wen Ling will make it onto the leaderboard. When that happens, just say she told you. How do you know Wen Ling will make it onto the leaderboard? Yu Shuangshuang asked curiously. Linze briefly explained Wen Ling's situation, including the location of her shelter, the source of her relocation blueprints, and the deal she made with Xiong did to help her level up. Realization dawned on Yu Shuangshuang, and she asked excitedly, should I add her as a friend and try to recruit her? Just get to know her for now, Linze replied calmly. There's a dungeon near her area. When it opens, we'll meet her there. A game dungeon? Yu Shuangshuang's voice was filled with excitement. They'll make sure to get along with her. Linze reminded her. No need to force a connection. We already have an advantage when it comes to the dungeon. Just maintain normal interactions. After ending the communication, Linze opened his information panel. A new day had begun, and his pet contract count had increased by 1. His level remained at Silver Tier 3, but his experience points had exceeded 1,000, leaving him just over 200 points away from advancing to Silver Tier 4. This progress was largely thanks to the hundreds of serpent monsters he had slain in the dungeon yesterday. Linze noticed the continuous stream of kill notifications flashing on the screen. It was clear that Xiongde was helping Wenling level up. Unfortunately, most of the monsters being killed were too low-level to provide any experience rewards. Turning to his pets nearby, Linze instructed, "Go hunting on your own. You don't need to follow me. If you encounter a king-tier monster, notify me in the valley." The pets responded in unison. Finally, Linze's gaze fell onto Sheng and Air Sheng. "You too follow Simba. It will guide you as you level up." Linze turned to Desheng and Air Sheng and said, "Once you level up 1 or 2 more times, you'll be able to take over your mother's duties." The two monkeys, slow to react, were immediately smacked on the back of their heads by the Persian monkey. They looked at Linze with aggrieved expressions, but he simply laughed and ignored them. He then turned to the 3 smaller pets and continued, "You've all reached the silver level now. Your strength isn't bad. Decide for yourselves whether you want to hunt alone or as a team." "Understood, Master," the 3 little ones replied in unison, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Linze's gaze fell on the queen bee. Behind her stood 3 massive bees, each over half a meter long. These 3 soldier bees had been bred by the queen bee the previous night and had all reached bronze level 9. Their combat capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary worker bees. With their protection, the queen bee could hold her own on the battlefield. "All right, off you go." Linze waved his hand. The group of pets scattered instantly, each heading off to complete their tasks for the day. Linze then took the Persian monkey and headed to the valley to continue mining iron ore. At this stage, players were in desperate need of iron nails and refined iron. The more he mined, the more profit he could make. As for leveling up, with so many pets hunting and gaining experience for him, his level was bound to rise rapidly. Upon reaching the valley, Linze distributed the pickaxes and began the day's work. Swinging his pickaxe, he muttered self-deprecatingly, "Who would have thought that after coming to this jungle world, I'd end up working like a beast of burden every day? The only good news is that I've got a wife now, and I don't have to worry about paying off loans anymore." He thought of his parents, and a tinge of melancholy crept into his heart. "I wonder how Mom and Dad are doing. Are they sad because their precious son has crossed over to another world?" But he quickly reassured himself. Based on players' conversations, only people under 40 had been transported here. Since his parents were nearing 50, they were likely still on Earth. That was at least some comfort. Who knows? Maybe they're even considering having a second child now. Linze joked to himself and refocused on his work. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. Linze received a message from Wenling, who informed him that she had successfully reached the silver level. He immediately initiated a video call. Wenling's figure appeared on the screen. She was holding a torch, the flickering light highlighting her delicate and beautiful features. Linze asked, "Did you get the game notification?" Wenling nodded. "I did. It said that nearby monsters are evolving, and 2 new mineral resource points have been refreshed. But I'm not sure what kind of minerals they are yet." Linze chuckled. "You're lucky. I only got a salt mine. Have Deshion go scout out the locations of those 2 mines." Wenling agreed, though a hint of reluctance flashed in her eyes. What she was reluctant about wasn't the minerals themselves, but Deshion, her powerful monster hunting machine. After witnessing Deshion's prowess in battle, she realized how easy monster hunting could be. Suddenly, Wenling asked, "Did you Shuang move in with you?" Linze replied, "She moved in last night. That blueprint of yours really came in handy." Wenling pursed her lips, her tone carrying a hint of complaint. "I knew it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have forgotten the promises you made to me. Men are all the same." Linze laughed. "You make it sound like I've wronged you. If you don't mind, after we finish our bath tonight, I'll send you the water." Wenling's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Linze. She couldn't accept the idea of using bathwater shared by Linze and another woman. Who knew what they might have done in it? Furious, Wenling glared at Linze and gritted her teeth. "Keep it for yourself. I'm hanging up." With that, she abruptly ended the video call. Linze stared at the now black screen, but simply burst into laughter, completely unbothered by whether Wenling was genuinely upset. He returned his focus to his work, preparing for the challenges that lay ahead. Wenling's anger flared up quickly but subsided just as fast, and she soon calmed herself. Turning to Xiongde beside her, she spoke gently. "Your master asked you not to rush back yet. Go and find the 2 newly refreshed mines. They should be near my shelter, so it shouldn't be too hard to locate them." Xiongde let out a low growl in acknowledgement and pointed with its paw at the monster corpses on the ground. Wenling understood immediately and nodded. "I know, the spoils of war are yours. Once I finish breaking them down, I'll send everything to your master." Satisfied with her response, Xiongde nodded and stood up. Its 4 sturdy legs thudded heavily against the ground as it ran off into the distance. Watching its retreating figure, Wenling couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "After eating all the good stuff I gave you last night, you left without even saying goodbye. What an ungrateful fellow." She huffed in mock annoyance, though a faint smile flickered in her eyes. Turning back to the battlefield, Wenling began utilizing the game's mechanics to dismantle the monster corpses. Suddenly, a notification popped into her view. You successfully dismantled the corpse of a level 1 silver forest giant lizard, obtaining 536 units of lizard meat, 1 piece of lizard skin, and 1 water element crystal core. A crystal core? Wen Ling exclaimed in surprise as she picked up a faintly glowing blue crystal from the ground and inspected its details. It turned out that crystal cores were rare items that only silver-level monsters had a chance of dropping in. Not all of them did. It was a matter of probability. She recalled asking Linze about crystal cores the previous day, only to have him remain tight-lipped. So this is what he was waiting for me to discover, she murmured, realization dawning on her. He must have known that once I advanced to silver, I'd be able to defeat silver-level monsters and eventually uncover this not-so-secret secret. Wen Ling quickly dismantled all the corpses on the battlefield, obtaining another metal element crystal core in the process. As she sorted through her loot, she mused. It seems the attributes of a crystal core correspond to the attributes of the monster it came from. And a monster's attributes can usually be inferred from its skills. For example, Xiongda can use Earth Spike and Earth Collapse, so it's Earth attribute. Linze's lion and squirrel wield fire powers, making them fire attribute. If I want to collect a specific type of crystal core, I just need to hunt silver-level monsters of the same attribute. After organizing her findings, Wen Ling decisively traded all the spoils, including the newly obtained crystal cores, to Linze. She felt a sense of relief, grateful that she still upheld her professional ethics. With the trade complete, Wen Ling gripped her magic staff tightly in one hand and a torch in the other, fearlessly heading deeper into the forest. Her eyes gleamed with determination, as if to say, "From here on, it's up to me." Meanwhile, over in the valley, Linze received the materials Wen Ling had traded over. He only glanced briefly at his inventory before resuming his mining with full focus. Not long after, a surge of powerful energy coursed through his body, lasting several seconds before dissipating. Leveled up, Linze thought with delight, immediately pulling up his stats panel. Without hesitation, he allocated all 20 newly gained attribute points to speed. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. She was clearly pleased with the rewards of this upgrade. Linze checked his attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction. As a level 4 silver pet summoner, he could have up to 7 pets. His skills included pet summoning, pet space, and attack duplication. His base attack had reached 425 points, and if he equipped the Azure Steel Sword gifted by Delali, his attack power would instantly approach 500 points, far surpassing the attack strength of his 3 small pets. Feeling secretly pleased, Linze noted that not only was his attack power impressive, but his other attributes were also remarkable. Defense at 305, speed at 325, health at 4100, and mana at 1750. Even without activating invincibility mode, he wouldn't be a burden to his pets anymore. After a moment, Linze collected his thoughts and, while mining, casually asked the hardworking Persian monkey nearby, "Persian monkey, do you have any siblings back home?" The Persian monkey turned its head and looked at its master with a puzzled expression. Linze explained, "We're about to expand with several new mines, and a Shung and Air Shung won't be able to handle all the work." The Persian monkey suddenly understood. Its master wanted more monkey miners. It replied, "Master, about 10 kilometers southeast of here, there's a monkey mountain. That's where my family lives. Our clan is quite large, with several hundred members." Linze was a little surprised. He had only asked casually, but ended up with unexpected information. "Then why did you leave Monkey Mountain and come here?" The Persian monkey's expression darkened as it explained, "My mate and some clan members were killed while foraging for food. Some in the clan sought to take advantage of me. At the time, I was pregnant and unwilling, so I fled with my 2 children. During the escape, I was injured. I planned to recover in this valley but encountered a pack of hyenas, which worsened my injuries. If not for your rescue, master, my children and I would likely have perished." Linze hadn't expected the Persian monkey to have such a difficult past. Smiling, he comforted it, "Don't be sad. They'll find you a strong and healthy male monkey someday." The Persian monkey's face lit up with delight, and it thanked him repeatedly. Linze then asked, "How strong is your clan? Are there any king-level monkeys?" "Our clan leader is king level, at level 6 silver. Most other members have average talents, with around a dozen at the silver level," the Persian monkey replied. "I only reached the king level because I ate a rare fruit during my escape, which triggered a bloodline evolution." Linze's breathing quickened. A fruit capable of enhancing bloodline evolution was exactly the treasure he had been dreaming of. He quickly asked, "Is there any more of that fruit?" The Persian monkey shook its head. "There was only one fruit on the tree, and I ate it." Linze wasn't discouraged and pressed on. "Do you remember where the tree is?" The Persian monkey thought for a moment and answered, "I know the general area, but would need to search for the exact spot." Hearing this, Linze immediately lost interest in mining. He quickly used his mental powers to summon the purple flame lion king, Simba. Half an hour later, Simba arrived in the valley with the Shung and Air Shung. Linze looked at the Tumitor de Sheng and Air Sheng and knew it was time for them to take on this sacred duty. Handing them 2 iron pickaxes, he said, "You'll be mining here for now. They'll come to pick you up tonight." Under the watchful and intimidating gaze of their mother, the Persian monkey, the 2 young monkeys obediently nodded. De Sheng held an oversized pickaxe, while Air Sheng took Linze's pickaxe, both of which were slightly ill-fitting. Linze planned to have Yu Shuang forge new ones later, but for now, they would make do. "Let's go find that fruit tree." Linze leapt onto the back of the purple flame lion king and beckoned the Persian monkey to join him. With that, the purple flame lion king dashed out of the valley at great speed, beginning their quest to locate the rare fruit tree. The jungle was shrouded in darkness as the purple flame lion king dashed swiftly through it. Linze held a flashlight, not to guide his mount, but to light his own way. In this extreme night mode, monsters' vision remained unaffected, but players were plunged into pitch-black surroundings. Even though Linze had reached silver level 4 as a professional, the absence of light left him in complete darkness. Linze could feel that his vision had indeed been enhanced, but the game's suppression on players was undeniable. He speculated that in extreme heat or cold modes, without the aid of special tools, even the highest level players might succumb to the elements. Surviving in this jungle world required more than just leveling up. Adhering to the game's rules was crucial. This was also why Linze was so keen on collecting blueprints. She knew that those seemingly useless designs could prove invaluable in critical moments, even life-saving. As they raced onward, Linze and his 2 pets encountered a variety of monsters. Some were common, while others were entirely new to him, such as swarming ant-like creatures and giant mantises towering 2 to 3 meters tall. However, Linze had no time to engage with them now. His primary objective was to locate the tree bearing the mysterious fruit. After covering several kilometers, Linze keenly noticed that the level of monsters in the area had significantly dropped. Most were below bronze level 6, with only a few higher-level bronze monsters and no silver monsters in sight. He quickly calculated in his mind, "I'm about 5 kilometers away from the shelter now. This means that within a 5-kilometer radius of my shelter, the monsters have undergone evolution. Beyond that range, their levels return to normal." This discovery provided a key insight for refining his hunting strategy. Another 2 or 3 kilometers ahead, the Persian monkey suddenly spoke up. "Simba, northeast direction." The purple flame lion king immediately changed course and sprinted northeast. Linze asked, "Have we arrived?" The Persian monkey shook its head and replied, "Master, I spotted a treasure chest just over 200 meters ahead." Before long, the purple flame lion king came to a halt. This time, the Persian monkey didn't need to say a word because the chest's unusual placement on a tree branch was apparent to all. The lion leapt gracefully, grabbed the chest in its jaws, and landed steadily on the ground. Looking at the treasure in Simba's mouth, Linze felt a pleasant surprise. This was the first time he had encountered an unguarded wild treasure chest. Previously, every chest he found had been protected by monsters. He recalled seeing other players boast about their luck in finding treasure chests on the chat channel and couldn't help but wonder if his incredible steer talent had drained all his luck. Linze took the chest from the purple flame lion king's mouth. Though it was only a bronze-level chest, he was more than satisfied with this unexpected find. After all, it was a delightful free bonus. The moment Linze opened the treasure chest, a flurry of notifications flashed before his eyes like raindrops. To his surprise, the bronze chest yielded silver-tier rewards: 30 pieces of refined iron, 5 bottles of mineral water, 6 steamed hairy crabs with dipping sauce, and a rare blueprint for a warehouse. A beaming smile spread across Linze's face. Seemed his luck was unstoppable. The warehouse blueprint was exactly what he needed. Currently, the basic warehouse in his shelter could only slow down the flow of time by 30, which was far from sufficient. This blueprint was undoubtedly a godsend. As for the 6 hairy crabs, Linze was already looking forward to a delicious dinner tonight. He quickly stored his loot in his backpack and continued on his way. "Persian monkey, you have sharp eyes. Keep an eye out for any other treasure chests nearby," Linze instructed. "Got it, master," the Persian monkey replied cheerfully. An hour later, Linze frowned and looked at the Persian monkey. "Are you sure the strange fruit tree is around here?" The Persian monkey nodded firmly. "Even though I was fleeing at the time, I remember the location of the strange fruit tree very clearly. I was hoping it would bear fruit again so my 2 little ones could have a taste." "Then let's search more carefully," Linze said. "If we still can't find it, someone else might have beaten us to it." "Master, I remember there was a large bird's nest near the strange fruit tree," the Persian monkey added. About 10 minutes later, they finally spotted a massive bird's nest perched high in a tree that towered several dozen meters. The nest contained fresh bird droppings, but its owner was nowhere to be seen, likely out foraging. The group began searching the area thoroughly, but still found no sign of the strange fruit tree. Just then, the violet flame lion king suddenly stopped in its tracks. "Master, there's a pit here." Linze crouched down to examine it and discovered a roughly 2-meter wide pit. Upon closer inspection, He noticed that the soil inside was no longer fresh and bore marks of being dug with a pickaxe. Someone dug it up a few days ago, Linze concluded. This was the work of another player. There are other players nearby. Finding another player within 6 or 7 kilometers wasn't surprising, and Linze remained unfazed. The Persian monkey, however, grew excited. Master, should we go take it back? That player's shelter must be nearby. Linze responded calmly. No need to act rashly. The strange fruit tree belonged to no one. If they found it, it was their good fortune. We'll approach them first with courtesy, but if they refuse to return it, then we'll take action. The Persian monkey grinned. Master, you're brilliant. For Linze and his 2 companions, finding someone wasn't a difficult task. If they could locate the pit left behind after the strange fruit tree was dug up, tracking down a living person would be even easier. They adopted a straightforward and effective approach, searching for light sources. Whether it was a combat player carrying a torch while hunting in the wild, or a life player using a blood candle in their shelter, any light source could lead them to their target. Even in the absence of light, the violet flame lion king could easily track scents. Sure enough, within just half an hour, the trio pinpointed their Targado wooden cabin standing in the middle of the dense forest. Through the window, they could see the faint glow of firelight inside and the silhouette of someone busying themselves. Outside, the cabin was surrounded by a simple wooden fence, and the clearing beyond was empty. This was the norm for most players at this stage. By comparison, Linze's shelter was truly exceptional. It boasted a fish pond, vegetable garden, orchard, pigsty, and cattle shed, making it a unique presence in the entire region. Master, there's someone in the house, the Persian monkey urgently whispered. Linze nodded slightly, his expression calm as he gave the order. Keep it down, don't scare them. The Persian monkey and the violet flame lion king exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in unison. The violet flame lion king gracefully lifted its front paw and effortlessly stepped over the fence, entering the open space. Each step caused a faint tremor in the ground, and its golden fur shimmered softly under the moonlight. Almost simultaneously, the figure inside the house received a system alert that the sanctuary had been breached. Grabbing a torch and a longbow, he cautiously approached the window. By the flickering light of the torch, the figure inside finally saw what was outside. His expression froze, and his pupils dilated in fear. It was a massive beast, towering as high as a 2-story building, far larger than his wooden house. The creature was entirely golden, its fur gleaming like a suit of golden armor under the torchlight. The Violet Flame Lion King, a silver-tier, level 3 boss, the figure thought in alarm, his face turning pale. Staring at the creature's menacing jaws, he couldn't help but imagine the horrifying scene of being swallowed whole. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he held his breath, as if he were a hapless character in a zombie movie, desperately trying not to be noticed. Suddenly, the golden lion halted. Moments later, a calm voice rang out. "Friend, we have visitors. Why not come out and say hello?" "Monster," the figure inside the house muttered under his breath. "A talking beast? Surely, it had to be some kind of monster." Gritting his teeth, he mustered his courage and opened the door to step outside. After all, he didn't want to see his little wooden house smashed to pieces by a single swipe of the creature's paw. As he stepped outside, his expression turned to one of astonishment. On the back of the massive golden lion sat a man and a monkey. He quickly realized his mistake. The one speaking wasn't the lion, but the armored human riding on its back. "A player?" he cautiously asked, his gaze fixed on Linze, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Linze's eyes fell on him. The man was a slightly plump middle-aged figure, appearing to be in his 30s. Linze nodded slightly and replied calmly, "A player." Hearing this, the man let out a deep sigh of relief, his tense body visibly relaxing. He quickly introduced himself. "My name's Zhou Cheng. May I know your name, brother?" "Lin is my surname, and my given name is Zhe," Linze replied succinctly. "Linze." Zhou Cheng froze for a moment before exclaiming, "You're that Linze?" "Oh, the legendary Linze." Linze replied indifferently, "We're not online. Calling me legendary here just feels awkward." Zhou Cheng immediately seized the opportunity. "Then I'll just call you Brother Lin." His excitement was palpable, his face lighting up with a wide smile. "I can't believe my luck, running into Brother Lin in the real world. What a fortune. I hope Brother Lin can guide me in the future." Zhou Cheng's mind was racing. No wonder Linze had advanced so quickly, had such powerful pets, and not just one, but two. As he glanced at Linze, his eyes betrayed a trace of envy. Why couldn't he be the one riding on the back of that golden lion? Linze remained composed and said, "As fellow players, helping each other is only natural." Zhou Cheng grinned and said, "I can't believe we were fated to meet like this. Let's add each other as friends first." "No rush," Linze interrupted him. "I came here because I have something to discuss with you." Zhou Cheng grew wary, yet his face donned a false smile. "Brother Lin, just say the word. If I can help, I surely will," he said with feigned enthusiasm. Linze spoke bluntly. "You dug up a fruit tree about 800 meters from here. That's very important to me. Name your price." Zhou Qing's expression shifted momentarily but quickly regained composure. Brother Lin, I've never seen any fruit tree. If there was one, someone else must have taken it, he denied flatly. Linze remained silent, his piercing gaze fixed on Zhou Cheng. Under the oppressive stare, Zhou Cheng felt an inexplicable panic. I swear, he hurriedly added, if I took your fruit tree, may I meet a terrible end. That fruit tree doesn't belong to me, Linze corrected him. I simply want to make a deal trade resources. Zhou Cheng forced a grin. I understand what you're saying, Brother Lin, but I truly don't have it. If I did, I'd give it to you right away. You wouldn't even need to ask. Linze's tone was calm, yet resolute. I've searched the surrounding kilometers. You're the only player here. Let me repeat, that tree is very important to me. Name your price. Feigning helplessness, Zhou Cheng replied. Brother Lin, I really don't have it. What will it take for you to believe me? I've already sworn if I touch that tree, may I meet a terrible end. Are you sure? You truly don't have it? Linze asked one last time. I swear, I don't. Zhou Cheng's words were abruptly cut off by Linze's cold interjection. Enough. Before Zhou Cheng could react, the purple flame lion king let out a fierce roar and unleashed a searing blaze directly at Zhou Cheng's wooden shelter. In an instant, the shelter was engulfed in flames, its defense value plummeting rapidly. Zhou Cheng was both furious and alarmed. He bellowed, Linze, are you insane? Aren't you afraid I'll expose your thuggish behavior in the chat channel and let every player condemn you? Linze remained unfazed. Take your time spreading the word. Panic overtook Zhou Cheng completely. As he watched his shelter's defense value continue to drop, he finally dropped the pretense. The fruit tree is with me. Give me 1,000 iron nails and 300 refined iron, and I'll hand it over. Linze cast him a frosty glance. Too late. Zhou Cheng scrambled for an alternative. Besides the tree, I also have a ripe fruit that can help your pet evolve. They'll give you 1 unit of meat, Linze replied indifferently. Zhou Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking to himself, this is outright robbery. You have about 30 seconds to decide, Linze added. Not daring to waste another moment, Zhou Cheng hastily retrieved the fruit tree and the fruit from his inventory and tossed them to Linze. The fruit was blood red, and the tree emitted a faint crimson glow, resembling the pear and apple saplings Linze had previously acquired, both plantable. True to his word, Linze threw a unit of meat in return. Zhou Cheng, however, made no move to catch it, letting the venison fall to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, now can you help me put out the fire? Putting out the fire is your own problem, Linze replied coldly. Zhou Cheng was dumbfounded, rendered speechless. Seconds later, Zhou Cheng's wooden shelter collapsed in a fiery blaze. Linze received a game notification. You have destroyed player Zhou Cheng's shelter, obtaining all resources and a silver treasure chest. Experience points 200. At the same time, Zhou Cheng received his own notification. Your shelter has been destroyed. You are temporarily unable to use building blueprints. You may regain progress by occupying another player's shelter. Suppressing his rage, Zhou Cheng glared at Linze. Are you satisfied now? Without my shelter, I won't survive the night. You've indirectly killed Mayor, a murderer. If you'd just taken it earlier, we could have avoided all this. Was it necessary? Linze, mounted on the purple flame lion king, turned to leave, leaving behind a single warning. This is a jungle world. I was already being polite. Before the words had fully settled, the Persian monkey leapt from the lion's back, wielding an enormous iron staff as it advanced toward Zhou Cheng. Terrified, Zhou Cheng collapsed to the ground, his face as pale as a sheet. Linze sat astride the purple flame lion king, standing still in the dense forest, patiently waiting for the Persian monkey's return. Before long, a chilling plea for mercy echoed behind him, followed by a sudden, abrupt scream. A ripple of unease stirred in Linze's heart, but he quickly calmed himself. He silently reminded himself that this was the jungle world, a brutal survival game where countless players met their demise daily. Being in this place meant abiding by its rules. Linze recalled their earlier conversation. If Zhou Cheng had willingly handed over the fruit tree at the start, he would have rewarded him handsomely, ensuring Zhou Cheng wouldn't suffer a loss. Unfortunately, Zhou Cheng had failed to grasp the survival laws of this world and had made no effort to hide his hostility toward Linze. Such a person could not be allowed to stay. He retrieved a silver treasure chest from his inventory, a reward from the game, and carefully opened it. Inside were dozens of units of refined iron and a blueprint. A faint smile tugged at Linze's lips. As expected, destroying a player's shelter could yield relocation blueprints. This was identical to the blueprint he had previously obtained from Wenling. He carefully stored the blueprint away and continued examining the other loot. A minimalist standing electric fan and a complete set of wooden tables and chairs caught his items from Zhou Cheng's shelter, now belonging to Linze. He had little interest in the ordinary wooden furniture and casually listed it for sale in the trading channel, confident someone would purchase it soon. However, he decided to keep the standing fan. He had a hunch its value might skyrocket in the near future. Next, Linze took out the fruit tree and the exotic fruit, carefully inspecting their details. Blood spirit fruit, tree sapling, top-grade quality, growth cycle, 3 days. Linze murmured to himself. Planted in the orchard, and 3 blood spirit fruits can be harvested each cycle. He then looked at the ripe blood spirit fruit. Top-grade quality. Consuming it increases a pet's growth potential, up to a maximum of 3 stars, and may even trigger bloodline evolution. A spark of excitement flashed in Linze's eyes. This was a treasure indeed. Although the maximum boost was capped at 3 stars, he believed that if the blood spirit fruit existed, there must be other spiritual fruits or items capable of further enhancing growth potential. As for bloodline evolution, he speculated it referred to transforming an ordinary pet into a boss level 1, significantly enhancing its attributes and combat power. Take the Persian monkey. For instance, Side had evolved from a regular monkey into the Crimson Blood Monkey King after consuming the blood spirit fruit. Linze carefully stored the sapling and the blood spirit fruit in his backpack. He planned to reserve this fruit for Xiaoqing. Once the next batch of blood spirit fruits ripened, he would distribute them to his other pets. After waiting for about 10 more minutes, the Persian monkey finally returned, handing Linze a pile of golden orbs. "Master, these are everything that dropped from that person," the Persian monkey respectfully reported. Linze meticulously inspected the golden orbs, finding mostly meat, wood, a small amount of iron nails, and a seemingly ordinary longbow. Beyond that, there were no other items. He searched through them several times, but found no additional blood spirit fruits. Deep in thought, Linze turned to ask, "Persian monkey, when did you eat the blood spirit fruit?" The Persian monkey replied, 5 days ago. At that time, there was only 1 fruit on the tree. Linze stood in the dim forest, his brows slightly furrowed as he pondered over Zhou Cheng's blood spirit fruit tree situation. He speculated, Zhou Cheng must have just dug up the fruit tree a couple of days ago, and now it's entering a new growth cycle. There should be 3 blood spirit fruits, but he only has 1 in his possession. His gaze swept the surroundings, as if searching for answers. He ruled out the possibility of Zhou Cheng selling the fruits, considering how invaluable blood spirit fruits are to pet summoners. If Zhou Cheng had sold them, he wouldn't be so broke, left with nothing but a shabby old electric fan. Could they have been eaten by other creatures? Linze muttered to himself, then shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it further. After all, the fruit tree was now his, and he could grow it himself. Efficiently, Linze packed Zhou Cheng's belongings into his backpack and turned to the Persian monkey, who was busily disposing of a corpse. "All done." The Persian monkey nodded in response. "Rest assured, master. I threw the body into the fire and made sure it burned to ashes before returning." "Good." Linze nodded approvingly. "Let's move on and see if we can encounter a king-level creature." With that, Linze and his 2 pets set off again, their silhouettes quickly vanishing into the night. Over 100 kilometers away, inside a simple wooden shelter, a scantily dressed female player lay on a bed, video chatting with someone. Suddenly, she sat up straight, as if she had noticed something. "Yushi, what's wrong?" a concerned male voice asked from the other side of the video call. The female player, named Yushi, quickly replied, "Brother Haoyang, hold on a moment. Something's come up. I'll call you back later." "All right, take care of it. Let me know if you need anything." Brother Haoyang, you're the best." After ending the video call, Yushi stared intently at a grayed-out avatar on her friend list. "Dead? How did this happen so suddenly?" she murmured, clicking on the avatar to check the details. A brief final message appeared. "I ran into Linze. He's going to kill me. He took the blood spirit fruit and the tree. Please avenge me." Yu's expression shifted to a mix of shock and anger. She hadn't expected her little admirer to be unlucky enough to cross paths with Linze. What infuriated her even more was realizing that Zhou Cheng had deceived her, not only hiding the blood spirit fruit, but also the tree itself. "Serves you right. That's what you get for lying to me," she hissed through gritted teeth. "If you'd handed over the tree sooner, I might have given you a little something in return. But now? Great. Everything's gone to Linze." Yushi quickly contacted In Haoyang and gave him a brief rundown of the situation, carefully omitting the fact that Zhou Cheng was her admirer. "What's a blood spirit fruit?" In Haoyang asked, puzzled. "It's a rare spirit fruit that can enhance a pet's growth potential," Yushi explained. "You know I'm a pet summoner too, so it's incredibly important to me. But now it's all been taken by Linze." In Haoyang sneered. "All right, I got it. He'll rally some people in the alliance to spread the word in the chat channels. Let's make sure he doesn't get away with this." Yushi sighed with a mix of frustration and regret. It's partly that Zhou Guy's fault. If he'd just handed over the tree and the fruit earlier, none of this would have happened. Inwardly, she thought bitterly. As long as I got what I wanted, who cares if he lived or died? But now? Great. The little admirer is dead, and the treasure's gone too. What a complete loss. The thought of the blood spirit fruit tree being taken made her so furious she could spit blood. She silently cursed Zhou Cheng over and over in her heart. Before long, a message began to spread like wildfire in the regional chat channels. The gist of it accused Linze of ruthlessly killing players for treasures, urging everyone to boycott Linze and refuse to buy anything from him. To add credibility, the message included a screenshot of Zhou Cheng's final message. The regional chat channel suddenly exploded with activity as a shocking topic sparked heated discussions among players. Linze had allegedly killed player Zhou Cheng to seize a treasure. Did Linze really kill someone? Someone questioned. It's absolutely true. Zhou Cheng's final message came out, and his avatar turned gray. This game doesn't have any photo editing features. Another player responded firmly. The debates grew louder. I never thought Linze was that kind of person. I even supported him before and bought so much water from him. Linze's rapid development might just be because he's been killing players and stealing their resources. Don't exaggerate. It's not that easy for players to run into each other offline. Zhou Cheng just had bad luck. What exactly is the blood spirit fruit that made Linze take such a risk? I just found out it can enhance a pet's growth potential. Linze is a pet summoner, so this is probably more valuable to him than golden equipment. As the discussion heated up, players began taking sides. Regardless, Linze was wrong. We must unite to suppress his development. Exactly. From now on, I won't buy anything from him, whether it's food, water, or nails. He's a combat class player, and his shelter developed so fast. It's all thanks to our resources, isn't it? He's now buying stone and cement in bulk. Clearly, he's planning to upgrade to a stone house. Let's stop trading with him and cut off his progress. Yes, without our help, there's no way he'll be the first to upgrade to a stone house. The chat channel was in an uproar, buzzing with voices from all sides. Meanwhile, Li Yushi and Yin Haoyang met again. Yin Haoyang wore a triumphant smile. Yushi, feeling better now? Li Yushi responded in a sweet, coquettish voice. Haoyang, you're amazing. You effortlessly ruined the reputation Linze worked so hard to build. Yin Haoyang, clearly pleased with himself, said, he brought it on himself. Pulling something like killing for treasure at this stage, who else would the players boycott, if not him? Li Yushi looked thoughtful. Haoyang, are you saying things like this will happen again in the future? Yin Haoyang replied seriously. It's not a possibility, it's inevitable. Right now, players still have some moral boundaries, but later on, it'll be a different story. Remember, our biggest enemies aren't this world, it's the other players. Got it, they'll remember that. Li Yushi's eyes sparkled. Haoyang, you're so impressive, thinking so far ahead. Linze doesn't even come close to you. Yin Haoyang was elated by her praise. Seeing Li Yushi's charming demeanor, he could barely resist the urge to pull her into his arms. Li Yushi, sharp as ever, noticed the desire in Yin Haoyang's eyes and felt secretly pleased. Haoyang, did you give that blueprint to Yu Xuanshuang? Li Yushi asked casually. Yin Haoyang nodded. I did, and I've also figured out how to obtain crystal cores. Don't worry, they'll make it up to you double in the future. Li Yushi's heart ached, but she said with a smile, I don't need any compensation. As long as I can help you, Haoyang, I'm happy. Yin Haoyang was deeply moved and secretly vowed to treat this good little sister well in the future. Yin Haoyang's voice carried a hint of urgency. No time to chat now. I need to hurry up with hunting and upgrade my stone house before Linze does. Li Yushi immediately offered encouragement, her eyes shining with determination. Go for it, Haoyang. I believe you can surpass Linze. Hearing this, Yin Haoyang felt a surge of confidence, a self-assured smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Linze was completely unaware of Yin Haoyang and Li Yushi's schemes or the fact that his reputation had taken a hit. He was fully focused on dealing with an unexpected situation. The incident began simply enough. While exploring the dense forest with his two pets in search of a king-tier monster, Linze passed by a pit and was suddenly attacked by two golden eagles, one large and one small. Faced with this sudden threat, Linze demonstrated remarkable composure and adaptability. He quickly raised his hand, drew his bow, and knocked an arrow, aiming at the golden eagle circling high above. Though it was more of a lucky attempt than a calculated shot, the arrow miraculously struck the smaller golden eagle's wing. What followed was even more intense. Linze managed to capture the injured, falling small golden eagle, but the larger one relentlessly launched a fierce attack, clearly targeting Linze as its primary enemy. From the sky, a dense barrage of golden feathers rained down like a storm of arrows, covering an area dozens of meters wide around Linze. Faced with such a large-scale assault, Linze activated his invincibility mode without hesitation, copying all attributes of his purple flame lion king onto himself. At that moment, Linze's defensive power surged to an astounding 900 points. In invincibility mode, he was fearless, letting the countless feathered arrows strike him. In the next instant, all the arrows bounced off harmlessly, and a stream of 1 damage numbers floated above his head. With Simba's attributes copied, Linze's health reached an impressive 90,000. A single barrage of feathered arrows posed no threat to him, and even if the large golden eagle exhausted itself, it wouldn't be able to inflict significant harm. The purple flame lion king anxiously spoke to Linze. Master, that creature is flying too high, we can't reach it. Its flames could attack targets dozens of meters away, but the large golden eagle's speed allowed it to soar to heights of over 100 meters in mere moments, making it untouchable. As for the Persian monkey, it was utterly helpless in this situation. Linze put away his iron bow, knowing full well that his earlier successful shot at the smaller golden eagle was sheer luck. With his mediocre archery skills, he couldn't pose a serious threat to the now alert large golden eagle. Bring that smaller eagle over, Linze commanded. The Persian monkey immediately brought the small golden eagle to Linze. Despite being a level 9 bronze tier creature with a wingspan of over a meter, it appeared as helpless as a chick in the Persian monkey's grasp. The small golden eagle flapped its wings desperately, letting out pitiful cries. Linze grabbed it and mercilessly delivered a series of punches. Soon, the small golden eagle was on the brink of death, its health dropping to less than 1,000 points. After this, Linze looked up at the large golden eagle in the sky and shouted sternly, "Come down here and surrender, or don't blame me for killing it." Linze sighed inwardly. He had planned to enjoy a leisurely ride on Simba through the forest, but was instead ambushed by these two golden eagles. He suspected that the empty nest he had come across earlier while searching for the blood spirit fruit tree likely belonged to them. It seemed he had inadvertently trespassed on their territory. The large golden eagle circled high above, screeching sharply. Seeing this, Linze landed another heavy punch on the small eagle's head. It immediately went limp, its health plummeting to below 300 points. This scene enraged the large golden eagle. Its cries grew louder, filled with fury, but it still refused to descend, clearly wary of falling into a trap. Linze took an iron sword from his backpack and held it against the small golden eagle's neck, issuing another threat. "This is your last chance. Come down now, or say goodbye to it." The large golden eagle suddenly dove downward but stopped short of landing, perching instead on a branch of a large tree several dozen meters away. Its sharp eyes locked onto Linze, brimming with hatred. Unfazed, Linze lightly nicked the small golden eagle's neck with the iron sword, causing a trickle of fresh blood to flow. The large golden eagle's eyes burned with even greater resentment. Moments later, the large golden eagle let out a piercing cry, flapped its wings, and swiftly ascended into the dark night sky, disappearing from view. "Fast runner," Linze sneered, tossing the nearly lifeless small golden eagle to the Persian monkey. Then, he mounted the purple flame lion king's back. "Let's go home." Linze knew the large golden eagle wouldn't give up so easily, and he had no intention of letting it off the hook either. After all, it was a level 3 silver tier boss monster and a rare flying enemy. He planned to return and discuss strategies with Shuang to figure out a way to lure the large golden eagle down from the sky. Once he dealt with it, his next destination would be the salt mine. Linze had long been eager to take on the level 9 silver tier tiger king and was itching for the challenge. The purple flame lion king darted swiftly through the dense forest, its powerful limbs pounding against the damp ground. In the pitch-black night, the distant roars of monsters echoed intermittently, but what drew more attention was the dying young golden eagle clutched in the Persian monkey's hands. Its wings had been forcibly folded and secured against its back, leaving it to feebly bob its head. Seeing the fragile state of the young eagle, Linze specifically instructed the Persian monkey to handle it gently. This little creature was the key to luring the adult golden eagle, and nothing could go wrong. "Master," the Persian monkey suddenly spoke, "aren't we going to Monkey Mountain? It's only 2 or 3 kilometers from here." "Not yet," Linze replied decisively. "We'll deal with the golden eagle and the salt mine first." He reasoned that there was no urgent need for miners at the moment. Once the situation with the golden eagle and the salt mine was resolved, recruiting miners from Monkey Mountain could wait. "I understand your plan, Master," the Persian monkey volunteered. "Let me handle it. In a monkey troop, only one king is allowed. I'll defeat the old monkey king, and the others will naturally follow me. Then, I can have the mine for you." Linze's eyes lit up. His original plan had been to subdue the old monkey king and use its authority to command the troop. However, that approach would inevitably lead to significant casualties. After all, humans forcibly suppressing the monkey king would provoke resistance from the other monkeys. Every monkey lost would be a blow, as in his eyes, they were all born miners capable of generating wealth for him. "Your idea is solid," Linze nodded in approval. "Since you're one of them, you'll know how to handle the fight with restraint." But he hesitated, a hint of concern in his voice. "Are you sure you can defeat the old monkey king, who's at silver level 6? Don't get yourself killed." The Persian monkey exuded confidence. "With the abilities you've bestowed upon me, my strength has already surpassed the old monkey king. It still has over a dozen silver-ranked monkeys under its command," Linze reminded him. "I'm issuing a direct challenge for the throne," the Persian monkey clarified. "By the rules, the other monkeys can't interfere. As long as I win, I'll become the new monkey king, and they have to obey methods, the ironclad law of the troop." "All right, then go," Linze agreed. "But remember, if the fight turns against you, retreat. I'll back you up." "Understood, Master." The Persian monkey nodded solemnly, handing the dying young golden eagle to Linze. Then, with a nimble somersault, it leaped off the purple flame Lion King's back. Standing tall and proud with a hefty iron staff in hand, it disappeared into the darkness. Linze took a final glance at the Persian monkey's stats: attack 510, defense 570, speed 600, and health 45,000. While its health was slightly lower, its other base attributes surpassed even the silver level 9 Tiger King. Against the silver level 6 Old Monkey King, the odds were in its favor. Even if the Old Monkey King broke the rules and commanded hundreds of monkeys to attack, the Persian monkey's strength would allow it to retreat unscathed. In such a scenario, Linze could always rally his pet team to settle the score. With that thought, Linze finally felt reassured. Linze rode the purple flame Lion King back to the valley at lightning speed, only to find the great sage and the second sage still diligently mining ores. The two monkeys were completely unaware that their mother had embarked on a journey to fight for the Monkey King's throne. If successful, they would soon become bona fide second-generation officials. Chirp chirp, hearing the familiar sound of footsteps, the great sage and the second sage immediately put down their tools and eagerly ran toward Linze, like loyal servants. Although they were not Linze's pets, under the influence of their doting Persian monkey mother, they had long understood who was the true master of their family. Linze carefully inspected the two monkeys' work. Despite the short amount of time, they had already dug up 6,000 to 7,000 pieces of iron ore, hundreds of refined iron pieces, and dozens of high-quality refined iron pieces. Well done, Linze praised generously, patting the heads of the great sage and the second sage like a kind father. Feeling Linze's warmth and care, the two monkeys were so moved that their eyes brimmed with tears. All right, keep working. I'll come back for you later, Linze said as he collected the mined ores and refined iron into his bag. Before leaving, he gave each monkey an apple as a reward. The two monkeys were even more excited, and if Linze hadn't anticipated their reaction and quickly left on the purple flame Lion King, they probably would have clung to his legs, crying their hearts out. In such a short time, Linze had already surpassed their absent biological father in their hearts. With Simba's speed akin to a gust of wind, Linze returned to the shelter within minutes. He instructed Simba to stand guard outside and keep an eye on the night sky, while he carried the little golden eagle into the stone house. Shuang was busy at the workbench, fully focused. With the large supply of refined iron and high-quality refined iron provided by Linze, along with premium wood obtained through various means, she was now able to craft high-quality tools and special equipment. These items not only earned her significant merit points, but could also be exchanged for rare resources and unique items, such as blueprints. Although many players owned blueprints, most chose to keep them for personal use or collection, creating a high demand and low supply in the blueprint market. Only truly enticing items could motivate players to sell their blueprints. The advanced tools and special equipment meticulously crafted by Shuang were exactly the kind of treasures that could ignite such enthusiasm. Boss, what are you doing back here? Shuang asked, slightly surprised to see Linze return. Then, as if realizing something, she asked, "Is it because of the chat channel?" Linze casually dropped the little golden eagle onto the ground and explained, "I caught a golden eagle, but a bigger one got away. I came back to see if you have any tools for catching birds." "What a huge eagle!" Shuang exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the struggling little golden eagle on the ground. "It's even a level 9 bronze monster." Linze chuckled. "The bigger one is even stronger silver level 3, with boss level attributes. I want to tame it as a pet, but it's too cunning. It keeps flying too high to catch." After thinking for a moment, Shuang said, "I could make a kind of net launcher with a range of about 100 meters. But catching a golden eagle in midair won't be easy." "Then just make several of them," Linze replied. "I'll call Xiong to backladder. It has a stunning skill. With your net launcher, we'll have a much better chance of bringing that golden eagle down." "All right," Shuang nodded in agreement. At this moment, Linze remembered what Shuang had mentioned earlier and asked, "By the way, you mentioned something about the chat channel. What's going on?" "You don't know, boss?" Shuang looked surprised. "I've been too busy to pay attention," Linze explained. Shuang took a deep breath and calmly recounted the entire sequence of events. Her voice carried a barely perceptible trace of anger as she emphasized that someone had been stirring the pot behind the scenes, exacerbating the situation. Linze listened intently while opening the regional chat channel. The screen was flooded with messages pouring in like a tidal wave. Even though nearly an hour had passed since the incident broke out, the uproar showed no signs of abating. His eyes quickly scanned through the hostile comments, almost all of which were aimed at blaming and boycotting him. Occasionally, someone tried to defend him, but their efforts were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming wave of insults. Frowning in thought, Linze realized that the situation had escalated far beyond mere manipulation. The majority of players had taken a stance against him, some out of jealousy, others simply following the crowd, and a few genuinely sympathizing with Zhou Cheng. Switching to his friend list, several familiar names caught his eye. Wen Ling, the electric grid player, and others had all sent him inquiries. Most were asking whether he had really killed someone for loot, and some were even curious about what it felt like to kill. Among them, only when Ling stood out, she simply asked what he was doing. After a moment's consideration, Linze replied, "Just got back to the shelter." Not long after, when Ling's message popped up, "I looked into your situation. It's the Elite Tribunal Alliance pulling the strings behind the scenes." Linze responded, "Thanks." When Ling replied, "No problem. Don't let the chat channel comments get to you. People have short memories, it'll blow over in a couple of days." Linze paused for a moment before asking. Zhou Cheng eventually handed over the item. "Do you think I should let him off?" When Ling replied, "When I took someone out before, I didn't hold back either. Hesitation only causes more trouble for yourself. I believe that if Zhou Cheng had handed over the item in the first place, you wouldn't have killed him. You might have even rewarded him generously. In the end, it was his own fault." Linze asked, "You know me that well?" When Ling replied, "You don't strike me as the kind of person who kills indiscriminately. Otherwise, I wouldn't still be alive." Linze laughed. "Haha, all right, we'll talk later." When Ling added, "Oh, by the way, Yu Shuang added me as a friend. We've been chatting a lot, and we really hit it off." Linze replied, "That's between you two. I'm not getting involved." When Ling responded, "Got it." Yu Shuang finished her account and looked at Linze, who remained silent. She added, "Boss, that's basically it. The whole thing was orchestrated by Yin Haoyang. I've looked into the players who first made a move. They're all members of the Elite Tribunal Alliance." Linze nodded. "Got it." Yu Shuang pressed further. "Boss, what's your plan?" The corners of Linze's mouth lifted slightly, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. "I'm considering whether to just take out that Yin guy directly." Yu Shuang's eyes lit up as she eagerly asked, "Boss, did you get a blueprint for relocating a shelter?" "I got one," Linze said calmly. "As I expected, these blueprints can be obtained by destroying a player's shelter." Yu Shuang clenched her fists in excitement, her tone resolute. "Then we absolutely have to take him out. If he's stabbing you in the back, someone like that can't be allowed to live. The sooner we deal with him, the better." Linze was momentarily stunned, staring at the excited Yu Shuang. This seemingly innocent girl had an even stronger thirst for blood than he did. He couldn't help but think of Wen Ling, who was just as ruthless. Linze pondered to himself, "Why are all the women around me like this?" Linze frowned slightly, his voice steady as he said, "Taking out Yin Haoyang is easy. What worries me is the drop rate of the relocation blueprint. If it's not a guaranteed drop, I might not be able to return once I leave." Yu Shuang tilted her head, her eyes lighting up as she suggested, "How about you destroy my shelter, boss? If we can get another relocation blueprint, wouldn't that solve the problem?" Linze chuckled softly and tapped her forehead with his finger, explaining, "Silly girl, if your shelter is gone, how would I pinpoint a way back?" Yu Shuang suddenly realized his point, but her face quickly turned gloomy. "So, does this mean we have to let that Yin guy off the hook? You have no idea how smug he's been in the Alliance chat. And Li Yushi, I suspect she's involved too. Even that dead Zhou Cheng might have been her friend, and the screenshot of the last words could have been provided by her." A glint of coldness flashed in Linze's eyes as he spoke with determination. "Don't worry. They'll settle this with Yin Haoyang soon. But before that, we need to deal with the immediate issue." "How do we deal with it?" Yu Shuang asked, puzzled. Linze didn't answer right away. Instead, he reopened the regional chat channel and posted a message, offering a high price to purchase relocation blueprints. These can be obtained by destroying players' shelters, among other methods. Click to view the blueprint details. One blueprint can be exchanged for all resources needed to upgrade to a stone house. "In Haoyang, even after I blocked you, you're still causing trouble. Let's talk face to face." As soon as the message was posted, the regional chat channel erupted in excitement. "Whoa," Linze finally stepped up. "Relocation blueprints? This game actually has something like that? Players can finally gather and develop together. The price for one blueprint is insane, trading it for all the resources to upgrade to a stone house. If Linze can offer so many resources, his shelter must already be at the stone house level. His progress is ridiculously fast. My shelter is still just a straw hut, not even a wooden house yet. To the guy above, you really need to reflect on what you've been doing all these days. Have you been working hard enough?" The conversation quickly shifted to Yin Haoyang, whom Linze had called out. "Who is this Yin Haoyang guy? Did he fabricate the murder and loot incident?" "He's the leader of the Elite Tribunal Alliance, the one who calls himself the strongest leader." "Strongest leader, my foot. He's not even on the leaderboard. What a braggart." Messing with Linze? Yin Haoyang's in for a rough time. Linze is buying relocation blueprints to go after Yin Haoyang for sure. If I were Yin Haoyang, I'd be scared out of my mind right now. One's at bronze rank, the other's already silver tier 4. That's a massive gap. What was Yin Haoyang thinking? Picking a fight with Linze of all people. Just as the players had predicted, Yin Haoyang was indeed terrified. At first, he dismissed Linze's call-out, thinking he was safe because of the distance. But when he saw the details of the relocation blueprint, particularly its pinpoint relocation function, his scalp tingled, and he froze in panic. Yin Haoyang had provoked Linze partly to stand up for Li Yushi and partly for himself. But he never intended to confront Linze directly. Now, he was both anxious and flustered, like an ant on a hot pan, muttering to himself. What kind of person is this? Over such a small matter, he's going all out. Ever heard of resolving things peacefully? The Elite Tribunal's Alliance chat group was buzzing with outrage. Messages scrolled rapidly across the screen, filled with dissatisfaction toward a player named Lin and unwavering support for the Alliance leader. Leader, that Lin guy is way too arrogant. He doesn't respect you at all. Don't worry, as soon as we get our hands on the blueprints, we'll move to your area and take him down together. Let Linze come. We'll make sure he doesn't leave. It's time to show the other players what happens when someone crosses the Elite Tribunal. Yin Haoyang read the passionate messages, feeling a wave of warmth rise in his chest. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and his eyes lit up. The Alliance members are right, he mused. If Linze can use the relocation blueprints to ambush me, why can't I use the same blueprints to gather the Alliance players around me? Unknown, he wasn't confident he could defeat Linze, but a group fight? That was a different story. With that thought, Yin Haoyang immediately sent a message to the group. Thank you all for your concern. Honestly, I don't take Linze seriously at all. In fact, I should thank him. His reveal of the shelter relocation blueprints has given me a brand new idea. He then laid out his plan to purchase a large number of shelter relocation blueprints and relocate everyone's shelters to the same area, creating a massive alliance base. Many hands make light work. Once we're all together, whether it's collecting resources or hunting monsters, we can work as one and help the alliance grow stronger and faster. Yin Haoyang's proposal was met with unanimous approval from the group. Setting aside the matter of dealing with Linze, consolidating the shelters would indeed accelerate the alliance's development. The players excitedly envisioned the future, more members joining, and even the possibility of building an entire city. Li Yushi was the first to respond. In with the leader. Let's start purchasing relocation blueprints and move everything to the leader's shelter as the base. If Linze dares to come, we'll take him down together. He's the strongest player in the region. Defeating him will skyrocket our reputation, and more players will want to join us. Her words sparked a wave of cheers, and the group members were brimming with excitement. However, someone soon pointed out a practical challenge. Relocation blueprints aren't that easy to come by. Players rarely meet offline, let alone destroy someone's shelter to get a blueprint. Whether it's Linze or us, acquiring blueprints won't be easy. Yin Haoyang quickly replied. Spread the word first. We might not be able to offer the same conditions as Linze, but we can provide abundant basic resources and even elite positions in the alliance. Also, we need to explore more around the shelters ourselves. There's always a chance we'll encounter other players. As this message was sent, the chat group erupted once more. The members were filled with anticipation for the upcoming operation. If we do encounter them, we must negotiate amicably and assure them that our alliance is prepared to offer generous compensation. Li Yushi's voice was clear and pleasant as she added, in addition to compensation, we can invite them to join our alliance and help them develop at our base. Yin Haoyang's eyes lit up, and he nodded in agreement. The leader in Yushi's plan is very feasible. With such an offer, I doubt any player would refuse. They would willingly allow us to demolish their shelter. He then made the final decision. It's settled. Everyone, take action immediately and spread the word again in our general members group. We currently have nearly 2,000 alliance members. With so many people, surely we can secure a few blueprints. Strength lies in numbers, and I believe our alliance base will be built in no time. Understood. Got it. One. The message spread through the group like ripples in water. Before long, members of the Elite Tribunal Alliance flooded the regional chat channel, posting ads everywhere to purchase shelter relocation blueprints at high prices. However, the Elite Tribunal Alliance was not entirely unified. Yin Haoyang's base plan quickly leaked out, being not only shared among players, but also reaching the ears of other player alliances. Recognizing the feasibility of the base plan, these alliances also joined the race to acquire the shelter relocation blueprints. For a time, the entire regional chat channel was in an uproar, with all kinds of advertisements springing up one after another. From sky-high offers to trades involving rare items, the ads became increasingly exaggerated. Nonetheless, the shelter relocation blueprints instantly became the most sought-after resource among the major player alliances. Yu Shuangshuang stared blankly at the lively regional chat channel, incredulous. Is that all it took to solve the problem? No one was discussing Linze's alleged murder and treasure theft anymore. Instead, all attention had shifted to the blueprints and the topic of building offline bases. Linze smiled calmly and remarked, people are like that quick to forget. Yu Shuangshuang frowned slightly. But with so many player alliances involved, it will be much harder for you, boss, to get your hands on the relocation blueprints. Linze seemed unconcerned and replied with a smile, don't worry. Those alliances are making empty promises. Only fools would believe them. If anyone does obtain the blueprints and wants to trade, they'll most likely come to me. The resources I have for upgrading stone houses are enough to attract countless players. As for Yin Haoyang, offering a spot as an elite member of his alliance, he's just playing games with the players. True, Yu Shuangshuang agreed with a nod. She then relayed the details of Yin Haoyang's discussion with his group to Linze. Worried, she said, "Boss, we need to act quickly. It would be best to take him out before those high-level talent players gather around him." Linze dismissed the concern with disdain. "There's no need to bother. They're nothing more than a bunch of weaklings." He showed no regard for those so-called high-level players. Not even one silver tier among them. What makes them think they can challenge me? Honestly, I hope someone does show up to help Yin Haoyang when I make my move. That way, I can profit even more. Why settle for just taking out Yin Haoyang when wiping out a whole group of players is far more rewarding? A cold glint appeared in his eyes. If they dare to come, I'll kill them all. Do they think I won't retaliate? Everyone chooses their own fate. If they decide to go against me, I won't hold back. Yu Shuangshuang nodded in agreement. You're right. With the combat strength of your pets, even the combined forces of the elite tribunal's top players wouldn't stand a chance. Just Simba alone could easily sweep through their entire alliance. Linze nodded and shifted the topic. How's everything coming along? Yu Shuangshuang grinned as she reported. I sold 200 packs of tissues in the elite tribunal, earning a total of 4,000 units of premium wood. Additionally, I managed to trade the crystal core information with Yin Haoyang and Li Yushi for the blueprint of a solar charging panel. She paused for a moment, then added with a touch of schadenfreude. Yin Haoyang made the trade hoping to be the first to upgrade to a stone house. Now that he knows you've already upgraded your shelter to a stone house, I wonder if he'll be so angry that he spits blood. Yin Haoyang's fury erupted like a volcanic explosion, raging within the shelter. At first, Linze's audacious provocation left him flustered, scrambling to find a way to evade the situation. It wasn't until the base plan was finalized that he managed to catch his breath and regain some clarity of mind. Recalling the message Linze had sent, Yin Haoyang experienced a sudden realization. Linze had upgraded his shelter to a stonehouse level, snatching away the reward that should have been his. This knowledge hit him like a sledgehammer, leaving his heart heavy with frustration. Damn you Shuangshuang! Yin Haoyang roared, his voice echoing within the shelter. One lousy piece of information cost me a blueprint. His heart ached as if it were bleeding, filled with regret. Although the solar panel blueprint originally came from Li Yushi, in his mind, Li Yushi belonged to him entirely, and so did everything she had. When he first received Yu Shuangshuang's intel, Yin Haoyang had already felt it wasn't worth much. With his abilities, he would soon come across silver-level monsters and naturally uncover the secrets of crystal cores. Yu Shuangshuang's information was practically redundant to him. Now, with the reward taken by Linze, the value of that information had plummeted even further. Losing the blueprint felt like suffering a massive financial loss, leaving him both furious and regretful. Yin Haoyang even began to suspect that Yu Shuangshuang and Linze were colluding to sabotage him. Otherwise, how could he be the one to suffer misfortune every time? Fueled by anger, he sought out Li Yushi to vent his frustrations to his dear little sister. Li Yushi played the role of a sweet and supportive sister perfectly. A few honeyed big brother remarks were enough to dissolve much of Yin Haoyang's rage. He said, Yushi, I suspect that the information Yu Shuangshuang provided wasn't from Wenling at all, but from Linze. That woman is siding with the enemy. Li Yushi immediately chimed in. Don't be mad, brother Haoyang. I think the same. It's only now that I see Yu Shuangshuang's true colors. Brother Haoyang, why don't we just kick her out of the alliance? Keeping her around might bring even more damage and losses to us. However, Yin Haoyang hesitated. Well, let me think about it first. For now, Yu Shuangshuang's skills are still beneficial to our alliance's development. Not only has her workbench reached an advanced level, but her talent as a blacksmith is also exceptional. Besides, her connection with Linze is just our speculation. I should go talk to Wenling first to clarify things before making any decisions about Yu Shuangshuang. Hearing his response, Li Yushi's brows twitched slightly, her suppressed anger beginning to smolder. Nevertheless, she forced a sweet smile and said coyly, Brother Haoyang, you're so thoughtful and thorough, unlike me, who lacks any sense of the bigger picture. Yin Haoyang chuckled smugly. No rush. As long as you stick with me, you'll grow stronger in no time. Brother Haoyang, you're amazing. Li Yushi's face was full of admiration, showering him with endless compliments as if they cost nothing. Yet, deep down, she wanted nothing more than to strangle him. It was blatantly obvious that Yu Shuangshuang was working with Linze, and here he was talking about misunderstandings. His brain must have been addled. Meanwhile, Linze was tucking the solar panel blueprint Yu Shuangshuang had given him into his backpack. He had carefully examined the blueprint and knew it was a rare and valuable item. Once the polar night mode ended, the blueprint would prove its worth. With the solar panel, combined with the hand crank generator, his shelter would no longer face power shortages. At least for a considerable period, electricity would be one less thing for him to worry about. Yu Shuangshuang pushed open the door and peeked inside. Boss, are you going out again? Linze nodded, his gaze resolute. Yes, just a quick look around nearby. I won't go far. Start building a launch net right away, me instincts tell me well needed soon. Oh, and make an iron cage to lock the little golden eagle in. Got it. Yu Shuang responded promptly and turned to the workbench. She skillfully wielded her hammer, and after about 10 minutes of clanging, she had miraculously crafted a 1-meter square iron cage. As Linze shoved the struggling little golden eagle into the cage, he instructed, "You keep working. He'll be back soon." With that, he strode out of the stone house, mounted the patiently waiting purple flame lion king, and disappeared into the dense forest. He first went to the area where the purple flame lion king had hunted earlier, quickly breaking down the harvested monster corpses. Then, he regrouped with his 3 small pets and joined them for another hunting session. Time flew by, and before long, it was already 7 p.m. Just as Linze was about to call it a day and head back, Simba suddenly alerted him. "The big golden eagle is here, and it brought reinforcements." "What kind of reinforcements?" Linze asked warily. The purple flame lion king growled lowly. "Another king-tier golden eagle, even stronger than the last one. It's already at silver level 9. Linze sucked in a sharp breath. He glanced up at the pitch-black night sky. Though he couldn't see anything, he couldn't shake the feeling that 2 sharp, piercing eyes were watching him from the darkness. "Let's go back home," Linze decided on the spot. He quickly set up the battlefield and, along with Simba and the 3 small pets, sprinted toward the shelter. The situation was too urgent to retrieve the iron ore mined by Desheng and Ersheng in the valley. He decided to deal with the 2 golden eagles first. Suddenly, 2 sharp eagle cries pierced through the night. Linze scanned the dense forest around him cautiously, worried about an ambush, but he pressed on, leading his pet team firmly toward the shelter. Finally, they made it back safely. Linze's eyes immediately fell on Xiongda, who was snoring away on the ground. Without hesitation, he gave the lazy bear a swift kick, jolting it out of its dream. "Master!" Xiongda opened its sleepy eyes, its face immediately breaking into a fawning expression. "I found those 2 mines and memorized their locations." Linze glared at it. "You spent the whole afternoon on just that?" Xiongda hurriedly explained. "Master, you don't understand. Those mines were extremely well hidden. It took me ages to find them. Plus, I had to fight the guardian monster of one of the mines. It was a close call." Noticing a small chunk missing from Xiongda's health bar, Linze decided to let it slide. "Fine, I'll let it go this time." Leaning closer to Xiongda, he lowered his voice. "There are 2 big golden eagles in the sky. When the fight starts, use your wild roar to stun them. I want to capture them as pets, so don't mess this up, or you'll regret it." "Don't worry, master. Leave it to me," Xiongda promised repeatedly, clearly both respectful and terrified of Linze. At that moment, Yu Shuang stepped out of the house, her expression serious. "Boss, I just heard some sharp cries. Are the golden eagles here?" "Yes," Linze replied briefly. 2 of them, and they're right behind me. Get the launch net ready, and bring out the little golden eagle as bait." He then explained his plan in detail. Without hesitation, Yu Shuang turned back into the house to prepare. The air grew tense, charged with anticipation. A fierce battle was about to begin. Yu Shuang walked out of the room, holding 5 spear-like devices in her hand. She handed 2 of them to Linze and placed the remaining 3 aside. "Boss, the use of this ejector net is very simple," Yu Shuang explained while demonstrating. "Just aim at the target and press the button at the back. The net has a diameter of 10 meters and is made of high-quality refined iron, extremely tough. Even a silver level 9 monster would be trapped for at least 30 seconds." Linze nodded approvingly. Not bad. He calculated in his mind 30 seconds might be short, but it was enough time for his pets to severely injure the golden rock. In that moment, he deeply appreciated the importance of having capable allies. Without Yu Shuang, capturing the golden rock would have been nearly impossible. Next, Yu Shuang brought out an iron cage containing the young golden rock and placed it on the open ground nearby, following Linze's instructions. She looked a bit puzzled. "Boss, aren't monsters supposed to be very intelligent? Won't those 2 golden rocks see through this trap? Will they really come to rescue this little one?" "They definitely will," Linze replied confidently. "This is an open scheme. That golden rock went to find reinforcements to save the young one. Even if it knows we're lying in wait, it will still fight to the death." Yu Shuang suddenly understood. The 2 of them fell silent, quietly waiting for the golden rock's arrival. The purple flame lion king, Big Bear, and the 3 smaller pets were also stationed around the area, ready for action. Linze wasn't worried that the darkness would hinder the golden rock's vision, nor was he concerned about them seeing through his setup. As he had said, to rescue their young, the 2 golden rocks would undoubtedly brave the danger knowingly. Now, it was just a matter of who would have the last laugh. Time ticked by, but the golden rocks still hadn't appeared. Linze remained calm, casually chatting with Big Bear. "Are those 2 mines far from our shelter?" he asked. Big Bear replied, "Not far. The furthest one is just over 4 kilometers away." "What kind of mines are they? And what about the monsters guarding them?" Linze pressed further. "One is a stone mine, the other an iron mine," Big Bear explained in detail. Each is guarded by about 200 silver-level monsters. The strongest among them are about as powerful as that Tiger King around silver level 9. Hearing this, Linze's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed he wouldn't need to search far and wide for bosses in the coming days. The discovery of the stone mine was particularly exciting. Stone was a critical material for upgrading players' stone houses. The stone Linze currently had was all obtained in small quantities through trades or treasure chests. If he could take control of the stone mine, not only could he meet his own needs, but he could also sell the surplus for a wealth of resources. A stone mine, an iron mine, and a salt mine, Linze calculated silently. Once I control these 4 mines, I'll truly be the richest person in this region. As Linze envisioned a prosperous future, a sudden eagle cry echoed from the distance. Yu Shuangshuang became alert. Boss, the sound seems to be getting farther away. Could those 2 golden rocks have discovered the trap and decided to flee? Linze pondered for a moment. They've likely noticed it, but that doesn't mean they'll run. Let's wait another half hour. If they still don't show up, we'll head back. Yu Shuangshuang let out a soft, as her petite frame leaned closely against Linze. Her bright, wide eyes fixed on the dark sky above, shrouded in shadows. In the stillness, a sharp whistling sound suddenly pierced through the air. In an instant, a massive dark figure descended from the heavens, its razor-sharp talons striking like lightning toward the iron cage on the ground. Before Linze and Yu Shuangshuang could react, a deafening roar erupted from Xiongda. As a silver-tier boss, it unleashed a savage bellow in an instant, sending visible shockwaves straight at the dark figure. The golden eagle, beehive, had no way to evade and was struck heated. Its body froze momentarily and plummeted straight toward the iron cage. With a resounding bang, the golden eagle and the cage tumbled across the ground in several violent rolls. Inside the cage, the smaller golden eagle was thrown into a dizzying frenzy, letting out pitiful cries. Shuang Shuang, Linze called out softly, pressing a button as he aimed. In an instant, 2 massive iron nets shot out from both sides, securely trapping the stunned golden eagle. We did it, Linze exclaimed in delight. Xiongda, go hammer it. Just enough to leave it half dead is fine. Before he could finish his sentence, another piercing whistling sound echoed from above, accompanied by an enraged screech. Reacting instinctively, Linze grabbed Yu Shuangshuang and pulled her to the ground. With a sharp whoosh, a gust of wind swept past, claws tearing through the air, narrowly missing them. Catch it, Linze shouted. The purple flame lion king and the 3 smaller creatures, already prepared, immediately lunged at the attacking golden eagle. Linze quickly pulled Yu Shuangshuang to her feet. Go hide in the room, he urged. Without hesitation, the young girl ran into the stone house, closing the door behind her with a deep sigh of relief, her heart pounding wildly. Linze picked up a spear and aimed it at the second golden eagle. However, this one was even fiercer. With a powerful flap of its wings, it created a gale that swept away the iron net and extinguished the purple flame lion king's flames. The 3 smaller creatures were blown off balance, while only the purple flame lion king managed to hold its ground and continue the fight. Grabbing 2 more spears, Linze prepared to strike again. The golden eagle, as if sensing the danger, flapped its wings to create another gust, breaking free from the purple flame lion king's grasp and soaring high into the sky. Linze quickly launched 2 nets, but both missed their mark. Disappointed, Linze's gaze shifted to the other golden eagle, now lying on the ground, barely alive after being pummeled by Xiongda. His spirits lifted instantly. Watching the retreating shadow of the escaping eagle, he smirked confidently. I've got your mate and your kid, where do you think you can run? The eagle that escaped was clearly a stronger ally, larger in size, and of a higher level. Linze speculated it was likely the male of the pair. The next steps were fairly straightforward. The female golden eagle, already battered and bruised from its encounter with Xiongda, had completely lost its will to resist. The power of the contract easily subdued it. Linze carefully untangled the iron net wrapped around the eagle's body. With the restraints removed, the massive bird of prey finally spread its magnificent wings. With a powerful flap, the female golden eagle soared into the sky, ascending rapidly into the clouds. Linze wasn't worried about it escaping and took the opportunity to gather the scattered iron nets. These tools were quite valuable and could be reused. Just as Linze finished tidying up, a sudden gust of wind roared through the area. The golden eagle descended from the skies with a rush of air and landed steadily in front of Linze. Its wingspan of nearly 4 meters and its towering frame over 2 meters high made it a colossal creature, unmatched by any bird of prey on Earth. The golden eagle folded its wings and lowered its head submissively, addressing Linze respectfully through its spiritual connection. Master, it called out. Linze, delighted, reached out to gently stroke its head, silently comparing it to the male golden eagle that had escaped. Although slightly smaller in size, this female golden eagle's feathers were far more dazzling and vibrant. From now on, your name will be Maya, Linze said after a moment's thought. Understood, Master. Maya responded obediently with a nod. At that moment, A sharp cry came from the caged young golden eagle, who had been observing its mother's behavior. It let out a series of piercing calls. Maya quickly pleaded, "Master, could you release my child? It won't run away with me here." Linze generously replied, "No problem. Even if it tries to escape, let it go." As he spoke, he opened the iron cage. The young golden eagle, now free, immediately flew high into the sky, letting out furious cries aimed at Linze. While Linze couldn't understand its words, the hostility was evident. Before Linze could respond, Maya took flight and swiftly caught up with the young eagle, giving it a thorough scolding. Its cries of protest lasted for several minutes. In the end, the young golden eagle followed Maya back to Linze. Its head hung low, not daring to even glance at him. This display strongly showcased Maya's fierce and genuine maternal instincts. Linze then checked Maya's attribute panel. Pet, Maya Golden Eagle. Level, Silver Tier 3. Attack, 660. Defense, 500. Speed, 780. Health, 246460000. Special abilities. Wind of Enchanted Feathers, Shimmering Golden Feathers, Energy Wave. Growth Potential, 2 stars. Experience, 3551300. These were undoubtedly boss-level stats. Although slightly inferior to the Purple Flame Lion King in overall power, Maya's speed was a significant advantage. Linze carefully examined her skills. Wind of Enchanted Feathers could boost speed. Shimmering Golden Feathers could unleash a barrage of arrow-like golden feathers over a wide area. An Energy Wave was a powerful single-target attack. Overall, as a flying monster, Maya's combat abilities were impressive. Without the iron net restricting her movements earlier, Linze would never have been able to capture her so easily. "Was the golden eagle that escaped your mate?" Linze asked curiously. Maya nodded. "Yes, master. He resides 30 kilometers away at Golden Eagle Ridge, which is the territory of our kind." "Then why aren't you living together?" Linze inquired, puzzled. Maya explained. "When the day of darkness descended, Golden Eagle Ridge was invaded by hordes of bloodthirsty bats. He was worried that my child and I would be in danger, so he sent us away temporarily to take refuge." The day of darkness, mentioned by Maya, referred to the polar night. Linze was deeply intrigued by this concept. He hadn't expected that even monsters would engage in wars. Eagerly, he asked, "What's the situation at Golden Eagle Ridge now? Have the invading bats been driven away?" Maya shook her head and replied gravely, "The bloodthirsty bats aren't very strong, but their numbers are overwhelming, reaching millions. Golden Eagle Ridge has suffered devastating losses, and most of the avian monsters that survived have fled. I'm afraid the father of my child won't be able to return to his homeland now." Linze's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "That's actually great. Go tell him that if he's willing to become my pet, I can offer him protection." Maya hesitated for a moment before replying, "Master, I can only try. The child's father is extremely proud, the true king of golden eagles, and his golden bloodline has already been awakened. He'll soon ascend to the golden rank. Even for the sake of me and the child, he won't easily bow his head. But don't worry, master. With me and the child here, he won't cause you any trouble." As they spoke, a massive shadow suddenly descended from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground with a deafening thud. Linze turned to look and was stunned to see a forest python, nearly 10 meters long, lying dead. Its body was covered in gruesome claw marks, and a gaping, fatal wound was visible on its head. Linze looked up toward the sky and faintly saw a huge silhouette circling in the clouds. It was none other than the father of the child Maya had mentioned. Was this a delivery of food? Linze quickly understood. The male golden eagle likely realized it couldn't change the fate of its mate and offspring, and worried Linze might mistreat them, so it brought food as a gesture. This act was undoubtedly a subtle sign of submission. Linze was inwardly delighted. This was a promising start. He was confident that with this beginning, the male golden eagle would eventually become his pet, unless it was willing to abandon its family. Turning to Maya, Linze said with concern, "You seem a bit worn out. Go rest in the pet space for a while." "Understood, master," Maya replied. She then let out 2 clear cries toward the sky, seemingly explaining the situation to her mate. Sure enough, after seeing Maya and the child vanish into thin air, the male golden eagle didn't react with anger, but instead flapped its massive wings and flew off into the distance. At that moment, the Purple Flame Lion King approached, excitedly saying to Linze, "Master, I almost caught it just now." Linze rolled his eyes. Almost was still far from success. The result was the same. However, he wasn't upset. Instead, he patted the Purple Flame Lion King approvingly and then comforted the 3 smaller pets that had gathered around. As for Bear One, it received special praise from him. Catching Maya had been no small feat, and Bear One's contribution was significant. Linze then retrieved a large amount of meat, fruits, and nuts from his backpack, as well as some fresh fish from the pond. These were both dinner for the pets and a reward for their efforts. Back in the room, Yu Shuang immediately rushed over, her voice trembling slightly. "Boss, that really scared me to death just now. If it weren't for you, I would have been taken away by that giant golden eagle. Linze wrapped an arm around her slender waist and chuckled. Now you understand how dangerous it is to be a combat class player, don't you? You're lucky to have the blacksmith profession, and even luckier to have an upgrade talent. From now on, you stay home obediently and don't leave the stone house unless necessary. I'll listen to you. Yu Shuang nodded repeatedly, her tone sweet and compliant. Linze gave her a light pat on her firm backside and said, "Go make dinner. After we eat, I still need to head out." Yu Shuang asked curiously, "You're going out this late?" Linze explained, "The Great Sage and Second Sage are still mining in the valley. I need to bring them back." Only then did Yu Shuang realize, nodding in understanding. No wonder she hadn't seen the two monkeys around. At dinner time, Yu Shuang brought out a steaming pot of hearty stew. The pot was filled with a mix of meat and vegetables, and although the only seasonings were salt and chili, the aroma was still irresistible thanks to the unique dining setup. Linze took out 6 hairy crabs from his backpack. Even after being left for hours, the shells still emitted heat. Yu Shuang's eyes widened in surprise. "Boss, where did these crabs come from?" "A treasure chest." Linze nodded. "I opened a treasure chest this afternoon. Got lucky." A delighted smile lit up Yu Shuang's delicate face. "It's great following you, boss. There's always delicious food to eat." She knew full well that in this jungle world, hairy crabs were a rare delicacy, almost impossible to find outside of treasure chests. The two shared the 6 crabs along with the pot of stew, quickly feeling full and satisfied. Before they started eating, Linze made sure to snap a photo and post it in the chat channel. Ever since the Zhouchang incident, his reputation in their region had taken a hit. The photo immediately attracted a slew of jealous and provocative comments from other players. But Linze paid no mind, enjoying his meal as he thought, "If anyone really crosses the line, I'll just block them. If we meet offline, I'll settle it then." As he savored the crab meat and roe Yu Shuang handed him, Linze casually scrolled through the regional chat and remarked, "The number of players has dropped to less than 65,000 now." Yu Shuang sighed deeply at the news. In just 7 days, the player count had plummeted from 100,000 to 65,000, a loss of 35,000 lives, averaging 5,000 deaths per day. It was brutally unforgiving. "Worried," she said. "At this rate, by the time the polar night mode ends, there might not even be 50,000 players left in our region." Linze reassured her, "I don't think it'll get that bad. Players are growing stronger too. Unless something unexpected happens, we should be able to hold on to 50,000. Yu Shuang gasped. "The polar night mode is already harsh enough. If something unexpected happens, how are we supposed to survive?" Linze waved her concerns away with a smile. "Don't worry, I was just speaking hypothetically." Yu Shuang exhaled in relief. "It's honestly terrifying. I'm so lucky to have met you, boss. Otherwise, things would have been so much worse." Linze encouraged her, "Don't overthink it. Things will only get better for us." Yu Shuang nodded and switched topics, proudly presenting her handiwork. "Today, I made a storage cabinet, a bedside table, and a big box for tissues. Boss, take a look, what else do we need?" Linze glanced around the room and had to admit that despite her young age, this little one had organized their home meticulously. She had even thought of details he hadn't considered. Thanks to her efforts, the room no longer felt empty but instead radiated a warm, cozy atmosphere. Linze praised her sincerely. "You've done a great job. With you around, I don't have to worry about anything at home." Hearing this, Yu Shuang beamed with joy, her bright eyes curving into crescent moons. She knew that while crafting tools was part of her role, gaining Linze's approval in their daily life was even more important. This way, even if Linze were to flirt with others in the future, her position wouldn't be easily shaken. Yu Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly shared her discovery with Linze. "Boss, I had a chat with Sister Wenling today, and I realized she knows so much more than I do. She's incredible, she even dares to hunt alone out there and has taken down so many silver-tier monsters." Before Linze could respond, Yu Shuang quickly added, "If we had Sister Wenling's help, our shelter could develop so much faster. Remember when you mentioned forming a team? I think Sister Wenling would be a perfect fit." Listening to Yu Shuang's enthusiastic recommendation, a faint smile appeared on Linze's face. He had indeed mentioned the idea of forming a team in the future to prepare for potentially harsher survival challenges, but it was a casual remark and not yet a concrete plan. He hadn't expected the little girl to already start scouting candidates for him. Linze couldn't resist teasing her. "Little one, do you think I don't know what you're up to? What is it, feeling overwhelmed and hoping for a trio to share the load?" Yu Shuang's face turned bright red as she hurriedly protested. "That's not what I meant at all." Seeing her flustered reaction, Linze chuckled lightly. "All right, let's eat first. We'll talk about it later." Yu Shuang obediently nodded. "Okay." After dinner, Linze mounted the purple flame Lion King and sped off toward the valley. As soon as he arrived, Desheng and Ersheng came rushing up to him, their eyes brimming with tears. They looked at Linze pitifully, as if to complain. "You said you'd come get us later, but isn't this way too late?" We've been working all day and are nearly starving. Seeing the two monkeys' distressed expressions, Linze felt a bit guilty. He quickly took out a dozen apples from his backpack to appease them before turning to inspect the day's haul of mined resources. The results were impressive. Over 4,000 iron ores, more than 300 refined iron pieces, and around 20 high-quality refined iron pieces. Coupled with what he had taken back earlier, today's progress was quite satisfying. Linze's thoughts drifted to the Persian monkey. He wondered how it was faring on Monkey Mountain. By now, it should have arrived there. Since he hadn't received any notifications about the Persian monkey being attacked, it seemed the monkey had avoided hostility from the local troop. But he still had no idea about the specifics. Suddenly, Linze had an idea. Right, I still have Maya. He smacked his forehead and immediately summoned Maya from the pet space. After more than an hour of rest, Maya's health had recovered to nearly 30,000. As Linze's level increased, the healing effects of the pet space had noticeably improved. Master, Maya called affectionately, lowering her head for Linze to pet her. Linze chuckled, wondering if the male golden eagle would get jealous seeing this scene. Linze's tone turned serious. I called you out because I need you to handle something. 10 kilometers southeast of here, there's a monkey mountain. My pet, the Persian monkey, is there challenging the old monkey king. Go check on the situation. If the Persian monkey is in danger, make sure to help it. Understood, master. Maya nodded and took off, her powerful wings stirring up a gust of wind as she disappeared into the night sky. Moments later, Linze heard two distinct eagle cries from a far one resonant and the other sharp. Though he couldn't see them, he knew it was Maya greeting her mate. The male golden eagle's been staying here all this time. Is it worried I'll abduct its mate and kids, never to return them? Linze mused with a smirk. Such a loyal pair, truly a model of monogamy among raptors. Linze didn't linger in the valley. After storing all the mined resources, he mounted the purple flame lion king and headed back to the shelter, bringing Desheng and Ersheng along with him. Linze returned to the shelter and pushed the door open. Inside, Yu Shuangshuang was video chatting with Wenling, the two of them laughing and chatting happily. In the center of the room, a large pot of water was boiling on a stove made of green bricks, and next to it was a wooden tub, even larger than the one from the day before, clearly prepared by Yu Shuangshuang for Linze to bathe. Noticing Linze's arrival, Yu Shuangshuang hastily ended the call. Sister Wenling, the boss is back. Let's talk tomorrow. Wenling's voice came through the phone. So what if he's back? It's after work hours, does he care who you're talking to? Yu Shuangshuang quickly explained. No, the boss is really nice. It's just that he's going to take a bath soon. Make sure to take proper precautions, Wenling teased. Two got it, Sister Wenling, Yu Shuangshuang replied, her face flushing as she quickly ended the video call. When she turned to face Linze, her cheeks were still tinged with red. Boss, I didn't say anything. Sister Wenling just figured it out. Linze chuckled. You didn't tell her that all of my hard-earned results ended up in your stomach? Yu Shuangshuang giggled in response. I'm not that silly. How could I let something like that slip? Linze silently thought to himself that compared to Wenling, Yu Shuangshuang was indeed far less shrewd. A sharp and capable urban woman like Wenling could easily get the better of a young girl like Yu Shuangshuang with just a few words. This was evident from Yu Shuangshuang's dinner conversation earlier. She had already begun speaking highly of Wenling and even suggested having her move in with them. While Yu Shuangshuang might have entertained the idea of the three of them living together, it also showed how much Wenling had already influenced her. All right, go ahead and prepare the bathwater. I'll head out to gather the vegetables, Linze said, turning to leave. When Linze arrived at the vegetable garden, he noticed that, in just one day, all the vegetables had fully matured. Bright red chili peppers and tomatoes, along with vibrant green cucumbers, hung heavily on the vines. With one pull of the potato stems, he unearthed a whole cluster. Once again, he felt the joy of a bountiful harvest, though the feeling was short-lived. After harvesting, the remaining stems and vines disappeared instantly, and the entire garden was reset by the game's power. Linze realized this was similar to the reproduction of the mother crucian carp, with a limited number of uses. The difference was that the vegetables could be harvested 3 times. After 3 rounds of harvesting, combined with what he had sold earlier, Linze had accumulated over 1,000 pounds of vegetables. He decided not to sell them yet, sensing that the players were about to face a genuine food crisis. Next, Linze went to the orchard. The pear and apple trees he had planted a few days ago had already borne fruit, thriving even better than those growing in the wild. Each tree seemed capable of producing over 1,000 pounds of fruit. Using the one-click harvest feature, Linze collected nearly 3,000 pounds of pears and apples in total. These fruits solved the food supply problem for the Persian monkey and the 2 smaller monkeys, Desheng and Ersheng. The 3 monkeys primarily ate fruits and nuts. Linze had previously observed the Persian monkey foraging for insects, spiders, tender leaves, and flowers in the forest, but none of them ate meat. Without the large amount of fruit he had gathered earlier and the 2 fruit trees he now had as a backup, feeding the 3 monkeys would have become a major challenge, one they'd have to figure out on their own. Linze surveyed his shelter. his gaze sweeping over the golden thunderfruit trees and blood spirit fruit trees. The golden thunderfruit trees had grown over 2 meters tall, their branches lush and full, while the recently planted blood spirit fruit trees were just tiny saplings, with tender green buds sprouting delicately. He turned and walked toward the pigsty and cattle pen, the grunts of piglets and the low calls of calves filling the air. Thanks to the game's magical mechanics, these animals reproduced at an astonishing rate, their numbers already surpassing 100. Linze couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of the game's design. Fields that required no watering, fish ponds where oxygen levels were never a concern, and livestock that needed no daily feeding. Everything seemed to run on an invisible autopilot as long as the basic infrastructure was in place. This setup greatly streamlined the player's experience, sparing them the tedious daily chores of cutting grass to feed cattle or preparing pig fodder. As night fell, Linze returned to his room. A soft mist was already spreading throughout the space. He exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Shuang, and without hesitation, the two quickly shed their clothes and slid into a wooden tub together. The sound of water splashing echoed rhythmically, and the mist grew thicker as the moments passed. Before long, their activities shifted to the bed, where the rhythmic creaking of the bed frame continued late into the night, finally giving way to silence. Amidst the heavy breathing, Yu Shuang reminded him, "Boss, don't forget to consider what we discussed earlier. Wen Ling isn't just stunningly beautiful, with an amazing figure, she's also a ninth-degree yoga expert. They say she knows 180 different poses." Linze raised an eyebrow, chuckling. "The poses you're talking about might not be the same ones I'm imagining," Yu Shuang playfully replied. "Out of 180 yoga poses, surely there's one the boss would like." Linze laughed, getting up to pour them each a glass of water. Yu Shuang took her glass, rinsed her mouth, and handed it back, saying, "You're so thoughtful, boss." Linze teased, "Just for pouring a glass of water? You've been quite generous in your gratitude, too." Yu Shuang's face instantly turned bright red. Late into the night, the Elite Tribunal's Alliance chat group was buzzing with excitement. Their leader, Yin Haoyang, had finally advanced to the silver rank, placing his name 8th on the leaderboard. Although a few players had achieved the rank earlier, Yin Haoyang's rapid climb among over 60,000 players was still impressive. Yin Haoyang announced in the group, "Good news, everyone. When I advanced to silver, the game refreshed mineral resources around my shelter. Apparently, all players who reach silver rank receive this benefit. I have a plan. We should hold off on leveling up for now and move our shelters closer to mine before advancing. That way, our base will have access to a wealth of resources." His suggestion sparked a lively discussion in the group. Some players supported the idea, while others hesitated, as suppressing their levels would mean slowing down both their combat power and the development of their shelters. Yin Haoyang quickly reassured them, "Don't worry, the Alliance will compensate everyone fairly. No one will be left at a disadvantage." With this promise, members of the group began to voice their agreement. "The top priority now is to obtain relocation blueprints," Yin Haoyang emphasized. "Everyone needs to act quickly. This is critical to our Alliance's future." The group echoed in unison, "Understood." 1 inch. Privately, Yin Haoyang eagerly contacted Li Yushi, and the two started a video call. Yin Haoyang's face was brimming with barely containable excitement as he said, "Yushi, I have great news for you today. I got my hands on a relocation blueprint." Li Yushi's eyes widened in surprise. "So soon?" Yin Haoyang quickly explained the origin of the blueprint in detail. After the task was announced, an Alliance member happened to encounter another player nearby. Through friendly negotiation, that player agreed to join us. After destroying their shelter, we successfully obtained the relocation blueprint. Once I heard about it, I communicated with that Alliance member repeatedly and finally secured the blueprint. "Yushi, I want you to use it first and be the first one to move here with me." However, Li Yushi's eyes flickered as she softly replied, "Haoyang, I understand your good intentions, but let's forget about it for now. This blueprint is too important and should be given to a stronger member. Linze has set his sights on you and might show up at any moment. You know my combat skills are limited, and I wouldn't be much help. Right now, your safety is the top priority." Hearing her words, Yin Haoyang felt a wave of warmth in his chest. "Yushi, as long as you understand my intentions, that's enough. Once we deal with Linze, you'll be the first to move here. When the Alliance base is built, I'll even give you the position of deputy leader. We'll manage the Alliance together." Li Yushi playfully pouted and said, "As long as I can stay by your side, being the deputy leader doesn't matter to me at all." Yin Haoyang was deeply touched, silently vowing to cherish this woman who had always supported him. Li Yushi found an excuse to end the video call. Privately, she played word games with her other friends while secretly cursing in her heart. "What an idiot. If I go there now and run into Linze, wouldn't I just be a scapegoat?" She knew Yin Haoyang's thoughts all too well. As a master of manipulation, even without Linze in the picture, she wouldn't easily walk into his trap. Before crossing into this world, she had toyed with men around her at will. In this jungle world, her tactics remained unchanged. Besides, what was a mere deputy leader position to her? Her goal was to become the alliance leader. Time flew by, and night fell, followed swiftly by the break of dawn. As Linze opened his eyes, he heard the faint yet numerous calls of monkeys outside. Though not loud, the sheer number was unmistakable. The Persian monkeys are back. Linze immediately tried to get up, only to notice the young girl beside him was gone. While he was pondering, the door creaked open, and a petite figure walked in. It was Yu Shuang, looking more radiant than ever. "Boss, you're awake," Yu Shuang said with a bright smile. Linze nodded, dressing himself while asking, "What time is it now?" Yu Shuang beamed and replied, "Just past 7. It's still early." Linze suddenly paused his movements, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. "Still early? Sounds like you're asking for it." With that, he beckoned to Yu Shuang with his finger. Yu Shuang giggled and ran over, quickly shedding her clothes and diving under the covers. 2 hours later, Linze got up alone and finished breakfast. He grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside the stone house. On the open ground, dozens of adult monkeys had gathered. They squatted or stood, their muscular frames towering over 2 meters tall, resembling a troop of gorillas. These monkeys, like the Persian monkey, belong to the crimson blood monkey tribe and share a unique ability. When their health is critically low, they enter a berserk state, significantly boosting their combat power. Linze scanned his surroundings and noticed that while the Persian monkey showed no obvious injuries, its health had dropped by about 1/3. "Master." The Persian monkey immediately approached Linze upon seeing him. At the same time, dozens of adult monkeys stood up in unison, their eyes fixed on Linze, filled with both fear and unease. These monkeys had secretly gossiped about the new king's master before entering the sanctuary, but upon seeing the terrifyingly massive purple flame lion king, Bearda, and other powerful pets, they instantly became docile. They no longer dared to discuss their new master, and even their usual lively demeanor vanished as they obediently gathered in the clearing, not daring to act recklessly. Linze turned to the Persian monkey and asked with a smile, "So, you've become the new Monkey King?" The Persian monkey nodded and replied, "Everything went smoothly. When I returned to Monkey Mountain, I openly challenged the old Monkey King and ultimately defeated him. According to the rules of the monkey tribe, I am now the new Monkey King." "Well done. You didn't let me down," Linze praised, then asked, "What about the old Monkey King?" The Persian monkey explained, "After losing, the old Monkey King initially planned to leave with a small number of monkeys, but I stopped him. I asked him to stay on Monkey Mountain to help me manage the tribe since I still need to follow you, master. These monkeys I brought here are the elite of the tribe. The lowest level among them is bronze level 8, while the highest has reached silver level 4. Linze scanned the group and counted a total of 45 monkeys, 6 of which were at the silver level. Although the silver level 4 monkey had a higher level than the purple flame lion king, and the Persian monkey was only at silver level 1, Linze knew that levels weren't everything. These monkeys were just ordinary creatures. Even the silver level 4 monkey hadn't become a king-class creature, nor had it received any talent boosts from Linze, so its attributes were still pitifully low. Any one of his 3 smaller pets could easily defeat it. The Persian monkey continued, "I only brought these few because I was eager to report back to you. If you need, master, I can relocate the entire tribe here." "Let's keep it this way for now," Linze said. He understood that he couldn't support hundreds of monkeys. Even feeding the few dozen in front of him would be a challenge. He could only provide a small amount of fruit and nuts, while the monkeys would have to find the rest on their own. After all, he only had 2 fruit trees at the moment. Suddenly, an idea struck Linze, and he asked, "How does the tribe on Monkey Mountain feed so many monkeys?" The Persian monkey replied, "My people have planted a large number of fruit trees on Monkey Mountain, so we are self-sufficient in food." Linze's eyes lit up. He said to the Persian monkey, "Tell these monkeys to stay here and not wander around. Later, we'll take a trip to Monkey Mountain and dig up some fruit trees to bring back." This was something Linze had to do himself since he was a player. If the monkeys were to dig up the trees, they might not be able to plant them in the orchard. Linze returned to the stone house and spoke to Yu Shuang, who was just about to get up. "The monkeys outside are all our miners. Equip each of them with an iron pickaxe made of high-quality, refined steel. I'm heading to Monkey Mountain and will be back soon." "Got it, boss," the cheerful young girl replied with a nod. Her fair, radiant cheeks still carried a lingering blush. The youthful charm she exuded was something Wen Ling didn't possess. Linze chose the purple flame lion king as his mount for the journey to Monkey Mountain. He had initially considered riding the golden eagle, Maya, but Maya was still too small to carry him. Although Maya's father, a male golden eagle with a 6-meter wingspan, could handle the task, Linze worried it hadn't been fully tamed yet and might throw him off mid-flight. Even within invincibility mode, the consequences of falling from such a height were unpredictable. To ensure safety, Linze ultimately opted for the reliable purple flame lion king. The newly crowned king of the monkey tribe, the Persian monkey, accompanied Linze. Navigating through the dense and obstacle-filled jungle, it took them half an hour to cover a distance of just 10 kilometers. In an open area, the purple flame lion king could have traveled several times faster. Master, Monkey Mountain is just ahead, the Persian monkey reminded him. Linze raised his flashlight, but all he could see was a dense forest stretching upward, with the entirety of Monkey Mountain hidden in the shadows. Let's go. Head straight for the old Monkey King, Linze ordered. The purple flame lion king propelled forward with powerful strides, swiftly entering the Monkey Mountain territory. The surrounding forest came alive with a cacophony of monkey calls, and occasionally, monkeys leapt between the treetops. To Linze's surprise, these monkeys did not play any tricks on them, but instead behaved quite submissively. Some even approached with fruits in their hands, offering them respectfully to the Persian monkey, their new king. Before long, the group arrived at a flat area halfway up the mountain. A dozen elderly monkeys were gathered there, and faint light emanated from a cave behind the clearing. Upon seeing the Persian monkey arrive, the old monkeys quickly stood up. One of them, with graying fur, stepped forward and began conversing with the Persian monkey in a language Linze couldn't understand. Linze observed the old monkey's information, silver level 6, with king-level attributes and skills. This was the former Monkey King, defeated by the Persian monkey. If not for Linze's plan to contract the Tiger King of the salt mines today, and the fact that the old Monkey King had already submitted to the Persian monkey, he might have used his pet quota on this old king. After a brief exchange, the old Monkey King gave Linze a slight nod before turning to leave. The Persian monkey explained, "Master, the old Monkey King welcomes you. It's now leading us to the orchard." "All right, let's go," Linze said, patting Simba. The purple flame lion king followed the old Monkey King's lead. To Linze's surprise, the old Monkey King led them toward the cave. Due to Simba's large size, Linze had to recall it into his pet space. The cave extended deep underground, descending at least 200 to 300 meters, appearing naturally formed rather than man-made. The walls were embedded with glowing stones, which the Persian monkey identified as luminous stones. Linze examined the luminous stones and found that, apart from emitting light, they had no special properties. He decided not to dwell on them and thought to himself, "I might as well take some of these luminous stones back later." Linze said to the Persian monkey, "Little girls might like shiny things like these. They look just like luminous pearls." A few minutes later, under the guidance of the old Monkey King, Linze arrived at a breathtaking underground space. This area was much more expansive than the previous cave, with luminous stones embedded densely on the walls and floor. These stones twinkled like stars in the night sky, emitting a soft, warm glow. Not only were they stunningly beautiful, but they also provided ample illumination for the entire space. Linze looked around and gasped in amazement. In this underground world, over 100 fruit trees of various sizes were thriving. Peach trees dominated the area, followed by apple and banana trees. The most surprising sight was the banana trees, which not only survived in this environment, but thrived, with each vine bearing dozens of large, ripe bananas. The old Monkey King turned to Linze, chattering and gesturing animatedly. The Persian monkey promptly translated, "Master, the old Monkey King says these fruit trees were carefully cultivated by the monkey clan. While there are some fruit trees on Monkey Mountain outside, their numbers are far fewer than here. He earnestly pleads with you to leave half of the fruit trees for the monkey clan, or they may face a food shortage." Linze quickly counted and found there were over 140 fruit trees in total. Leaving half meant he could take away more than 70, which was far beyond his expectations. Although he worried whether his orchard could accommodate so many trees, he decided to dig them up first and figure it out later. Thinking of how such a small pig pen could house nearly 100 wild boars, Linze speculated that the shelter structures might have a special storage-like spatial property appearing small on the outside, but possibly as spacious as a football field inside. He said to the Persian monkey, "Let's go with the old Monkey King's suggestion. I'll only take half of the fruit trees." Hearing this, the old Monkey King immediately expressed heartfelt gratitude to Linze. Although Linze couldn't understand monkey language, the old Monkey King seemed to comprehend human speech. Linze then began the tree digging process. Each tree only required a dozen or so digs to yield a sapling, complete with all its fruits. In less than an hour, he finished the task, taking a variety of trees. Along with over 70 fruit tree saplings, he also collected nearly 50,000 units of assorted fruits, enough to easily sustain the dozens of monkeys. Next, the old Monkey King led Linze to the monkeys' food storage area, massive cavern filled with heaps of fruits. As soon as they entered, a rich aroma of alcohol wafted through the air, the scent of fruit wine naturally fermented over time. Under the Monkey King's guidance, Linze found the source of the fragrance, several large wooden barrels. One open barrel exuded a heady, intoxicating aroma, while the others were securely sealed. As Linze examined the barrels, information about their contents appeared before him. Item: 100 fruit wine. Effect: increases attack and speed by 30 points each, and cold resistance by 1 point. Lasts 10 minutes. Cooldown time: 24 hours. Description: a high-quality fruit wine brewed by the Red Blood Monkey clan. Extremely rare. Linze was thrilled. Wasn't this the legendary monkey wine? On Earth, monkey wine, also known as 100-fruit wine, was made by fermenting a mixture of various fruits. Genuine monkey wine was wild brewed and incredibly rare, with a chance of encountering it slimmer than winning the lottery. The so-called monkey wine sold in markets was artificially fermented and far inferior to the authentic version. At that moment, the old Monkey King retrieved a palm-sized jar from a corner and handed it to Linze with great care, as if it were a precious treasure. Linze accepted the jar, his excitement deepening. Supreme Monkey Wine permanently increases attack and speed by 50 points each, and also permanently adds 2 points to cold resistance. Linze opened the jar of premium monkey wine, and a rich fruity aroma instantly filled the air. He carefully took a sip, the sweet and tangy flavor bursting on his tongue, accompanied by a strong yet smooth alcohol taste that surpassed any fruit wine he had ever tried on Earth. The game system promptly popped up a notification, showing that his attack and speed had each increased by 11 points. Linze continued sipping until the attribute bonuses reached their maximum. Attack and speed each increased by 50 points, along with an additional 2 points in cold resistance. He estimated that he had consumed around 100 grams, leaving about 4 more servings from the roughly 500-gram jar. Comparing it to the Golden Thunder Fruit, which only increased attack by 100 points, this premium monkey wine was undoubtedly more effective. Linze pondered how to test the practical effect of the 2 points in cold resistance. Unfortunately, the jungle climate was pleasant, with temperatures even at night staying around 2,728 degrees Celsius. He even entertained the absurd idea of powering up a refrigerated cabinet and locking himself inside to test it. As Linze's thoughts wandered, the old Monkey King began to dance excitedly, chattering in a series of squeaks. The Persian monkey acted as a translator, explaining that this was the old Monkey King's treasured premium 100-fruit wine, the only jar of its kind in the entire Monkey Mountain, and it was offering it to its master. Linze quickly expressed his gratitude. After a moment of consideration, Linze decided to share this discovery with Wenling. He sent her a picture of the wine's properties, and she soon replied, "Great stuff, definitely on par with the Golden Thunder Fruit. What's the price? I'll buy a share." Linze suggested trading for blueprints. Wenling immediately responded, "I happen to have a blueprint for a slaughterhouse." Interested, this proposal made Linze's eyes light up. He had long wanted to build a slaughterhouse, but had never found a suitable blueprint. This trade was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. The game had already mentioned that the one-click dismantle function could only crudely extract meat, leaving behind valuable materials like monster hides, claws, and scales. Linze pondered that precise dismantling would require the use of a slaughterhouse. With this in mind, he replied to Wenling without hesitation, "All right, deal." Carefully, Linze divided the premium monkey wine from the jar into 4 portions. During this process, Wenling eagerly sent over the blueprint, showing no concern that Linze might go back on his word. Linze had no such intention. He sent 1 portion of the wine to Wenling, who replied, "Thanks. Keep me in mind if you come across something good in the future." Linze responded with an "OK" emoji, marking their agreement. Linze carefully examined the newly acquired building blueprint. The details of the slaughterhouse were clear. Upon using the blueprint, a workshop capable of dismantling monster corpses would be obtained. A special note caught his attention: materials derived from high-level monster corpses had extensive uses, even for crafting advanced equipment. Satisfied, Linze stored the blueprint and the remaining 3 portions of premium monkey wine in his backpack. Turning to the old Monkey King, he said, "Give me a barrel of regular fruit wine, and the rest can stay with your troop." The monkey troop had brewed 3 large barrels of regular fruit wine, each weighing over 100 pounds and capable of being divided into hundreds of portions for trade. The wine's effects were impressive. It could boost attack and speed by 30 points for 10 minutes, with an additional point in cold resistance. For players, it could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Linze thought to himself that he needed to carefully consider his pricing strategy once he returned. The old Monkey King nodded repeatedly and even brought over 2 barrels, leaving only 1 for the troop. Linze accepted the offer with pleasure and stored the 2 large barrels of fruit wine in his backpack. He then asked, "How long does it take to brew premium fruit wine?" The old Monkey King raised a single finger covered in fur. Linze guessed, "A day? A week? Or a month?" The old Monkey King shook his head and called out to the Persian monkey. The Persian monkey translated, "Master, the old Monkey King says it takes at least a year." Linze rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking the time frame was far too long to bother pursuing premium fruit wine further. Instead, he told the old Monkey King, "All right, we should be heading back soon. Have someone dig up some glowstones. I'll take them with me later." The old Monkey King nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, Linze and the Persian monkey were riding the purple flame Lion King, preparing to leave Monkey Mountain. Before departing, Linze reminded the old Monkey King, "Take good care of the troop. If there's any crisis, come find me." The old Monkey King expressed his gratitude profusely. Although the Persian monkey had taken over as Monkey King, The management of the troop remained under the old Monkey King's control, as the Persian monkey rarely stayed on the mountain. While it no longer held the title of Monkey King, its authority remained intact, just as before. Most importantly, the troop now had a powerful ally. What more could it ask for? Reflecting on how the Persian monkey had defeated it without driving it away, but instead allowed it to stay and continue managing the troop, the old Monkey King felt nothing but gratitude. The old Monkey King's gift was not just a bottle of premium 100-fruit wine. It was also a declaration of loyalty to Linze. This precious brew was a closely guarded secret among the monkey tribe, known only to the old Monkey King. If there had been any lingering distrust, this wine would never have ended up in Linze's hands. Linze returned to the shelter with a spring in his step, the metallic tang of the air filling his senses. Yu Shuang was engrossed at the workbench, crafting iron pickaxes for the monkeys. Hearing his footsteps, she looked up and asked, "Boss, how did it go?" Linze's face lit up with a satisfied smile. "Pretty well," he replied. He began to recount his experiences on Monkey Mountain, including the details of trading the premium 100-fruit wine with Ling for the slaughterhouse blueprint. As he spoke, he pulled a bulging bag from his backpack. "Here is a gift for you. See if you like it." Yu Shuang eagerly opened the bag, her eyes immediately drawn to the glowing contents inside. "Boss, are these luminous pearls?" "They're beautiful," she exclaimed in delight. "Even if they're just glowing fluorite stones, I absolutely love them." Overjoyed, she threw herself into Linze's arms and planted a kiss on his cheek before carefully tucking the stones away. Curiosity piqued, she asked, "Boss, can those monkeys really brew wine?" Linze nodded and explained. "They simply pile up various fruits, isolate the air, and let them ferment to produce 100-fruit wine. The monkeys on Monkey Mountain are highly intelligent creatures, so this process is relatively simple for them. On Earth, brewing monkey wine relies entirely on luck." He then pulled out a bottle of premium 100-fruit wine from his backpack and handed it to Yu Shuang. "This is for you as well. I kept 2 more bottles to trade for blueprints." Yu Shuang glanced at the wine's attributes, but shook her head and declined. "This is too good for me. I don't go out hunting, so I don't need to boost my stats." Linze insisted. "This is a rare treasure. I already feel like trading it for blueprints was a loss. Of course, I have to prioritize my own people." Hearing his reasoning, Yu Shuang finally accepted the wine and drank it in one gulp right in front of Linze. "It's delicious, sweet, and tangy," she remarked with admiration. Linze offered, "If you want more, I still have some, though they're just regular 100-fruit wine and might not taste as good." Yu Shuang shook her head. "No, it's fine. Save the rest of the wine to trade for resources. You can keep some for yourself, boss. Don't worry about me." Linze didn't press the matter further. Since the young girl had chosen to follow him, he was determined to treat her well. Changing the subject, he asked, "How many pickaxes have you made?" Yu Shuang's fingers danced skillfully across the workbench as she steadily progressed in crafting the pickaxes. "I've already completed nearly 30. She looked up and reported to Linze. "At most, it'll take another half an hour to finish all the required pickaxes." Linze nodded in agreement. "All right, keep going. They'll head out to construct the slaughterhouse." Yu Shuang responded softly and then lowered her head, focusing intently on her work while humming a cheerful tune. Linze left the room and found an open space on the outskirts of the shelter to begin building the slaughterhouse. With his actions, a brand new structure rose swiftly from the ground. The system promptly displayed the building's details. Slaughterhouse. Function: disassemble monster corpses. Capacity: 1 person. Efficiency: can process 3,000 units of meat and related monster materials per hour. Special effect: none. Upgrade tip: upgrading increases staff capacity and slaughter efficiency. Linze calculated silently and thought that a production rate of 3,000 units of meat per hour was fairly decent. Next, he headed to the warehouse and used the blueprint he had previously obtained. Similar to the fish pond, upgrading the warehouse didn't require physical materials like wood, stone, or refined iron, just the corresponding blueprint. Moreover, the warehouse didn't have a defined level, meaning that as long as enough blueprints were available, players could continuously upgrade it. With a soft golden glow, the warehouse upgrade was completed. On the outside, there wasn't much visible change, and its footprint remained the same. However, upon stepping inside, Linze found that the internal space had expanded several times over, resembling the size of multiple football fields combined. In addition, he noticed that the time deceleration effect in the warehouse had increased from 30 to 50. What surprised him even more was the appearance of a special storage cabinet inside, with a capacity roughly 3 times that of a regular refrigeration unit. Upon carefully inspecting the cabinet's properties, Linze discovered that it had a time-stopping feature similar to his backpack. This meant that any food stored inside would remain unspoiled, ensuring a reliable reserve even in the event of external disasters. However, Linze quickly realized a potential issue. While the storage cabinet's capacity was more than sufficient for him and Yu Shuang, it might not be enough to feed their growing group of pets. Simba, Xiaoqing, and Xiongda were notorious for their enormous appetites. Only Dahong and the queen bee were relatively easier to manage. The queen bee, in particular, could sustain herself and even provide Linze with a steady supply of honey and bee larvae. It seems he'll need to collect more warehouse blueprints and upgrade the warehouse to a higher level. Linze murmured to himself as he left the warehouse and headed toward the orchard. He began planting the fruit trees he had obtained from Monkey Mountain, one by one. However, when he reached the 46th tree, the system suddenly issued a notification. Orchard space is insufficient to plant additional fruit trees. To increase planting capacity, please upgrade the orchard level. This restriction didn't catch Linze off guard. He suspected that similar capacity limits might exist for the cowshed, pigsty, fish pond, and vegetable garden as well. Currently, the orchard's planting limit was 50 fruit trees, which included the 4 he had previously planted and the 46 he had just added. Linze stood in front of the stone house, his gaze sweeping over the distant cattle shed and other structures. He calculated the capacity of these buildings in his mind and decided to gather more blueprints. These sturdy structures could prove to be more crucial than warehouses at times, as they were capable of withstanding natural disasters. Turning to step into the stone house, Linze said to Yu Shuangshuang, "The slaughterhouse is completed. When I go hunting, they'll bring back some high-level monster carcasses for you to process." Yu Shuangshuang nodded and replied, "Got it, boss." As a life skill player, these tasks naturally fell to her, allowing her to gain experience and merit points. Linze, on the other hand, couldn't benefit from these activities, just as he hadn't gained any experience when mining iron ore. Before long, over 40 iron pickaxes were forged. Each was crafted from high-quality refined iron, consuming nearly 200 pieces. Such extravagance was something only Linze could afford at this stage. Other players simply didn't have the resources. High-quality refined iron was far rarer than the ordinary kind, with only a slim chance of obtaining one piece after mining 100 blocks of ore, even with a silver-grade pickaxe. Ordinary pickaxes couldn't extract it at all. Yu Shuangshuang reported to Linze, "Boss, there are a total of 47 pickaxes, including the silver-grade ones made for Desheng and Ersheng. We used up more than half of our high-quality refined iron for this." Linze responded with a smile, "It's fine. You have to invest to get returns. With these silver-grade pickaxes, the monkeys can mine more high-quality refined iron for us, and the returns will be dozens of times greater." Yu Shuangshuang nodded in understanding. She wasn't distressed about the consumption of resources. It was simply her habit to report the details to Linze. Linze then instructed the Persian monkey to organize the others to collect the pickaxes. These tools would serve them for a long time. Apart from mining, the silver-grade pickaxes also had an additional 20 attack points, making them useful in combat if necessary. Once all the pickaxes were distributed, Linze turned to the Persian monkey and said, "Take them to the valley and teach them how to use the pickaxes and mine the ore. Also, dig a few caves on one side of the valley where they can live from now on. They'll provide the food to ensure they're well fed." The valley was more than a kilometer from his shelter. Housing the monkeys there would save them the trouble of commuting back and forth, reduce the risk of encountering powerful monsters on the way, and increase their working hours, allowing for more ore to be mined. With dozens of monkey miners living and working at the site around the clock, the daily yields would undoubtedly be substantial. The Persian monkey nodded and replied, "Understood, master." It then led a group of monkeys, each carrying a pickaxe, out of the shelter in a grand and impressive procession. Linze turned to Yu Shuangshuang and said, "All right, I'm heading out too. Stay at home and message me if anything comes up." With that, he leapt onto the back of the purple flame lion king and left the shelter, leading a large group of pets. Following him were Shao Qing, Dahong, the queen bee, the purple flame lion king, Xiongda, Maya, and 6 level 9 bronze battle bees under the queen bee's command. Among them, Maya and the purple flame lion king were at silver tier level 3, while Shao Qing, Dahong, the queen bee, and Xiongda had all advanced to silver tier level 2 the previous day. Linze himself wasn't far from reaching silver tier level 5. This time, he was determined to go all out, aiming to secure the salt mine and defeat the silver tier level 9 Tiger King in a single decisive move. In the depths of the dark forest, several massive figures streaked through like lightning, unstoppable in their path. Even when faced with monsters blocking the way, the creatures were instantly slain. These figures were none other than Linze's loyal pets. The purple flame lion king, towering over 10 meters in length, the giant bear-like Xiongda, and Shao Qing, a serpent with a body stretching 15 meters long. In midair, a plump queen bee flapped her short wings, followed closely by 6 soldier bees, each as large as a millstone. High above, 3 dark silhouettes circled unpredictably, occasionally letting out sharp cries, adding an aura of mystery to the group. Among them, Dahong seemed the most at ease. Resembling a fiery red ball of fluff, it nestled comfortably in Linze's arms, enjoying the gentle strokes of its tail by its master. Before long, Linze and his party arrived effortlessly near the salt mine. Through the dense trees, the The salt mine stood out like an isolated snow-capped peak in the middle of a clearing. At its summit, the radiant Tiger King stood proudly, like a supreme ruler surveying its domain. Surrounding the mine, over 200 monsters of various species gathered, their levels uniformly at the silver rank, with the strongest reaching silver level 8. Such a formidable monster force was enough to deter any other players at this stage, forcing them to avoid the area despite their desire for the salt mine. Only Linze, confident and composed, led his pet army forward to face the challenge. Master, should we just charge in? Xiongda asked eagerly, the desire for battle burning within its massive frame. Linze responded calmly, lure them out while taking them down. With that, he gently patted Dahong in his arms. Understanding the signal, Dahong leapt to the ground and dashed toward the clearing ahead. Once there, it quickly rubbed its tiny paws together, summoning a massive fireball that radiated intense heat as it hurled it into the midst of the monsters. Before the creatures had time to react, Dahong unleashed several more fireballs in rapid succession. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed through the forest as the fireballs detonated among the monsters, sending many flying and engulfing others in flames. Damage numbers floated above their heads in dense clusters, the initial strikes dealing 4-digit damage in the thousands, followed by continuous 3-digit burn damage. Enraged by the attack, the monsters roared and charged at Dahong. Seeing this, Dahong turned and bolted, not forgetting to make a mocking face and chirp tauntingly at the monsters. Infuriated, the creatures sped up their pursuit. Some even launched ranged attacks, such as wind blades, fireballs, and wooden spikes, but the nimble Dahong effortlessly dodged them all. In the blink of an eye, over 30 silver-ranked monsters had chased Dahong into the dense forest. There, Linze's pets lay in ambush, ready to strike. The purple flame Lion King and Xiongda charged into the fray like unstoppable juggernauts, smashing through the monsters and sending them flying. The purple flame Lion King unleashed a blazing wave of fire from its mouth, creating a sea of flames that engulfed a radius of dozens of meters. The trapped monsters let out harrowing screams as high damage numbers continuously floated above their heads. Meanwhile, Xiongda used its skills like earth collapse and earth spikes. Monsters near it were either trapped in muddy pits, unable to escape, or impaled by sharp earthen spikes. Not to be outdone, the Queen Bee led her soldier bees into the battle, adding a golden gleam to the carnage. Although the damage dealt was far less than that of the boss-level Simba and Xiongda, the sheer formation of the monster horde was still intimidating. Dense golden feathers rained down from above like a tempest, as the Maya family of 3 unleashed fierce attacks on the enemies below. The initially reluctant male golden eagle, faced with 2 sharp and commanding cries from Maya, had no choice but to succumb to the reality that circumstances outweigh pride. It must be said, though Maya was a golden eagle, she had a remarkable understanding of survival in the treacherous Shu Mountains. At the rear of the battlefield, Linze gripped his iron bow, firing arrows into the monster horde while keeping a close eye on Xiaoqing beside him. Earlier, he had fed Xiaoqing a blood spirit fruit, intending only to enhance her star level and growth potential. Unexpectedly, this triggered a bloodline evolution. The game notification indicated that the primary function of the blood spirit fruit was to boost a pet's star level, and any accompanying bloodline evolution was purely a matter of chance. Clearly, Xiaoqing's luck was extraordinary. Linze watched Xiaoqing's astonishing transformation with rapt attention. Her serpentine body expanded at a visible rate, surpassing 16 meters in the blink of an eye. The entire evolution process lasted about a minute, and by the end, Xiaoqing had grown to nearly 18 meters, her aura significantly more powerful. Beside her lay a 10-meter-long, intact shed snakeskin. Upon inspection, Linze was delighted to discover it was a premium material for crafting defensive gear, which he promptly stored away. Linze pondered for a moment. Xiaoqing had grown from just over 2 meters to over 10 meters now, yet she had never shed her skin before. Could it be that snakes in this jungle world only shed during evolution? With this question in mind, he opened Xiaoqing's information panel. The panel revealed that Xiaoqing had advanced to silver tier level 2, with all her attributes showing remarkable improvements. Her attack power had surged from 150 to 210, while her speed and defense had also increased significantly. Most astonishingly, her health had skyrocketed from less than 4,000 to 13,000, a gain of nearly 10,000. Her skill damage had also improved, and she had acquired a new ability, Venom Strike, which not only inflicted high damage but also disrupted enemy defenses. At this moment, Xiaoqing had undoubtedly reached boss-level status, and Linze felt even more satisfied with his first-choice pet. Master, I've evolved, Xiaoqing exclaimed excitedly, bringing her massive head closer and affectionately nuzzling Linze's arm. Linze smiled and gently stroked her head, which felt cool and smooth, akin to polished jade. After her evolution, Xiaoqing's scales had become even harder, with a vibrant emerald sheen. Each scale resembled a masterfully crafted piece of fine jade, dazzlingly beautiful. Go now, Fight alongside your companions. Linze said softly. Understood, master. Xiao Qing responded enthusiastically, slithering off to join the heated battle. Under the fierce assault of a group of pets, over 30 silver tier monsters quickly fell into pools of blood. Linze gained hundreds of experience points and a significant amount of merit points, surging far ahead on the merit leaderboard. He now held at least a 2,000 point lead over the second-ranked Shuang. This was thanks to his pets, who had slain a substantial number of high-level monsters. Linze was secretly delighted. I'm close to leveling up. If I can eliminate the remaining monsters in the salt mine, not only can I smoothly advance to silver level 5, but breaking through to silver level 6 is also highly possible. Although he had lost his newbie bonus and the experience gained from kills had sharply decreased, there were still over 200 silver tier monsters in the salt mine. Each provided over 10 experience points, adding up to nearly 3,000 points. If he could wipe them all out, advancing 2 levels was practically guaranteed. Meanwhile, Dahong hopped back to the clearing, ready to lure another wave of monsters using the same strategy as before. The tactic proved effective, and in no time, dozens of monsters were drawn in, roaring as they chased after Dahong. However, just as the monsters were about to charge into the forest, a thunderous tiger's roar suddenly echoed through the air. The sound wave rippled in all directions, startling countless birds and beasts hidden in the shadows. The tall trees around them swayed violently, and leaves scattered like rain. The dozens of monsters, as if suddenly awakened, halted their pursuit of Dahong and retreated in unison toward the salt mine. Unwilling to give up, Dahong tried again, but before it could approach the monsters, it was bombarded by a barrage of long-range magical attacks, forcing the little creature to scurry back in fright. Master, those monsters aren't falling for it anymore, Dahong reported with a pout. Linze thought to himself, it wasn't that the monsters had grown smarter, it was the Tiger King who was too cunning. After falling for the trap once, it refused to be fooled again. Since the baiting plan had failed, they would have to face the monsters heat-in. Simba, your task is to keep that Tiger King occupied, Linze commanded. The Purple Flame Lion King responded confidently. Master, I don't need to hold it off. I can take care of that guy on my own. Linze chuckled. All right, it's all yours. Just weaken it, don't kill it. Understood, master. Simba nodded in agreement. With that, the group of pets surged out of the forest like a tide. Standing atop the salt mine, the striped Tiger King roared deafeningly at the sight. The surrounding monsters responded to its call, converging into a massive force and launching a countercharge against Linze's pet squad. With the Purple Flame Lion King and Big Bear acting as 2 heavy tanks leading the charge, the pet squad showed no signs of retreat. They resembled a sharp arrow, piercing straight into the horde of monsters. In an instant, chaos erupted on the battlefield. Linze remained at the rear of the battlefield, holding an iron bow and shooting arrows from the outskirts. With so many monsters, he didn't even need to aim every arrow he loosed found a target. Ever since equipping the high-quality iron bow, his attack power had exceeded 500 points, and that was without activating invincibility mode. As a result, he inflicted considerable damage on the monsters, with his regular attacks dealing 300 to 400 points each. High in the sky, a dense rain of golden feathers descended. Shortly after, the heads of the monsters were covered with countless damage numbers, resembling a red ocean made up of digits. Golden feathers shimmered as the skills of Maya's family of 3 cascaded down like a dazzling rain of light. The sheer range and duration of the attack were awe-inspiring. However, this magnificent assault had its drawbacks. Both the male and young Golden Eagle's attacks could inadvertently harm Linze's pet squad, as they weren't part of his pet roster and thus lacked immunity from friendly fire. Fortunately, the male and young Golden Eagles seemed to realize this. They deliberately avoided the areas where the pet squad was located when releasing their skills, preventing a mutual destruction scenario. On the battlefield, the Purple Flame Lion King, Simba, streaked like a violet lightning bolt, breaking through the monster's defenses and charging toward the top of the salt mine. There, it faced the striped Tiger King in a breathtaking showdown. It was a battle between a silver tier level 3 and a silver tier level 9. Despite the significant level gap, Simba, boosted by Linze's talents, outmatched the striped Tiger King in all attributes except health. Simba's health was 90,000 points, while the striped Tiger King's was a staggering 100,000 points. Linze couldn't help but ponder. If the striped Tiger King became his pet, its health would skyrocket to an astounding 300,000 points. That would be truly terrifying. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the pet squad successfully drew all the monsters' aggression. This allowed Linze to remain at a distance, calmly and mechanically drawing his bow and firing arrows. During his downtime, he even browsed the trading platform, searching for items of interest. At that moment, the chat channel icon began to flash. Linze opened it and found a message from Wen Ling. I heard a very loud tiger roar and the sounds of many monsters growling. Are you out hunting? Linze quickly replied. I'm currently attacking that salt mine. Wen Ling asked with concern. Do you need help? Linze glanced at the battlefield, where his pet squad was efficiently clearing out the monsters, and replied, "No need. You focus on what you're doing." When Ling reminded him, "Stay safe then. If you need help, let me know. I shouldn't be far from your location." Linze sent an "okay" emoji and ended the conversation. He continued browsing the trading platform while shooting arrows at the monsters on the battlefield. Unknowingly, he had already used up all 300 of his iron arrows. Linze sighed inwardly. Although the young girl had crafted over 200 iron arrows for him, they still weren't enough. The sheer number of monsters participating in this battle was overwhelming. If there had only been a few dozen, 300 arrows would have been more than sufficient. Linze put away his iron bow and retrieved his Qing steel sword from his bag. This silver-tier weapon had been meticulously crafted for him by the young girl. It not only added 70 to his attack, but also came with 100 points of armor penetration, dealing 150 damage to monsters with less than 100 defense. In the blink of an eye, Linze dashed into the swarm of monsters, simultaneously copying all the attributes of the purple flame lion king, Simba, and activating invincibility mode. Instantly, his attack power surged past the 1,000 point threshold, reaching nearly 1,200 points. Coupled with the armor-penetrating effect of the Qing steel sword, his basic attacks inflicted over 1,000 damage on the battlefield's monsters. With the Qing steel sword in hand, Linze carved through the monsters as if they were nothing. Every swing felled a monster, and his figure moved through the horde like an unstoppable blade, leaving a trail of defeated enemies in his wake. As Linze reveled in the thrill of battle, a sudden surge of powerful energy emerged from within him, enhancing and transforming his body. His level had broken through had advanced to silver tier level 5. Linze was in a frenzy, completely ignoring the incoming notifications. Surrounded by a dense swarm of monsters, various skills rained down on him like a storm. Thanks to the invincibility mode he had activated earlier, he was like an impenetrable fortress. With nearly 1,000 points of defense, any attack could only forcibly deduct a single point of health. Coupled with the health bonus provided by the purple flame lion king, his total health exceeded 94,000 points. The monster's attacks were nothing more than tickles to him. However, as soon as the invincibility mode expired, Linze felt immense pressure. His health began to plummet rapidly, and his attack power was no longer as formidable. Even against monsters of a lower level than himself, it often took him over a dozen strikes to defeat one. This was the disadvantage of lacking combat skills. If he had the warrior's skill set, his efficiency in slaying monsters could have been multiplied several times over. With a swift swing of his azure steel sword, Linze forced back a level 4 silver fox. He quickly retrieved premium honey from his backpack and consumed it, instantly restoring 300 health points. He then took a large gulp of fruit wine, which boosted his attack and speed by 30 points each for the next 10 minutes, along with granting 1 point of cold resistance. Activating the auxiliary ability of his Gale armor, he formed a shield around himself that could absorb up to 1,000 points of damage. Having prepared himself, Linze dove back into the fray. The azure steel sword gleamed with icy flashes in the darkness, and after an unknown amount of relentless slaughter, the ground around him was littered with corpses. All the buffs on him had faded, and his health was down to just 1/3. It's time to retreat, Linze thought. Dozens of monsters still remained on the battlefield, but he could leave them to his pet team to handle. His thirst for battle had been thoroughly quenched after all. He wasn't the type of tireless battle maniac. Just then, several half-meter-long wind blades tore through the air, heading straight for Linze. In a flash of light, his figure vanished, leaving only a fading afterimage behind. When he reappeared, he was already in front of a massive wind wolf several meters long, driving his sword straight through its throat. 1276 critical hit, 438,397,406. Damage numbers continuously popped up. After a grueling battle lasting several seconds, Linze managed to land over a dozen strikes on the level 5 silver wind wolf, finally taking it down. However, his health had dropped to less than 1,000 points. Without hesitation, Linze activated the health recovery ability of his Gale pants, instantly restoring 500 health points. He then downed several gulps of premium honey, raising his health to over 2,000 points. With cover provided by Shaoqing and Dahong, he finally made a triumphant retreat. The Gale series equipment is pretty handy, Linze remarked as he rested in a safe zone away from the battlefield, examining his Gale gear. The Gale armor provided extra defense and a shield. The Gale pants increased health and came with a healing ability, and the Gale boots enhanced speed with a bonus acceleration skill. His ability to dodge those wind blade strikes earlier with ease was all thanks to the Gale boots' speed boost, which increased his speed by 30 for 30 seconds. Linze stood on the edge of the battlefield, his gaze sweeping across the chaotic scene of combat before him, a trace of regret rising in his heart. The Gale helm, the critical piece needed to complete his Gale set, still eluded his grasp. He silently berated himself. There had been far too few treasure chests opened in the past 2 days. Casually opening his information panel, Linze decisively allocated the 20 free attribute points he had just gained from reaching silver rank level 5 to speed. His attention was then drawn to the experience bar, which had already surpassed the 1,000 point threshold. His eyes narrowed as he realized that once the remaining monsters here were completely wiped out, he would inevitably level up again. It really pays off to take on these powerful monster factions, Linze mused, recalling yesterday's hunting efforts, which had yielded pitifully little experience despite an entire day's effort. Since entering the silver rank, the disappearance of game perks was a minor inconvenience compared to the more pressing issue. Killing monsters more than 3 levels below his own no longer granted any experience. As a silver rank level 5 player, Linze had to hunt monsters at least level 2 in the silver rank to gain experience. Because of this, he hadn't managed to level up at all yesterday until this assault on the salt mine, which had finally brought a breakthrough. My level is increasing too quickly. Linze couldn't help but sigh. Images of other players like Wen flashing through his mind. For them, the world was filled with monsters that could provide experience, and they didn't face such troubles. Meanwhile, a kilometer away, Wen suddenly sneezed. She thought to herself, could it be that I didn't sleep well last night and caught a cold? Her thoughts drifted unconsciously to Linze, and she seemed to hear the faint sounds of battle from afar. I hope he's doing okay, Wen silently prayed. Yesterday, during a hunting trip, Wen had accidentally discovered the location of the salt mine and witnessed firsthand the terrifying strength of the monsters guarding it. She never expected Linze would launch an assault on the mine so quickly. Now, all she could do was pray for his safety. Even if he couldn't take the salt mine for the time being, with those powerful pets of his, Linze should at least be able to keep himself safe. Back on the battlefield, Linze's gaze swept over his pets locked in fierce combat. Bear 1 and the 3 bear cubs were still fighting valiantly, coordinating with aerial support from the Maya family trio to relentlessly push the remaining monsters into retreat. However, the battle was not without its toll. The 6 soldier bees following the queen bee had all been severely injured and forced to withdraw from the fight. Though none had perished, surviving an assault from a large group of silver rank monsters was a stroke of luck in itself. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Linze's eyes. The 3 soldier bees that had been nurtured 2 days ago had now advanced to silver rank level 1, and the 3 that had been nurtured last night were born directly at silver rank level 1. This meant he now commanded 6 soldier bees that had stepped into the silver rank. On the other side of the battlefield, the brutal clash between the purple flame lion king and the striped tiger king had shifted from the summit of the salt mine to the foot of the mountain. The 2 king-tier monsters seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement, refraining from using any skills and relying solely on close combat. Their bodies were riddled with ghastly wounds, and their blood stained the ground beneath them. A deep, bone-revealing gash marred Simba's flank, while the striped tiger king's abdomen had been torn open, blood gushing from the wound. Though their health had both dropped below 30,000 points, neither showed any signs of retreat or surrender in their eyes. Linze watched the harrowing duel intently, knowing that unless someone intervened, this battle would likely end with at least one of them dead and the other gravely injured. The battle lasted for over 10 minutes, during which the remaining dozens of monsters on the battlefield were taken down one by Xiongda, the 3 little ones, and Maya's family of 3. Linze achieved his goal as his level advanced to silver rank 6. Without hesitation, he allocated all 20 points of the game's reward-free attributes to speed, pushing his base speed to an astonishing 400 points. With the additional boost from the Gale Boots, his speed broke past the 400-point mark, far surpassing both the Queen Bee and Big Red. As the fight concluded, a group of pets joyfully gathered around Linze. Smiling, Linze offered verbal praise and then led his pet squad to encircle the striped Tiger King, which was still locked in fierce combat with the purple Flame Lion King. A trace of panic flickered in the blood-red eyes of the striped Tiger King. Its battle with the purple Flame Lion King had been evenly matched. While the purple Flame Lion King had slightly superior attributes, taking it down was no easy feat. If it wanted to escape, the lion would struggle to stop it. But now, surrounded by a group of creatures whose strength rivaled that of the purple Flame Lion King, any hope of escape vanished. The striped Tiger King regretted its decision internally. If it weren't for the order to guard this salt mine, I would have fled to safety long ago. At that moment, the purple Flame Lion King let out an earth-shaking roar. It seemed to grow even more frenzied, launching itself at the striped Tiger King with reckless abandon. Linze sensed the mental wave transmitted by the purple Flame Lion King. Master, give me 2 more minutes, and he'll take down this oversized cat once and for all. Understanding the message, Linze gestured to his pet squad. The pets immediately retreated dozens of meters, giving the 2 forest kings ample space to fight. The striped Tiger King, realizing the purple Flame Lion King's intent, entered a berserk state and fought back with all its might. In an instant, the roars of tigers and lions echoed through the forest. The 2 massive beasts, each over 10 meters tall, clashed fiercely, their battles toppling trees tens of meters high in a chaotic display. This primal and ferocious confrontation painted a spectacular scene. Even in the jungle, such a colossal battle between giant beasts was a rare sight to behold. Linze was deeply awed by the breathtaking spectacle. Excitedly, he sent a video to the young girl. "Hey, race, something you've never seen before." He adjusted the angle, capturing the intense fight between the two colossal beasts. Under the glow of firelight and flashlights, the battle scene was vividly clear. The young girl was instantly stunned, her lips parted in amazement. Yu Shuang exclaimed, "Boss, is that the Tiger King guarding the salt mine?" Linze nodded in confirmation. "That's right, a silver rank 9 boss with a growth potential of 3 stars. All my pets are only at 2-star potential, so it's no surprise it can hold its own against Simba." The young girl, well aware of how formidable the purple flame Lion King's attributes were, knew that any ordinary silver-tier monster would have been defeated in an instant. She couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what does the star ranking mean?" Upon hearing this, Linze briefly explained the situation. Yu Shuang's eyes flashed with surprise after listening. "So, this Tiger King has the potential to reach diamond level in the future?" Linze nodded slightly. It was precisely this immense potential that made him unable to forget this tiger. The battle lasted over a minute and was fierce. Despite the Tiger King's desperate struggle, it ultimately couldn't match the attribute advantage of the purple flame Lion King. With a resounding crash, the Tiger King was sent flying by a powerful strike from the Lion King, landing heavily on the ground and struggling to stand. The little girl cheered excitedly. "Master, Simba won." Linze remained composed and calmly said, "As expected, the Tiger King only has an advantage in health, with an extra 10,000 points. Without using skills, it was destined to lose to the purple flame Lion King." After a brief explanation, Linze ended the video call and approached the defeated Tiger King. This beast was even more imposing than Simba, the purple flame Lion King, with its golden coat streaked with reddish-brown stripes and a prominent king character on its forehead, exuding an aura of majesty and power. However, in the jungle, victory is not determined by size, but by attributes. Just like the petite Dahomey, who could effortlessly slay a massive forest python with a few fireballs. As Linze drew closer, the Tiger King struggled to stand but was pinned down by Simba's paw, letting out a low, unwilling growl. Without hesitation, Linze activated his pet summoning skill. Yet, after 5 attempts, he still failed to succeed. "Keep hitting it, beat it, until it submits," Linze ordered decisively. Simba began ruthlessly tormenting the Tiger King, delivering relentless, painful attacks short of a fatal bite to the neck. Linze observed carefully while continuing to cast his skills. In less than a minute, the Tiger King finally yielded and stopped resisting. The contract chains and magic sigils seamlessly merged into its body. "It's done." Linze immediately checked the Tiger King's stats. Pet, Flying Tiger King unnamed. Level, Silver level 9. Attack, 1440-480960. Defense, 1380-460920. Speed, 1350-450900. Health, 73,523 30,000. Special abilities, Frozen Domain, Roar of the Tiger, Ice Burst. Growth potential, 3 stars. Experience, 253-1900. Linze was amazed by these terrifying stats. Although its base attributes were only slightly stronger than Dahomey and the Queen Bee, with his talent enhancement, all 3 primary attributes exceeded 1,000 points, and its health reached an astonishing 300,000. He had every reason to believe that even if tens of thousands of players in this region teamed up, they might still struggle to defeat this newly tamed Tiger King. Driven by curiosity, Linze asked, "Why is your species called the Flying Tiger? You don't seem to have wings." The Tiger King respectfully replied, "In response to my master, the name Flying Tiger originates from our ancestors. Our ancestors had tiger wings and could soar through the skies." Linze pondered, speculating that this might be the result of bloodline regression. He couldn't help but imagine if the Flying Tiger King could undergo bloodline evolution again, perhaps it could grow wings like its ancestors. After a moment of contemplation, Linze declared, "From now on, your name will be Jinhu." "As you command, master." The Flying Tiger King obediently lowered itself at Linze's feet, showing submission. With a wave of his hand, Linze sent both the Tiger King and the Purple Flame Lion King into the pet space to recuperate. Then, he turned and headed toward the battlefield, ready to reap the rewards of his victory. On the battlefield, over 200 monster corpses lay scattered, with dozens more at the edge of the forest. Linze didn't rush to decompose these high-tier silver-level monster corpses all at once. Instead, he carefully stored them in his inventory and transferred them to Yu Shuang through the friend feature. He calculated in his mind that with the slaughterhouse, these corpses could be meticulously broken down, yielding not only more meat, but also a significant amount of monster materials. These materials could be stored for now and later forged into equipment at the crafting station to sell to players in exchange for advanced resources. Most importantly, this batch of corpses should provide enough crystal cores to complete the planned shelter upgrade. It might even be enough to gather the cores required to upgrade the advanced stone house. Linze quickly contacted Yu Shuangshuang. Did you receive the monster corpses I sent you? Yu Shuangshuang responded promptly. Got them, boss. I counted them. There are 256 corpses in total. Linze instructed, when you get a chance, decompose them. For the ones with lower value, just use the quick decompose function to save time. Collect all the crystal cores you get. It'll upgrade the shelter tonight. He paused before adding. Also, make more iron pickaxes when you have time. I'm planning to take over 2 more mines, so we need to stock up on tools. He'll have the Persian monkey bring you a batch of high-quality, refined iron shortly. All right, got it, boss, Yu Shuangshuang replied. After giving a few more instructions, Linze closed the friend panel and called out to Maya, who was circling in the sky. Go to the valley and tell the Persian monkey to deliver the high-quality, refined iron back to the shelter. Then head to Monkey Mountain and escort 100 adult monkeys here. Yes, master. Maya nodded but didn't fly off immediately. Instead, she said excitedly, while flying, I saw a golden treasure chest at the top of the salt mine. Do you want to check it out? A golden treasure chest? Linze's eyes lit up with surprise. Of course. He immediately led his pets to the top of the salt mine. The mountain, about 200 meters tall, wasn't particularly high, but the surrounding forest was filled with towering trees over 100 meters tall. The summit was a flat area with a diameter of several dozen meters. Earlier, the battle between the purple flame lion king and the flying tiger king had taken place here, and due to the limited space, the two had tumbled down the mountainside. Shining his flashlight across the area, Linze spotted a golden treasure chest gleaming in the center of the summit, radiating brilliance in the light. This was the second golden chest he had encountered, the first being a reward for becoming the first player to reach the silver tier. Finding a golden chest in the wild felt like a bride being carried in her wedding sedan, a moment of sheer excitement. Linze stood in the depths of the mine, his gaze fixed on the golden treasure chest gleaming before him. A thought crossed his mind: could the other 2 mines also be hiding such golden treasure chests? The idea quickly faded as he skillfully reached out and opened the chest. In an instant, a waterfall of notifications cascaded across his vision. The system's voice was clear and pleasant. Congratulations, player. You have successfully opened a golden treasure chest. You have obtained 1 supreme wind spirit fruit. You have obtained 1 blueprint. You have obtained golden equipment, a crystal ring. Linze's eyes sparkled with excitement as he carefully examined the attributes of each item. Supreme wind spirit fruit. Consuming this item increases speed by 50 points. Crystal ring, golden tier equipment. 2000 HP, 100 attack. Special effect. Crystal Sword Rain activates an ability to summon a rain of crystal swords that attacks enemies within an 80-meter radius, consuming 100 mana per second. Golden equipment. What a treasure! Linze exclaimed in delight as he quickly slipped the crystal ring onto the fingers of his right hand. Instantly, a surge of immense power coursed through his body, and his HP skyrocketed to an astonishing 6,500. Barely able to contain his excitement, he eagerly picked up the Supreme Wind Spirit Fruit and devoured it in a few bites. A warm current swept through his body, and his speed increased by another 50 points. Linze opened his attribute panel for a detailed look. Player, Linze. Level, Silver Tier Level 6. Class, Pet Summoner. Maximum pets, 8. Skills, Pet Summon, Pet Space, Duplicate. Attack, 685, 515, 170. Defense, 345, 265, 80. Speed, 485, 425, 60. HP, 6,500, 3,500, 1,000, 2,000. Mana, 2,150. Special resistance, cold resistance 2. Experience, 371,600. Attribute points, 0. Talent, Ultra S rank. Linze reflected for a moment. As expected, players need to focus not only on leveling up and improving their attributes, but also on equipping themselves properly. Just the HP boost from equipment alone almost matches my base HP. My base attack has also seen a massive increase. With the Qinggang sword and the crystal ring, my base attack now surpasses even that of elite king-tier monsters like Xiongda, Shaoqing, and the Persian monkey. Even Maya's attack is weaker than mine. He calculated in his mind. Among the 8 pets under his command, only Simba and the golden tiger had attack power that could surpass his own. Next, Linze picked up the mysterious blueprint and examined it closely. Blueprint, Water Reservoir. Description: using this blueprint allows you to construct a building capable of storing valuable water resources. Special note: water stored in the reservoir is unaffected by natural disasters. Unaffected by natural disasters again. Linze thought with relief. I should build the reservoir as soon as I return, then head to the pond to collect water and fill it up. He realized that today marked the 5th day of the polar night mode. In just 2 days, a new natural disaster would strike. At this point, no one knew what the next disaster would be. If it turned out to be a harsh winter, at least ice could be melted into water. But if it was extreme heat and drought, the lack of water could become a serious problem. As Linze contemplated the upcoming disaster, the regional chat channel suddenly erupted with activity. I knew it. Linze is definitely cheating, and you all didn't believe me. How else can his level jump from silver tier level 4 to level 6 in just 1 hour? Who would buy that? Based on my calculations, Linze must have killed at least 200 to 300 monsters in that single hour, and all of them silver tier, too. That kind of combat power is insane. And where would he even find so many silver tier monsters in one place? I agree, it's definitely cheating. I haven't even encountered a single silver tier monster yet, let alone hundreds at once. However, some voices were more rational. Before accusing others, maybe you should reflect on yourself. Have you made any progress after all these days? Have you improved your own skills or level? After reaching silver tier, the game randomly spawns 1 to 3 mines near your shelter. These mines are guarded by large numbers of silver tier monsters. Clearly, Linze must have conquered one of these mines. Despite the explanations, doubts still lingered. Even if that's true, Linze's combat power is ridiculously high, far beyond what seems reasonable. If he's not cheating, how can he be this strong? Others dismissed the accusations entirely. So what if he's cheating? Go ahead and report him. Instead of improving yourself, you're wasting time speculating about others. Even if he's cheating, what can you do about it? Do you think this is just a game? Exactly. Stop whining and focus on yourself. Linze glanced at the heated arguments in the chat channel and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He knew that his rapid progress was indeed extraordinary, but it was all the result of his own hard work and strategy. In this harsh world, strength was all that mattered. The doubts and jealousy of others were insignificant. What truly mattered was continuing to grow stronger and preparing for the challenges of the next disaster. In the Elite Tribunal Alliance group chat, a group of high-level gifted players was fervently discussing Linze's astonishing feat of leveling up twice in quick succession. The chat interface was flooded with messages scrolling rapidly like falling snowflakes, as everyone eagerly shared their thoughts. If this happened in the bronze rank, it would be understandable, typed a player with the ID Nameless Swordsman. That rank comes with game perks. Killing even a single bronze level monster can yield a ton of experience points. Exactly, agreed another player named Magic Apostle. In the bronze rank, leveling up 3 times in a row wouldn't even be surprising. But Linze is in the silver rank now. Without the game perks, killing a silver level monster at most gives you a few dozen experience points, and bronze level ones give none at all. The group chat fell silent for a moment before erupting into a flurry of analysis. By that calculation, a player with the ID Data Emperor chimed in. Linze must have killed at least 200 or 300 silver level monsters to achieve this. That kind of record, it's absolutely mind-blowing. It doesn't make any sense, countered a player named Rational Thinker. Even within steer talent, this kind of performance is just too overpowered. Could it be, ventured a cautious player with the ID Conspiracy Theorist, that his talent is actually higher than steer? This speculation caused a stir in the group. That's highly unlikely, someone rebutted. There are over 100,000 players in our region, and no one's ever heard of a talent beyond steer. Just because we haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, conspiracy theorist persisted. Maybe he's keeping it under wraps to avoid jealousy. Oh, come on, another player scoffed. What? You think he's some kind of chosen one? The atmosphere in the group grew increasingly tense. Some players even began to consider leaving Yin Haoyang's faction, fearing they might become targets for Linze. At that moment, Yin Haoyang himself finally spoke up. His ID, marked with a special glow, immediately drew everyone's attention. Let's not overthink this, Yin Haoyang typed. As strong as Linze is, there's no way he killed hundreds of silver-level monsters in one go. My guess is that he used some kind of special method, like a one-time use magic item with massive power. This explanation helped ease the tension in the group. Exactly. A player with the ID Zhou Conglomerate chimed in. The game has to maintain balance. Unless he's cheating or spending an insane amount of money. If spending works, ID throw in 5 billion right now. Wow, Zhou, you're a rich kid, huh? Someone teased. Rich kid my foot, Zhou Conglomerate retorted. I built my wealth from scratch. If it weren't for getting transported here, I'd still be in the corporate world negotiating deals. This bit of banter lightened the mood in the group. Many players expressed agreement with Yin Haoyang's analysis. While they couldn't deny that Linze was exceptionally strong, the idea that he was overwhelmingly powerful to such an absurd degree was hard for them to accept. After all, they were all elite players with advanced talents themselves. In the end, they chose to believe that Linze had relied on some kind of unconventional method. This explanation not only accounted for his incredible achievements, but also preserved their own sense of self-worth. To them, it was the most reasonable conclusion. Linze stood at the edge of the salt mine, the metallic sheen of his iron pickaxe glinting in the light. Taking a deep breath, he began the arduous task of mining. The sharp clang of metal against the salt echoed through the silent forest. After more than 100 swings, a golden orb of light emerged from the mineral and slowly descended into Linze's hand. He gazed at the hard-earned prize as a system notification popped up. Through your relentless effort, you have successfully mined a portion of crude salt. Linze carefully examined the golden orb in his hand, and the details of the crude salt appeared before him. Item: crude salt. Cuisine bonus: 5. Description: an essential seasoning for cooking, though of very ordinary quality. Don't expect it to turn rough dishes into gourmet meals. Linze compared it thoughtfully. This is much harder than mining iron ore. Still, this world is fascinating. Salt that's ready to eat can be mined directly. No filtering or refining needed. It saves a lot of trouble. He resumed swinging his pickaxe, sweat soaking through his clothes. Half an hour later, Linze's backpack held over 10 portions of salt, averaging one every 2 minutes. Additionally, he had the unexpected fortune of acquiring a higher quality refined salt, which offered a cuisine bonus of 10 points. That should do it. Linze wiped the sweat from his forehead and packed away his pickaxe. Having roughly figured out the workings of the salt mine, he decided to delegate the remaining mining work to the monkeys on Monkey Mountain. As he left the salt mine with his pet team in tow, Linze had no worries about anyone stealing from it. Within several kilometers, there were no other players besides Ling. As for monsters potentially taking over the mine, he actually welcomed the idea. Not long after leaving the salt mine, Linze disbanded his pet team, allowing them to hunt freely. He temporarily abandoned his plan to attack a second mineral resource, primarily because Jinhu and Simba had yet to recover and were unfit for battle. He decided to reevaluate by evening. If Simba and Jinhu were fully healed by then, he might consider claiming another mine. Even without extra pet slots, he could weaken any monsters, trap them, and form a contract once the pet slots refreshed at midnight. After dismissing the pet team, Linze stood alone in the dim forest, suddenly feeling a bit lost. His pets handled the hunting, the monkeys took care of the mining, and the little girl at home managed the household chores. He had become a hands-off manager, and the unfamiliar idleness left him uneasy. At that moment, a thought struck him. He immediately summoned the Queen Bee, who had just left. "What are your orders, master?" the Queen Bee asked, puzzled. "How are your soldier bees recovering?" Linze inquired. "They were seriously injured, and their recovery has been slow. They can't participate in battles for now," the Queen Bee replied. Linze nodded. "Send them back to the shelter to drink more honey and restore their health. We'll deal with hunting later." "Understood, master," the Queen Bee responded. "Do you have a specific task for them?" Linze affirmed. "Once their health is sufficiently restored, have them search the forest for wild treasure chests. If they can't find any nearby, expand the search area." The Queen Bee immediately suggested, "I can also involve the worker bee army. Over the past few days, I've bred thousands of bees, including over 100 monster-level worker bees. They usually handle patrols and security at the shelter, but I can assign some to search for treasure chests instead." "Good idea, go ahead." Linze gestured for her to proceed. With her orders received, the Queen Bee flapped her tiny wings and quickly disappeared into the dense forest. After the Queen Bee departed, Linze started his journey back to the shelter. With nothing else pressing to do, he decided to work on completing the construction of the reservoir first. Just then, his communication device lit up, and Linze sent him a video message. Linze's gaze landed on the screen, where a delicate, picturesque face appeared. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "What's up?" Linze's eyebrows twitched slightly as she thought to herself, "Can't I just contact you for no reason?" But she held back those words, knowing their relationship wasn't close enough for such casual remarks. At best, they were just ordinary friends. Clearing her throat lightly, she said, "I wanted to ask if you've successfully taken control of that salt mine?" Linze nodded, a hint of pride in his tone. "It's all settled. It won't be long before large-scale mining begins. If you want to buy salt now, I do have some on hand." Linze's eyes lit up, and she quickly followed up, "How much?" She added with a wry smile, "Life without salt is tough. To put it crudely, after these past few days, my mouth feels like it's forgotten what flavor is." Linze paused for a moment before replying, "I haven't finalized the price yet, but we can do this. Trade me crystal cores. 1 crystal core for 5 portions of coarse salt or 1 portion of refined salt." Linze's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Linze. Internally, she cursed. This guy is a downright ruthless profiteer. On the current trading channels, the value of crystal cores far exceeded that of high-grade resources. Top-quality lumber or refined iron couldn't compare to the worth of a single crystal core. For players at this stage, obtaining crystal cores was extremely challenging. These only dropped from silver-tier monsters, and even then, it wasn't guaranteed. Despite being one of the top silver-tier players, Linze could at most collect 2 or 3 crystal cores in a day of hunting. Not everyone was like Linze, with powerful pets capable of treating silver-tier monsters like mere chickens. Seeing her hesitation, Linze chuckled and said, This is a special deal for you. If it were that guy surnamed Dean, the price would easily double. When Ling forced a laugh, avoiding Linze's opportunistic expression, and instead asked, "What's the difference between coarse salt and refined salt?" "See for yourself," Linze replied, sending over the descriptions for both types of salt. After carefully reviewing the details, when Ling transferred a water element crystal core to Linze and said, "Give me 1 portion of refined salt." A true city lady, always striving for a quality life, Linze praised, quickly sending her the refined salt. When Ling shot him a sidelong glance. "I'll take that as a compliment." After a brief pause, she continued, "Most players are still too weak at this stage, and the majority can't handle silver tier monsters. If you're insistent on trading salt for crystal cores, your business might not go well." "You're absolutely right." Linze nodded in agreement. "When I officially start selling, I'll add high-grade lumber and refined iron as trade options. If they don't have crystal cores, they can use those resources instead." When Ling glared at him, "Then why did you ask me for a crystal core?" Linze grinned and explained, "Well, it was your reminder that made me think of it." When Ling rolled her eyes again, no one would believe such an excuse. It was obvious he just wanted to rip her off. Seeing her reaction, Linze quickly tried to placate her. "Don't be mad. The refined salt I sold you was the only portion I had. I haven't even used any myself." When Ling wasn't falling for it. "Once you start mining the salt, you'll have as much refined salt as you want. You're just treating me like an easy target. And to think I was worried about your safety earlier." Hearing this, Linze gave the tall, striking woman a peculiar look, silently pondering something. When Ling sensed something and shifted the topic, asking, "This time, you killed hundreds of silver tier monsters in one go and leveled up twice. Many players in the chat are saying you hacked the game. Some even speculate you used some kind of extremely powerful blueprint." Linze remained unfazed, responding calmly, "As long as I don't act like that guy Ian, let them say whatever they want." When Ling frowned slightly and pressed further, "Are you really planning to go after Ian Haoyang?" Linze's sharp gaze swept over Wen Ling as he replied firmly, "Do you think I'm joking?" Wen Ling sighed lightly and said, "Not really. It's just that using such a precious blueprint on someone so insignificant seems like a waste. Ian Haoyang may be a well-known leader of the elite tribunal and popular among players, but in my eyes, compared to you, he's just a minor character." A trace of reverence flickered in her eyes, clearly reflecting her deep respect for Linze's strength. Linze smirked confidently and said, "Don't worry, this will be a sure win. Yu Shuangshuang has been gathering intel in the elite tribunal and found out that some players have already sided with Ian Haoyang. It's likely more will join him soon." A glint of determination appeared in his eyes. "I plan to take them all down in one strike. That way, we'll gain an abundance of resources, treasure chests, and relocation blueprints, a guaranteed win." Seeing that Linze had made up his mind, Wen Ling didn't say anything more and simply nodded lightly. "All right." Linze then changed the subject, asking, "Have you checked on the dungeon? What's the current situation?" Wen Ling replied, "I went there yesterday. It's still sealed for now, but I noticed through the barrier that the staircase has extended all the way to the cave entrance. It might not be long before it opens." Linze instructed, "Keep an eye on it. Let me know as soon as it opens." "Got it." Wen Ling nodded in agreement. Without Linze by her side, she wouldn't dare enter the dungeon alone. The intense battle where Linze and his pets were surrounded by hundreds of monsters was still vivid in her memory. She had secretly taken photos of Linze standing amidst the sea of flames, fighting valiantly against the monsters. Of course, Linze was unaware of this. After a brief exchange, Linze ended the video call and headed back to the sanctuary. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Yu Shuangshuang busy in the slaughterhouse. The strong scent of blood wafted from the workshop. "Boss, you're back." The young girl looked at Linze in surprise, holding a long boning knife in her hand. "Just had a little matter to attend to." Linze walked closer and asked with concern, "How are you holding up?" "Tired." Yu Shuangshuang chuckled, "Not at all. I'm not really breaking down the monster corpses myself. The game handles most of it. It's like crafting tools. I just stand at the workstation and follow the game prompts to swing the hammer." Linze nodded. "That's good. But it seems we really need to recruit more people. Managing both the workstation and the slaughterhouse all by yourself is too much." Yu Shuangshuang's eyes lit up with excitement as she asked, "Boss, are you planning to bring Sister Wen Ling on board?" Linze immediately saw through her thoughts and replied with a smile, "Wen Ling is a combat player. Why would I bring her here?" Yu Shuangshuang blinked her bright eyes playfully and laughed. "Exactly, boss. That's what I meant." Linze sighed, gently flicking her forehead with his finger. "What are you thinking about all day? Focus on your work. If you're tired, take a break." After speaking, he turned and walked to an open area far from the slaughterhouse. From his inventory, he retrieved a blueprint for a water reservoir. With a thought, the blueprint dissolved into golden light. Instantly, a square pool measuring 4 meters on each side and 10 meters deep appeared on the ground. The pool was constructed from blue bricks and surrounded by a barrier emitting a faint glow. Structure, reservoir. Total capacity, 160 tons. Current capacity, 0. Linze stood in front of the shelter's reservoir, his brows slightly furrowed. Although this unique water storage facility could hold a considerable amount, the real challenge was transporting 160 tons of water from the distant pond. His gaze fell on the backpack beside him, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Opening the backpack, he found over a dozen large wooden barrels, neatly stacked barrels he had earlier commissioned Yu Shuang to craft. These barrels, once filled with water, had been placed on the trading platform for sale, and there were still some left in stock. Because of this, Linze hadn't visited the pond recently. Shuang. Linze called out to the young girl nearby. When she ran over, he pointed at the reservoir and explained, "This is for storing water. They'll go to the pond to fill the barrels, then send the full ones to you. Your job is to pour the water into the reservoir." Yu Shuang nodded in agreement, but hesitated. "It's just I'm afraid I won't be able to lift such heavy barrels." Linze suddenly realized the issue and slapped his forehead. Of course, each barrel, when full, weighed over a ton, far too heavy for the young girl to handle. He immediately used his mental connection to summon the Persian monkey from the distant valley, and then said to Yu Shuang, "You'll just handle receiving the barrels. Leave the heavy lifting to the Persian monkey, and send the empty barrels back to me." "Got it." Yu Shuang agreed cheerfully, then curiously asked, "Boss, we're not short on water right now, and the pond isn't far away. Why did you build a reservoir?" Linze explained, "It's a precaution. If something happens to the outdoor water source, we'll have reserves." Yu Shuang glanced at the reservoir's information and grasped the importance. If a natural disaster ever compromised the outdoor water supply, the stored water in the reservoir would become the lifeline of the shelter. "All right, I'll head to the pond now. Let me know when the Persian monkey gets back," Linze instructed. A short while later, Linze arrived at the pond, flashlight in hand. Just as he was about to fetch water, a massive black snakehead suddenly burst out of the water, its blood-red mouth filled with sharp teeth lunging straight at him. It was a silver tier 2 giant python that had claimed the pond as its territory during Linze's absence. Linze reacted swiftly, drawing his Qinggang sword to meet the attack. The blade clashed with the snake's head, sending sparks flying. The 10-meter-long python recoiled, leaving a deep, bloody gash on its head. It let out an ear-piercing hiss and spat out a huge ice orb, which exploded into countless ice shards. Linze didn't retreat, but instead advanced, activating his shield simultaneously. The dense barrage of ice shards struck his shield, creating bursts of small damage numbers. By the time the icy assault subsided, nearly a third of his shield's durability had been depleted. Seizing the opportunity, Linze drove the Qinggang sword into the python's body with a resounding squelch. The immense pain caused the python to let out a thunderous, earth-shaking roar. The massive serpent, over 10 meters long, thrashed violently in the pond, causing waves to surge in all directions. Linze, along with his Qinggang sword, was flung back onto the shore. Just as he was about to launch another attack, the giant snake plunged into the water and disappeared. Linze waited patiently by the shore for a long time, but the serpent never resurfaced. Realizing the snake had likely been intimidated, Linze decided not to pursue it further and shifted his focus back to his task. From his backpack, he retrieved a wooden bucket and began filling it with water. The bucket was soon full, and when Linze attempted to lift it, he was surprised to find he could easily carry the weight over a ton. No wonder the young girl said she couldn't handle it, Linze thought to himself. With my current physique, I'd definitely be considered superhuman on Earth. Even in a research facility, I'd be treated as a VIP. He couldn't help but laugh aloud. Linze quickly filled over a dozen large wooden buckets, and, to guard against any interference from the snake, moved them to a spot far from the pond. Despite his precautions, the serpent remained hidden, and Linze could sense it lurking in the depths of the water. Suddenly, a realization struck him. How foolish of me. I could just send the filled buckets directly to the girl, no need to lug them back and forth. Opening his friend panel, he saw a message from Yu Shuang, informing him that the Persian monkey had returned to the shelter with a batch of high-quality, refined iron. Without hesitation, Linze sent the filled buckets of water to Yu Shuang. At the shelter, Yu Shuang received the buckets and began unloading them one by one. The Persian monkey, already waiting, grabbed each bucket with both hands and poured the water into the reservoir. Yu Shuang sent the empty buckets back to Linze, and this efficient exchange continued. The water level in the reservoir rose rapidly, visible to the naked eye. The boss's method is genius. It saved so much time and effort on transportation, the young girl exclaimed, feeling a sense of pride in her boss's ingenuity. By mid-afternoon, with the combined efforts of the two humans and the monkey, the reservoir was finally filled to capacity. Linze calculated in his mind, 160 tons of water. Even in the event of a drought or natural disaster, my shelter will be fully supplied, and there might even be enough to sell to other players in need. Back at the pond, Linze refilled the dozen large buckets and stored them in his backpack for future use. These will be for everyday needs like a romantic swim or something, he thought with a smirk. After completing his work, Linze took one last look at the now calm pond before turning to leave. Shortly after Linze departed, a massive snakehead emerged in the center of the pond. The serpent bore two noticeable sword wounds, one on its head and another on its body, the latter still bleeding. Gasping for air, the giant snake appeared to have been underwater for far too long, nearly suffocating. That human is despicable. He almost made me, the great Titan python, the first of my kind to drown. The serpent fumed internally, filled with indignation but utterly helpless. It knew it was no match for Linze and had no way to communicate its grievances. Once it regained its breath, the giant snake slithered its massive body out of the pond and vanished into the dense forest. It feared another encounter with the human. Rather than risking its life again, it decided to flee while it still had the chance. On his way back to the shelter, Linze habitually opened his friend's panel to carefully review the day's friend requests. Ever since he announced his intention to purchase blueprints for relocating shelters, this had become part of his daily routine. He was well aware of the growing demand for these blueprints among player alliances. If he didn't keep a close watch, such a valuable item could easily slip through his fingers. Linze's gaze quickly skimmed through the requests, most of which came from players hoping to curry favor with him. Among them were plenty of blatant messages and videos. He sighed and deftly activated the keyword search function to filter out irrelevant information. Just as he was about to give up, a request to sell blueprints suddenly caught his attention. He instantly accepted the request and sent a quick message. "Hey, buddy, do you have the shelter relocation blueprints?" A few minutes later, a player named Yin Feng replied with an image of an item. Linze clicked on it, and his heartbeat quickened as it was indeed the blueprint he had been longing for. Yin Feng followed up with a message. "It's an honor to call you Brother Lin, the big boss. I do want to sell the blueprint to you, but the price has to go up. You know as well as I do that the major player alliances have been offering very generous terms to acquire these relocation blueprints. Their value is skyrocketing every day." Linze calculated silently. He knew it was an undeniable fact that the value of the blueprints was soaring, but he wasn't about to be taken advantage of. He cautiously replied, "Name your price. If I can accept it, we'll make the deal right away." Without hesitation, Yin Feng stated his terms. "All right, my bottom line is resources equivalent to 5 times the cost of upgrading a stone house. Think it over." Linze was taken aback by the steep price. He decisively declined. "That's too high. I can't agree to that. But I can give you a suggestion: sell it to the elite tribunal. They're paying top dollar." Yin Feng seemed puzzled by the suggestion. "I thought you had a grudge against the elite tribunal?" Linze explained tactfully. "That's been resolved. Yin Haoyang and I are on good terms now." Yin Feng appeared to grasp the underlying meaning. "Got it. There's no permanent enemy in this world, only sufficient interests. Yin must have paid a hefty price to reconcile with you." Linze took the opportunity to remind him. "Just between us. Keep this to yourself." Yin Feng assured him. "Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. I'll add Yin as a friend now and sell him the blueprint." Linze added a final note. "Don't mention that I suggested it. I'll explain it to him myself later." Yin Feng understood immediately. "Got it." After closing the friend's panel, a faint smile appeared on Linze's face. Although he hadn't acquired the blueprint himself, this outcome was even more satisfying. He calculated silently if Yin Haoyang continued to attract more players to his side, it would only work to Linze's advantage. Even if it meant being labeled as a player butcher, once again, he couldn't care less. Linze let out a cold chuckle, thinking, "Everyone knows I have a grudge against Yin Haoyang, especially the players in the elite tribunal. Moving their shelter to Yin's territory so openly is a blatant declaration of support for him against me. For people like that, I won't hesitate to strike." With this ruthless determination, Linze continued his journey back to the shelter, readying himself for the storm that was bound to come. Not long after, Linze returned to the shelter, a grave expression on his face. He recounted his recent encounter to Yu Shuang in detail, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. "Keep an eye on Yin Haoyang's situation for now," Linze instructed, his voice low and firm. Yu Shuang nodded obediently. "Got it, boss." After a brief hesitation, she cautiously asked, "Are you planning to make a move on Yin Haoyang?" A subtle, enigmatic smile tugged at the corner of Linze's lips. "Once more players move over, we'll take them all out in one fell swoop." Yu Shuang's brows furrowed slightly, her concern evident. "Boss, won't that be dangerous?" "Don't worry, I've got it all under control," Linze replied confidently. "When the time comes, they'll bring all my pets along. Even if Yin Haoyang were as agile as a monkey, he wouldn't escape my grasp." As soon as he finished speaking, Linze turned and walked toward the water reservoir. The 10-meter deep pool was filled to the brim. The beam of his flashlight pierced into the water, only to be swallowed by the seemingly endless darkness. Taking a couple of steps back, Linze glanced at Yu Shuang. "Do you know how to swim?" The young girl shook her head. "No, I never had the chance to learn." Linze burst into laughter at her response. "What a coincidence, neither do I." His laughter carried a hint of self-mockery. He then summoned the Persian monkey and pointed to the perimeter of the reservoir. "Build a sturdy fence around this water pool. Understood, master. The Persian monkey replied respectfully. It hesitated briefly before adding, there's something I need to report. Linze looked at it with curiosity. What is it? The Persian monkey explained. While mining, one of my kind discovered that an iron deposit suddenly collapsed. Without any warning, it crumbled into fragments, making it impossible to extract any more iron ore. Do you know why this happened? Linze pressed further. The Persian monkey shook its head. I'm not sure, but I suspect that the deposit might have been completely mined out, which caused it to break apart. This news caught Linze off guard. He knew that mineral resources weren't infinite and could eventually be depleted, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Could it be that he had assigned too many monkeys to mining? Let's go. Take me to the valley to check it out, Linze decided. Then turned to Yu Shuang. You go ahead with your tasks. He'll be back soon. The young girl nodded softly. Her workload was indeed heavy today. Besides crafting tools, there were numerous monster carcasses waiting to be processed at the slaughterhouse. About 10 minutes later, Linze and the Persian monkey arrived at the valley. The mining area was illuminated by numerous torches, their flickering light revealing dozens of adult monkeys laboring tirelessly with pickaxes. The rhythmic clinking of metal against stone created a peculiar melody. A few monkeys busily transported the extracted iron ore, piling it onto nearby open ground until it formed a small mountain, with quantities measured in the tens of thousands. The saying, many hands make light work, was perfectly demonstrated here. This astonishing efficiency far exceeded what Linze could achieve alone in a month. Master, it's over here, the Persian monkey said, leading Linze deeper into the mining area. It pointed to a pile of black fragments. There used to be an iron deposit here, but shortly after the miners started working on it, it collapsed. Linze carefully examined the heap of fragments. He recalled his prior understanding. Iron deposits weren't massive, continuous formations like entire mountains, but rather scattered clusters throughout the mining area, distinctly different from salt mines. As Linze focused his gaze, a string of information suddenly appeared before his eyes. A pile of iron or waste sat quietly in a corner of the mining area, its contents so depleted that even the most advanced furnaces could extract little of value. Linze stood beside the heap, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding area, his expression slightly grim. You were right, Linze said to the Persian monkey beside him. This mine has indeed collapsed because the iron ore within has been almost completely extracted. The Persian monkey's tail drooped, disappointment written all over its face. Does that mean the other iron mines will also be exhausted one day? It asked worriedly. Linze nodded, his brows furrowed briefly. But soon, his expression returned to calm. As someone with an excellent mindset, he quickly adjusted his emotions. There's no such thing as infinite resources, Linze explained with a smile. You and the Great Sage and Second Sage have been mining from this site for a long time, so it's only natural that it would be the first to run out. As he spoke, Linze carefully surveyed the mining area again. Aside from this depleted mine, there were over 50 other intact iron mines available for extraction in the region. These would be enough to sustain operations for a considerable period. Moreover, he had another mine waiting to be claimed as a backup. Therefore, Linze had no concerns about a shortage of iron or resources. This observation gave Linze some insight. He speculated to himself, no wonder the game is so generous, granting players mineral resources as soon as they ascend to the silver rank. It's because the reserves are limited. Once the resources are depleted, players will be forced to compete against each other. The game is cleverly encouraging rivalry among players. Linze's mind raced. He foresaw that ambitious players and alliances would inevitably engage in battles over resources as the demand for minerals surged. By the mid to late stages of the game, large-scale conflicts between player factions over mining resources would be unavoidable. However, Linze quickly realized that this wasn't an immediate concern. Most players' shelters were still underdeveloped and consumed only small amounts of resources, making competition unnecessary. It would only become an issue later when players began constructing fortresses and cities, significantly increasing resource consumption. Furthermore, players were generally still weak at this stage, struggling even to secure the resources near their own shelters, let alone raid others. As such, Linze concluded that large-scale resource wars were unlikely to break out anytime soon. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Linze said to the Persian monkey, everything looks good. Have your clan follow the plan and continue mining. Understood, master. The Persian monkey replied respectfully with a nod. Linze then asked, have the caves for resting been dug out yet? Don't worry, master. The Persian monkey answered proudly. We've already finished. I led the team to dig 3 spacious caves, enough for everyone to rest comfortably at night. Linze nodded in satisfaction, but still reminded, make sure to prioritize safety during rest. After all, we're out in the wild. If there's any danger, contact me immediately. The Persian monkey solemnly assured him it understood. Afterward, Linze took out a large quantity of fresh fruit from his backpack, sweet peaches, crisp apples, and golden bananas, and handed them to the Persian monkey. Distribute these to your clan. Work hard, but don't go hungry. Thank you, master. The Persian monkey exclaimed joyfully before summoning a group of monkeys to carefully transport the fruit back to the caves. Linze then began tallying the monkey's work results. He stored all the mined iron ore into his backpack. Over 256,000 ordinary iron ores, more than 24,000 refined iron ores, and nearly 2,000 high-quality refined iron ores. The Persian monkey had already taken away a batch of high-quality refined iron. Linze couldn't help but admire the monkey's efficiency. Nearly 50 monkeys working together produced an extraordinary output, and it was still only afternoon. By the end of the day, they would undoubtedly mine a significant amount more. Linze roughly estimated that the total daily output could easily reach 400,000 to 500,000. If the monkeys worked a little overtime, surpassing 600,000 wouldn't be impossible. Thinking about this, Linze once again felt proud of his keen judgment. He had recognized from the start that monkeys were natural-born miners, and this decision had proven to be absolutely correct. Linze stood at the edge of the valley, taking in the view of the mining area with satisfaction. He nodded lightly and entrusted the management of the region to the reliable Persian monkey. Without lingering, he turned and began his journey back to the shelter. Upon returning to the shelter, Linze wasted no time and dove straight into work. He headed to the slaughterhouse and took over Yu Shuangshuang's tasks, allowing the young girl to return to the workbench and continue forging iron pickaxes. Linze's movements were skillful as the blades swiftly danced across the monster carcasses, dismantling them into various useful materials. Time passed quickly. After more than an hour, Linze wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the mountain of materials in front of him with satisfaction. Compared to instant disassembly, processing the corpses in the slaughterhouse yielded at least 30 more meat. In addition, there was a wealth of monster materials such as scales, fur, claws, fangs, and venom glands. Linze was secretly pleased these would be invaluable for crafting equipment in the future. He handed the meat to Yu Shuangshuang for safekeeping, while carefully storing the other materials in the warehouse. Finally, his gaze fell on the pile of colorful crystal cores. These were the true treasures. Linze meticulously counted them. There were 94 crystal cores in total, spanning 6 attributes: metal, earth, water, wood, fire, and wind. Among them was a rare lightning-type crystal core, sourced from a cute yet ferocious rabbit. Linze chuckled as he recalled the scene of the rabbit being swatted to death by Bear Das' massive paw. Without a moment's hesitation, Linze opened the shelter's information panel and began the upgrade process. As resources were consumed, a faint golden light enveloped the entire shelter. Not only the stone house, but even the open space outside was bathed in the glow. In the blink of an eye, the shelter's area more than doubled, and the stone house became taller and sturdier. Linze carefully reviewed the upgraded information. The stone house's level had risen to intermediate, with its defense value soaring to 50,000. The shelter now featured new structures, including a fish pond, vegetable garden, and orchard. However, the requirements for the next upgrade had also increased, demanding more resources and crystal cores. Just as Linze was reveling in the joy of the upgrade, the trade channel suddenly refreshed with a new message: selling clay, exchanging for water. Linze's eyes lit up. This was a key material for making cement. He knew that the path to a stronger shelter was now laid before him, waiting for him to conquer it. Linze's gaze fell on the trading channel, and a message about clay suddenly caught his attention. "This actually exists?" he murmured in surprise, quickly clicking to purchase the clay. After carefully reviewing the details, he confirmed it was indeed a material for making cement, just as described. After a moment's thought, Linze decisively sent a friend request to the player selling the clay. The request was accepted almost immediately. Just as he was about to send a message, the other player beat him to it. "Wow, the boss added me as a friend. I'm so excited." Linze glanced at the player's ID, Wan Wenhao, a male player. He got straight to the point. "I just bought the clay you were selling on the trading channel. Can you tell me where you got it?" Wan Wenhao quickly replied, "There's a small swamp near my shelter where you can gather clay." This answer was a pleasant surprise for Linze. He had assumed it came from a treasure chest, but it turned out to be gathered directly. Without hesitation, he proposed, "I'd like to work with you and purchase clay in bulk. What do you think, boss? Do you know how to make cement?" Wan Wenhao asked. Linze admitted, "Not yet." "Huh, I know how to make cement. Want to find out?" Wan Wenhao said with a laugh. Linze cut to the chase. "Name your terms." Wan Wenhao stated his price. "I don't want much, just 10,000 units of iron ore and 1,000 refined iron." Linze fell silent. What was going on today? He had added 2 new friends, and both seemed to think he was a pushover. He countered, "I'll give you no more than a tenth of that." "Boss, that's way too little." Wan Wenhao exclaimed. "I don't just have the information, I also have the blueprint for a cement-making machine." With that, he sent over an image. Linze opened it to find a blueprint titled Fully Automated Cement Maker. It was similar to the automated toilet paper maker he already owned. Just add materials, and it would produce cement directly. This discovery astonished Linze. Even if the price were several times higher, the blueprint would still be worth it. Producing cement could lead to endless profit. Compared to that, Yuan Wenhao's asking price was ridiculously low. Why don't you use it yourself? Linze asked. Yuan Wenhao chuckled. Haha, I got lucky and pulled 2 of these blueprints. I'm keeping one for myself and trading the other. Linze couldn't help but think to himself, some people have all the luck. At that moment, Yuan Wenhao sent another message. Actually, I was planning to approach the player alliance, but then you reached out. I'd much rather be friends with you than trade with the alliance. My teacher told me that lots of people have tried to add you as a friend and got rejected. If I manage to add you, my teacher will be so jealous. Linze was puzzled. Was Yuan Wenhao a young student who had entered this area with his teacher? And hadn't Linze's reputation taken a hit recently? Since when had being his friend become something to brag about? Are you collecting iron ore and refined iron to upgrade your wooden house? Linze asked. My shelter is already at the stone house level, Yuan Wenhao replied. I'm trading for iron to craft equipment. I have my own workbench. Linze sighed inwardly. Yuan Wenhao's luck was extraordinary. Not only had he upgraded his shelter, but he also had a workbench. Curious, Linze checked the merit leaderboard and found Yuan Wenhao ranked 25th. Clearly, he was a top-tier life skills player with exceptional talent. All right, let's make the trade, Linze agreed. He opened the trade window and placed 10,000 units of iron ore and 1,000 refined iron into it. For a first-time trade, caution was key. Yuan Wenhao placed the blueprint into the trade window. After both parties confirmed, the trade was completed, and the blueprint appeared in Linze's inventory. Yuan Wenhao quickly sent another message. Boss, making cement is really simple. You just need 3 materials, clay, limestone, and iron powder. I've heard limestone is a byproduct of quarrying stone, and iron powder comes from crushing iron ore into fine particles. As for how to crush it, I'm not exactly sure. Linze thought to himself, you might not know, but I do. He happened to have a blueprint for an iron ore crusher. Linze stared at the blueprint in his hands, a spark of realization lighting up his eyes. He finally understood the true purpose of the iron ore crusher. This was the critical piece he had been searching for. His heart raced with excitement as he calculated his next steps. With the crusher, he could take control of the limestone quarry, purchase clay from Yuan Wenhao, and directly start producing cement. The problem that had been troubling him not long ago now seemed effortlessly resolved. Linze took a deep breath to calm himself, then sent the iron ore crusher schematic to Yuan Wenhao. Although he had gained the upper hand in their previous exchange of blueprints, he didn't hesitate to share information about this machine now. Yuan Wenhao quickly responded, his tone filled with amazement. Wow, you really are a master. How do you even have access to something this amazing? So, all you need now is limestone, and you can start producing cement. He paused, seemingly in thought, then proposed. How about this, boss? I'll trade clay for iron powder with you 10 units of clay for 1 unit of iron powder. I promise you won't lose out. Linze agreed almost immediately. Iron ore was the resource he had in abundance, and once he secured the stone quarry, limestone would no longer be an issue. Clay, on the other hand, was the material he lacked the most. Getting a large supply of clay from Yuan Wenhao was exactly what he needed. Start collecting as much clay as you can, Linze replied. Once I have the iron powder ready, we'll trade. Got it, boss. Yuan Wenhao responded enthusiastically. Hundreds of kilometers away, in a shelter, a chubby teenager who looked no older than 15 or 16 punched the air in excitement. He muttered to himself, my teacher was right. If you want to make it in this world, it's not just about improving yourself. You also need to find someone influential to help you. Linze is definitely my benefactor. The boy eagerly opened his friend list and sent a message to a contact named Xiaozhirua. Xiaozhirua, I hit the jackpot today. A few minutes later, Xiaozhirua replied. What kind of jackpot? Did you find a golden treasure chest? Not a treasure chest, the boy replied excitedly. Teacher, let me tell you, I added Linze as a friend, and I even made a deal with him. He then recounted the entire series of events in detail. After listening, Xiaozhirua's tone was full of admiration. Taking a small loss can be a blessing. This is definitely your lucky break. The world is dangerous now, so make sure to maintain a good relationship with Linze. He might save your life in a critical moment. The boy hesitated for a moment before asking. Teacher, a lot of players in the channel say Linze is a bad guy. Xiaozhirua replied firmly. Don't pay attention to that. The rules of the world have changed. As long as someone can protect you or save your life when it matters, they're a good person to you. I understand now, teacher, the boy said, a look of realization crossing his face. All right, I won't chat anymore. I'm going to gather clay right away. Go ahead, and stay safe, Xiaozhirua advised. Will do. Teacher, the boy replied before closing the communication and preparing to embark on his clay-gathering mission. Linze stood outside the shelter, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He had just shared the good news about solving the cement problem with Yu Shuangshuang. The young girl was so astonished that her mouth hung open, her eyes filled with disbelief. Boss, this is amazing, Yu Shuangshuang exclaimed joyfully. With cement, we can not only upgrade the shelter, but also make a fortune in the trading channel. Linze nodded in agreement. already envisioning the prospect of immense wealth. He knew that in this resource-scarce world, cement and stone were highly sought-after commodities that would sell out instantly once listed. Yu Shuang added with a hint of regret. It's a pity we don't have clay here. Otherwise, we could be completely self-sufficient. Linze smiled and reassured her. Nothing in this world is perfect. Besides, our relationship with Yuan Wenhao is mutually beneficial. We need his clay, and he needs our iron powder. You're absolutely right. Yu Shuang's eyes lit up. If Yuan Wenhao finds out that we'll soon have access to limestone, he'll definitely be willing to trade even more clay with us. Linze nodded thoughtfully. He understood that once Yuan Wenhao learned they had secured limestone, he wouldn't be able to resist. After all three raw materials were indispensable for cement production. Boss, when do you plan to attack that stone quarry? Tomorrow morning? Yu Shuang asked curiously. I'll head there shortly, Linze replied decisively. The monkey team that Maya brought back from Monkey Mountain will arrive soon. Once we take over the quarry, we'll immediately assign half of them to start mining. For now, I'll set up the iron or crusher and figure out how it works. With that, Linze walked to the open space outside the stone house and retrieved the long-stored blueprint for the iron or crusher from his backpack. As the blueprint dissolved into golden light, a massive machine, nearly 10 meters tall, materialized before him. Linze carefully examined the machine's specifications. An iron or crusher powered by electricity, capable of crushing 10,000 ores per hour. It wasn't limited to iron ore but could also process diamonds, mithril, and other metal ores. This discovery made Linze's eyes light up. He realized that this machine could not only meet their current needs, but also handle other metal ores in the future. The efficiency of crushing over 200,000 iron ores daily filled him with anticipation for their production capabilities. Linze quickly packaged the iron ore, refined iron, and premium refined iron they had collected and handed them to Yu Shuang, entrusting her with operating the crusher. The young girl nodded solemnly, accepting the responsibility. Next, Linze took out the blueprint for the fully automated cement manufacturing machine. As golden light shimmered, a 5-meter device resembling a giant mixer appeared before them. Linze studied the machine's specifications carefully. Also powered by electricity, it could produce 10,000 units of cement per hour. The required raw material ratio was 4 parts limestone, 2 parts clay, and 1 part iron powder. Although Linze wasn't familiar with the cement manufacturing process or ratios on Earth, he had full confidence in this machine. He knew it represented a crucial step in transforming their fate. Linze stood in front of the manufacturing machine, carefully recalling the formula for making cement. He muttered to himself, 42:1 limestone, clay, and iron powder. That's the ratio. His fingers moved in the air, as if calculating something. Turning to the young girl beside him, Linze spoke gently. I need to head out for a bit, and I might be back late. Go ahead and prepare some food. The girl nodded quickly and ran off toward the kitchen, her footsteps echoing through the shelter. After dinner, Linze left the shelter. Night had fallen, and the air carried a faint chill. Meanwhile, Yu Shuang began the task of crushing iron ore. The process was surprisingly simple, almost foolproof. She only needed to start the machine, pour the iron ore into the input slot, and wait for the crushed iron powder to flow out from the output. To her surprise, the processed iron powder didn't scatter onto the ground. Instead, it was encased in small golden orbs, each precisely containing 100 units of iron powder. This thoughtful design demonstrated the game system's attention to detail. After leaving the shelter, Linze headed straight to the meeting point with Xiongda and the 3 bear cubs. They began clearing the battlefield. The number of silver-level monsters in the wilderness was scarce, with fewer than 30 hunted. In contrast, the number of bronze-level monsters was substantial, yielding a large amount of meat, over 20,000 units, as well as various grades of blood candles. As was customary, Linze listed the blood candles on the trading channel. The silver-level monster corpses were packed and sent to Yu Shuang, who would process them in the slaughterhouse. By the time all tasks were completed, the clock had already passed 7 p.m. At that moment, Linze received a message from Maya. 100 adult monkeys from Monkey Mountain had arrived at the salt mine. Linze immediately contacted the young girl to check on the progress of the iron pickaxes. Boss, we've completed 64 iron pickaxes so far, Yu Shuang replied, sending all the finished pickaxes to Linze. That's enough for now. Take your time with the rest, Linze responded before closing the friend panel. He then mounted Xiongda's back and raced toward the salt mine. Before long, Linze and his team arrived at the salt mine. The scene before them was awe-inspiring. The monkeys had lit countless torches, illuminating the entire salt mountain and the surrounding area. Everywhere Linze looked, there were monkeys. These monkeys were burly and robust, with an average height of an astonishing 2.3 meters. Their bulging muscles looked like steel cables twisted together. Without checking their info panels, it would be hard to associate them with ordinary monkeys. They resembled a group of massive gorilla-like titans. As soon as Linze appeared, all the monkeys fell silent, the chatter ceasing instantly. They gazed at Linze with eyes full of reverence. Although Linze hadn't asserted his dominance in a direct confrontation during his time at Monkey Mountain, his presence alone had intimidated the entire monkey clan. Even the old Monkey King had shown him great respect, so the other monkeys naturally followed suit. Linze gathered the monkeys and began distributing the iron pickaxes. He then personally demonstrated how to mine and how to stack the extracted salt. The monkeys, possessing high intelligence, mastered the tasks after just one demonstration. All right, Linze announced loudly. Those with pickaxes, start mining. Those without pickaxes, maintain vigilance around the area and keep monsters away from the mining zone. The monkeys nodded in unison, letting out a series of chirps. Though Linze didn't understand their language, their gestures made it clear they had comprehended his instructions. Linze then took out two large wooden barrels from his backpack, one filled with fresh water and the other with an assortment of fruits. These provisions were meant as rations for the monkey miners. Linze was never stingy when it came to taking care of his own. After settling the monkey miners, Linze led his pet squad onward, heading toward the stone quarry. The night grew darker, but Linze's steps became even more resolute, like a beacon in the darkness, guiding his team toward the challenges that lay ahead. Linze and his pet squad raced through the pitch-black jungle for nearly half an hour before finally arriving near the stone quarry. High above, Maya and the golden eagle had been circling in wait, their speed far surpassing that of Linze and his team. Linze looked up to see two graceful figures tracing arcs across the night sky. Within the quarry, countless pairs of eerie green and blood-red eyes flickered in the darkness, like stars dotting a blackened sky. Although the outlines of the monsters were vague, Linze could distinctly sense the violent energy emanating from them, as if they were ready to tear everything around them to shreds at any moment. In a low voice, Xiongda reported to Linze, "Master, the stone quarry is just ahead. There are over 200 silver-tier monsters stationed there, led by a silver level 9 two-headed canine king." Excitedly, Dahong leaped from Linze's arms and eagerly said, "Master, let me lure the monsters this time. I have experience now." Linze nodded in agreement, cautioning it to be careful. Dahong swiftly snuck into the quarry, immediately drawing the monster's attention. Without hesitation, it unleashed a barrage of fireballs, instantly taking down a silver-tier monster that had rushed forward. This display of power shocked the other monsters, who hadn't expected such terrifying strength from such a small creature. Taking advantage of the moment, Dahong launched a relentless bombardment toward the densest cluster of monsters. Explosions and waves of fire swept across the quarry. It successfully provoked the hatred of 60 to 70 monsters, then turned tail and sprinted away. Its four short legs moved so fast they left afterimages as it darted into the dense forest. The horde of monsters charged into the woods in pursuit, unaware that Linze and his pet squad had already set up an ambush. In addition to Xiongda, Xiaoqing, the Queen Bee, and Dahong, Linze also released Simba and Jinhu, who had fully recovered from their injuries. Jinhu launched the first strike, letting out a thunderous tiger roar that swept through the monster horde. All the monsters were instantly stunned. This was Jinhu's control skill, Roar of the Forest, which surpassed Xiongda's savage howl in both effect and range. Without missing a beat, Jinhu followed up with Frozen Domain and Ice Blast. Snowflakes appeared out of thin air, blanketing the monster horde in a chilling storm. In just a matter of seconds, the battlefield was filled with monsters frozen into ice sculptures, their numbers growing rapidly. Soon after, massive ice spheres rained down from the sky, shattering upon impact into sharp icy spikes that shot out like arrows in all directions. The relentless sound of piercing filled the air as countless monsters were impaled, with terrifying damage numbers floating above their heads. The sheer power of this combo left every creature present utterly stunned. Linze and his pets watched in shock as nearly half of the monsters were annihilated on the spot, while the rest collapsed shortly after. Such devastating power was truly worthy of a silver-tier, level 9 king-class monster with over 1,000 attack points. By comparison, the purple flame lion king, Simba, had an attack power of only 720 points, while the flying tiger king boasted a staggering 1,440 points, exactly double Simba's. Combined with the skill damage, this created the astonishing scene before them. At that moment, Simba's gaze toward the golden tiger turned complicated. It recalled the time before the golden tiger was subdued by Linze, when it could barely manage to defeat the tiger. Now that the golden tiger had become Linze's pet and received the boost from its master's talents, its strength far surpassed Simba's. Simba thought to itself, "I'd better keep my distance from this tiger in the future. I wouldn't want it to remember the past and find an excuse to teach me a lesson." The golden tiger also noticed the shocked expressions of Simba and its other companions. It raised its head high with pride, its eyes gleaming with arrogance. It thought, "People change over time. I'm no longer the tiger that was beaten by a little lion. Now, I am the strongest pet under our master's command. Once I advance to the gold tier, my strength will soar even further, leaving these companions far behind." Linze spoke approvingly. "Well done. Then, addressing all his pets, he commanded, I underestimated our strength. Since that's the case, there's no need to lure the monsters anymore. Everyone, charge straight into the mine. Golden Tiger, your task is to handle the two-headed dog king. Don't let it escape, but don't kill it, just incapacitate it. Yes, master. The golden tiger and the other pets responded in unison before surging into the mine like a tidal wave. A fierce battle for the mine's resources erupted once again. Despite the overwhelming strength of their enemies, the monsters around the mine swarmed in without hesitation, showing no intention of retreating. At the peak of the mine, the two-headed dog king, a massive creature several meters long, charged down to join the fray. However, before it could reach the center of the battlefield, the golden tiger intercepted it. Using its immense strength, the golden tiger bulldozed through countless monsters, forcing its way up to the mine's summit to confront the two-headed dog king. As soon as the two silver tier level 9 king-class monsters met, they launched into a ferocious battle, their magical skills clashing in midair. As the fight progressed, instinct took over, and they engaged in close-quarters combat. However, the two-headed dog king was no match for the purple flame lion king, Simba, let alone the current golden tiger. In terms of stats, the two-headed dog king was far inferior even to the golden tiger before it became Linze's pet. Now, the gap was insurmountable. With an attack power of just over 400, it was a full 1,000 points behind the golden tiger. Its health pool was only 70,000, less than a quarter of the golden tiger's. As a result, the outcome of the battle was inevitable. In less than half an hour, the golden tiger completely subdued the two-headed dog king. The defeated creature was in a pitiful state, its body covered in deep, bone-revealing wounds, and its blood staining the ground. This was only because the golden tiger had shown mercy. Otherwise, at least one of the two-headed dog king's heads would have been lost. The entire battle was like a sudden storm, fierce, and over as quickly as it began. In just half an hour, nearly 200 silver deer monsters fell under the sharp claws and fangs of the pet squad. Compared to the tenacious resistance of the two-headed canine king, these monsters were utterly vulnerable. Linze joined the fray as well, but instead of wielding his Qinggang sword, he decided to test the newly acquired crystal ring. The ring's ability, Crystal Sword Ring, had an astonishing range, capable of covering all enemies within an 80-meter radius. Although the ring's details did not specify the exact damage output, the fact that it consumed 100 mana points per second was a clear indicator of its power. As Linze activated the skill, a barrage of crystalline swords suddenly rained down from the sky, dense and dazzling like a meteor shower. The swords landed precisely on the monsters, dealing damage ranging from 100 to 500 points with each wave. To his delight, Linze discovered that as long as his mana wasn't depleted or the skill wasn't manually deactivated, the crystal sword rain would continue relentlessly. In theory, as long as Linze had enough mana, even the mightiest monster would eventually succumb. However, reality was less forgiving. Linze's total mana pool only amounted to 2,150 points, allowing him to sustain the skill for a mere 21 seconds. Despite its relatively low single-target damage, the skill's wide area of effect and devastating group damage made it incredibly powerful. Linze couldn't help but marvel at its potential, lamenting only the high mana cost that limited its usage. After the battle, Linze opened his personal stats panel. Although his level hadn't increased, his experience points had risen to over 1,200, leaving him just 300 points shy of advancing to silver level 7. He calculated silently. If not for his high level reducing the experience gained from defeating silver level 2 monsters, this battle alone might have been enough to level up. Linze waved toward Maya, who was circling high in the sky, and instructed, head to the salt mine and escort half the monkey miners here. Understood, master. Maya responded promptly, her wings flapping as she vanished into the distance. With that, Linze began cleaning up the battlefield. He packed up the monster corpses and sent them to the young girl back home, while listing the dropped blood candles on the trading platform. Only after handling these tasks did he start his ascent toward the top of the mountain. The beam of his flashlight cut a bright path through the darkness as Linze carefully climbed to the summit. To his surprise, what awaited him there wasn't the golden treasure chest he had anticipated, but the two-headed canine king, battered and barely alive after its fight with the golden tiger. Linze approached to examine the creature closely. To his astonishment, this so-called canine king bore no resemblance to a dog. Instead, it looked more like a hairless lion, with sleek, jet-black skin that gave it an exceptionally grotesque appearance. For a brief moment, Linze considered abandoning the idea of taming it. However, when he noticed the creature's astonishing silver level 9 rank and its king-class status, he ultimately decided to push past his discomfort. Ugly is ugly, Linze muttered to himself, trying to rationalize. Who's to say that being so ugly doesn't make it a different kind of beauty? Though he didn't entirely believe this sentiment, it was enough to convince himself for now. Woof! Woof! The two-headed canine king bared its teeth and barked furiously at Linze, saliva flying everywhere. Linze frowned. Although he couldn't understand its barking, the hostility was palpable. He speculated that the beast might be cursing him or provoking him. Go ahead and kill me if you dare, king of dogs. Linze cast a cold glance at Jean who immediately understood. In the blink of an eye, Jean whose muscular form flashed, dragging the incessantly barking two-headed canine king away. Soon, harrowing wails echoed from the distance, reverberating through the stone quarry. Unperturbed by the commotion, Linze focused on searching for the golden treasure chest with his flashlight. Unlike the flat salt mines, the stone quarry's ceiling resembled a rugged mountain peak, uneven and complex in structure. Fortunately, the mining area wasn't vast, and Linze quickly spotted the golden glow of the treasure chest near a pile of rubble. As the chest opened slowly, a series of notifications popped up in Linze's field of vision. Congratulations, player. You have successfully opened one golden treasure chest. You have obtained a vegetable seed gift pack. You have obtained a blueprint. You have obtained a silver gear P-scale helmet. You have gained 500 experience points. In an instant, a surge of powerful energy coursed through Linze's body. He felt a slight tingling sensation all over, as if every cell in his body was rapidly strengthening. Before long, the enhancement process concluded, and Linze's level advanced to silver level 7. 3 levels up in one day. Linze couldn't contain his grin. He had initially thought leveling up today was out of the question, but opening the treasure chest had brought an unexpected windfall. Although 500 experience points might not seem like much, it was equivalent to slaying dozens of silver-tier monsters. Eagerly, Linze opened the leaderboard. Whether in level or achievements, he was far ahead of the competition. Catching up to him seemed an impossible task for other players. Take levels, for instance when Ling, in second place, was only at silver level 2, a full 5 levels behind Linze. Without game perks, this gap was significant, as each level was increasingly hard to achieve. Linze then began inventorying the treasure chest's contents. First was an appliance blueprint, which, when used, would yield a double-door refrigerator. Though not essential for him, it would add a touch of comfort to the shelter, making it better than nothing. He carefully stored it in his backpack. The vegetable seed gift pack was a delightful surprise, containing dozens of different vegetable seeds, just what Linze needed to resolve his current predicament. However, what thrilled him most was the silver equipment, the Gale helmet. It was the final piece of the Gale set he had been missing, and in his eyes, its value rivaled that of a gold-tier item. Without hesitation, Linze donned the Gale helmet. Instantly, another series of notifications flashed before his eyes. Congratulations, player. You have completed the Gale set and unlocked its set attributes. Attribute 1, 1000 additional HP. Attribute 2, 50 points to attack, defense, and speed. Attribute 3, shield value increased to 3000. Congratulations. You are the first player to complete a silver tier set. You have earned 50 achievement points, 1 silver treasure chest, and 300 experience points. This unexpected reward filled Linze with joy. He couldn't even remember the last time he had received achievement points. With the 50 points from the game reward, his total achievement points now reached 360, the highest in the region. Eagerly, Linze opened the silver treasure chest, which contained a pile of basic food supplies, 30 units of diamond and upgrade from ordinary stone, and a pigsty blueprint, another minor surprise. The blueprint could be used to upgrade the shelter's pigsty, expanding its farming capacity. As Linze reveled in the joy of his bountiful harvest, Yin Haoyang had finally purchased the shelter relocation blueprint from Yin Feng at a high price. During their conversation on the Friends panel, Yin Feng said, "Congratulations, Alliance Leader Yin. I heard you patched things up with Linze and even became close brothers. Well done." Upon seeing this message, Yin Haoyang froze in place, his mind going blank. When did that happen? Could it be that someone is secretly helping me? Yin Haoyang's heart skipped a beat, and he was so excited that he almost jumped out of his chair. Although he had been boasting in the Alliance group, confidently claiming that Linze was no threat to him, the mere thought of Linze's name made cold sweat break out on his back. Especially after learning that Linze had been promoted 2 levels in a single day and had even captured a resource-rich mine, his unease only deepened. At this moment, Yin Haoyang was merely a level 1 silver player. Facing Linze, who had already advanced to level 6 silver, he couldn't even imagine what the outcome would be. Linze could probably crush him as easily as squashing an ant. It was precisely because of this fear that Yin Haoyang had been tirelessly spreading the Linze is no threat narrative in the Alliance group, desperately encouraging higher-level players to move to his territory. On the surface, it seemed like he was building a base, but in reality, it was more about ensuring his own safety. For the past few days, Yin Haoyang had been waking up in cold sweats from nightmares, where Linze's cold and stern face would often appear. Now, hearing Yin Feng claim that his relationship with Linze had quietly improved, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed and wonder if someone influential was secretly helping him. Yin Haoyang quickly typed a message on his communicator. "Bro, where did you hear this? How come I didn't know about it?" Yin Feng replied swiftly, his tone laced with teasing. "Haha, come on. Alliance leader Ian, stop pretending. Linze told me himself. The reason I sold you the blueprint was because Linze acted as a middleman for us. He even told me not to mention it to you. But, well, that's on me. Couldn't keep my mouth shut and spilled the beans. Yin Haoyang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the screen. The influential figure he had just speculated about turned out to be Linze himself? Could it be that Linze had had a change of heart, decided not to go against him, and was now extending an olive branch to reconcile? A thought quickly formed in Yin Haoyang's mind. That must be it. After all, I'm not alone. I have a powerful player alliance backing me. Linze, being all on his own, wouldn't want to make an enemy of me. It's only logical. With that in mind, a sense of smugness welled up in Yin Haoyang. So what if Linze is the strongest player? Even the strongest player has to bow down and retreat when faced with the leader of the strongest alliance. Indeed, his decision to establish the alliance had been the right one. Against the might of a strong alliance, the threat posed by individual players was insignificant. He had only just begun to exert his influence, and Linze was already conceding. Yin Haoyang quickly replied to Yin Feng. Haha, so Linze told you? That makes sense. We had planned to handle this matter quietly without making it public. But since he mentioned it to you, that's fine too. It's better to resolve grudges than to hold on to them. Linze and I only had a minor misunderstanding, which we settled privately after a discussion. Yin Feng's response was filled with congratulations. Congratulations. Linze is the strongest player in our region, and it's great news that you've reconciled with him, Alliance leader Yin. Yin Haoyang chuckled inwardly. Strongest player? In the end, even the strongest player has to lower his head to him. At this moment, he felt a sense of triumph, as if the gloomy sky had cleared and a bright future lay ahead. Eagerly, Yin Haoyang shared this good news with Li Yuxi, emphasizing that Linze had caved under pressure and taken the initiative to ease tensions with him. However, after hearing Yin Haoyang's account, Li Yuxi couldn't shake off a feeling of unease. Although she had never interacted with Linze and didn't know much about his personality, the fact that Linze had openly challenged Yin Haoyang, the leader of the elite tribunal alliance, in the regional chat channel suggested that he wasn't someone who would let things slide after suffering a loss. This kind of personality, combined with being the strongest player and holding dual rankings at the top, made her doubt Yin Haoyang's interpretation of the situation. Li Yuxi frowned deeply, calculating her next move. She was fully aware that Linze's actions were not a sign of surrender, but rather a trap set for Yin Haoyang and the players of the elite tribunal. This ruthless figure not only intended to eliminate Yin Haoyang, but also sought to wipe out more players from the alliance in one fell swoop, reaping substantial rewards in the process. Just as she was about to warn Yin Haoyang, she suddenly hesitated. Her instincts told her that Yin Haoyang's days were numbered. The wisest course of action now was to distance herself from him to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuxi carefully spoke. This is indeed good news, but we can't let our guard down because of it. Other player alliances are also building offline bases. We must pick up the pace if we want to become the strongest alliance. Internally, she decided that since Linze was planning to reap a big reward, she might as well go along with it and use the opportunity to strengthen her relationship with him. This thought left Li Yuxi feeling a bit frustrated. She had been steadfastly sending friend requests to Linze every day, only to be rejected each time. Were the photos and videos she sent not attractive enough? Suddenly, an idea struck her. Linze, as a top-tier player, must be inundated daily with countless women trying to win his favor, offering all kinds of enticing videos. However, what truly mattered to him were blueprints. If she could use the opportunity of selling blueprints to add him as a friend, she might finally succeed. This realization made Li Yuxi's eyes light up, her heart racing with excitement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yin Haoyang remained oblivious to the changes in her expression. After hearing her words, he immediately launched into an enthusiastic monologue about his grand plans for the elite tribunal. Growing impatient, Li Yuxi finally interrupted. I'm feeling a bit tired today. I think I'll rest early. Yin Haoyang quickly responded. All right, take care of yourself. If you're not feeling well, drink more warm water. It helps detox and refresh. Li Yuxi rolled her eyes internally and casually ended the video call. She opened the leaderboard and was met with a startling sight. Linze's level had skyrocketed to silver rank 7, and his merit points had increased significantly. Clearly, he had conquered yet another resource-rich mine. With such strength, how could he possibly surrender so easily? Only someone as simple-minded as Yin Haoyang would believe that. Li Yuxi felt relieved she hadn't moved in with him. Otherwise, tonight's nightmare would have been hers to endure. I need to act, she resolved. He'll gather a group of players within the alliance. Once Yin Haoyang falls to Linze, he'll take over the elite tribunal myself. He'll even rename the alliance to Rose Alliance to sever all ties with Yin Haoyang completely. She immediately opened her friends list and started messaging players she had her eye on. However, she knew she couldn't recruit too many people, or Linze's plan might fail, and he could turn his attention to her instead. If that happens, I might not escape unscathed, no matter what, she thought. Though she had always been confident in her looks and figure, in this survival-off-thefitist world, her confidence seemed trivial when faced with someone as formidable as Linze. Linze stood in front of the stone quarry, rhythmically striking the hard rock with the iron pickaxe in his hand. With a crisp cracking sound, a neatly shaped stone block fell to the ground, and a system prompt immediately popped up: successfully mined 1 unit of stone. Compared to iron and salt mining, extracting stone was clearly much easier, likely due to its relatively lower value. As he continued wielding the pickaxe, Linze quickly got the hang of it. Every 5 strikes yielded 1 unit of stone, making the process impressively efficient. Moreover, he discovered that for every 3 units of stone he mined, he would receive an additional unit of limestone. Upon checking the limestone's details, he found it labeled as one of the materials for making cement. This discovery invigorated Linze, and he started swinging the pickaxe with even greater enthusiasm. After half an hour, Linze stopped his work and looked at the mountain of stone and limestone piled up beside him. Satisfied, he stored them in his backpack. Then, he led his pets down to the base of the quarry, where he found Maya returning from the salt mine, successfully bringing back 50 monkey miners. Linze contacted the young girl at home and asked her to send over the iron pickaxes she had crafted. He then distributed them to the monkey miners one by one. With this, both mining operations now had well-equipped workers. Standing before the neatly lined-up monkey miners, Linze solemnly announced, "From now on, this will be your workplace and home. I will take care of your food and safety. All you need to do is focus on your work." The monkeys responded in unison, nodding in perfect sync. The iron pickaxes on their shoulders gleamed with a metallic sheen. Linze couldn't help but imagine the scene if these over-12-turtle, muscular monkey miners were dressed in work uniforms and wearing safety helmets. It would surely be a sight to behold. If he were to snap a photo and share it in the chat channel, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Before long, the monkey miners had divided their tasks with precision. Some were mining stone, while others were digging caves for resting. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Linze ensured they had ample water and food, and then called Maya over to give her instructions. "You're responsible for protecting the safety of these monkeys. If you encounter any issues you can't resolve, notify me immediately. Also, don't forget to continue hunting and leveling up. There are plenty of high-level monsters around here that are suitable for you." Maya nodded respectfully in agreement, and the little golden eagle beside her chirped obediently. Under Maya's guidance, the young eagle had developed a great deal of respect for Linze. Unlike its stubborn father, who still refused to face Linze directly, fearing it might be tamed as a pet, Linze shook his head in quiet amusement. That old golden eagle didn't realize that without Linze's talent boost, its attributes were improving at a snail's pace. It couldn't even defeat its own mate anymore. The irony was that although it wasn't officially Linze's pet, it was still doing the work of one. If that wasn't the perfect example of clinging to pride at the expense of practicality, what was? After finishing the tasks at the stone quarry, Linze returned to the shelter with his pets, bringing along the 2-headed dog king. The dog's recovery abilities were astonishing. Within just 2 hours, most of its wounds had healed, and a third of its health had been restored. However, as soon as it began to recover, it suffered a more brutal beating. The flying tiger king and the purple flame lion king joined forces to attack, leaving the 2-headed dog king on the brink of death, its injuries far worse than before. It was dragged into Linze's shelter, looking utterly defeated. The young girl opened the door to greet them, and the sight made her exclaim, "Wow, a dog with 2 heads, show amazing. Boss, should we make dog meat hot pot?" Linze clearly noticed the 2-headed dog king's body tremble slightly. Although it didn't understand what hot pot was, the mention of dog meat sent a wave of fear through it. Desperately trying to save itself, it cast Linze a pleading look and let out pitiful whimpers. Linze ignored its silent plea and instead explained to the young girl, "This is the 2-headed dog king. I captured it from the stone quarry. I plan to tame it as a pet by midnight." Yu Shuangshuang immediately checked the 2-headed dog king's stats and was shocked to discover that it was a silver level 9 monster, just 1 step away from advancing to gold level. Linze confirmed her findings, explaining that this was one of the reasons he hadn't killed it. By comparison, his other pets, Simba, Big Bear, the Persian monkey, and the 3 cubs were all at most silver level 4, still far from reaching the gold level. Linze's plan was to first train a group of gold level pets. They could then lead and help boost the levels of the other pets, while also acting as the front line in dangerous situations. It was a classic, let some get stronger first to help the others grow strategy. Yu Shuangshuang asked if they should prepare an iron cage, but Linze confidently replied, "No need. It won't dare run away." He glanced meaningfully at the 2-headed dog king lying on the ground. Sure enough, surrounded by powerful pets, the 2-headed dog king became exceptionally obedient, shaking its heads repeatedly to assure them it wouldn't attempt to escape, terrified it might truly end up as hot pot. After settling the pets and the 2-headed dog king, Linze headed to the pigpen to upgrade it using a newly acquired blueprint. He had noticed earlier that both the pig pen and the cowshed had a capacity limit of only 100 animals each. With this upgrade, he hoped to raise more pigs, perhaps 200 or even more. Next, Linze went to the vegetable garden and planted 30 types of vegetable seeds from a large supply pack. He divided the garden into 10 plots, planting 10 different kinds of vegetables. Similar to other facilities, the vegetable garden also had a planting limit. To grow more crops simultaneously, he would need to upgrade and expand the area. At the fish pond, over 10,000 large crucian carp were packed so tightly that they filled the surface of the water. The fish pond had already been upgraded once, or it wouldn't have been able to hold so many fish. Linze decided to keep them there for now and wait until the next disaster struck before making any further decisions. Finally, Linze returned to the stone house, where the young girl was preparing bathwater for him. Not wanting to disturb her, he took 2 blueprints out of his backpack and used them. Instantly, a double-door refrigerator and a standing air conditioner appeared out of nowhere in the room. An air conditioner and a refrigerator suddenly appeared in the room, and the brand new appliances filled Yu Shuang with delight. She let out a cheer, her radiant face lighting up with a brilliant smile. In this primitive jungle world, these appliances, so common on Earth, were undoubtedly rare treasures. Even with money, it would be nearly impossible to acquire such luxurious items. Yu Shuang curiously examined the 2 rare appliances, her excitement evident. Turning to Linze, she eagerly asked, "Boss, where did you get these things?" Linze responded calmly, "The refrigerator came from a blueprint I just got after opening a golden treasure chest. As for the air conditioner, I obtained that blueprint a few days ago." His tone carried a hint of pride, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. After hearing this, Yu Shuang's eyes sparkled with amazement. In a world so scarce in resources, Linze's ability to effortlessly acquire such precious blueprints showcased his extraordinary skill and luck. She couldn't help but feel hopeful about their future. With these modern devices, their quality of life in the jungle was bound to improve significantly. "Boss, you're really amazing." The young girl clung affectionately to Linze's arm, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She continued excitedly, "With the refrigerator, even during an extreme heat disaster, our food can be preserved for much longer. Even with enhanced vision from top-level professionals, it's still nearly impossible to move around outdoors. If the extreme heat mode kicks in, air conditioning will definitely be crucial," Linze said thoughtfully. "Judging by the nature of this game, it could even be a lifesaver." Turning to the young girl, his tone became more serious. "When the polar night mode ends, we'll make use of the solar charging panels. The appliances at home consume quite a lot of electricity." Linze recalled the past few days, when the worker bees had tirelessly taken turns operating the hand-cranked generator day and night. Despite their efforts, the generated power was only enough to keep a portion of the appliances running. His freezer still remained unpowered due to the electricity shortage. "Once the solar panels come into play, I believe the situation will improve to some extent," Linze said, a wave of fatigue suddenly washing over him. He added softly, "All right, you go ahead and stay busy. I'll take a short rest." Noticing his weariness, the young girl offered eagerly, "Boss, how about I give you a massage first?" Linze chuckled and politely declined, "Maybe during my bath later. For now, I'll just lie down for a bit." "All right then, it'll be quick," Yu Shuang replied before hurrying off to boil some water. Linze stretched out and settled into a comfortable position on the bed. He opened his personal stats panel, observing how his attributes had improved after leveling up to silver rank 7. Attack at 535, defense at 285, speed at 445, health at 3700, and mana at 2350. These were his base stats, unaffected by equipment bonuses. With his gear equipped, his stats received a significant boost. Attack soared to an impressive 755, defense to 415, speed to 555, and health skyrocketed to 7,700. His equipment alone contributed an additional 4,000 health points, underscoring the critical importance of gear for players. A sense of satisfaction welled up in Linze's heart as he reflected on his progress. "The Gale set didn't disappoint me," he thought to himself. "Just the 3,000-point shield alone is a massive upgrade. Previously, the Gale armor shield value was only 1,000 points now. With the shield equipped, it's as if I've gained an extra 3,000 health points, effectively pushing my total health past the 10,000 mark." As Linze reveled in his achievements, Yu Shuang's voice suddenly broke his thoughts. "Boss, my level also advanced to silver rank 1 this evening. The game refreshed a new mineral resource site near our shelter. We just don't know its exact location yet." Hearing this, Linze's smile grew even wider. The discovery of the new mine brought the total number of mineral resources in his vicinity to 5. "Looks like we'll need more monkey miners," he mused. Turning to the young girl, he said, "When Simba and the others head out later to hunt wild boars, they'll have them search for the new mine as well." The young girl acknowledged softly and continued tending to the fire. Linze closed his eyes, his mind turning to strategies on how best to utilize these new resources and prepare for the challenges ahead. Linze decisively allocated the 20 newly earned free attribute points to speed without hesitation. His finger lightly tapped the translucent screen, opening the regional chat channel. The data before him made him frown slightly today. The number of online players had dropped by several thousand again. Although it hadn't yet fallen below the 60,000 threshold, the trend was troubling. Leaning back in his chair, his gaze swept over the bright and sunny view outside the window. The stark contrast between the harshness of this world and the comfort they enjoyed was striking. Linze and the little girl lived a life that felt like a vacation, but this was a privilege reserved for the fortunate few. The vast majority of players were still struggling in dire circumstances, constantly facing mortal danger. I wonder how things are in the other regions. Are they experiencing the same situation, with thousands of players dying every day? Linze murmured to himself, realizing that up until now, there had been no updates about the other regions. Shaking his head, he refocused on the chat channel. The messages on the screen scrolled quickly, and most of the discussions were centered around him. As the top-ranked player on both leaderboards, his every move drew the attention of everyone. His feat of leveling up 3 times in one day had caused a great stir among the players. Linze's pet must be insanely powerful, definitely at a boss level. I bet his pet has undergone at least 2 bloodline evolutions. Otherwise, how could it take down such strong monsters? Could it be multiple pets? No way. Even the Shrank talent pet summoners I know can only contract 1 pet. What if Linze's talent is beyond Shrank? Don't be ridiculous. Shrank is already the highest tier. There's no such thing as doubles or triples rank. The debate grew increasingly heated, and someone suggested that Linze should personally step forward to clarify. Who do you think you are to demand an explanation from Linze? I'm just doing this for everyone's benefit. Cut the act. You just want free intel. Linze watched the arguments unfold, the corners of his lips curling upward slightly. As for stepping out to explain, he chuckled softly and shook his head. Some things were better left known to as few people as possible. The water in the wooden tub rippled gently, reflecting layers of shadows. Heavy breathing and soft murmurs filled the room, gradually fading into silence as the night deepened. Linze reveled in Yu Shuang's close contact massage, his fingertips lightly brushing against her smooth skin. He asked, "How much iron powder did you produce today?" Yu Shuang lifted her flushed face and softly replied, "About 35,000 units." Her voice carried a hint of exhaustion but was tinged with undeniable pride. Linze nodded, pondering for a moment before saying, "Stop production once we reach 50,000 units. Use the remaining iron ore to forge nails and tools." He provided a concise analysis of the current market, pointing out that many players now possessed workbenches. With the frequent discovery of iron ore, the supply of iron and refined iron in trade channels had increased, easing the scarcity of nails. Despite this, Linze keenly recognized that opportunities still existed. Nails are still selling well. Many players have yet to upgrade their shelters to top-tier wooden cabins. Once this wave of high demand ends, prices will drop significantly. We must seize this chance to make another profit. Yu Shuang enthusiastically shared her progress. Ever since I upgraded my workbench to an advanced level, I've been receiving numerous orders daily, trading them for a large amount of high-level resources. Plus, with the sales of hygiene paper, we've stockpiled over 20,000 units of premium wood. Linze nodded in satisfaction. These high-level resources must be stored properly. They'll be invaluable in the future. Yu Shuang understood his intent, silently considering how these resources could be used to build fortresses and cities or sold later at high prices for significant gains. Linze then inquired about the materials needed to upgrade Yu Shuang's workbench. She listed them in detail: 3,000 units of high-quality refined iron, along with 50 crystals each of wind, fire, water, and earth elements. After a moment of thought, Linze decided, high-quality refined iron won't be an issue, but the crystals will take time to gather. Once I upgrade my shelter to a top-tier stone house, I'll focus on stockpiling crystals for your workbench upgrade. Yu Shuang nestled in Linze's arms, softly agreeing. As the night grew quieter, Yu Shuang suddenly raised her radiant face, leaning close to Linze's ear and whispering playfully, "Boss, I'm all rested now." Linze felt his heart stir, quickly checking his personal info panel to confirm that the pet count hadn't refreshed. Without hesitation, he decided to tend once more to this fertile and inviting land. Time passed unnoticed until Linze eventually rose from the bed, wearing only a pair of boxers as he stepped out of the room. In the open space outside, the large bear and 3 cubs were sprawled across different spots, sound asleep. The purple flame lion king, Simba, and the flying tiger king, Jinhu, lay in a state of light rest, their cold, watchful eyes occasionally darting toward the nearby 2-headed dog king, their vigilance unmistakable. Hours passed, and the injuries of the 2-headed hound king had miraculously healed more than halfway, with barely a trace of scars beneath its fur. However, It remained motionless like a statue, deliberately keeping its breathing light and slow, fearful of alerting the watchful Simba and golden tiger nearby. Yesterday's painful lesson was still fresh in its memory. It had been thoroughly subdued. Linze pushed the door open, and the two-headed hound king immediately cast a pleading look his way, its eyes devoid of any ferocity. It had resigned itself to its fate, preferring to be an obedient pet rather than endure another beating. Linze studied the hound king in surprise, clicking his tongue in amazement. Your recovery is incredible. In no time, your health has restored more than halfway. But you know, when it comes to contract pets, the lower the health, the higher the success rate. Before he finished speaking, Simba and Golden Tiger were already poised and ready. The Hound King's face twisted in fear, and it whimpered pitifully at Linze, putting on a pitiable expression in the hopes of earning his sympathy. Linze couldn't help but chuckle at the sight and waved to stop Simba and Golden Tiger. If you don't want to get beaten, behave yourself. As he spoke, he activated a skill. In an instant, black chains emerged from the void, and a massive magic circle appeared beneath the Hound King's feet. Instinctively, it wanted to resist, especially as the chains wrapped around its body, but reason ultimately prevailed. It suppressed the urge to fight back, allowing the chains and magic circle to merge into its body. When the contract was completed, the Hound King let out a sigh of relief even before Linze did. It immediately started circling Linze like an eager puppy, wagging its tail enthusiastically. After pondering for a moment, Linze declared, "From now on, you'll be called Urguzi." "Thank you, Master, for bestowing me with a name," the Hound King exclaimed excitedly. "Urguzi will forever be loyal to Master. Whatever Master commands, I will do." Linze's expression turned a bit peculiar. This foolish dog was spouting flattery so naturally, like a stereotypical lackey in a movie. He had named it Urguzi on a whim, inspired by its two heads, but now it seemed the name was absurdly fitting. "All right, go to sleep now." Linze stopped paying attention to the overly eager Urguzi and returned to his room. As the night deepened, Linze and Shuang slept in each other's arms. It wasn't until after 9 the next morning that Linze slowly woke up. The previous night's passion had lasted until 2 or 3 in the morning, so it was no wonder he had slept in. Surprisingly, the girl who had cried out, "I can't take it anymore," last night was already up and preparing breakfast for him. Her complexion seemed even more radiant and beautiful than the day before, proving the old saying true. It's the ox that gets exhausted, not the field. The more effort, the more vibrant. Who could argue with that? Seeing Linze awake, Shuang smiled warmly and said, "Boss, wash up first. Breakfast will be ready soon." Leaning against the headboard, Linze teased, "Have you been secretly taking some kind of miraculous elixir?" Shuang giggled and threw herself into his arms, planting a quick kiss on his lips. "If you want some, boss, I'll share half with you next time. I'm getting up." Linze swiftly pushed the playful girl out of his arms, wary of things escalating again. After some playful moments, Linze and Shuang sat down at the dining table to enjoy a lavish breakfast. The aroma of freshly cooked wild eggs filled the air, the chilled tomato salad was refreshing and appetizing, the grilled steak exuded a tantalizing meaty fragrance, and the drinks, blended with honey and fruit juice, perfectly rounded off the meal. These ingredients had always been available, but Linze, accustomed to the simplicity of one-pot cooking, rarely put in the effort to prepare such a feast. In contrast, Shuang clearly embraced a more refined lifestyle, perhaps reflecting the subtle differences between men and women. Taking small bites of her breakfast, Shuang suddenly spoke up, "Boss, I saw in the Elite Tribunal's Alliance group chat that Haoyang is claiming the conflict between you two is resolved. He's now encouraging the Alliance's high-level players to relocate to his place." Linze paused slightly and asked, "What are those players saying?" Setting down her knife and fork, Shuang explained, "A lot of them seem to believe it. Early this morning, an archer with a grade combat talent moved their shelter to his place." She briefly described the 5 main combat professions in Jungle World: mage, warrior, archer, priest, and pet summoner along with their unique talent enhancements. Linze asked thoughtfully, "How many players have moved to Haoyang's place so far?" 5 in total for combat professions and 1 life profession, Shuang replied. Haoyang has mobilized the entire alliance to search for shelter relocation blueprints, and he has indeed found a few. Also, Yen Feng, whom you recommended earlier, sold his blueprint to Haoyang, reportedly for a hefty price. She hesitated for a moment before asking, "Boss, did you really reconcile with Haoyang?" Linze chuckled and shook his head, "Not a chance. Either he's spreading misinformation in the group to mislead others, or he's just deceiving himself." Realization dawned on Shuang, and she laughed. "I think it's the latter. Haoyang may not be stupid, but he's arrogant and overconfident. The moment he gets cocky, he loses his sense of judgment. Clearly, the pit you dug for him has him thinking you back down, and now he's completely fooling himself. There's no need to bother with someone like that." As soon as Linze finished speaking, Shuang nodded in agreement. At that moment, Linze's communication device lit up, and a video call request popped up. He initially thought it was Miss One, but the caller ID showed it was Wan Wenhao, the person who had sold him clay the previous night. Without hesitation, Linze declined the video call and sent a brief message. Busy right now. What's up? On the other end of the screen, Wan Wenhao, who had been eagerly anticipating the chance to see the big shot in person, felt a wave of disappointment when his video request was rejected. However, seeing Linze's message that he was busy, Wan didn't dwell on it. He quickly replied, "Boss, I worked all night and managed to collect 15,000 units of clay. I hope that's enough. If not, I can gather more after I get some sleep." Linze raised an eyebrow, surprised by Wan Wenhao's efficiency. He replied, "When it comes to clay, the more, the better. 15,000 is great, but even if you added 2 more zeros to that, I'd still take it all." Excited, Wan Wenhao responded, "I'll send you the clay I have now, and after I get some rest, I'll continue collecting more." "All right," Linze replied briefly, then turned to Yu Shuangshuang. "Send me 1,500 units of iron powder." Understanding immediately, Yu Shuangshuang quickly transferred the iron powder to Linze. Just as Linze was about to initiate the trade with Wan Wenhao, the 15,000 units of clay had already been credited to his account. This unexpected action made Linze pause. Was the boy overly trusting, or was he confident that Linze wouldn't cheat him? Shaking his head, Linze sent the 1,500 units of iron powder to Wan Wenhao and added a message. "In the future, don't send items directly like this. It's for your own good." Wan Wenhao naively replied, "Our teacher always said that the most important thing between people is trust." Raising an eyebrow, Linze asked, "How old are you?" "Just turned 16, Wan Wenhao answered. Linze immediately understood was just a kid. Patiently, he explained, "Your teacher is right, but trust should be built on mutual understanding. Trusting someone without knowing them can end up hurting you." "Still," Wan Wenhao insisted, "I understand, boss. I trust you, and I don't trust anyone else." Linze was left speechless and decided to end the conversation. He shared Wan Wenhao's situation with Yu Shuangshuang, who looked surprised. "There are actually kids as young as 15 or 16 crossing over here." Linze nodded in confirmation. "I've collected some data before. There are indeed teenagers that age who have ended up in this world." Yu Shuangshuang let out a soft sigh. "That's really tough." Linze, however, responded in a serious tone, "It's tough for everyone. Surviving in this world doesn't depend on age. Being older doesn't guarantee better odds, and being younger doesn't mean you're doomed. This game is fair. When crisis strikes, no one gets special treatment." The freshly acquired clay was handed over by Linze to Yu Shuangshuang. "Keep this clay. Once I bring back the limestone, we can start producing cement," Linze said, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation. "Got it, boss." Yu Shuangshuang nodded in response, and then added, "By the way, I disassembled the 30 or so silver monster corpses you gave me last night. I managed to extract 14 crystal cores in total." As she spoke, she retrieved the crystal cores from her backpack and handed them to Linze. Linze took the crystal cores and examined them carefully. Each core emitted a faint glow of varying colors, reflecting its elemental attribute. Fire element cores had a pale red hue, earth element ones were deep yellow, and water element cores appeared light blue. There were also wind, metal, wood, lightning, and other elemental cores, each with its unique radiance. Among the batch Yu Shuangshuang handed over, fire element cores were the most abundant, followed by earth element ones, with a smaller number of wood and water element cores. Linze nodded in satisfaction. "This is just the right amount. With these earth element cores, we now have all the elemental cores needed to upgrade the shelter's stone houses to a higher level. Once I bring back the limestone and stone materials, we can enhance the shelter's level." "Curious," Yu Shuangshuang asked, "what kind of shelter will it be after the stone houses?" Linze smiled and replied, "It'll definitely be more advanced than the stone houses." His answer left Yu Shuangshuang filled with anticipation. After breakfast, Linze stepped outside the shelter. Today marked the second to last day of the perpetual night disaster mode, and the world outside remained shrouded in darkness. He knew that after tomorrow, players would finally see sunlight again. Linze checked on the 10 types of vegetables he had planted the night before. They had already sprouted. Eggplants, cabbages, lettuce, edamame, pumpkins, broccoli, and other vegetable seedlings were growing vigorously. With a 24-hour growth cycle, they would be ready to harvest by evening. Next, Linze visited the pig pen. He counted the wild boars and found their numbers had exceeded 100, reaching 136. Some of the sows even displayed the breeding in progress status. In contrast, the wild cattle in the barn still numbered only 100. Increasing their numbers would require expanding the breeding area using specific blueprints. Linze then headed to the orchard. The dozens of fruit trees he had planted earlier had grown into full-size trees. Some were blooming, while others had already borne fruit. The air was filled with a unique fragrance, which led Linze to the golden thunderfruit tree. Shining his flashlight on it, he saw 5 large fruits hanging from its branches, with a notification indicating they would ripen tonight. Linze felt a surge of excitement. I've already eaten two, so I can have another one tonight. He knew that each golden thunderfruit could increase his attack power by 100 points, though a person could consume a maximum of 3. Even so, he eagerly anticipated the boost in strength it would bring. After inspecting all the shelter's facilities, Linze set out with a group of pets in tow. Apart from the Persian monkey left in the valley and Maya stationed at the stone mine, the other 7 pets accompanied him. The purple flame lion King Simba, the flying tiger King Jinhu, the two-headed dog King Urguzi, Bear Da, along with Xiaoqing, Dahong, and the Queen Bee. Except for Dahong and the Queen Bee, the other pets were massive in size, especially Jinhu and Simba, whose bodies were each over 10 meters long. Xiaoqing ranked 3rd, but in terms of body length, it was undoubtedly number 1. After advancing to silver level 2, Xiaoqing's snake body had reached an astonishing 17 meters, surpassing even the Titan python in the pond. Linze sat on the broad back of the golden tiger, cradling the fiery red pet in his arms. His gaze swept over the surrounding pets as he asked, "Have we located the new mine?" The purple flame lion king walked gracefully alongside the golden tiger. Its deep voice resonated. "Yes, master. We found it. It's a saltpeter mine, located very close to the valley." Saltpeter. Linze paused for a moment, his mind immediately making connections. 1 part sulfur, 2 parts saltpeter, 3 parts charcoal, and a bit of sugar for good measure equals a big bang. He mused silently, surprised that after Yu Shuang advanced to silver level, the game randomly refreshed a saltpeter mine as a resource. If he could get his hands on some sulfur and charcoal, could he actually make gunpowder? He continued his inquiry. "What's the strength of the monsters guarding the saltpeter mine?" The purple flame lion king responded. "As with other mines, there's a level 9 silver king class monster and over 200 ordinary silver level monsters of varying strengths." "No evolution yet?" Linze asked further. The purple flame lion king shook its head. "No, and the monsters in the nearby forest haven't evolved either." Linze felt a twinge of disappointment. This indicated that monster evolution wasn't cumulative. If Yu Shuang's advancement to silver level could trigger a second evolution phase for the surrounding monsters, his and his pet's level-up speed would increase significantly. He decisively issued an order. "The newly discovered saltpeter mine, as well as the iron mine we scouted earlier, are both your responsibility. Just notify me once you've taken control, and I'll handle cleaning up the battlefield. As usual, make sure to cripple all the king-class monsters guarding the mines." Hearing this, the two-headed dog king instinctively shuddered. It recalled its own fate falling from a king among dogs to its current status as a mere second dog. Though it harbored resentment, it dared not show it. Its life as a dog had indeed been tragic. However, the thought of soon having fellow comrades in misfortune strangely cheered it up. Determined, it resolved to give its all in the upcoming battle, ensuring the new comrades bore the brunt of its own suffering. After all, sorrow is sometimes best shared. Before long, Linze and his entourage of pets arrived at the valley. He headed straight into a cave to take inventory of the monkey miner's yield and to check if the iron mine had collapsed again like it did yesterday. Meanwhile, the pets formed teams to attack the saltpeter mine. Linze decided not to participate in the battle directly. The pet squads were now capable of handling such tasks independently. His role was to oversee the broader strategy. Of course, he didn't forget to occasionally activate his invincibility skill to gain experience for his replication ability. Upgrading the replication skill required 1,000 experience points, and each activation of invincibility earned just 1 point. Without frequent use, who knew how long it would take to level it up? "Master." Upon seeing Linze, the Persian monkey rushed to greet him. Without waiting for Linze to speak, it led him to 2 small piles of ore. "This is the iron ore and refined iron that the monkey miners have excavated since yesterday. The total amount exceeds 500,000 units." "How is there so much?" Linze asked in surprise. The Persian monkey explained. "We red blood monkeys only need 4 hours of sleep a day. I had them up and working by 3 a.m. Additionally, I personally visited the salt and stone mines to supervise the monkey miners there. Anyone caught slacking off was punished." Linze's mouth opened slightly in astonishment. He thought to himself that this monkey king was absolutely born to serve him. He wanted to pat the Persian monkey on the shoulder, but given the height difference, he settled for patting its arm instead. "I'm impressed. Keep up the good work." "Don't worry, master. I won't let you down." The Persian monkey pounded its chest excitedly, the loud thuds echoing. "I've already made plans. As soon as you approve, they'll bring all my clansmen here to work as miners for you." Linze. The impassioned words of the Persian monkey stirred a faint sense of emotion in Linze's heart, but reason quickly took control. He shook his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the construction site in front of him. Hundreds of monkeys, young and old, crowded the area, and just imagining the chaos made his head ache. "No," Linze said firmly. "Housing and safety alone are major issues. If we were to face a monster horde, the losses would be significant." Recalling the results of his earlier investigation, he added, "Besides, 50 monkey miners per mine are sufficient. There's no need to add more. Moreover, the monkey mountain also needs a group stationed there to guard against monsters taking advantage of the situation. Linze's eyes flickered as his thoughts turned to the underground space filled with fruit trees. That precious area couldn't be compromised. It might prove invaluable in the future. Turning to the Persian monkey, his tone softened. Let's do this. Bring another 100 monkeys here. The remaining 2 mines still need miners, so you can make the arrangements. Also, discuss safety concerns with the old monkey king. We've taken so many adult monkeys, which directly impacts the group's strength. Let him know that he can ask for my help if needed. Understood, master. The Persian monkey replied respectfully. He'll relay your message to the old monkey king. But please rest assured, master, the monkey group has its own ways of survival. Ordinary monsters won't pose a threat to us. Linze frowned slightly and reminded him. Even so, precautions must be in place to avoid being caught off guard in case of real danger. The Persian monkey nodded repeatedly, signaling his understanding. Linze turned away and began to inventory the day's harvest. Opening his backpack, he glanced at the numbers displayed in the bottom right corner of the grid, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Over 513,900 ordinary iron ore, 64,300 refined iron, and nearly 7,000 high-quality, refined iron. The haul was more than double that of the previous day. He calculated in his mind. Just this batch of high-quality, refined iron alone was enough to secure him a leading spot on the regional wealth rankings. However, he wasn't in a hurry to send the ore to use. Schwangschwanger current stock was enough to last for 2 more days. Have any new iron deposits collapsed in the mining area? Linze asked. The Persian monkey replied. Yes, there have been 6 collapses from yesterday until now. There are still 47 deposits left that can be mined. That's acceptable, Linze nodded. Considering we've already mined hundreds of thousands of ore, it's normal for some deposits to be exhausted. He followed the Persian monkey to inspect the collapsed deposits. As before, only piles of useless debris remained. Linze couldn't help but marvel such strange phenomena could only occur in the jungle world. On Earth, this would be unimaginable. Linze stepped out of the mining area, his gaze sweeping over the hard-working monkey miners. He didn't disturb them but instead turned to the Persian monkey, asking with concern, "Do we still have enough food?" The Persian monkey respectfully replied, "The food you've provided is more than sufficient, master. Today's portion is more than enough." Linze nodded and then asked, "How's the security? Have there been any monster attacks?" The Persian monkey reported proudly, "There were a few monsters that entered the valley last night, but I took care of them. Overall, it's still very safe here." Hearing this, Linze felt completely reassured. He glanced at the Persian monkey's information panel and suddenly said, "After we return from Monkey Mountain, you should join the team for hunting. The mine can be left to your clan. There shouldn't be any major issues. You need to focus on leveling up." At the moment, the Persian monkey, like Xiongda and the 3 little ones, was at silver level 2. However, its experience points were significantly lower, as it had just reached silver level 2. In contrast, Xiongda and the 3 little ones were on the verge of advancing to silver level 3, likely achieving the promotion during the assault on the saltpeter mine. As for Simba, the purple flame lion king, it was already at silver level 4 and not far from reaching level 5. The Persian monkey had fallen behind in experience points because it had been stationed at the mine and hadn't had the opportunity to hunt. As a king-tier monster, Linze certainly didn't want its level to lag behind. "I understand, master," the Persian monkey replied with a nod, though its expression seemed a bit downcast. Linze chuckled and asked, "What's with that face? I'm giving you the chance to level up and grow stronger, and you're not happy about it?" The Persian monkey quickly explained, "Please don't be upset, master. It's not that I'm unwilling. I just feel like I'm better at helping you mine." Linze's lips twitched slightly. Was this monkey actually addicted to mining? If other players found out he had thrown a boss-tier pet into the mines to dig, they'd probably drown him in ridicule. With a serious tone, Linze said, "You need to remember, your name is Boss Monkey. Your 2 children are named Dashing and Urshing. You don't need to understand the meaning behind these names. Just know that I have high hopes and expectations for your future. Mining is just a hobby. Your true path lies in battle, wielding your iron staff to create a brighter future for our home. In the future, you're destined to become a towering, mighty monkey king, not a mediocre mining foreman." Got it. After hearing Linze's inspiring words, the Persian monkey's blood boiled with excitement. Out of nowhere, it grabbed the crude iron staff Linze had crafted for it, swung it a few times with great force, and exclaimed, "Master, they'll follow your lead. They'll become a mighty monkey king, not a mining foreman." Linze smiled in satisfaction. "That's the spirit. Even though you're a female monkey, who says a female can't become a mighty monkey king? Who knows, a super monkey queen might even be fiercer and more unstoppable. Now, hurry to Monkey Mountain. The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll return. Master, I'm heading off. Take care of yourself." The Persian monkey bid farewell to Linze and dashed out of the valley with fiery determination. Watching the Persian monkey's silhouette disappear into the darkness, Linze let out a heavy sigh of relief. That was close. He had almost wasted the potential of a future Super Monkey King. It seemed he needed to pay more attention to the mental state of his pets in the future. With that thought, Linze switched on his flashlight and left the valley, deep in contemplation. Linze walked alone through the dark, shadowy forest, his steps steady and unhurried. Despite the silence that enveloped the surroundings, there was no trace of fear on his face. In fact, he even casually paused to pick a few brightly colored mushrooms. At this moment, Linze's strength had already surpassed that of silver-tier monsters. His base attack power was an impressive 535 points, far exceeding the 450 points of the two-headed canine king, erupts, which he had recently tamed, let alone any ordinary monster. Beyond his formidable attack power, his defense, speed, and health were equally remarkable. Coupled with his high-quality equipment, he could even face erupts hidden without being at a disadvantage in the short term. Of course, that was referring to erupts' earlier state. Now, the beast had grown significantly stronger. Overall, Linze's combat capabilities were exceptional, enabling him to navigate this perilous wilderness with ease. Following the route etched in his memory, Linze steadily made his way toward the salt mine. Along the way, he encountered several monsters attempting to block his path. The strongest among them was merely at silver tier level 2, hardly worth his attention. With swift and precise sword strikes, Linze dispatched them effortlessly. Although these monsters yielded no experience points and awarded only meager single-digit merit points, it was still better than nothing, and Linze didn't mind earning a bit more. It was unclear how long he had been walking, but the night deepened. Suddenly, a piercing screech shattered the silence, followed by the rapid fluttering of countless wings. Linze raised his flashlight cautiously, and the beam revealed a massive swarm of bats surging toward him, at least 100 of them. Each bat was unusually large, and under the light, their blood-red eyes gleamed with a demonic glow. Bats naturally fear light and have poor vision, unable to tolerate intense illumination. As Linze's flashlight beam swept over them, the swarm shrieked and scattered. However, instead of fleeing, they circled around and launched another assault from different directions, as if something on Linze was irresistibly luring them. Without hesitation, Linze activated the shield of his gale armor. The last thing he wanted was to feel the revolting sensation of these oversized bats biting into him. Just the thought made his skin crawl. Suddenly, a barrage of blood-red streaks, like a rain of arrows, shot toward him. It was the bat's special skill. The blood-red attack struck Linze's shield repeatedly, and damage values of 1 floated above his head in rapid succession. The bats were low-level, ranging from bronze tier level 3 to level 6. Their attacks couldn't penetrate Linze's defense. However, even with each hit inflicting just 1 point of force damage, their sheer numbers and high attack frequency made them a serious threat. In just a few seconds, Linze's shield had already lost over 300 points of durability. Reacting decisively, Linze brandished his azure steel sword. He refrained from using any elaborate sword techniques or special skills, relying instead on his precise predictions and enhanced physical abilities. Every strike had an 80 chance of hitting its target. Compared to when he first arrived in this jungle world, his sensory perception, physical coordination, and overall capabilities had improved exponentially. Sword light flickered, and blood rained down like a fine mist. One by one, the massive bats fell from the sky. Regardless of their level, any bat struck by Linze's azure steel sword was instantly killed. Moving with ease through the swarm, Linze's every swing claimed a life, showcasing his astonishing strength. The azure steel sword gleamed coldly in Linze's hand, and every swing precisely struck the vital points of the low-level bats. Its blade effortlessly pierced through their fragile defenses, dealing damage far beyond expectations. Linze seemed to transform into an efficient killing machine, and soon, the ground around him was littered with the bats' lifeless bodies. A system notification chimed, revealing the name of these creatures' bloodthirsty bats. The name immediately reminded Linze of Maya's earlier warning. Golden Eagle Ridge, the homeland of Maya's family, had been overrun by these very creatures. Even a monarch-level monster like the male golden eagle had been forced to send its family away to safety. Linze couldn't help but shiver. He was only facing 100 or so small bats now, but Golden Eagle Ridge was said to be home to millions of them. If that swarm appeared here, even the strongest players wouldn't stand a chance. Good thing we're far from Golden Eagle Ridge, Linze thought with relief, his hands never pausing. Before long, most of the bats had fallen to his sword, and the remaining few, sensing the danger, shrieked and fled into the distance. Though he hadn't gained any experience points, Linze was still satisfied with the over 100 merit points he earned. He quickly cleaned the battlefield, listing the dropped blood candles on the trading channel, and continued his journey toward the salt mine. Upon arriving at his destination, Linze saw monkey miners busily extracting salt. Nearby, a mountain of salt had been piled up, an astonishing quantity. The miners glanced at Linze with awe, though the male golden eagle perched arrogantly atop the mine, paying him no heed. Linze didn't mind the golden eagle's attitude. Instead, his attention was drawn to the shimmering golden light on its body. Upon closer inspection, he realized the eagle had advanced to the gold rank, and its growth potential had increased to 3 stars. This transformation left Linze astonished. Old eagle, what's going on? How did you suddenly advance to gold? Linze called out loudly. The golden eagle cast him a cold glance, then turned its back to him, clearly unwilling to engage. Shrugging helplessly, Linze decided to ask Maya for details later. He began collecting the salt mined by the monkeys, preparing to head to the stone quarry next. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Linze. He turned to the golden eagle and shouted, Old eagle, I just ran into a group of bloodthirsty bats. Do you know where they came from? This question seemed to strike a nerve with the golden eagle. It immediately swooped down from the mountaintop in a rush of wind, landing before Linze and letting out urgent cries. Linze rubbed his ears, irritated by the gust, and said in confusion, What are you trying to say? I don't understand. The golden eagle appeared desperate to communicate, but the barrier between human and beast languages left it unable to convey its thoughts. It paced anxiously, its eyes flickering with a complex mix of emotions. The male golden eagle let out 2 more reluctant cries, but Linze still shook his head. Despite its imposing size, the majestic golden eagle was unable to establish a mental connection with Linze, rendering its calls meaningless to him. Frustrated, the golden eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Linze knew it was heading off to find Maya, so he waited quietly in place. 5 minutes later, the male golden eagle returned alone, fixing Linze with a sullen gaze. Linze chuckled and explained, Maya is on a mission. Without my orders, she wouldn't leave the quarry on her own. The golden eagle let out an indignant cry, hesitated for a moment, and then lowered its body toward Linze. Spreading its wings, which spanned nearly 10 meters, it presented its broad back as if offering Linze a ride. Linze immediately understood its intention. It wanted to carry him to the quarry to find Maya. Since advancing to the gold rank, the male golden eagle had grown even more formidable, fully capable of serving as an aerial mount. However, Linze declined the offer. Though the risk of an accident was minimal, he wasn't willing to entrust his safety to a creature that hadn't fully submitted to him. I'll head to Maya myself. You can follow behind, Linze said firmly. Without waiting for a response, he began walking toward the quarry. The golden eagle let out 2 dissatisfied cries from behind, clearly displeased with Linze's lack of trust. Despite its frustration, it had no choice but to circle above him, following him toward the quarry. Half an hour later, Linze arrived at the quarry. Maya and the young golden eagle appeared before him immediately, both calling out excitedly. The young golden eagle was especially thrilled to see Linze, though he could only understand Maya's words. Master, the father of my child came to me, saying you encountered bloodthirsty bats, Maya reported. At that moment, the male golden eagle descended from the sky. Linze glanced at the male golden eagle and said to Maya, I did encounter bloodthirsty bats. There were nearly 100 of them. Most of them were killed by me. The male golden eagle let out a sharp cry, and Maya quickly translated. The father of my child hopes you can take him to where the bloodthirsty bats appeared to confirm if they came from Golden Eagle Ridge. He's so concerned because the bloodthirsty bats inhabiting Golden Eagle Ridge are extremely dangerous. If they've made their way to this area, it won't be safe here anymore. Understood. Linze nodded in agreement. He also wanted to uncover the origin of those bloodthirsty bats. Afterward, Linze gathered the resources mined by the monkey workers. The quarry had yielded nearly 300,000 units of stone and close to 100,000 units of limestone. At a ratio of 4 to 2 to 1, the limestone could produce over 20,000 units of cement, more than enough to upgrade the advanced stone houses, with plenty left over. After leaving another batch of fruits for the monkey miners, Linze led Maya and her family of 3 toward the area where he had previously battled the swarm of bloodthirsty bats. He continued running on the ground while the 3 golden eagles soared through the sky. Linze secretly looked forward to the day when Maya grew larger and he could experience the thrill of flying on a golden eagle. Over half an hour later, Linze arrived at the battlefield. Along the way, he kept receiving kill notifications, indicating that his pet squad was engaged in a fierce battle with silver-tier monsters in the saltpeter mine. Judging by the notifications, the fight was nearing its conclusion, with the final kills being high-level monsters ranging from silver level 7 to 9. Checking his status panel, Linze noted that he was still at silver level 7, with his experience bar just over halfway filled. He estimated that once his pet squad secured the iron mine, he would advance to silver level 8. As he pondered this, Maya and her family of 3 landed beside him, the gust from their wings dispersing the lingering scent of blood in the air. Linze led them to the battlefield, where the ground was strewn with corpses. The bodies of the bats had not yet been scavenged by other creatures. Linze introduced the bloodthirsty bats, which ranged from bronze level 3 to 6, to the golden eagle family. He emphasized that while the bats were not strong individually, Their overwhelming numbers and strange abilities, such as blood glow and sonic attacks, made them formidable. He explained that the sonic attacks did not directly harm but could disorient the enemy's mind, and he had narrowly avoided falling victim thanks to his quick response. The male golden eagle carefully examined the bat corpses and let out a worried cry. Maya translated. Master, the kid's father says these bats are the same ones from Golden Eagle Ridge. He recognizes their scent. Linze's expression changed slightly, surprised that the bats had traveled all the way from Golden Eagle Ridge, dozens of kilometers away. Maya explained, bloodthirsty bats have an extensive hunting range. They can be spotted even 100 kilometers from their nest. The male golden eagle cried out again, and Maya quickly translated. The kid's father says bloodthirsty bats are incredibly vengeful. Since you killed their companions this time, they definitely won't let this go. They will come back for revenge. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.